Chapter 1. My transformation into a notorious killer. Wang Lun rose from the bustling thoroughfare, brushing the dust from his trousers, musing that the system's teleportation was far from reassuring. Upon completion of the transfer, he was greeted with, "Welcome to the urban realm where the domineering CEO falls in love with me. Please select your identity. 1. A wealthy, self-deprecating man. 2. A handsome sycophant. 3. An ordinary unemployed drifter. 4. A charming, affluent, self-deprecating sycophant." Did Wang Lun truly have a choice? Naturally, he opted for the third option. The notion of being a self-deprecating sycophant was quite daunting. You have chosen the identity of an unemployed drifter. Your identification has been issued. This world is characterized by low martial arts. Would you like to set it as the primary world? You may return freely after each interdimensional journey. Why can't it be Blue Star? Wang Lun inquired, perplexed by the necessity to establish a primary world in an alternate realm. The Blue Star realm is the singular supreme true realm. Once departed, return is impossible otherwise. You will face the censorship of the river crab and the divine crane. I have resided in Blue Star for so long. How was I unaware of their existence? Wang Lun was taken aback, but soon regained his composure. Ever since he entered university, his parents had divorced and formed new families, each with several children. There were no lingering attachments to any romantic interests, merely an absence of farewells to his close friends. Given that this is a low martial arts world, it should be relatively safe, perhaps with only an ancient martial arts expert. Setting it as the primary world seems reasonable. Wang Lun did not wish for a primary world teeming with formidable experts, as that would contradict his desire to lounge idly in the primary world. The world has been established as the primary one. You may initiate a lottery to randomly acquire an ability. Wang Lun, without hesitation, opened the lottery interface. The screen was filled with a plethora of abilities. Death Snap. Accumulate energy daily, once a month, to randomly cause half of the world's life to perish. Iron Body. Possess a physique as resilient as steel, along with formidable, self-healing capabilities. Martial Arts Master. Possess extraordinary martial skills, capable of scaling walls and crossing rivers with ease, embodying the path of sincerity. Legendary Block. A 50% chance to negate all damage. Impressive. Each ability is formidable, and the probability of drawing any of them is equal. It truly comes down to luck. I hope to acquire a powerful ability. The lottery commenced. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ability Notorious Killer. Notorious Killer. Skilled in dismembering corpses. With each kill of a human or humanoid creature, you have a chance to sever a part of the victim's anatomy as a trophy. You have received the trophy list of the Notorious Killer, along with a peculiar letter. Trophy list. Eyeball. Allows observation of hidden objects. Teeth. Increases physical damage and penetration. Ears. Enhances sensory perception. Heart. Boosts strength. Brain. Enhances intelligence. Liver. Increases health recovery. Spleen. Increases mana recovery. Kidneys. Boosts resistance to abnormalities. Finger bones. Increases spell damage and range. Ribs. Enhances physical constitution. Leg bones. Boosts agility. Skin. Allows for disguise. Peculiar letter. This crumpled letter, written in red ink, contains the following message. I continually hear news of my arrest by the police, yet alas, it is all a fabrication. When I hear their self-satisfied claims that the investigation is progressing smoothly, I can hardly contain my laughter. I adore this work, and I shall continue. Next time, I shall send an ear to the police. Wouldn't that be amusing? Mischievous Jack. Upon usage, you gain 10 free attribute points. Wang Lun gazed at the Notorious Killer ability, pondering how he had drawn such a power. He was, after all, a law-abiding citizen. Moreover, in this urban world akin to Blue Star, the role of a notorious killer seemed impractical. He had no desire to become a murderer, living a life of evasion. Fortunately, the Notorious Killer did have its advantages. Acquiring 10 attribute points for free was quite commendable. Wang Lun promptly distributed the 10 points evenly. Host, Wang Lun. Primary attributes. Strength 4, agility 3, intelligence 3, constitution 4, normal male, has 1 point. Secondary attributes. Health 80, strength, constitution 10, energy 70, intelligence, constitution 10. Speed 21, agility, constitution 3. Physical attack 24, strength, constitution 3, magical attack 21, intelligence, constitution 3. Physical resistance 16, strength, constitution 2, magical resistance 14, intelligence, constitution 2. Ability, Notorious Killer. I feel as though I could fell a cow with a single punch. Wang Lun exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, his stomach emitted a loud grumble, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Aside from his identification card, He had not a single cent to his name. System, when will the second interdimensional journey commence? Cooldown period, 1 day. So, I must wait another day. Wang Lun could only meander along the roadside, hoping to stumble upon a few coins to procure sausage. Unexpectedly, in a dimly lit corner, he spotted 3 burly men surrounding a young girl. "Little girl, how dare you dress like that to play outside? Are you not afraid?" One of the men taunted. In her ultra-short skirt and midriff-bearing outfit, she might as well have had open for business emblazoned across her chest. "No, I dress like this just for photoshoot, not a bad girl." The girl protested, her heart heavy, as she merely wished to earn money to save her mother. Through various channels, she had come to know a Mr. Rabbit who promised substantial payment for modestly revealing photographs. This was her first time wearing such scant clothing, and she could earn 100,000 in a single photo shoot. However, she had not anticipated being followed by 3 lecherous men who now cornered her in this alleyway. "We merely wish to engage in some adult games. We are not bad people." The trio laughed, unwilling to let go of their prize. Wang Lun was taken aback by the familiarity of this age-old trope in reality, but considering this was the world of the domineering CEO, it seemed to make sense. Wang Lun stroked his chin, contemplating his newfound strength, unsure if he should intervene. The girl, huddled and despondent, gazed up at the sky, having just gathered her mother's medical expenses only to be informed by the hospital that her mother had passed away. Now, she was subjected to their torment. Perhaps it was time to join her mother. The 3 men had approached her, their hands ready to seize her. "Stop! Release that girl!" Wang Lun resolutely decided to rescue the girl, for he was no longer an ordinary person, and acting heroically required no further deliberation. The 3 men turned to face Wang Lun. In a plaid shirt, deep blue jeans, with an unremarkable face, yet his cold gaze suggested he had blood on his hands. "Kid, don't play the hero with that physique. How can you compare to us? Unless you're interested, we could let you join in after all. You look like a novice, and such an opportunity is rare." The burly man sneered, completely dismissing Wang Lun. The girl, hearing someone speak up for her, initially hoped for salvation, but upon seeing Wang Lun alone, concern crept in. Just as the 3 brutes surrounded Wang Lun, he prepared to take action against them. Suddenly, a female police officer appeared, raising her gun and shouting, "Police! Hands on your head! Crouch down!" The 3 men immediately complied, but Wang Lun thought his act of heroism exempted him from such measures. To his surprise, the officer shot him a fierce glare. "And you?" Reluctantly, Wang Lun complied and crouched down, hands on his head. Seeing this, the police officer produced handcuffs and approached Wang Lun, securing his hands. "Notorious killer. At last, I have apprehended you." Chapter 2. The Zombie Apocalypse World. Wang Lun was utterly bewildered. How had he become a notorious killer? "I am merely an unemployed drifter." "Officer, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I am an ordinary person who has never harmed a chicken. How could I be a notorious killer?" Wang Lun pleaded in defense. Yet the female officer was unwavering in her conviction. "Of course you would deny it. You will accompany me to the police station. And you 3, attempted rape, don't even think about fleeing." The officer admonished the 3 men, who were left speechless. They had just emerged from incarceration and were now facing a return. "Officer, look, a UFO." One of the men pointed skyward in astonishment, causing the officer to turn around foolishly to look. In that instant, the 3 men bolted, regardless of the officer's commands to halt. In Long Country, officers were not permitted to discharge their weapons recklessly. To prevent the notorious killer from escaping, the officer could only allow them to flee while firmly gripping Wang Lun's arm, fearful he might bolt. After all, the 3 men had criminal records, making them easy to apprehend, but this notorious killer had eluded capture for over a decade. If he escaped, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, the officer understood that capturing a few attempted rapists paled in comparison to the accolades of apprehending a notorious killer. Wang Lun, helplessly observing the officer being duped, implored, "I have my identification in my pocket. I am truly an upstanding citizen." "Humph, you will explain that at the station. I remember your face quite clearly." The officer retorted fiercely, though her baby fat rendered her somewhat endearing. "Suit yourself after all. I happen to be unemployed, so dining at the police station would at least satisfy my hunger," Wang Lun remarked, though a sense of trepidation gnawed at him. Could it be that the system had set a trap for him? The system log had not indicated that his identity had changed as a result of acquiring the abilities of a murderer. It seemed absurd for someone to glance at him and, upon merely sensing his aura, conclude that he was indeed a murderer. That was utterly ridiculous. The girl, along with Wang Lun, was escorted back to the police station by a female officer, deliberately keeping her distance from him, especially since the officer had labeled him a murderer. Although his hands were shackled, one could never be certain he wouldn't suddenly lash out and harm someone. Officer Zhang has returned. Who are these individuals? My goodness, a murderer, one officer exclaimed upon seeing Wang Lun, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. What was this? Why did everyone who laid eyes on him immediately assume he was a murderer? He was, after all, merely an ordinary law-abiding citizen. With that exclamation, other officers turned their attention towards him, surrounding him in layers, fearing he might flee. Amidst their enthusiastic reception, Wang Lun found himself in a solitary room of his own. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself, wondering what egregious deeds the system had committed behind his back. Upon scrutinizing the system interface, Wang Lun finally unearthed the truth. Alongside his newfound abilities came an accompanying title. The only way to alter the title was to replace it with another. Well, this title has truly caused me trouble. As long as he bore the title of a murderer, others would instinctively perceive him as one, disregarding all basic facts. Name? Wang Lun. Gender? Male. Confess to the crimes you have committed. I have committed no crimes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You, the murderer, have committed heinous acts that defy description. Confess and receive leniency, resist, and face severe consequences. The female officer shouted angrily, slamming her hand on the table. Officer, you have truly mistaken the person. You think I am a murderer, but can you enumerate the crimes I have committed? Wang Lun replied helplessly. Surely his title wouldn't retroactively assign him crimes he never committed. Since you wish to know, let me enumerate your offenses. 20 years ago, you slaughtered an entire family of 10 and disposed of their bodies in the wilderness. 15 years ago, you engaged in a conflict and killed 3 people in broad daylight. 10 years ago, you violated and murdered 8 women. There are many more instances, but I shan't list them all. So, has anything jogged your memory? The female officer spoke in a low voice, her face contorted with rage, as if she wished to execute Wang Lun on the spot. Wang Lun shrugged helplessly. Is it possible that I was merely 5 years old 20 years ago? Indeed, you are a born demon. Just because the family that adopted you failed to meet your demands for toys, you poisoned them to death. At this, the female officer grew even angrier. They say humans are inherently good, but some are born as demons. Wang Lun inwardly exclaimed, goodness, if I weren't innocent, I might actually believe this nonsense. Do you have any evidence? Witnesses or material proof? Wang Lun pondered. It couldn't possibly be that they had both. If you seek witnesses or material proof, rest assured, they have been tirelessly searching for you. The female officer replied with a cold smile. Seeing that Wang Lun adamantly refused to confess, the police station had no choice but to summon others to identify him. However, with the passage of so many years, much of the material evidence had vanished, making it impossible to convict Wang Lun. Wang Lun enjoyed his stay in the solitary room until the afternoon of the next day. The cool down from traversing dimensions was complete. System, initiate traversal. Initiating, commencing search of lower-tier worlds. Worlds identified. Apocalypse, zombie world. Martial arts world. Low-tier, supernatural world. Please select a world for transmission. Apocalypse, zombie world. Zombies, being humanoid creatures, would allow him to fully unleash his capabilities as a murderer. Moreover, killing them would impose no psychological burden, and there would be ample opportunities to do so. Please select a transmission method. Physical transmission. Guarantees 100 attribute feedback. Consciousness transmission. Guarantees 30 attribute feedback. Naturally, Wang Lun opted for consciousness transmission. Although physical transmission promised great rewards, it also carried the risk of death. Wang Lun was not keen on taking risks. Every world had its depths, and who knew if he might encounter unforeseen misfortunes. Consciousness transmission was secure even in death. Wouldn't matter. Transmission commencing. Consciousness transmission will place the physical body in a protected subspace, ensuring it remains intact. Wang Lun felt a flash of white light, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw a multitude of zombies aimlessly wandering below. Transmission complete. You have obtained the opportunity to choose an ability from 4 options. Butcher. Each time you kill a large species, you will mark that species, increasing damage dealt to it by 1, up to a maximum of 100. Each time you kill 10 of the same species, you can increase your strength by 1 point, with no upper limit. Gaming prodigy. You are a gaming genius. After understanding the rules of any game, you can immediately find a way to clear it. Additionally, you have a 25 chance each day to receive a gaming strategy guide. Gangster boss. You can extort from the shop, with a chance to receive free goods and special items. Gourmet. You can collect special ingredients and, based on ancient recipes, create wondrous dishes. Wang Lun immediately dismissed the gaming prodigy, gangster boss, and gourmet options as their strengths were not immediately apparent from their descriptions. Only the Butcher seemed straightforward. As long as he continually killed zombies, his strength would easily soar into the thousands. At that point, a single punch could demolish a building. Moreover, when combined with the abilities of a murderer, the synergy could yield results greater than the sum of its parts. Furthermore, the Butcher title could directly override that of the murderer, potentially allowing him to be released from the police station. Chapter 3, Main Quest. You have chosen the Butcher. You have received 3 blood vials and the method of their creation. The main quest has been issued. Completing all main quests will grant you full ownership of this ability and allow you to bring enhanced attributes back to your original body. Completing hidden quests will grant an additional ability. Wang Lun did not immediately check the main quest, but instead began to delve into the specifics of the Butcher's abilities. Blood Vial. Using it can negate 100 points of damage for a duration of 1 day. Method of creating a blood vial. Extract 1,000 milliliters of blood from a living being and follow a special procedure. Looking at the vial filled with viscous blood, Wang Lun felt a wave of disgust wash over him and pondered what motives and mindsets the collector of this blood must have had at the time. Nonetheless, the effect was potent. 3 vials meant 300 points of damage. A standard handgun could only inflict around 50 points of damage. This meant he could endure 6 shots with these 3 vials. Moreover, the zombies outside could only claw and bite, inflicting even less damage. As long as the damage negation wasn't exhausted, he had no reason to fear being bitten and contracting the virus. Wang Lun felt a surge of delight as he began to examine the main quest. Main quest. 1. Survive for 1 year. 2. Slay 10,000 zombies. 3. Establish a sanctuary to protect at least 100 individuals. 4. Defeat 10 boss-level zombies. 5. Achieve an average attribute score of 100. Special quest. 1. Develop an immunity serum. 2. Reconstruct a human stronghold, with the potential to restore human territory within a century. The main quests are not particularly daunting. Completing them within a year poses no challenge. However, the special quests are far more formidable, as both the immunity serum and the human stronghold require substantial manpower to accomplish. Wang Lun understood that this particular task was far from straightforward. Fortunately, it was not an absolute necessity to complete it. After thoroughly searching the room, he discovered that all food had been depleted. To avoid starvation, he had no choice but to venture outside in search of sustenance. However, from the information gleaned within the confines of the room, it appeared that the zombie outbreak had persisted for 3 months. It resembled a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy erupting simultaneously across the globe, affecting not only humans but also animals. Even military forces in various nations had succumbed to the zombie virus, resulting in these lowly creatures sweeping through human society, nearly extinguishing the flicker of civilization. Only a fortunate few managed to survive. Observing the zombies below, who had resorted to grazing and consuming earth in the absence of flesh, Wang Lun finally resolved a perplexing question that had lingered in his mind while watching zombie films. If zombies did not consume humans, would they not starve? Clearly, they had evolved into beings capable of even devouring excrement. Cannibalism was merely a pastime. Consuming soil had become their means of survival. Wang Lun discovered 2 fire axes in the corridor, one held in his hand and the other slung over his back. With the overwhelming number of zombies, even the fire axes would become dull with excessive use. Before exiting the building, as a precaution, Wang Lun consumed a vial of fresh blood. An ominous crimson shield enveloped his entire body in an instant, rendering him strikingly otherworldly. Wang Lun arrived outside the floor, and the nearby zombies, sensing the presence of the living, immediately turned their heads and began to approach him with a sluggish gait. The pace at which these zombies moved was exceedingly slow. Wang Lun could not help but express his disdain as he strode directly in front of a zombie, deftly wielding the fire axe to sever the creature's head with a swift motion. Wang Lun felt little more than a mere sensation, akin to vanquishing monsters within a game. Upon slaying a zombie, the Butcher marked this species, enhancing the damage by 1. After eliminating another zombie, the ability of the maniac activated, granting him a zombie's tooth. Zombie Tooth. When utilized, it increases damage by 1 and grants 1 point of penetration. Quite satisfactory. Wang Lun smiled and remarked, "Do not be deceived by their small numbers. There are indeed a multitude of zombies." The demise of one zombie appeared to awaken a primal instinct in the others, causing their speed to notably increase. Nevertheless, in Wang Lun's eyes, they remained exceedingly sluggish. With a resounding thud, he dispatched a diminutive zombie with each swing of his axe. It was fortuitous that he had been bestowed with additional points and freedom. Without them, His fundamental attributes would not have enabled such ease in this endeavor. Wang Lun had not forgotten his purpose, to seek nourishment and a new refuge. Not far away stood a large supermarket, and he hoped that after 3 months, some provisions might still remain. After several minutes, Wang Lun finally arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. However, the doors were firmly shut, and the wandering zombies were unable to open them. Upon noticing Wang Lun's approach, the zombies staggered towards him. With a series of thuds, Wang Lun dispatched the undead that lingered at the entrance before inspecting the state of the door. It appeared to have been deliberately closed. Could there be other survivors within the supermarket? Wang Lun raised his gaze and caught sight of a figure who was also observing him. "You little brat, scram. This place is already under our control," shouted the man stationed in the supermarket, attempting to intimidate Wang Lun into retreating. However, Wang Lun was not easily deterred. The presence of defenders indicated that the opposing party had ample supplies. Wang Lun surveyed his collection of items, having vanquished no fewer than 50 zombies along his journey. Regrettably, the odds of obtaining loot from these ruthless killers were not guaranteed, standing at a mere 10%. The zombie heart bestowed an increase of 1 point to his strength. 2 zombie livers granted a restoration of 1 life point per minute, and 2 zombie ribs augmented his constitution by 1 point. All 3 items were readily acquired from the fallen zombies, and Wang Lun chose to utilize them all at once. In addition to the 5 points of strength conferred by the butcher, Wang Lun's strength soared to an impressive 10 points, delivering a punch with a force exceeding 1,000 pounds. "My friend, all I desire is a morsel to eat. Should you provide me with some sustenance, I shall take my leave." Wang Lun harbored no intention of taking his adversary's life. If necessary, he could simply seek alternative avenues. However, upon hearing Wang Lun's words, the other party promptly hurled a chair from the upper floor. Upon witnessing this, Wang Lun swiftly dodged, yet he could not evade the spittle that his adversary spat. "What sort of scoundrel are you, daring to ask me for food?" The man's temper was far from amiable. In this apocalyptic world, sustenance was an invaluable treasure, one that could scarcely be afforded. Wang Lun let out a cold laugh, opting for action rather than words. Since kindness had fallen on deaf ears, he decided to take matters into his own hands. With a gentle swipe, he wiped away the foul spittle from his face and brandished the fire axe, striking directly at the entrance. "You wretched creature, with your meager strength, do you truly believe you can breach the grand entrance of the shopping mall? You would do well to wash up and retire for the night." The man displayed no concern that Wang Lun could inflict any damage upon the door, for it was a robust steel alloy barrier, 20 centimeters thick, impervious even to the force of a vehicle. Wang Lun gazed at the axe marks left on the grand door and could not help but acknowledge that this entrance possessed a certain gravitas. Ignoring the man's wild howls, he strode out of the supermarket with determination. If 10 points of strength could not breach it, what of 20? Or 30? Wang Lun arrived at a nearby convenience store and conducted a thorough search. He discovered a bottle of mineral water on the ground, along with several trampled loaves of bread. Fortunately, the bread was still wrapped, making it edible. Wang Lun tore open the packaging and, accompanied by mineral water, consumed the entire contents. Once he regained his strength, he prepared to continue his assault on the zombies. However, a wave of nausea washed over him as he beheld the gruesome sight of recently slain zombies being devoured by their fellow creatures. The scene was excessively bloody. Yet knowing that food was scarce, Wang Lun stifled the urge to vomit. Chapter 4. A bold invasion of the supermarket. Zhangge. "There's a man outside trying to break into the supermarket with an axe," reported one of the men. The intruder spotted Wang Lun departing, but still deemed it necessary to inform the leader. "Xiao Lu, fret not. This supermarket security system is renowned throughout the city. He won't even make it through the main entrance," Zhang Dafa casually remarked, not minding the presence of others, as he pressed his head down upon his hands. "Life in the apocalypse is splendid. As the captain of the security team, I can enjoy the company of the CEO's daughter. Not to mention the abundance of supplies that could sustain our team for over a decade," he continued. "Indeed, Zhangge, without this, how could we live so carefree? Even if we only have a decade of such luxury, what of it?" Xiaolu concurred. Zhang Dafa was generous, particularly when it came to women. Believing in sharing the good fortune, he dined with his men and operated fairly, thus maintaining his position. "Now, I shall stretch my limbs," Zhang Dafa leered. Xiaolu understood immediately, leaving while ensuring the door was securely closed. "Miss Lu, do take care of yourself. If you please me, I shall make sure you dine at the table tonight," he added. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope shone in Lu Ruyan's otherwise dim eyes. In this desolate world, the prospect of enjoying a good meal was indeed a luxury. After indulging in his meal, Wang Lun seized the fire axe and resolutely continued his quest to eradicate the zombies. After numerous slayings, he had mastered the art of dispatching a single undead creature with minimal expenditure of effort. 2 hours later, he had cleared the vicinity of the supermarket, vanquishing over 300 zombies. The relentless hacking had dulled the once sharp edge of his fire axe, rendering it necessary to discard the weapon. Wang Lun also comprehended the nature of zombies. Encountering such creatures could spell immense trouble for an ordinary individual. Although zombies are not particularly swift, their overwhelming numbers can easily ensnare one in a formidable encirclement. The inevitable fate of those unable to escape is to be devoured by the relentless horde. Fortunately, Wang Lun adeptly maintained a safe distance from each zombie, thereby evading the dire predicament of being overwhelmed. Wang Lun once again returned to a room near the supermarket to assess his rewards. Zombie Hearts X10 increases strength by 1. Zombie Livers X10 restores 1 point of health per minute. Zombie Ribs X10 enhances Constitution by 1. Zombie Leg Bones X5 boosts agility by 1. Coupled with the 35 points of strength acquired from the butcher, Wang Lun's attributes have experienced a significant augmentation. Host Wang Lun. Primary attributes: Strength 55, Agility 8, Intelligence 3. Constitution 15, the standard for an average male is 1. Secondary attributes: Health 700, Strength Constitution, X10, Energy 180, Intelligence Constitution, X10, Speed 69, Agility Constitution, X3. Physical Attack 210, Strength Constitution, X3, Magic Attack 54, Intelligence Constitution, X3, Physical Resistance 140, Strength Constitution, X2, Magic Resistance 36, Intelligence Constitution, X2. Abilities: Berserker, Butcher. The current Wang Lun is a far cry from his former self, as the substantial enhancement of his attributes has transformed him into a veritable human weapon. Even if he were to allow zombies to gnaw at him, they would leave no mark. It can be asserted that ordinary zombies pose no threat to Wang Lun. However, zombies are not limited to the ordinary. There are also animal zombies, lickers, pursuers, tyrants, and mutated zombies. These formidable foes can withstand conventional firearms, which is one of the reasons humanity struggles to reclaim the infected zones. It is time to have a conversation with those inside the supermarket. As Wang Lun observed the sky darkening, he pondered the urgency of not squandering any more time. Xiao Liuzai, noticing Wang Lun's unexpected return, carelessly tossed a water bottle from the upper floor, containing a freshly concocted warm liquid, and mockingly exclaimed, "You don't seriously think a mere stroll would reveal the way to open the door, do you?" Yet, in the next moment, Xiao Liuzai's disbelief was palpable as he gazed at Wang Lun. With his hands gripping the crevice of the grand door, his face flushed and veins pronounced. Wang Lun exerted considerable effort, lifting the door slightly, creating a narrow gap. Despite the absence of the power system support, even Xiao Liuzai and his crew were unable to open the massive door. Goodness, this fellow is peculiar. I must report this to Brother Zhang, Xiao Liuzai thought, hastily making his way over, realizing that if this individual ascended, his own fate would be dire. Brother Zhang and his 14 companions had just finished their meal, engaged in a game of cards at the table, when they saw Xiao Liuzai rush in, exuding urgency. "Xiao Liuzai, what on earth is the matter with you? Bursting in like that?" One of them grumbled. "It's bad news. There's a man outside who has managed to open the door." Xiao Liuzai hurriedly explained. "So what if he opened it? We are armed. Let him come up, and he will face our bullets," scoffed the others. However, Zhang Dafa held a different perspective. "Pray tell, how did he manage to open the door?" he inquired earnestly. He lifted it with his bare hands. Xiao Liuzai responded obediently to Zhang Dafa's questioning. "Impossible. That door weighs at least 3 or 4 tons. What kind of person could possibly lift it?" "Surely, you jest." Zhang Dafa found the notion utterly absurd. Such a being could not possibly exist. This was a post-apocalyptic world filled with zombies, not one of supernatural powers. For at least 3 months, Zhang Dafa had not encountered a being of such capability. The others shared his incredulity. "Quickly, gather your weapons. Regardless of who he is, I refuse to believe that bullets cannot slay him," Zhang Dafa bellowed, rallying the group, as he retreated to the room to retrieve a handgun. This was a treasured possession of the supermarket's general manager. Had he not acted decisively to seize it from her grasp, he and his companions would still be mere ordinary security guards. Wang Lun did not anticipate that upon entering the supermarket, he would effortlessly find himself in the living area. It seemed they had placed excessive reliance on that grand door, believing that as long as it remained unbroken, all would be well. Suddenly, a flash of fire illuminated the darkness. The crimson shield enveloping Wang Lun dimmed and subsequently vanished. After enduring a prolonged battle against the undead, the shield had sustained considerable damage, and that singular bullet effectively shattered it. Zhang Dafa and his companions, witnessing Wang Lun being struck by a handgun yet remaining utterly unscathed, experienced a profound collapse of their worldview. "You monster, get away from us." In a state of terror, Zhang Dafa incessantly pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrent of bullets from his firearm, desperately hoping to slay Wang Lun on the spot and return to a life of bliss. The others shared the same fervent wish for Wang Lun to fall, yet they were met with disillusionment. Even without the protection of the sanguine shield, Wang Lun's resilience was formidable. The bullets could not pierce his skin. They merely ignited a few sparks, illuminating his countenance in the darkness. It was an exceedingly ordinary face, one that one might glance at and soon forget. However, at that moment, the malevolence and cruelty etched upon it instilled a deep-seated tremor within them. Their minds echoed with the realization. This was a merciless killer, his hands stained with blood. Particularly, the glint of the fire axe sent chills down their spines. The faint-hearted among them had already soiled themselves in fear, repenting for their transgressions in the post-apocalyptic world. This was a demon sent by heaven to exact retribution upon them. They hastily fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. "Please, spare me. I acknowledge my wrongs as long as I live. I would gladly serve you as a beast of burden." Chapter 5. The hope of Qin Su. Wang Lun felt somewhat bewildered. He had yet to take any action, merely having approached. Yet what were they so afraid of? What instilled such fear within them? Wang Lun's voice resonated like that of a devil from the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. "My lord, I am but a fool who fails to recognize greatness. I should not have provoked you. I implore you, spare me." Shaoli fell to his knees, pleading for mercy, recognizing that even a gun was futile against him. What could a mere dozen men possibly accomplish? "It matters not. I am indifferent. After all, it was you who informed me that sustenance could be found here." Wang Lun smiled, attempting to appear more amiable. Xiaoyozi, filled with trepidation, inquired, "Is that true?" "Of course not," came the reply. "How could I possibly let you off the hook?" Wang Lun, a notorious murderer and butcher, could hardly be expected to win others over through virtue when provoked. In the next life, if one cannot use their eyes, they may as well embrace blindness. As the fire axe swung, a head tumbled to the ground. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, save for the dull thud of the decapitated head rolling away. Zhang Dafa, unable to bear such a horrifying scene, erupted in intense rage fueled by sheer terror. He seized a sharp knife and lunged at Wang Lun's body. Yet, with a resounding clang, even with all his might, the knife failed to pierce the skin. Instead, Wang Lun effortlessly lifted him up. "You possess great courage," he remarked, "but I spare none who dare to strike at me." Wang Lun effortlessly snapped his neck, carelessly discarding him like refuse. The others, witnessing Wang Lun's overwhelming power, found any thought of resistance utterly extinguished. "My lord, we have not provoked you. I am willing to be your loyal servant, ready to comply with your every command. There are two stunning beauties in the room, both at your disposal." Zhang Xin stammered in terror, for the first time acutely aware of how close death loomed. Wang Lun had no intention of eliminating them. His aim was to establish a sanctuary, and the number of followers was indeed crucial. Suddenly, a disheveled yet alluring woman burst into the room, exclaiming to Wang Lun, "My lord, I pledge my allegiance to you, vowing to serve you for a lifetime and to stand by your side until death, only asking that you rid me of these men who have violated me." The others, witnessing the former supermarket manager, Qin Su, emerge and make such a bold declaration, felt their hearts momentarily falter. It is said that heroes often struggle in the face of beauty, and particularly with someone as stunning as Qin Su, who had become the object of their admiration in recent days, even surpassing the popularity of the heiress of the conglomerate. Wang Lun gazed at the woman before him, her eyes reddened and brimming with resentment, resembling a venomous serpent that had finally seized an opportunity to deliver a fatal strike. "Huh. Do you believe that in this apocalyptic era, a woman holds more value than 10 men? Is a woman truly significant? Can she assist in the completion of one's tasks? And what of my involvement alongside the adults?" Lu Ruyan, long desensitized to the future, mustered her courage to speak. "Yet, you are merely two ordinary women. Of little consequence to me, merely tools to alleviate my weariness. Wang Lun coldly remarked that 10 men could eliminate the zombies outside and construct a sanctuary, while 2 ordinary women would merely become a burden. Upon hearing this, the men breathed a sigh of relief, surprised to discover that Wang Lun was indeed a pragmatist. Qin Su and Lu Ruyan felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Yet, what did it matter? It was merely a continuation of the life they had endured for the past 3 months. However, an idea suddenly struck Qin Su. Sir, what if I am not an ordinary woman? I graduated from a world-renowned business management school and have been managing this large supermarket since graduation, amassing considerable experience in management. I am uncertain of your intentions, but I can certainly be of assistance, unlike those who possess neither education nor credentials, merely brute force as security guards. If your aim is to establish a paradise that caters to personal whims, then I concede that I fall short compared to them. Yet, if your ambition is to build a grand shelter, to reconstruct human civilization, and to reclaim the lost territories of humanity, leaving a legacy for the ages, then I am undoubtedly more capable than they are, Qin Su asserted confidently. Recognizing that Wang Lun's formidable strength would never allow him to settle for a mere existence within this small supermarket, the security team, initially self-assured, was suddenly rendered speechless. Having failed to consider this perspective, Wang Lun's displayed prowess hinted at aspirations far grander. Truly, he was a general manager who foresaw further than those around him. Wang Lun nodded. This woman was indeed remarkable. Unfortunately, being a woman in such tumultuous times limited her potential. Otherwise, with the resources of this supermarket, she would undoubtedly possess the ability to rally a group of followers. You are quite impressive, Wang Lun praised, then directly struck a nearby security guard with a single punch. Killing him instantly, he received a special item and handed it to her. Now, let me see the extent of your courage. Use it. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was utterly terrified, losing control and unable to utter a word. The other security personnel had never witnessed such a scene. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, fearing they would be the next victim. Qin Su was equally startled. The man before her was unlike anyone she had ever encountered. Cold-blooded, ruthless, and pragmatic. If she did not comply, she would undoubtedly meet a gruesome fate, as he had already deprived him of a laborer, suppressing her nausea and fear. Qin Su accepted the special item from Wang Lun. Its gooey texture nearly made her discard it. Yet the hatred within her allowed her to overlook her other emotions as she immediately activated the item. Instantly, Qin Su felt an uncomfortable, heated sensation throughout her body, but it was also undergoing enhancement. A werewolf. Do not worry, I have always been just. I have given her a chance, and I shall extend the same opportunity to you all. Wang Lun smiled, yet the originally amiable expression appeared chillingly sinister to the others. What opportunity? Zhang Sen inquired timidly. The remaining 11 of you shall face her in combat. She wields an axe while you are unarmed. Should she perish, you shall be spared. Conversely, should you fail, death shall be your fate. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. Within this floor, any attempt to flee will result in your demise. Wang Lun did not intend to spare these security personnel, but rather sought to further awaken Qin Su's potential. The recently acquired special item was indeed a relic of a notorious murderer, endowing her with formidable strength, sufficient to bridge the gap between her and an ordinary man. Qin Su harbored no objections. After utilizing the special item, she discovered her power had surged, a likely result of Wang Lun's influence. Moreover, Wang Lun had provided her with an axe, while the others remained unarmed. Should she fail, it would indeed be unworthy of investment. In these chaotic times, one must possess not only keen intellect, but also robust physique and strength. They acquiesced. Faced with Wang Lun's offer of mercy, how could they dare refuse? 11 grown men should surely be able to handle a woman wielding an axe, or so they thought. As for Lu Ruyan, she was of no concern. A woman thoroughly cowed over the past 3 months. Qin Su, with her fiery temperament and ferocity, required several individuals to restrain her, lest she bite. Chapter 6. 1 against 11. With the fire axe firmly in hand, Qin Su cast a cold gaze upon the very security personnel who had once violated her. Gripping the axe tightly, she swung it toward the nearest security guard. Naturally, the 11 men dismissed Qin Su as a threat, planning to encircle her as they had done in the past, seizing her limbs to render her immobile. However, they were unprepared for the astonishing strength she possessed. A mere swing of the axe severed the head of one security member, blood gushing forth. The others could no longer afford to underestimate Qin Su. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. They were unarmed, Yet Wang Lun had not prohibited them from utilizing other objects. Chairs became their means of self-defense against her lethal blows. This rendered the inexperienced Qin Su somewhat fatigued, especially as 10 men launched their attacks from various directions, overwhelming her defenses. Thus, relying on sheer tenacity, Qin Su bore the brunt of their assaults and forcefully eliminated one individual. Blood splattered across her clothing and face. Her eyes ablaze with fury, resembling a wild beast. One security guard seized a chair and swung it toward her head, believing he could incapacitate her. Yet, Qin Su, seemingly unfazed, turned to him with a grin, declaring, "You're next." In a state of sheer panic, the guard dropped the chair and attempted to flee, only to have his collar caught by Qin Su. In the next instant, her axe cleaved through him, separating head from body. As one security member after another fell, the remaining men no longer exuded confidence, instead succumbing to a growing sense of dread. Wang Lun observed the unfolding drama with keen interest, and one could not help but acknowledge the remarkable bravery of this woman. The human heart bears no significant difference from that of a zombie. Both merely serve to augment one's strength. Yet, she managed to instill terror in the other 11 combatants. Truly formidable. After 30 minutes, only Zhang San, on the periphery, and the nearly exhausted Qin Su remained. "Qin Su, do not hold it against us. This world is as it is. I have no desire to slay you. But if I do not, I shall meet my own demise," Zhang San uttered, mustering courage for himself. The zombie crisis erupted in the dead of night, when the entire shopping mall had already shuttered, leaving only the security team members and Qin Su, Lu Rian. He bore no blood on his hands. His only transgression was having participated with others in the violation of 2 women. At this moment, Qin Su was utterly spent, unable to steady the axe in her grasp. Yet her fury remained undiminished. If you possess the guts, come and kill me," Qin Su scoffed, perceiving him merely as a coward. Zhang San, fearful that she was merely feigning weakness, cautiously approached her with a chair, wary of the possibility that she might cleave him in two. As for fleeing, Zhang San dared not entertain such thoughts. Those who attempted to escape had their skulls shattered by Wang Lun's effortless toss of a stone, more lethal than a bullet. Qin Su watched him scurry like a mouse, retreating further while finding it amusing. Nonetheless, it afforded her a moment to regain her strength. Suddenly, Zhang San realized this too and charged forth, raising the chair to strike at Qin Su's head. Unprepared for such a sudden maneuver, she intended to raise her axe in defense, but it was too late. A bitter smile crossed her lips. It seemed she was destined to be defeated. Yet, a shadowy figure interposed itself before her. She expected it to be Wang Lun, but to her astonishment, it was the timid and submissive Lu Rian. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Su wasted no time in bringing her axe down upon Zhang San's neck, thus concluding the battle. "Ruyan, why must you go to such lengths?" Qin Su's gaze softened considerably. "Sister Qin, I acknowledge my faults. Had I not insisted on you accompanying me to the supermarket, we would not have lingered and encountered these calamities. I have harbored guilt towards you. Now, if I can save you with my life, I shall die without regret. I do not wish to endure this apocalyptic world any longer," Lu Rian replied, her face illuminated with a sense of relief. Zhang San's desperate blow had caused Lu Rian to bleed profusely from her head, a wound from which even Wang Lun could not save her. Witnessing this, Qin Su could only embrace Lu Rian's lifeless body in silence for a time. It was only when Wang Lun approached her that she lifted her head. "You have triumphed. From this day forth, I shall be your servant. I require no mere pet. I am a disciple of the deity of slaughter and destruction. You may refer to me as Father. My purpose in this world is singular, to heed the divine will, eradicate the zombies, and restore the fallen regions." Wang Lun fabricated an identity for himself, for throughout history, religion has wielded considerable influence. Both God and Buddha have been able to instill a glimmer of hope in the hearts of their followers amidst despair. Most crucially, if Wang Lun's identity were to be commonplace, garnering the respect of others would prove difficult. Individuals might envy a fellow human who is strong, yet they would not harbor jealousy towards a deity. Furthermore, it was essential to provide a legitimate origin for Wang Lun's formidable abilities, while simultaneously laying the groundwork for his eventual departure from this world. A priest? A deity of slaughter and destruction? Qin Su felt as though her worldview had been utterly shattered today. If there are deities in the world, why not save humanity? Qin Su asked with a bitter smile. Did you know of the deity of slaughter and destruction before? Have you ever worshipped him? Do you know how to offer sacrifices to him? You are unaware. You all worship the gods of your own making, oblivious to the true name of the divine. I have come here because of the benevolence and compassion of the deity, not because of anything you have done. What connection do your lives and deaths have with the divine? Wang Lun patiently elucidated, almost convincing himself in the process. Qin Su found herself at a loss for rebuttal. After all, this was her first encounter with the deity of slaughter and destruction. Yet, why would such a divinity seek to save them? Was it merely to propagate its own faith? I understand, esteemed envoy of the divine, she replied. Very well. You should first attend to the bloodstains upon yourself. I shall escort these individuals outside to avoid any further disturbance. Wang Lun harbored a strong aversion to the multitude of corpses left within the supermarket. Qin Su implored, might I be permitted to lay Lu Ruyan to rest? I cannot bear the thought of her being devoured by the undead. As you wish, came the reply, but are you certain you wish to venture out? Perhaps it would be more prudent to opt for cremation. Wang Lun paid little heed to these trivial details. Qin Su nodded in agreement, finding Wang Lun's suggestion of cremation quite reasonable. After incinerating Lu Ruyan's remains, she scattered the ashes from the rooftop into the night sky. As dusk settled, Wang Lun meticulously organized the supermarket and discovered an abundance of supplies. There was more than enough meat and vegetables to sustain hundreds for 2 to 3 years. Moreover, the presence of a solar power system ensured that the food would not spoil rapidly. Had Wang Lun been a denizen of this world, he could have comfortably lived for decades on such plentiful resources. However, he was not. His aspiration was to establish a sanctuary and restore humanity's dominion. Thus, these provisions were but a drop in the bucket. After preparing a sumptuous dinner, Wang Lun noticed Qin Su emerging from the bathroom, modestly draped in a towel. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson as she approached. Divine Messenger, she said, I am grateful for allowing me to personally avenge my enemy today. I have no means to repay you, save for offering my humble form, which may bring you a semblance of joy. Wang Lun gazed at the other party, devoid of any desire in his eyes, his fingers gently tapping upon the table. In the silence, Qin Su felt a surge of fear, casting a glance at Wang Lun. Her heart suddenly gripped by terror. In Wang Lun's gaze, there exists not a trace of human desire, only a profound dissatisfaction. Do you believe I rescued you for what? For your flesh? Chapter 7. The Shelter Flyer. Do you think I am human? You and I are fundamentally different. This corporeal form merely serves to facilitate your comprehension of my existence. Attend to your responsibilities, don appropriate battle attire, and then join me for a meal. What I require is a warrior, not a courtesan. Wang Lun spoke coldly, allowing Qin Su to fully comprehend that the other party was indeed a divine messenger, rather than a mere human guise. Thank you, esteemed divine envoy, for your guidance. I shall undoubtedly become the sharpest spear in your hand. Qin Su's worldview was irrevocably reshaped. Everything from her past life faded into insignificance. What mattered now was to accompany the divine envoy in the noble endeavor of reconstructing human civilization amidst the chaos of a tumultuous era. Wang Lun nodded in agreement. Qin Su possessed both courage and wisdom. With a little guidance, she might one day aid in the restoration of human civilization after his departure. He pondered how she could be allowed to be ensnared by carnal desires. Before long, Qin Su changed into a neat and crisp outfit, having also cut her long hair, presenting herself as remarkably capable. Indeed, let us dine, he said. Tomorrow, we must clear the nearby area of zombies and search for survivors. Wang Lun spoke up. Qin Su took a seat at the dining table, gazing at the sumptuous spread before her, and grasped the chopsticks to indulge in the meal. After 3 months of subsisting on their leftovers, the day had finally arrived when she could savor a proper feast. Once dinner was concluded, Qin Su tidied up the dishes and approached Wang Lun to offer her counsel. Esteemed Lord, if you wish to establish a sanctuary, it is quite simple. Merely broadcasting a message across the city will attract those in dire need of sustenance. The challenge lies in how these individuals will arrive and what they will do upon their arrival. It would be futile for them to merely consume our resources without contributing. Qin Su, a graduate of a prestigious university, did not shy away from contemplating these pragmatic issues even during their meal. Observing her swift transformation, Wang Lun felt a sense of joy. After all, during his previous television viewing, he had seen countless women who had been oppressed lose all hope for life. And even those with resilient spirits took a long time to recover. You are correct. Every newcomer must adhere to my rules and contribute labor in exchange for resources. I do not intend to linger in this world for long. If we can rid this city of zombies and establish a human stronghold, that will be our triumph. The subsequent matters will depend on the efforts of humanity itself. Wang Lun also revealed a hint of information, as he would ultimately rely on Qin Su to settle his affairs. Qin Su did not anticipate Wang Lun's words, believing he would remain entrenched within human society. Great Lord, when you depart, could you take me with you? Her aspirations transcended the confines of a single planet. She yearned to explore the vast expanse of the universe. This is not permissible. You must bear the responsibility and mission of completely eradicating the undead. How could you leave with me? Wang Lun declined, saying, if you leave, how am I to fulfill this special task? Moreover, I cannot find any other more efficient tools. Qin Su sighed inwardly. Yet she felt that this arrangement was already quite satisfactory. The following day, Wang Lun entrusted Qin Su with the supervision of the supermarket and embarked on a solitary journey to the radio station to gather the survivors. It was imperative that they became aware of his existence. Concurrently, Wang Lun intended to disseminate flyers. Fortunate enough to have access to fully equipped computers and printers at the supermarket. Otherwise, he would have resorted to hand drawing. As he drove around distributing the flyers, a few scavenging survivors picked them up. The central mall was abundant with essential supplies, and the cult of slaughter attracted numerous survivors, inviting those interested to come forth. A group of survivors gazed at the flyers in their hands, filled with perplexity. In this apocalyptic world, all manner of strange entities had emerged. The cult of slaughter? It was evident that it was no respectable organization. Brother, I've heard of the Central Mall. It's one of the largest in the city, offering a wealth of resources. Unfortunately, its security measures are formidable, making it nearly impossible for us to infiltrate, explained a younger member. We should investigate. Our food supplies are dwindling, and we cannot allow our brethren to suffer from hunger. Wang de Beos tucked the pamphlet into his pocket and drove towards the Central Mall. The allure of the goods was immense. Some audacious individuals began to make their way to the Central Mall, disregarding the possibility of a conspiracy, prioritizing the need to satisfy their hunger above all else. Wang Lun arrived at the radio station only to discover that the power had long been cut off, leaving him uncertain if anyone remained inside. He proceeded directly to the broadcast room, only to find it inexplicably locked from the inside. Wang Lun's fist shattered the door of the broadcasting room, and a startled exclamation echoed from within. Who are you? A large man exclaimed in terror. And who are you? Are there others here? Wang Lun said calmly, gazing at the young man with thick eyebrows and large eyes, uncertain of his intentions. I am Lu Gao, the host of a radio station, and I have found refuge here to escape peril. Lu Gao candidly expressed his concerns, noting that the other party did not appear to be benevolent and should not be offended. I am the priest of the god of slaughter and destruction, and I have established a sanctuary in the central plaza. Should you be interested, I invite you to accompany me there. Wang Lun smiled. Upon witnessing the unsettling grin of his counterpart, Lu Gao felt an involuntary tremor coursing through his body. Particularly unsettling was the fact that the individual was an unfamiliar cleric. For one must recognize that in this nation, the church does not command respect. Aside from the two indigenous sects, the majority are deemed heretical cults. I harbor no interest. I am uncertain of your purpose in this place. Naturally, I am here to disseminate the news of the sanctuary I have established to shelter survivors and to rekindle human civilization amidst the apocalypse. Wang Lun candidly expressed his uncertainty about whether the other party would believe him. The notion of reconstructing human civilization left El Gao in a state of bewilderment. With the zombie virus having claimed the lives of at least 80% of the global population, was it truly feasible for humanity to rebuild? The doomsday priest lamented the absence of power at the radio station, rendering it incapable of disseminating any messages. El Gao, feeling helpless, acknowledged that although he was unaware of the other person's background, their intentions appeared to be noble. Do you have any machines that I might take with me? The Central Mall is equipped with a solar power system. I could utilize it directly when the time comes. Wang Lun was not entirely clear about this matter. Father, if I may speak candidly, establishing a broadcasting tower is indispensable for disseminating information on a larger scale, he stated. Lu Gao shook his head in response. Observing this, Wang Lun understood that in order to utilize radio waves for communication, it was essential to restore the electrical system. Fortunately, the zombies consumed only human flesh and did not significantly damage public infrastructure. Given this situation, I must temporarily set aside my plans. Are you certain you do not wish to accompany me? This place is not safe, and your provisions are insufficient. Wang Lun advised. After all, you are a host, well-versed in the nuances of radio and regarded as a technical talent. El Gao hesitated for a moment, His provisions were indeed running low. Although the destroyer priest appeared formidable and intimidating, he proved to be quite amiable after their conversation. Thus, he decided to impose on the priest's kindness. It's a trivial matter. And besides, you have not been without contribution. The shelter relies on the labor of many. Wang Lun offered a reminder to the others, ensuring they were aware of the challenges they would soon face. At midday, nearly 100 survivors, upon seeing the flyers, congregated near the central mall. Chapter 8. The liquor's Chin Su observed the gathering survivors, yet had no intention of opening the doors to allow them entry. Although her own abilities had improved, she was still unprepared to confront such a multitude. Among those who had survived the apocalypse, how many possessed untainted hands? Only the ruthless could endure. When the central mall remained closed, the others did not foolishly linger at the entrance, but rather retreated to nearby floors to watch. Their attention was drawn back to the mall when a car roared into the vicinity. "Goodness, he has lifted the gate with his bare hands," exclaimed a member of the survivor team, pointing at Wang Lun. "I have witnessed it. That gate must weigh at least 4 tons. An effort beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person, achievable only by the fabled extraordinary beings." Wang Debeos let out a soft sigh. He had encountered the newborn church, which claimed to be on a mission to reconstruct a new human society, yet none who entered ever emerged again. Those fortunate enough to escape spoke in hushed tones about the horrors within, knowing only that the survivors were subjected to experimentation in a quest to create the perfect human. One could only wonder if this destruction church was merely a different face of the same malevolence. Wang Lun also sensed the gaze of others and did not immediately shut the door. Instead, he picked up a megaphone and proclaimed loudly, "Those who wish to enter the sanctuary may approach now." Upon hearing these words, the others did not act immediately, but chose to observe. Although Wang Lun had cleared the nearby zombies once, many had wandered back today. Seeing that no one else was approaching, Wang Lun reluctantly closed the door, even setting aside the fire axe, and began to exterminate the nearby zombies. The onlookers were astonished to witness Wang Lun effortlessly dispatching a zombie with a single punch, leading them to question whether these zombies were merely actors. After the transformation into zombies, their physical attributes and strength were significantly enhanced, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to slay a zombie with bare hands. "Goodness, this man is formidable. 1 punch, 1 zombie." As Wang Debeo listened to the astonished murmurs of his subordinates, he couldn't help but support his forehead in disbelief. Yet, the display of strength was indeed formidable, something he himself could not achieve. With Wang Lun relentlessly dispatching the zombies, the pungent scent of blood attracted a lurking devourer from the shadows. Frustrated by the slow pace of exterminating the undead, Wang Lun seized a nearby utility pole and swung it with abandon in all directions. In an instant, the bodies of the zombies were reduced to a pulpy mass. Seizing the moment when Wang Lun had momentarily exhausted his strength, the devourer charged forth, its foul maw agape, and a long, sinuous tongue shot out like a bullet, aimed directly at Wang Lun's forehead. Instinctively, it believed that consuming the morsel before it would lead to its evolution. Those observing from the shadows could not help but break into a cold sweat for Wang Lun. They had all witnessed the terrifying capabilities of the devourer, whose immense jaws could easily sever a human body, and whose tongue could effortlessly pierce steel. However, Wang Lun had already sensed the creature's presence. It had made its appearance the previous night, but had remained hidden, refraining from attacking him. Now that it had chosen to strike, Wang Lun was not about to let it slip away. He reached out and seized the incoming tongue, pulling forcefully, thereby yanking the devourer toward him. The creature was taken aback by Wang Lun's strength, astonished to encounter a human possessing such power. Yet, its surprise was far from over. For a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing down upon its head, causing a splatter of red and white to erupt. Wang Lun disdainfully cast it aside and picked up the nearby megaphone, once again shouting, "Those who wish to enter the sanctuary, do so swiftly. The gates shall close in 10 minutes, and latecomers will not be accommodated." Wang Lun has already demonstrated his prowess. Those who wish to come may do so, while those who do not are not compelled. "Brother, shall we proceed? I fear that if we go, we may not return. Such a formidable individual undoubtedly harbors great ambitions, and we are no match for him." Wang Xiaobao conceded, urging leave. "Our resources are dwindling, and do you truly wish to continue living in such a manner? Food will eventually be consumed, and only by joining forces to rebuild human civilization do we stand a chance for the future." Wang Debeo perceives with great clarity. These individuals are akin to the floating duckweed upon the vast ocean. easily submerged by a single wave. Yet, will they too share a fate similar to that of the new church? Wang Xiaobao still harbored some concerns. No, the members of the newborn church would not be subjected to the onslaught of zombies. He could not possibly belong to the newborn church. And it appeared that the opposing party was not numerous. Wang Debao has chosen to place his trust in Wang Lun this time. I shall heed my elder brother's advice. Wang Xiaobao chuckled as a group of 7 descended from the upper floor, making their way to the central mall. Others followed suit, some retreating in fear of Wang Lun's formidable power, while others sought the shelter of a protector. Wang Lun closed the doors of the mall, observing the more than 50 individuals entering with a sense of satisfaction, as he had already accomplished half of the main task. The future holds promise. Welcome to the central sanctuary. I am the emissary of the god of slaughter and destruction, and you may refer to me as Father Annihilation, the current leader. This is the sister of slaughter, who will also serve as your leader in the days to come. While introducing himself, Wang Lun did not forget to present Qin Su, for she was destined to oversee the sanctuary in the future. Consequently, last night, Wang Lun appointed Qin Su as the executioner nun. The others were quite puzzled. After all, Wang Lun was still present, so why the urgency in designating the future leader? However, no one dared to voice their questions, as this was a matter concerning their own affairs. I established this sanctuary under divine guidance, with the intention of reconstructing human civilization, and I shall depart from this world after a certain period. I do not require you to join the church. My only expectation is that you adhere to the laws of the sanctuary, contribute your labor, and reap the rewards of sustenance. Wang Lun continued his explanation. Qin Su also distributed the laws of the sanctuary, primarily those pertaining to peacetime regulations, which prohibited theft, murder, and so forth. An additional stipulation was included, forbidding any contempt towards the church. Those who entered were somewhat taken aback to discover that the sanctuary was quite orderly. It became evident that the sanctuary operated similarly to a company. Survivors contributed labor in exchange for remuneration. Dissatisfaction could lead to departure. Yet violations of the law would incur consequences. Wang Debaos harbors no resentment towards the regulations of the shelter. Rather, he is filled with curiosity regarding the expectations placed upon individuals within it. Father, he inquires, I wish to understand the nature of our duties. Upon witnessing this, Wang Lun elucidated, it is quite simple. We shall eradicate the zombies, centering our efforts around the sanctuary, and gradually expand our territory until the entire city is liberated from these undead. As these words left his lips, many survivors' countenances darkened with dread. They had not anticipated such a perilous undertaking. The danger posed by the zombies was immense. They usually went to great lengths to avoid them. Yet the sanctuary was urging them to confront these threats head-on. Was this not akin to courting death? The crowd exchanged glances, feeling as though they had stumbled into a den of thieves. However, Wang Daba did not share their sentiments, for he understood that the path to the reconstruction of human civilization was fraught with such necessities. Without purging the zombies, how could civilization be rebuilt? A group merely clinging to survival could hardly grasp such profound truths. It was a source of shame to be associated with them. Chapter 9, Group Assignments. Father, I am willing to join the fight against the zombies, to contribute to the restoration of human society. Wang Debao's voice resonated with unwavering determination as he passionately proclaimed, embodying the intense patriotism characteristic of a veteran. Wang Lun formed a favorable first impression of the bald-headed giant, deeming him worthy of cultivation. We are also inclined to support this sentiment. The other members of Wang Debao's team echoed in agreement. Their recent experiences having illuminated the harsh reality. To survive in such dire circumstances, one must confront the undead, regardless of the origins of this formidable priest. His prowess was undeniable. He could effortlessly vanquish the voracious fiends. With his assistance, there was a genuine possibility of purging the city of its zombie infestation. Securing even a single city would rekindle humanity's hope for victory. Observing the fervor of their companions, others began to ponder whether these individuals were merely pawns of the church. Were there still others willing to remain? Those who preferred not to engage in the slaughter of zombies might contribute, provided they possess substantial expertise in fields such as electrical maintenance, water management, construction, or medicine. Wang Lun still yearned to gather a cadre of talented individuals, for the reconstruction would necessitate expertise from various fields. Upon hearing this statement, a few among the crowd began to contemplate. I possess skills in computing. Might I be spared from slaying zombies? One individual inquired, raising his hand. Certainly, yet such an arrangement is contingent upon your capabilities. I shall pose numerous technical questions, and I have computers readily available, along with power from the marketplace. Should you fail to produce even a single line of code, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Wang Lun smiled, resolutely denying them any opportunity to take advantage of the chaos. He could tolerate the presence of capable individuals who did not slay zombies, but he could not abide those who feigned competence merely to indulge in idleness. Upon hearing that Wang Lun possessed a computer, this individual immediately withdrew his arms and retreated behind the others, preparing for a hasty escape. Wang Lun remained unfazed, having already set an example. "I am skilled in electrical maintenance. I wish to stay," exclaimed an electrician, raising his hand. Wang Lun gestured for him to approach, then turned his attention to the others. In no time, half of the 50 individuals chose to depart. Among the remaining 25, only 10 were willing to confront the zombies, while the other 15 were all technical professionals. Wang Lun first allowed those unwilling to join to depart, and then proceeded to assess the professional skills of 15 individuals. Subsequently, he nodded in satisfaction, pleased that none among them were merely posing as competent. "All 15 of you may remain, however, during times of inactivity. I can only assure you of a minimal standard of living, with additional provisions offered solely during work periods. You are presented with one final opportunity, to leave or to stay." Wang Lun would never allow them to indulge excessively, for it would dishearten those valiant warriors who had fought to eradicate the zombies. Upon hearing that the treatment had diminished, 5 out of the 15 men chose to depart. In the end, only 20 remained. "Very well, come forth and partake in the meal. Consider this first banquet as my invitation to you all." Wang Lun was also quite delighted, having recruited such a considerable number of individuals on the very first day. It seems that the main quest is not particularly challenging. Wang Dabeo and his companions gazed upon a lavish spread of dishes, their mouths watering at the sight of succulent braised pork and sweet and sour ribs. Joining the sanctuary was indeed a fortuitous decision. After satisfying their appetites, Wang Lun once again convened them. "Since you have chosen to remain, you shall henceforth be divided into logistics personnel and combatants. The logistics team will be overseen by the executioner Nun, while all combatants will follow my lead. Those of you who dare to confront the undead are, in my eyes, individuals of courage. I shall not concern myself with your past deeds. From this moment forward, we shall be comrades in battle. I will not send you into the fray unprepared. This is the vessel of blood. Should you pour its contents upon yourselves, you will be granted a shield capable of absorbing 100 points of damage, ensuring you remain unscathed from bites. If the shield nears its expiration, retreat immediately." Wang Lun would not allow his subordinates to perish easily, though he possessed considerable strength. The task of eradicating the zombies throughout the entire city single-handedly would consume an excessive amount of time. It was only by rallying a group of individuals that he could expedite the completion of this daunting mission. The crowd gazed at the vial of blood, some unable to fathom the existence of such a miraculous substance. Would anyone dare to experiment with it? Wang Lun observed their skepticism. Wang Dabeo stepped forward. Having previously encountered the otherworldly being, he naturally placed his trust in Wang Lun's words. He poured the blood from the vial directly onto himself. Enveloped in a resplendent crimson aura, Wang Xiaobao brandished a steel pipe and struck upward, only to witness the light barrier effortlessly absorb the impact, leaving Wang Daba unharmed. "Father, this vial of blood is quite remarkable. With this, slaying zombies becomes significantly safer. How is it crafted?" Wang Xiaobao chuckled innocently. "As long as it is effective. This light screen can withstand 2 bullet strikes and endure at least 8 attacks from ordinary zombies. It can even resist the tongue of a licker 3 times. Wang Lun, fearing that they might not comprehend the limitations of the blood bottle, continued to elucidate. The logistics personnel, observing this, exhibited subtle shifts in their demeanor, yet refrained from voicing their thoughts, opting instead to witness the combatants' performance in the morrow's battle. Should all proceed without a hitch, they too might partake in the endeavor. For while the logistics staff subsisted solely on porridge and pickles, the warriors indulged in meat daily. The combatants, upon realizing this, were filled with elation. Affirming that their choice to follow the leader was indeed prudent, they were certain to purge the city of all its zombies. "Tomorrow, I shall lead you in the extermination of the undead. To the one who vanquishes the most zombies, I shall bestow the blessing of the divine, granting an enhancement of abilities. As long as you exert yourselves diligently, you too shall attain strength akin to mine." Wang Lun once again unleashed a formidable revelation. igniting an even greater impetus among them to eradicate the zombies. The crowd gazed upon Wang Lun with astonishment. Some beginning to believe in the existence of the deity of slaughter and destruction he spoke of. "Father, may I join you in the endeavor to eliminate the zombies?" Qin Su inquired, for her recent enhancement had made her acutely aware of Wang Lun's capacity to empower her into a formidable force. However, Wang Lun shook his head, responding, "The sanctuary requires vigilant guardianship. Fear not. As a nun, you shall receive the blessings of the divine each day." It was then that Qin Su realized her earlier recklessness. Nonetheless, securing a daily blessing was a significant boon, even though she was uncertain of when Wang Lun would depart. Yet, even in his absence, she felt confident in her ability to manage the sanctuary and continue the noble pursuit. Upon witnessing this, Wang Xiaobao immediately inquired, "Father, I too wish to join the church. What are the necessary requirements?" "The conditions are quite simple. One must have faith in God. When you sincerely devote yourself to our Lord, you will naturally become a member of the church. However, your time is limited, for the divine will not watch over this place indefinitely." Wang Lun spoke enigmatically, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. However, upon realizing that he had no intention of further elaboration, they refrained from pressing the matter. Once the crowd dispersed, Wang Lun began to assess his gains from the day's skirmish with the zombies. Zombie Hearts x5 increases strength by 1. Zombie Livers x10 restores 1 life point per minute. Zombie Ribs x5 increases Constitution by 1. Zombie Leg Bones x5 increases agility by 1. The Butcher's damage enhancement against zombies had reached its maximum level, delivering an additional 100 points of damage alongside a strength increase of 25 points. Host, Wang Lun, primary attributes, strength 85, agility 13, intelligence 3. Constitution 20, with an average male possessing a score of 1. Secondary attributes, life 1050, strength constitution, x10, energy 230, intelligence constitution, x10, speed 99, agility constitution, x3. Physical attack 315, strength constitution, x3, magical attack 69, intelligence constitution, x3, physical resistance 210, strength constitution, x2, magical resistance 46, intelligence constitution, x2. Abilities, Berserker, Butcher. Chapter 10, Extermination of Zombies. My current strength allows me to traverse the zombie-infested world with unchallenged dominance. Wang Lun spoke with a hint of uncertainty, feeling a pang of regret. The mindless nature of zombies rendered them incapable of intellectual prowess, leaving his own intellect embarrassingly stagnant at a mere 3 points. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through his door. "Come in," he called. In the late hours, the only visitor could be none other than Qin Su, the nun of slaughter. "Father, I come to beseech the divine for blessings," Qin Su said respectfully, her hands fidgeting nervously, unsure of where to place them. To outsiders, she was a decisive and ruthless figure, yet in Wang Lun's presence, she appeared somewhat flustered and anxious, acutely aware of the vast chasm that lay between them. From the very beginning, she had acknowledged Wang Lun as her master, harboring deeper feelings within her heart. "Do not be anxious. I shan't repeat the last experience of making you consume a heart. Come here and close your eyes." Wang Lun believed that the other party was anxious about the prospect of continuing to consume raw hearts. As Qin Su approached him, she closed her eyes, plunging into darkness, which typically induces a sense of bewilderment. Yet, Qin Su remained unfazed, for she knew that Wang Lun would never cause her harm. In fact, she felt a flicker of anticipation within her heart. However, she only perceived a large hand pressing against her forehead, a peculiar force radiating throughout her entire being. Wang Lun has bestowed upon the other party an enhancement of physical constitution, a versatile attribute that guarantees no loss in its augmentation. "Open your eyes. How do you feel?" Qin Su sensed the departure of the large hand and experienced a tinge of melancholy. Yet her heart brimmed with joy as she exclaimed, "I feel that my body has improved significantly." "Very well. Return and rest properly. There are numerous matters to attend to tomorrow." Wang Lun dismissed her, yearning for a restful slumber. Qin Su felt a twinge of reluctance to depart, yet she understood that she and he were of entirely different kinds. The last time she had taken the initiative, she had faced disappointment. She could empathize with the sensation of witnessing a male dog in heat before her. Thus, she could only conceal her feelings deep within her heart. The following day, the combatants were brimming with enthusiasm, not solely for the reconstruction of human society, but also in their faith in the grand vision Wang Lun had painted for them. At the very least, in terms of sustenance, Wang Lun had not deprived them. Everyone appeared spirited and vibrant. Indeed, such a demeanor was fitting. Although we may be few in number at present, the endeavors we undertake are of unparalleled honor. Let us embark. At the break of dawn, Wang Lun prepared a nourishing chicken soup for his comrades. 10 valiant warriors marched with unwavering determination behind him, departing from the sanctuary. The support personnel looked on with a hint of envy, not merely for the sumptuous meal they were about to enjoy, but also for the courage to embark on endeavors they themselves dared not pursue. Outside the refuge, the night had elapsed, and the relentless undead once again roamed the streets. The onslaught seemed inexhaustible. After all, this city had once been a bustling metropolis, home to over 10 million souls. With 80% of its population now transformed into the undead, the numbers swelled to at least 8 million. The task of eradicating the zombies was indeed monumental. Not to mention the animals that had also succumbed to the same fate. Wang Lun was acutely aware of this reality, which is why he chose not to tread the lonely path of a lone wolf. This was not a venture that could be accomplished by a solitary individual. It would require the collective effort of generations, perhaps even several. Fellow warriors, the duration of our blood vials is but a day. Let us unleash our wrath upon these creatures that have ravaged our homeland. Wang Lun shouted, leading by example as he charged forward and swiftly dispatched a zombie. Inspired by his courage, the others rallied their spirits, brandishing axes as they joined the fray to slay the undead. Witnessing the once dreaded zombies being effortlessly vanquished instilled a newfound confidence within the group, particularly with Wang Lun by their side, wielding a utility pole. The zombies were unable to encircle them. "Brother, I've never fought such a gratifying battle," Wang Xiaobao exclaimed with joy, particularly relieved that he need not worry about being bitten by a zombie, allowing him to engage in battle without any reservations. Haha, indeed. Today, I shall exert all my strength to vanquish the zombies and become the first to receive the blessing. Wang Debeos confidently expressed his desire to witness the extraordinary abilities of the priest. The others, not wanting to be outdone, thought that if they could possess combat prowess akin to that of the priest, they would no longer need to fear for their safety in the apocalypse. Wang Debeos, I, Li Kuei, am determined to compete with you. This blessing cannot rely solely on words. It must be demonstrated through genuine skill, boomed the dark-faced Li Kuei, as he dispatched another zombie with a powerful swing of his axe. The group rallied their strength and attacked the zombies with fervor for a moment. Their kill counts were closely matched, leaving the identity of the eventual victor uncertain. The collective presence of more than 10 individuals also attracted the attention of 4 or 5 flesh-eaters. In a moment of negligence, Wang Xiaobao was unexpectedly ambushed by a lickers, its resilient tongue striking fiercely against the shield, producing a sound akin to the clash of metal. This spectacle instilled a measure of fear among the onlookers. Although Wang Lun could effortlessly vanquish a lickers, it is exceedingly challenging for an ordinary individual wielding cold weapons to slay one. Only those equipped with firearms possess a glimmer of hope for victory. The lickers, with its swift speed, great strength, and a long tongue capable of distant assault, is indeed a formidable adversary, rendering defense nearly impossible. Upon witnessing this, Wang Lun did not hesitate. These were his cherished possessions, and the loss of even one would deeply grieve him. How could he allow the gluttonous fiends to revel unchecked? With a swift leap, he crushed one of the gluttons beneath his foot, shattering its skull. Seizing a nearby utility pole, he dispatched the remaining fiends with ease. The onlookers watched in awe as Wang Lun effortlessly vanquished 5 of the gluttonous creatures, unable to suppress their astonishment. The priest was formidable. Such strength was surely beyond that which any ordinary human should possess. Following the defeat of the gluttons, there was a brief respite, with no further fiends approaching. After a morning of relentless purging, the area within a kilometer of the sanctuary was nearly devoid of zombies, save for a few still meandering aimlessly. Wang Lun promptly instructed the logistics personnel to construct a low barrier using various materials, not requiring great height, merely sufficient to thwart the advance of the zombies. After all, the undead lack intellect and are not particularly clever. Once they sense no presence nearby, they will refrain from assaulting the structure. By continuously repeating this process, a vast and secure living environment could be established, centered around the shelter. Wang Lun led his combatants in a relentless purge of the encroaching zombies, while the logistics team finally completed the construction of a humble wall as night fell. Gazing upon this rudimentary barrier, The crowd erupted in exclamations of triumph. We have done it. Tears welled in their eyes, reflecting 3 months of mere survival amidst the collapse of their nation and the dissolution of the military, which had extinguished their hopes. Yet today, for the first time, they glimpsed a future for humanity. Those who had not entered the shelter the previous day, witnessing Wang Lun's valiant efforts to eradicate the zombies without a single casualty, were filled with regret. Particularly poignant was the sight of Wang Lun, in celebration of this initial success, generously ensuring that everyone enjoyed a hearty meal. This feast took place on newly acquired land, and the tantalizing aroma of cooked meat and rice wafted from afar, causing mouths to water. By heavens, I too shall join the shelter tomorrow. It has been ages since I savored a satisfying meal, declared a man, his fists clenched. Though a twinge of anxiety gripped him at the thought of being turned away, having retreated in fear just the day before. Chapter 11. Reclaiming the granary. As the crowd relished their feast, Wang Lun rose to address them. Today, the combat team displayed remarkable valor, and I have observed your prowess in battle. Your achievements in slaying our foes are commendable. Thus, I have decided to bestow an additional blessing upon one of our combat members. Wang Lun laughed heartily, and the combatants were filled with joy upon hearing this. Especially Zhang Kuei, who felt elated, as Wang Daba had already surpassed him by 1 kill, leaving him in a commendable second place. Surely, everyone is now aware of who holds the first and second ranks. Let us invite Wang Daba and Zhang Kuei to step forward. Wang Dabo and Zhang Kuei emerged with a buoyant demeanor, their hands fidgeting nervously. After all, aside from the slaughtering no one was privy to the intricacies or outcomes of the blessing process. Relax. The act of bestowing blessings is devoid of pain. Simply clasp your hands together, shut your eyes, and silently invoke praises to the deity of slaughter and destruction in your heart. Wang Lun smiled, observing the 2 individuals kneeling with their heads bowed. He extended his hand and placed it upon their heads, silently utilizing the inventory of his murderous artifacts to enhance their strength and constitution. Although this would incur some short-term loss in the future, when they were able to safeguard the sanctuary, he could freely venture out to eradicate zombies to compensate for it. Moreover, at this moment, Wang Lun's prowess was such that, unless faced with a barrage of heavy weaponry, mere zombies posed no threat to him. Upon closing their eyes, Wang Daba and Zhang Kuei could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety within their hearts. However, it was not long before they sensed a surge of power emanating from within, fortifying their very beings. The blessing bestowed upon them was fleeting, lasting a mere 3 minutes. The onlookers held their breath, intently observing the 2, yet alas, no discernible changes were visible from an external perspective. It was time to open their eyes and truly perceive the transformations they had undergone. After Wang Lun concluded the blessing, he departed from the dining hall and returned to his chamber. Subsequently, Qin Su also exited, and the others immediately surrounded the 2, eagerly inquiring about the outcome of the blessing. Elder brother, did you feel any difference? Have you grown stronger? Wang Xiaobao chuckled, expressing that he felt his strength had doubled, as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. Wang Debao chuckled, effortlessly lifting Wang Xiaobao with a single hand. Wang Xiaobao exclaimed, Elder brother, please put me down quickly. I have a fear of heights. Zhang Kuei responded with hearty laughter. Come now, dear brother Dabo, let us engage in some practice. After enhancing his physique, Zhang Kuei felt an overwhelming confidence, believing he could easily vanquish his former self with a single punch. No wonder the priest was so formidable. If he could receive blessings daily, he would be capable of sweeping away the zombies all on his own. Very well, I happen to be itching for a challenge. Wang Debao also yearned to test the extent of his newfound strength. The others made space for the 2, eager to witness their prowess. Zhang Kuei was the first to strike, launching a powerful punch that swept through the air with ferocity. Any ordinary person struck by such a blow would surely be incapacitated. Yet, Wang Debao extended his palm to meet it. The 2 then engaged in a direct contest of strength, their faces reddening and veins bulging, neither willing to concede. Debao, you are impressive. I acknowledge your strength, Zhang Kuei said, withdrawing first with a hearty smile. The onlookers were filled with envy, each silently vowing to secure the top position the following day. Fortunately, after receiving their blessings, Wang Debao and Zhang Kuei would not be compared to the others during the same week. They would only face re-evaluation the next week. And as long as they accumulated the defeat of 100 zombies, they could also receive blessings. This prospect invigorated them all. A month later, under Wang Lun's relentless distribution of flyers, an increasing number of survivors gathered at the shelter. The population within the sanctuary reached 300, including 100 combatants. A robust wall was constructed within a 10-kilometer radius of the shelter, effectively eradicating all zombies within the vicinity and establishing a secure haven. Wang Lun divided the combatants into 3 groups, one led by Qin Su, another by Wang Daba, and the third by Zhang Kuei. Each individual was bestowed with at least 5 blessings, with Qin Su receiving 30, while Wang Daba and Zhang Kuei each received 15. The combined strength of these 3 was more than sufficient to effortlessly contend with the lickers, ensuring the sanctuary remained impervious to the onslaught of the undead. Wang Lun's strength has seen a remarkable enhancement. Over the course of a month, he has dispatched no fewer than 10,000 zombies. With a single punch, he can effortlessly obliterate an entire building. In the priest's office, Qin Su, with a troubled expression, remarked, "Father, the food supplies at the central mall are dwindling and will last at most 3 more months." Wang Lun pondered for a moment before responding, "I understand now. It is time to reclaim the granaries and the agricultural bases. The undead do not destroy food, and even if the granaries and fields suffer some damage, the provisions stored within can sustain us for a considerable duration." Qin Su nodded in agreement, saying, "It must be so." She had faith in Wang Lun's strength to eradicate the zombies within. "You shall remain at the shelter to guard it, while I will lead a team to accomplish this task." Wang Lun made the arrangements. Upon hearing Wang Lun's intention to reclaim the granary, Wang Dabeos promptly offered, "Father, I wish to accompany you." "Very well. Bring along your team and a few trucks." Wang Lun is indifferent to who has come before. It suffices that someone is present. Indeed, Wang Daba smiled, confident that the completion of this task would surely yield substantial rewards. The city's granary lay a considerable 30 kilometers from the central market, and 10 large trucks made their way there together. On board, Wang Lun gazed at the dramatically transformed shelter, a deep sense of satisfaction swelling within him. The 10 kilometers of safe territory had been painstakingly constructed by the hands of the shelter's inhabitants, brick by brick, strike by strike. Regrettably, the number of survivors remained lamentably low, rendering the area rather desolate. Along the journey, as the trucks rumbled through, the zombies, drawn by the noise, immediately launched an assault. However, the trucks simply ignored them, crushing them under their wheels. It is worth noting the lurking lickers, whose tongues could easily pierce the truck's tires. Thus, each vehicle required vigilant watchfulness, ready to fend off any attacks from these creatures at a moment's notice. Fortunately, the lickers seemed to sense the strength of the humans and refrained from assaulting them. After more than an hour, the city's granary was reached, Jihai Granary. Wang Lun gazed upon the plaque affixed to the imposing gate, which stood firmly shut, obstructed by a multitude of objects. While the air was rife with the scent of smoke and fire, it appeared that survivors still lingered within. Half of the group was tasked with safeguarding the truck, while the other half accompanied me inside. However, the commotion outside drew the attention of those in the granary, who emerged brandishing weapons. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Confronted by a contingent of 40 to 50 men, many of whom were armed. Observing their attire, they seemed to resemble law enforcement officials from the world before the apocalypse. "We hail from the central shelter, and our purpose here is to procure sustenance." Wang Lun smiled, yet an unmistakable chill permeated the atmosphere. "This place belongs to us. You shall return whence you came," the leader bellowed, brandishing his pistol as a menacing threat. Although Wang Lun's group was substantial, they were unarmed and thus did not provoke much concern. "I apologize, but today we are determined to procure the food supplies. I present you with a choice. Join us at the central sanctuary. Of course, you may refuse, but I suspect you would prefer not to discover the consequences of such a decision." Chapter 12. The Jinhai Sanctuary. Haha. Have you lost your senses? Do you truly believe you can seize our granary with mere fists? The granary supervisor scoffed, finding their naivety amusing. "Do you not understand the concept of bullets being swifter beyond 7 paces, and both swift and precise within that range? It seems you are unwilling to comply. I regret to inform you that, in this apocalyptic world, I am compelled to act in this manner." Wang Lun sighed and said, "They merely wish to safeguard their provisions. Step back. Let me bear this sin alone." Wang Lun appeared to be a figure of compassion and sorrow, yet in truth, he was merely reluctant to allow others to seize the opportunity for glory, for humanity possesses the potential to unleash extraordinary intellect. The onlookers felt a twinge of discomfort. As they were all brethren of the same species, if the opposing party were to join their sanctuary, it would undoubtedly bolster their collective strength. The personnel in the granary observed Wang Lun's self-indulgent display, pondering whether he might be afflicted with a mental disorder, for how else could he utter such words? However, in the blink of an eye, a shadow materialized before them. The granary supervisor found himself grasped by the throat, his feet lifted off the ground by Wang Lun's single hand. "I shall grant you another chance," he declared. "Join our sanctuary. Our appropriation of the provisions is not merely for sustenance. It is a means to eradicate the undead, restore the regions ravaged by humanity's fall, and reconstruct the fabric of human civilization." Wang Lun once again advised, to rebuild human civilization, do you have any idea how many have perished? How many have been devoured by the undead? The military, the government, all have been utterly obliterated. We are merely clinging to existence. The grain store manager replied helplessly. And what of it? As long as humanity endures, we can reconstruct once more. The knowledge and technology that we have lost can be rediscovered. Wang Lun felt a profound dissatisfaction with the other's mindset, yet he could also comprehend it. Our sanctuary has established a secure perimeter of 10 kilometers, with collective effort. We can surely eradicate all the zombies. However, the supervisor of the granary burst into laughter and remarked, "But do you know that zombies can reproduce?" At this utterance, Wang Lun's mind seemed to momentarily malfunction. "Have you ever witnessed such a phenomenon?" Wang Lun inquired. "Indeed, ordinary zombies can be eradicated. However, within their ranks, evolution does occur. The liquor is capable of reproduction, as are other evolved zombies. Ordinary zombies merely serve as their sustenance." The warehouse supervisor replied with resignation. "And so what? While zombies may grow stronger, so too shall humanity." Wang Debao spoke out in rebuttal. At that moment, a lickspittle caught sight of 10 large trucks and numerous humans. Feeling a profound gratitude for the blessings bestowed by the heavens, upon encountering the liquor, Wang Debao immediately charged forward, pinning the creature beneath him and delivering a decisive blow that shattered its skull. He then dragged its lifeless form before the individuals at the granary, proclaiming, "Behold, the liquor is nothing more than this. Moreover, as long as humanity can restore the production of firearms and proceed with caution, we shall undoubtedly eradicate the undead." Wang Debao exclaimed loudly, particularly noting the presence of Wang Lun, which instilled in them a profound sense of security. The granary supervisor appeared somewhat hesitant upon witnessing this. "Can I also become so formidable?" "Certainly," Wang Debao confidently declared. "Very well, I shall join you." The grain depot supervisor spoke in a grave tone, and the others understood. If they did not join, death would indeed be their fate. The devourers, armed as they were, could not be defeated, let alone unarmed. Wang Lun was indeed grateful for the addition of new members, for the greater the number, the more humanity civilization could endure. The Jinhai granary had become a refuge for numerous survivors, their ranks swelling to 100 souls. Among them were over 50 robust men, alongside women and children. Just as the group commenced the transfer of provisions to the awaiting trucks, the roar of engines pierced the air. Another wave of survivors, driven by desperation for sustenance, approached the Jinhai granary in search of food. However, upon witnessing the ongoing efforts of the current group, the leader among them swiftly brandished a submachine gun and fired a warning shot into the sky. The sharp cracks of gunfire drew the attention of all present. Wang Lun was the first to stride forward. Observing the opposing force, a large truck filled with approximately 30 to 40 individuals, armed with rifles and submachine guns. It seemed they had located the armory. The leader, Zhao Jia, with an air of superiority, bellowed, "All of you, cease at once. These provisions belong to our Jinhai sanctuary. If you wish to avoid death, depart from this place and leave the vehicle behind." Jinhai sanctuary. Wang Lun had never heard of it. But the supervisor of the granary recalled that it was a wartime refuge, transformed from a bomb shelter capable of withstanding a nuclear strike. He never anticipated that someone would activate it. Initially, Wang Lun felt a tinge of regret that the individuals within the granary could not be harmed, but unexpectedly, others rushed in to meet their demise. With nothing but these makeshift weapons in your hands, you lack the means to seize the provisions. However, I do have a well-considered proposal. You should join us at the central sanctuary from the Jinhai refuge. Wang Lun smiled, attempting to present a more amiable demeanor. However, the countless zombies he had slain, nearly 100,000 in just 1 month, had cloaked him in an aura of sanguine dread. The oppressive scent of blood seemed to envelop him as if it were a tangible entity. Upon seeing Wang Lun, Zhao Jia was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether this man had emerged from a veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Unfortunately, this was an era dominated by firearms. I have heard of the central shelter, yet I have always been too preoccupied to seek you out. It seems fortune smiles upon me today. I hope your shelter still possesses some supplies, as our refuge is in dire need of clothing and provisions, Zhao Jie declared with a hearty laugh. His submachine gun, now trained on Wang Lun, prepared to fire at the slightest hint of hostility. Regardless of the nature of his adversary, under the onslaught of firepower, he would surely meet his demise. It appeared that an agreement was beyond reach. Wang Lun understood that without demonstrating formidable strength, the adversary would never capitulate. Moreover, he could discern that the opponent was far from being virtuous, with a considerable amount of blood on their hands. Thus, if that were the case, it was time to take their life. With a forceful stamp of his foot upon the ground, Wang Lun erupted into motion, akin to a cannonball being discharged, stirring up a cloud of dust. Zhao Jie immediately sensed something amiss and shouted, "Fire at will, regardless of the consequences." Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when he found himself soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, the rifles in the hands of the others unleashed a barrage of bullets towards Wang Lun. They had anticipated that they could vanquish this monstrous figure, for neither the lickers nor the pursuers could withstand the onslaught of modern weaponry. However, the man before them was impervious to their bullets. They failed to penetrate even his skin, merely leaving behind faint white imprints. Wang Lun initially intended to offer them a chance to surrender, yet they responded with cries, labeling him a monster. In a state of terror, they scrambled onto the truck, eager to flee. However, Wang Lun was determined not to allow their escape. The Jinhai refuge likely harbored a considerable number of survivors, and they possessed a wealth of firearms, effective weapons against the undead. In the driver's cabin, Zhao Kong, the second in command of the refuge, witnessed his elder brother being effortlessly slain, rendering their firearms futile. His only desire was to drive away from this nightmare, convinced that the assailant could not possibly pursue the truck. Yet no matter how fervently he attempted to ignite the truck's engine or accelerate, it remained stubbornly immobile. "Brother, hurry and drive. If we do not leave now, that man will surely kill us," the others urged, unaware that Zhao Kong felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Chapter 13. The mysterious figure. I understand your urgency, but please remain calm. The vehicle is not at fault. It is he who obstructs our path, Zhao Kong conceded, abandoning his attempts to start the truck as Wang Lun effortlessly blocked its advance. It was only then that the others caught sight of Wang Lun standing before the truck. Was this truly a human being? "Get out of the vehicle." Wang Lun coldly remarked that were it not for his need for manpower to eliminate the zombies, he would have already dispatched them all. After all, the act of slaying these few individuals would merely yield a handful of attribute points, easily replenished by casually exterminating zombies. However, humanity possesses the unique ability not only to vanquish the undead, but also to procreate. Yet, their overwhelming fear of Wang Lun rendered them hesitant. To descend from the vehicle would be akin to courting death, but to remain inside, Wang Lun chuckled softly, lifting the truck with both hands as if it were a mere refuse container, and proceeded to pour its contents out as one would dispose of waste. The inhabitants of the Wang Dabo shelters were accustomed to such scenes, but the individuals from the Jinhai granary were struck with terror at the sight, questioning how such a formidable human could exist. Or was he truly human? The people from the Jinhai refuge felt physically unwell. Once expelled, they were overwhelmed with nausea, as if the contents of their stomachs were about to be heaved forth. "Spare us, noble sir. We are merely subordinates of Zhao Jie and are willing to surrender." To join the central shelter. Although Zhao Kong shared the same surname as Zhao Jie, they were not related. Thus, with Zhao Jie's demise, Zhao Kong harbored no resentment towards Wang Lun. The others, observing Zhao Kang's example, swiftly followed suit in their surrender. Who among them would prefer death when life could be preserved? Working under any master was still work, as long as there was food to eat. You demonstrate commendable insight. Now, enlighten us about the circumstances within the Jinhai refuge. Wang Lun gestured towards Zhao Kong, who promptly ingratiated himself by saying, "My lord." The Jinhai refuge was established by Zhao Jie, seemingly prepared even before the cataclysm. However, he is not the leader, rather. It is governed by a group of enigmatic individuals. They control the essential supplies and weaponry within the sanctuary, often engaging in clandestine activities deep within its confines. We joined later, and there are at least 3,000 individuals residing within. Wang Lun listened intently to Zhao Kang's words, deep in thought. I have always known that the zombie virus would not spread without reason. Even without the Umbrella Corporation, other organizations would undoubtedly engage in research and development. This phenomenon is certainly not a product of nature's spontaneity, but rather a creation of human hands. Yet, what could be their underlying motive? What purpose does it serve to disseminate the zombie virus across the globe? Profit? Authoritarian control? These ambitions necessitate a functioning human society. Very well, guide me. The rest shall return with the inhabitants of the shelter. Wang Lun distributed the inhabitants of the shelter into combat teams and confiscated their rifles. Upon returning to the refuge, he entrusted Qin Su with determining their tasks. My dear, there are still Maxim machine guns and Barrett sniper rifles in the shelter, and even R.G. is present. Are you certain there will be no issues? Zhao Kong felt apprehensive about confronting the people in the shelter, for the weapons they wielded were formidable. Moreover, even the evolved tyrant, a king among zombies, could not withstand the might of a Barrett or R.G. missile. Haha, you seem to be concerned for my well-being. Fear not, my strength surpasses your imagination. Wang Lun laughed heartily, declaring that the Jinhai refuge was indeed a coveted prize. For over 3,000 souls was no small number. He pondered the reason behind the Lord's visit to the sanctuary. Noting that the provisions within had nearly been depleted after 3 months of consumption, which prompted their reluctant journey to the granary in search of any remaining supplies. Zhao Kong lamented that with more than 3,000 individuals, a considerable amount of food was consumed daily, and the prospect of sheltering them was becoming increasingly unfeasible. Beyond sustenance, what else could be done? Population is an indispensable element in the human endeavor to rebuild civilization. The refuge, however, seemed solely focused on mere survival, rendering the presence of such a large populace unnecessary. Wang Lun elucidated, however, esteemed sir, as long as the zombie virus remains unresolved, how can we possibly aspire to reconstruct human civilization? Even a minuscule trace of the virus can lead to the downfall of our sanctuary. Zhao Kong was not disinclined to eradicate the zombies, yet the task proved exceedingly arduous. There will undoubtedly be a solution. Our central refuge has already established a 10-kilometer zone devoid of zombies. With an increase in numbers, we shall surely be able to restore human civilization. As for the zombie virus, we can only deliberate on it over the long term. Wang Lun is not a virus expert. His current resource is the efficacy of the blood vial, which serves to protect the inhabitants of the shelter from the gnawing of both human and animal zombies. After all, the virus requires transmission through blood rather than through the air. Upon witnessing Wang Lun's actions, the individuals within the refuge felt a surge of excitement, despite their past misdeeds. They had not completely extinguished their conscience. Sir, you have accomplished what we dared not attempt, one of them exclaimed. Zhao Jie had spent the past few months shrinking away in the shelter, merely subsisting without action. We are willing to join you in exterminating the zombies. Zhao Kong expressed unwavering faith in Wang Lun, believing that such formidable strength would render him immune to infection, and with his presence, the establishment of a human stronghold was assured. As for the zombie virus vaccine, it could be developed through research as long as there was life. Zhao Kong drove the truck, leading Wang Lun and a dozen combatants toward the Jinhai shelter. An hour later, they beheld the refuge not far from the city. The Jinhai shelter was constructed underground, with an entrance featuring a massive door weighing 5 to 6 tons. Without the inhabitants' permission, entry was no simple feat. Zhao Kong disembarked, producing his identification in an attempt to gain access. However, upon seeing the unfamiliar faces accompanying Zhao Kong and noting that Zhao Jie was absent, the guard inquired, Zhao Kong, where are the others? Who are they? At a loss for words, Zhao Kong hesitated until Wang Lun stepped forward. With a powerful strike, he dealt a blow to the heavy door, which was instantly breached, creating a gaping hole the size of a basin. The guards were left in disbelief. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? The same door that had withstood relentless pursuers had been shattered so effortlessly. Yet, the guards dutifully activated the alarm. Enemy attack. Wang Lun gestured for others to step back, declaring that he would handle the situation alone. After a series of powerful strikes, the steel alloy door was completely breached. Countless black tubes were aimed directly at Wang Lun's body. You are quite intriguing. Surrender, and I may spare your life. The true master behind the sanctuary, Li Liang, was filled with astonishment to witness such formidable strength in a human. The newborn church had undertaken numerous endeavors to create the perfect human, one who could achieve immortality while possessing immense power. Could it be that this individual had undergone enhancement through the zombie virus, emerging as a perfect being, far surpassing the capabilities of those manufactured by the Council of Elders? You wretched creatures dare to demand my surrender? How utterly ludicrous! Wang Lun wasted no words and charged directly towards the fully armed guards with all his might. Li Liang furrowed his brow. He had no desire to see such a remarkable individual perish. Thus, he commanded, utilize tranquilizer darts. We need him alive. Chapter 14. The laboratory. Wang Lun secretly chuckled, realizing that he had been underestimated by them. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he remained oblivious to the concept of an opponent. Countless tranquilizer bullets struck Wang Lun's body, yet not a single one managed to pierce his skin. All the bullets fell before him, accumulating in a heap. Wang Lun kicked the bullets away with a powerful strike, and under the immense force, the projectiles scattered haphazardly onto the guards, instantly incapacitating several, leaving them sprawled on the ground. It was at this moment that Li Liang comprehended that the individual before him possessed not only formidable strength but also a physical resilience that far surpassed that of ordinary evolved zombies. I shall use armor-piercing rounds. Even if you are a corpse, I will prevail. The notion of underestimating Wang Lun dissipated from Li Liang's mind. For the latter was an enigma. After all, zombies are fundamentally carbon-based life forms, and they should not exhibit such high resistance to conventional firearms. To Li Liang's astonishment, even the armor-piercing rounds failed to penetrate Wang Lun's defenses. You are not human? Could it be that you are a robot? This incredulous thought crossed Li Liang's mind. Recalling the whispers of advanced nations researching robotic soldiers prior to the apocalypse, beings endowed with extraordinary strength and intelligence, Wang Lun could not help but chuckle. The situation was utterly absurd. Indeed, I am human, albeit slightly more capable than the average person. Now, the game is over. Surrender, and I may spare your life. Reveal everything you know about the zombie virus. Li Liang would not easily capitulate, even if this weapon could not harm Wang Lun. There were more formidable weapons at his disposal. You must stop him. At this moment, Li Liang merely wished to flee to the command room, where safety awaited. If he could access the weaponry within, he would undoubtedly eliminate the monstrous being before him. Had he known better, he would not have succumbed to curiosity. Now escape seemed an arduous task. However, Wang Lun had lost all inclination for play. The confidence exuded by his adversary was too tantalizing to disregard. With a powerful thrust, Wang Lun barreled forward, toppling the guards in his path, and seized Li Liang by the throat, lifting him effortlessly like a kitten. Now, shall we engage in a proper conversation? Li Liang could scarcely fathom that he would one day be held in such a manner. A mere squeeze could spell his demise. What is there to discuss? I am merely a wealthy individual who happened to construct this place. Li Liang assumed Wang Lun was unaware of his true identity and fabricated a response. Ah, it seems you are unwilling to converse amicably. Very well. I am not a villain by nature. I will pose my question once. Should you refuse to answer, I shall break one of your fingers. When all 10 fingers are shattered, I shall proceed to your hands, your feet, and then your third leg. Wang Lun threatened, expressing disbelief that this person's resolve was so unyielding. I am truly an ordinary person, knowing nothing at all. What do you wish for me to say? Li Liang inhaled deeply, responding with resignation. You must belong to the newborn church. Enlighten me about this organization. Wang Lun had long heard of the New Life Church from the lips of Wang Daba. At that time, he was indifferent, for the shelter still required his presence, leaving him no time for other matters. I know nothing of this New Life Church. I have never heard of it, Li Liang retorted stubbornly. Wang Lun did not anticipate that this seemingly delicate individual would possess such resilience. He promptly broke the man's right index finger. Ah, I truly know nothing. Li Liang cried out in agony. Wang Lun, observing the demeanor of the opposing party, pondered whether he had misjudged the situation. However, casting a glance at the other guards, he found it exceedingly perplexing that a mere effete figure, devoid of any martial prowess, could command such an armed force. This posed a profoundly pragmatic question. Particularly in a post-apocalyptic world, who would heed your orders without just cause? It was evident that there must be someone backing him. So do enlighten me. What authority do these guards have to obey your commands? Without any support behind you, it would be sheer folly to believe them. Li Liang could only feel an excruciating pain in his fingers. This man showed not an ounce of mercy. Wang Lun discerned that Li Liang's reluctance to speak was not due to a lack of desire, but rather an inability to voice his thoughts, as if some unseen force hindered him from revealing information regarding the newborn church. Very well, I shall not press you further. Share whatever you are able to convey. I have faith in your capacity to do so, for those who cannot find their voice hold little worth in this world. Wang Lun spoke coldly, expressing that his patience was wearing thin. Follow me, and I shall take you to the laboratory for a glimpse. In order to survive, Li Liang was compelled to divulge a fragment of information. Meanwhile, he discreetly instructed his subordinates to summon assistance. However, in this apocalyptic world, the arrival of that aid remained uncertain. Wang Lun comprehended his intentions. Evidently, the organizational capacity behind this was formidable. He released Li Liang, yet maintained a distance of less than 10 centimeters. Should there be any sign of movement, Wang Lun could assuredly deliver a fatal blow. Li Liang, with his left hand caressing his bent fingers, mused that the pain was indeed excruciating. The predicament of extricating himself from this individual was troublesome. Should he make any sudden move, the other party would undoubtedly eliminate him without mercy. Reluctantly, Li Liang guided Wang Lun into the depths of the refuge, to the laboratory. Along the way, Wang Lun observed the survivors within the shelter, appearing gaunt and emaciated, huddled together in line to receive meager bowls of gruel. Upon noticing Wang Lun trailing behind Li Liang, they regarded him with mere curiosity. Wang Lun felt somewhat uncomfortable. Surrounded by so many individuals, he realized that within a year, he could expand the central sanctuary's base to a radius of 40 to 50 kilometers. Despite Li Liang's deliberate attempts to slow down, he nonetheless escorted Wang Lun to the laboratory within 10 minutes. The space was filled with various living zombies and dissected human corpses. It was evident that they were conducting experiments utilizing both zombies and humans. Wang Lun furrowed his brow, pondering the true intentions of the newborn church. Could it be that this newborn church has unearthed the zombie virus from some obscure corner, discovering its potential for granting immortality, albeit with inherent flaws, and now seeks to refine the virus to fulfill its own ambitions? Wang Lun speculated. Li Liang, somewhat astonished, turned to Wang Lun and said, "I haven't said anything yet. How did you manage to guess half of it?" Wang Lun gazed at Li Liang, nodding and then shaking his head, feeling somewhat displeased. "Could you not express yourself more straightforwardly?" Li Liang, seemingly aware of Wang Lun's thoughts, pointed to his own head. Wang Luntong suddenly comprehended that perhaps something had been implanted in the adversary's mind, rendering them incapable of voicing their thoughts. The researcher, Li Liang, recounted today's experimental data. The virus within the zombie's body exhibited diminished activity under the influence of metallic palladium, resulting in a slight restoration of consciousness. Human cells, however, remain susceptible to infection by the virus, with only 1 in 1,000 subjects achieving any form of evolution. Li Liang's words illuminated for Wang Lun the fact that the zombie virus was undoubtedly not a mere accident, but rather a product of human intervention. Yet, what kind of entity could orchestrate the global descent into a zombie epidemic? The forces involved were surely formidable. It must be noted that the primary mode of transmission for the zombie virus was through blood, not air. The virus would lose its viability within 20 centimeters of leaving its host. This indicated that there must be individuals covertly disseminating the zombie virus simultaneously. Chapter 15. Parasites. Li Liang presented an array of experimental data, yet regrettably, it did not encompass the information Wang Lun yearned to uncover. Having shared so much, "Might you spare my life?" Li Liang ventured, suggesting that if he were not afraid of death, he would not engage in such endeavors. Wang Lun surveyed his surroundings. Where the dismembered corpses of humanity lay, akin to specimens in a grotesque dissection, he understood that the newborn church's acceptance of so many souls was not born of benevolence. Rather, it was an insidious scheme that treated human lives as mere lab rats for experimentation. To survive, one must possess value. Could you concoct a serum or a vaccine capable of combating the immunizing virus? If so, Wang Lun would not hesitate to spare your life, even if it were akin to that of a dog. However, I can only produce serum. The creation of a permanent vaccine eludes me, as the zombie virus perpetually evolves. Li Liang stated solemnly that even if support was futile, he should still be able to evade death. You possess some utility, yet curb your aspirations. The newborn church poses no threat to me as long as they cannot wield nuclear weaponry. Were it not for your inability to disclose their headquarters, I would have already dismantled them. Wang Lun scoffed, remarking that although he could not withstand a nuclear bomb at present, he would fearlessly confront 100 nuclear bombs while annihilating 1,000,000 zombies. Naturally, Li Liang dared not refute him, yet he harbored a curiosity regarding the limits of this individual's strength, wondering if it could rival that of the monsters from the general headquarters. Beep, beep, beep. A call echoed through the laboratory. "Li, the support has arrived. Where's the enemy?" Li Liang awkwardly glanced at Wang Lun, terrified that a single strike from him could spell his demise. Wang Lun chuckled lightly, producing a length of rope to secure him before escorting him outside the refuge. Outside the sanctuary, a helicopter hovered in the sky, not descending directly to the ground, but rather surveying the surroundings. If the enemy appeared too formidable, retreat would be the wisest course of action. Wang Lun led Li Liang out of the shelter, only to behold a helicopter soaring above. The occupants of the aircraft also noticed Li Liang, bound and helpless. However, how could a solitary human possibly breach the defenses of the refuge? Were so many unable to subdue just one? Who are you? Release Professor Li, and we may spare your life, threatened a voice from the helicopter. Yet, Wang Lun felt no fear. A stone materialized in his hand, and with a casual toss, it unleashed a force surpassing even that of RG, directly bringing the helicopter down. Li Liang was astounded, exclaiming, "You brought down a helicopter with just a stone? This is more absurd than any anti-Japanese drama." Yet, the undeniable reality before him left no room for disbelief. Wang Lun rushed to the site of the aircraft's crash, excavating a corpse from the wreckage. With a single punch, he shattered the skull, only to discover a tumor the size of a thumb within. To his astonishment, it was not a technological chip. He had assumed it was a device of advanced control. How could it be something like this? Wang Lun expressed his bewilderment. Wang Lun, holding the sarcoma, chuckled as he addressed Li Liang. "So, you are all under the control of this entity? Is it not possible to excise it through surgical intervention?" Li Liang remained silent, clearly unable to articulate a response. "If you choose not to speak, so be it. I shall search among the survivors for a surgeon, perhaps one day. We shall extract what resides in your mind. I hope you will be wise enough to divulge all that you know." Wang Lun could only accept this reality, for Li Liang held a significant position within the newborn church. Li Liang felt an unbearable ache in his head. Undergoing surgery at this moment would likely lead to his demise, particularly given the dire state of medical resources. Wang Lun, indifferent to Li Liang's willingness, instructed his subordinates to return with large trucks to transfer all the refugees from the shelter, along with the supplies and research equipment. While Wang Lun remained on high alert to respond to the support from the newborn church, it was regrettable that by the third day, all supplies and personnel had been completely transferred from the shelter without any subsequent assistance arriving. Unbeknownst to Wang Lun, the newborn church did not wish to refrain from sending help. Rather, they deemed his strength too formidable. They believed that unless they employed large-scale firearms, they would not inflict significant harm upon him. Besides, as the adversary was still in the process of constructing their refuge, they were unable to intervene in the affairs of the newborn church at that moment. After all, the fall of a single city was inconsequential in the grand scheme, as the newborn church boasted hundreds of experimental bases worldwide. Upon returning to the shelter, Wang Lun immediately sought out Qin Su. "Father, did you call for me?" "Yes." "Have you taught others the method devised by Li Liang for creating the viral serum?" Wang Lun inquired, deeming the matter of great significance, as it constituted one of the two values possessed by Li Liang. Qin Su's expression turned somewhat displeased, and she hesitantly remarked, "He does not permit others to learn. Only he alone is capable of crafting it." Wang Lun furrowed his brow and confronted him, questioning whether he still wished to live. He rose and made his way directly to the reconstructed laboratory. Over the past 3 days, Li Liang had experienced nothing short of trepidation. The comfort of a soft bed was a distant memory, and the presence of a warming companion was non-existent. The other guards had been dispatched to eliminate the zombies, leaving him with no opportunity for a meeting. The prospect of escape was utterly unattainable, as several individuals outside the laboratory were keeping a watchful eye on him. Only by steadfastly refusing to disclose the materials and processes for producing the serum did he find a modicum of security. However, when Li Liang observed Wang Lun approaching him personally, he could not help but tremble. It was evident that the latter had come to seek retribution. He had heard that Li Liang was disregarding his words, feigning compliance, while secretly defying him. Wang Lun cast a pair of icy glares at Li Liang, contemplating that if he held no value whatsoever, then death would be his fate. After all, the serum was not an essential commodity for him. If it brought him discontent, then letting go of it would mean seeking oblivion. This is not the case. There must be some misunderstanding between us. I wish to impart knowledge to them, yet I fear they may not comprehend. Li Liang discerned Wang Lun's murderous intent and realized that in the eyes of the latter, should he possess no utilitarian worth, his demise would be imminent. "Very well, Qin Su, you shall arrange for several esteemed intellectuals to study with him. Within 3 days, should they fail to grasp the material, some individuals may find their existence unnecessary." Wang Lun sneered, contemplating how he longed for the other party to conclude their teaching promptly. As he awaited the cranial surgery to excise the tumor, Li Liang, burdened with despair, merely wished to survive. Was that a fault? Once the lesson was over, he would face the fateful operation, and in this apocalyptic world, where could one find capable doctors and advanced medical equipment? Surviving the surgery would be a blessing in itself. Unbeknownst to Li Liang, Wang Lun was quite invested in the cranial procedure. He had not only located a renowned neurosurgeon among the survivors, but had also selected several guards as experimental subjects. It was determined that the tumor could be extracted from the brain without endangering the host's life. Furthermore, Wang Lun had received astonishing news. The tumor could not only control the host's actions, but also emit a unique scent that repelled zombies, ensuring the host's safety while also possessing the ability to purge the body of the zombie virus if infected. This was precisely the immunity to the zombie virus that Wang Lun had long yearned for. Yet, the cost was considerable once the tumor took hold. The host would be compelled to obey the commands of the controller. Chapter 16. The New Pope in the Verdant Expanse of Huzhou, within a lush jungle. An opulent palace had been erected, resembling an idyllic paradise devoid of any trace of zombies. The servants engaged in jovial banter while tending to the palace and its gardens, entirely free from fear or trepidation. Within the palace, a young and handsome Caucasian man sat regally upon the throne, relishing the attentions of his attendants. The sensation of youth was delightful. He had scarcely anticipated that, on the brink of death, he would receive divine favor, granting him eternal life and the pleasure of unending bliss. Washington laughed heartily, his hand wandering over the form of a maid. Suddenly, he sensed the demise of a seed in his mind, which puzzled him, for zombies would never harm those possessed by a tumor. Could it be that there had been a conflict with members of the newborn church? Yet, all the military forces of various nations had been infiltrated and infected by his faction. How could anyone still manage to slay one of their own? Washington discerned that the disturbance originated from the region of the Dragon Kingdom and promptly contacted the Archbishop of that territory. Archbishop Zhao, has something unusual transpired in the Dragon Kingdom? Zhao Jigang, once the fifth highest-ranking official in the country, had been saved from death by Washington, who bestowed upon him the gift of eternal life, thus joining the newborn church. Utilizing his authority, he spread the zombie virus throughout the nation, leading to an unstoppable crisis once Washington reactivated. Upon receiving the Pope's call while diligently studying a foreign language in bed, Zhao Jigang immediately rose to respond. Your Holiness, we have indeed discovered something intriguing. There exists a human who appears impervious to firearms. Even armor-piercing rounds are ineffective against him. Yet he does not seem to bear the blessing of the divine. Washington found it intriguing that, despite his formidable strength, he was still insufficient to withstand armor-piercing rounds, able only to disregard smaller firearms such as handguns and rifles. Were it not for his ability to manipulate parasites through the use of tumors, he doubted he could confront the entire world single-handedly. This individual might represent an opportunity for him to grow even stronger. Can you capture him? No. It is utterly impossible to sedate him. He could even bring down an aircraft with a mere stone. I suspect that even a tank would not withstand a single blow from him, especially given our current armed forces are rather feeble. Zhao Jigang lamented that, although they had retained a substantial number of personnel, their total would not exceed 200,000. The operation of a large number of militarized assets was simply out of the question. Washington remained silent, his mood deteriorating as he had not anticipated the emergence of an entity beyond his control in this post-apocalyptic world. Conventional weaponry could not resolve the issue, and the use of nuclear weapons was not within their grasp. Furthermore, the procedures required to launch a nuclear strike were extensive and involved a wide array of personnel. They were also concerned about the potential for nuclear states to deploy their own weapons, leading them to covertly infect all nuclear missile bases in advance. They had effectively shot themselves in the foot with this decision. In light of this, the plan was to direct all other zombies to the city where this individual resided, to keep him occupied. Their lifespan was infinite. He was merely a moderately powerful human, hardly a match for them. Ultimately, Washington identified the opponent's weakness. Global transportation was paralyzed, and it would be impossible for him to travel from the Yenzhou continent to the Heizhou continent in less than a decade. Zhao Jigang nodded in agreement, initially considering a more passive approach. However, since the Pope had made a pronouncement, they would guide the zombies from other cities to Jinhai City. Meanwhile, Wang Lun, who was valiantly fighting against the zombies, remained oblivious to the newborn church's conspiracy against him. Even if he were aware, he would not care, as he was currently unaware of the extent of his own strength. With each zombie he vanquished, his power continually increased, and perhaps one day, after slaying billions of zombies, Wang Lun would be capable of shattering a planet with a single punch. If he were to become displeased, no one would find respite. 3 days later, despite his reluctance, Li Liang imparted the knowledge of creating a zombie serum to others. However, this serum was only effective within 3 hours of being bitten. After that period, the human body would begin its transformation into a zombie, rendering any amount of serum ineffective. Nevertheless, the serum served merely as a safety measure. Wang Lun would produce vast quantities of vials of fresh blood daily, requiring only the blood of zombies for their creation. Each person would carry a vial, and by applying a drop of fresh blood to their forehead, they could activate a protective shield. Moreover, unless they were combat personnel, others would not encounter zombies within the sanctuary. After Wang Lun dealt with a licking creature, he felt a peculiar sense of unease. There seemed to be an unusual number of zombies converging towards their location in the past couple of days. Father, our sanctuary's radius has now expanded to 50 kilometers. Yet the area is simply too vast for our limited manpower. The rudimentary defenses we have are no longer sufficient to repel the zombies. Qin Su approached Wang Lun as soon as he finished the battle, urging him to reconsider. Although they had managed to gather a considerable number of survivors in recent days, the total population at the sanctuary remained just over 4,000. I understand. Let us retreat to a distance of 20 kilometers, Wang Lun replied. I too can sense that the zombie presence is growing, likely due to the influx from other areas of the city. We must erect a formidable wall. Wang Lun heeded Qin Su's counsel. After all, a radius of 30 kilometers encompasses an area of 700 square kilometers. This expanse includes hospitals, schools, shopping centers, factories, and farmland, providing ample resources for the populace to thrive and recuperate. Should any necessities arise, we can simply dispatch combat personnel to seek them out. There are no concerns. We have already resumed operations at a cement factory, and fortunately, Jinhai boasts a thermal power plant. Otherwise, the process of resuming work would have proven quite arduous. Qin Su smiled, filled with optimism for the future. She then gazed at Wang Lun with admiration, recognizing that this remarkable man possessed formidable strength and was not one to indulge in extravagance. His every action was driven by the welfare of humanity rather than personal gratification. This is indeed reassuring. Once the walls are constructed, humanity will possess a genuine hope for resurgence. Wang Lun exclaimed with excitement, feeling that his chances of completing the special mission had grown significantly. Just as the two were making their way back to the central market, a young boy mustered his courage and approached Wang Lun. Uncle Priest, he said, these are steamed buns I made with my own hands, and I would like to offer them to you. Wang Lun observed the other person with a hint of trepidation, pondering that the impact of the murderous maniac loomed too large. However, many had grown accustomed to it. Only someone like Wang Lun could subdue all those who defied him. Your name is Lin Han, is it not? I appreciate your dumplings. Study diligently, and in the future, you shall be adept at rebuilding our homeland. Wang Lun encouraged as he received the bun from the other party. Lin Han shyly touched her head and said, I aspire to be a warrior like the priest. To slay the zombies. Haha, such ambition. You are far braver than many others. Countless individuals are too afraid to venture out and confront the undead. Wang Lun praised. Chapter 17, The Oracle. Xiaohan, what brings you here? Where is your mother? Wang Debao observed Lin Han conversing with the priest, a flicker of concern igniting within him, fearing that the child might inadvertently utter something inappropriate. Over the past month, Wang Lun had been resolute in his decisions, particularly after the arrival of those from the refuge. They exhibited a reluctance to work, preferring instead to languish idly, which led to their swift execution by Wang Lun. His rationale was simple. There was no need for the inept. Should one refuse to labor, that individual would be eliminated. If 10 did the same, 10 would perish. And if 1,000 were unwilling, 1,000 would meet the same fate. There was no notion of collective punishment, for mistakes warranted consequences. This approach compelled the newcomers from the refuge to comply and work diligently. Fortunately, most were willing to exchange their labor for compensation, resulting in minimal dissent against Wang Lun's methods. This situation was certainly preferable to the despair they had faced while residing in the refuge, where hope was a distant memory. Uncle Wang, my mother is still cooking in the dining hall, so I made a bun for the esteemed priest, Lin Han remarked, feeling a twinge of reluctance to encounter Wang Debao, as his presence had caused her mother to cease sharing her bed. Do you two know each other? Wang Lun chuckled softly, sensing that there was a story within. Ha, I share a deep bond with his mother. It is not an easy task for a woman to care for a child. Wang Debeos chuckled awkwardly. It's quite good. In the future, let us have more children. They will all be the builders of our human abode. Wang Lun saw no need to obstruct this. In fact, he even encouraged it. For it was these very individuals who ensured the continuation of their lineage. Ideally, a couple would bear 5 or 6 children, and within a single generation. This could yield a population exceeding 10,000. Qin Su, you should issue an announcement, urging people to form families. For each member of a family shall receive the blessings of the divine. Wang Lun resolved to advance this matter, fostering a deeper sense of belonging among them for the shelter. Certainly, Qin Su was equally pleased with this development. Currently, there is no significant scarcity of supplies. The grain from the Jinhai granary could sustain several million people in Jinhai City for a year or two prior to the apocalypse. Providing for merely a few thousand individuals would effortlessly extend sustenance for several decades. Wang Debeo never anticipated that Wang Lun would act in such a manner, which only deepened his admiration. Meanwhile, Li Liang's craniotomy was successfully completed. Wang Lun was finally able to glean some insights regarding the newborn church from his lips. In the operating room, Li Liang was unexpectedly relieved to find that he had survived the surgery against all odds. However, it also indicated that the miraculous tumor had departed from him. Once confronted by a zombie, he would no longer be safe. Professor Li, you appear quite spirited. It seems you have recovered well. Now, perhaps you can share with me the details of the newborn church. Wang Lun sat in his chair, crossing his legs, awaiting Li Liang's explanation. At this moment, Li Liang could only helplessly respond. The newborn church is an immensely vast organization, with its members dispersed across the globe, including affluent individuals and officials from various nations, all united by a singular trait, their impending mortality. I have never encountered the Pope of the newborn church. It is said that he possesses the ability to bestow immortality upon others. As for the rationale behind disseminating the zombie virus worldwide, I remain in the dark. Within the church, it is referred to as a divine revelation. Wang Lun felt a flicker of interest. The ability to attain immortality is indeed a pursuit that eludes humanity. From the common folk to emperors and affluent magnates, who does not yearn for eternal life? Which deity do you revere? The God of hope and redemption, who promises to bestow upon his followers a new lease on life and strength. Li Liang, somewhat awkwardly, remarked that the name of this deity and his deeds were utterly incongruous. How fortuitous, for I am the emissary of the God of slaughter and destruction. It appears that a confrontation between myself and the Church of New Beginnings is inevitable. Wang Lun chuckled, pondering whether, should he manage to resolve the newborn church's issues, the system would automatically acknowledge the completion of a special task. Li Liang gazed at Wang Lun with disbelief. He had initially presumed that deities were mere illusions. Yet here stood a powerful envoy of another god. Could it be that the newborn church was not deceiving them after all? Did the deities of hope and redemption truly exist? Alas, matters among the divine elude my understanding. For I am merely a researcher coerced into the implantation of a brain tumor. The affluent and officials must still be reveling in their castles, surrounded by numerous servants. Li Liang expressed his frustration, lamenting the deaths of billions across the globe, all in the name of a divine oracle. How utterly absurd. Rest assured, regardless of their true intentions, I shall hold them accountable for their actions. Wang Lun pledged that these individuals, driven by their own selfish desires, have caused the demise of countless humans. Do they not feel even a twinge of remorse? Do you happen to know the locations of the other bases? Li Liang replied with a hint of resignation. I'm afraid I do not, as my position is rather lowly, merely a marginally elevated researcher above the guards. No matter, came the response. From now on, you shall assist me in studying the sarcoma. It has the potential to produce substances that repel zombies and confer immunity against the zombie virus. This represents humanity's profound hope for conquering the zombie plague once and for all. Wang Lun placed his faith in Li Liang's capabilities, for he had diligently studied the zombie virus for an extended period. I will strive earnestly, as a means to atone for my past actions. Li Liang had once believed that he would never be able to exact vengeance upon the newborn church, but with Wang Lun's strength by his side, perhaps such a feat was indeed attainable. Before long, a month had elapsed. The walls of the sanctuary were finally completed, an impressive structure spanning 180 kilometers, constructed with considerable manpower and resources. While it may not possess the formidable grandeur of ancient fortifications, it was nonetheless capable of thwarting the advances of the ravenous creatures. Moreover, throughout this month, Li Liang had diligently produced a substance that induced discomfort in the zombies. This concoction, aptly named the zombie repellent agent, when inhaled by the undead, would provoke physical distress, compelling them to retreat from the walls, thereby safeguarding the sanctuary from their destructive onslaught. Wang Lun stood atop the city wall, gazing at the vast areas still ravaged by devastation, his heart overwhelmed with myriad emotions. For the past month, he had tasked his fighters with the relentless pursuit of any remaining humans within the city. Fortune smiled upon them as they managed to locate over 1,000 survivors, thereby increasing the number of those sheltered to 5,000. However, it had been 5 months since the onset of this apocalyptic era, and it was feared that the number of survivors outside had dwindled significantly, save for the newborn church's base, which hoarded humans as subjects for experimentation. Wang Lun summoned the shelter's administrators to the conference hall of the mall. The crowd observed Wang Lun's somewhat somber expression with curiosity, yet none dared to inquire. "I shall be departing from the shelter for a period, after which the murderous nun will take charge of its management." Wang Lun spoke solemnly, expressing that he could not perpetually safeguard this place. Ultimately, this world belonged to them, not to Wang Lun. Qin Su had long anticipated this and was not overly surprised. However, Wang Daba, Wang Xiaobao, and Zhang Kuei were somewhat taken aback. "Father, why must you depart?" Wang Xiaobao, filled with curiosity, remarked that the absence of Wang Lun rendered the days devoid of a sense of security. "I shall seek to stir trouble with the New Life Church and, in the process, augment the population of the shelter." Wang Lun felt compelled to offer an explanation, lest others perceive his departure as permanent. Chapter 18. The God of Hope and Redemption. Upon realizing that Wang Lun would indeed return, the crowd exhaled in relief. Although they were aware that ultimately he would depart forever, they hoped that such a day would not arrive too swiftly. In truth, Wang Lun's current absence would not pose significant issues for the sanctuary. Qin Su had already grown immensely powerful, rendering ordinary firearms ineffective against her. The others were similarly capable, albeit slightly less so than Qin Su. In essence, with their presence, the sanctuary would not succumb entirely to ruin. Wang Lun's departure went unnoticed by the ordinary survivors. Even if they were aware, it mattered little. Having witnessed the formidable combat prowess of the fighters, those with ulterior motives found themselves utterly incapable of any significant action. In the coastal city near Jinhai, Wang Lun chose not to travel by vehicle, but instead sprinted with relentless fervor. With unmatched agility, his speed had long surpassed 1,000 kilometers per hour, outpacing even high-speed trains. Although Li Liang was unaware of the locations of other new factions' bases, he recognized a common characteristic among them: the presence of air raid shelters and similar facilities. Wang Lun naturally arrived in search of this standard. As expected, within the air raid shelter of Linhai City, he discovered an experimental base of a nascent church. Wang Lun struck with such force that he shattered the gates of the experimental facility. The guards were utterly unprepared for the sudden appearance of such a formidable presence. The defensive line collapsed in an instant, leaving the researchers to cower in the innermost laboratory, attempting to employ infrared beams to sever Wang Lun's form. Yet, the rays proved as ineffective as ordinary infrared light, inflicting no damage whatsoever. "What do you intend to accomplish?" one of the researchers exclaimed in disbelief. "I am merely here to collect a bit of interest from the newborn church. Surely you do not believe that after committing such heinous acts, you would be able to live the remainder of your days in peace?" Wang Lun opened his mouth in a grin, as if countless tormented souls were wailing in agony. No, this has nothing to do with me. I am merely a researcher. I have done nothing wrong. I simply conduct experiments. If I do not, others will." The researcher protested. "It matters not. I would rather err in execution than allow any to escape." Wang Lun scoffed. "However, if you can reveal the location of the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom's newborn church, I might consider sparing your life." "I do not know," the researcher sobbed, kneeling in despair. "I am merely a lowly pawn in this game. I do not wish for this fate. Yet what choice do I have? If I do not comply, my family will perish." "Ah, so your family still lives," Wang Lun remarked, almost forgetting their existence. "Rest assured, a family must remain whole and united. Wang Lun would never leave behind any hidden dangers. How could you be so reckless? Misfortune should not befall one's family," the researcher exclaimed. "Yet, how many families has your newborn church destroyed? Do you still have the audacity to speak of misfortune-sparing family? No one forced you to join the newborn church." Wang Lun, recognizing the futility of his opponent, ceased further discourse, and delivered a fatal blow. He simultaneously dealt with those who had tyrannized, exploited, and humiliated the families of survivors within the refuge. From this day forth, you shall await here. The zombies outside shall not breach this sanctuary. Assistance will arrive to escort you to a new haven. In the interim, you are to self-govern, allocating the remaining resources and enduring until support arrives. Do not entertain thoughts of forming factions to monopolize the supplies. When the time comes, we shall render judgment upon your transgressions, and regardless of the number of participants, I shall impose stringent penalties. Wang Lun spoke in a deep tone, expressing that it was impossible for him to take them all away. He could only summon Wang Debao and the others to drive the truck over. This journey would likely take 2 to 3 days. The survivors gazed in awe at Wang Lun's formidable prowess as he dispatched the guards and the leader of the shelter, filled with profound respect for this merciless killer. As for his claims of assistance, few believed him, for they understood that human society had already crumbled. However, out of fear of Wang Lun's strength, they spontaneously formed a management committee, distributing food equally among themselves as they awaited rescue. That ruthless killer did not appear to be one for negotiation. The law of the crowd was non-existent. Wang Lun swiftly departed from the experimental base, heading northward towards the imperial capital, which might serve as the headquarters of the newborn church within the Dragon Kingdom. The news of the destruction of the experimental base weighed heavily on Zhao Zhigang's heart. He had believed that Wang Lun had been detained by zombies, and for a month, there had been a semblance of calm. However, to his astonishment, Wang Lun launched a surprise attack on other cities' bases. Even more shocking was the fact that within a mere 2 hours, 2 additional bases fell to Wang Lun's onslaught. The distance between the 3 locations was no less than 500 or 600 kilometers. How could he have accomplished such a feat? The footage received was unequivocally that of Wang Lun. Moreover, his target was evidently clear, the headquarters situated in the imperial capital. Could it be that their position had been compromised? This boded ill, for Zhao Zhigang felt utterly incapable of confronting that monster. The only hope for salvation lay with His Holiness the Pope. Thus, he hastily dialed the satellite phone to Washington. Your Holiness, we face a grave situation. That monster has inexplicably gone berserk, launching frenzied assaults on our experimental bases. Meanwhile, in Washington, the Pope was indulging in exquisite foie gras and caviar. Upon receiving Zhao Zhigang's call, he exhibited a hint of impatience. What of a few experimental bases? If they are destroyed, so be it. Yet the gravity of the situation was underscored by the fact that 3 bases had been obliterated within less than 3 hours, indicating that Wang Lun could traverse at least 1,500 kilometers in that time. Even if he were to reach Heizhou, it would take him merely a day. Zhao Zhigang understood that unless he instilled a sense of urgency in the Pope, the latter would remain indifferent to the crisis. Washington was taken aback. This was beyond human capability. Could it be that their adversary was an extraterrestrial being, possessing some form of advanced craft for rapid movement? But what could possibly motivate an alien to target the newborn church? I comprehend the situation. I shall notify the higher authorities to determine the course of action. Washington replied solemnly, pondering the vastness of the cosmos. Humans were not the sole sentient beings. In a secluded chamber, he retrieved a cubic black object from a treasure chest. Pressing his finger upon it, a biological projection materialized before him. Oh, great God of hope and redemption, your humble servant Washington beseeches your assistance. The zombie virus has now spread across the globe. Who could stand against you? The Shadow inquired curiously. Without the armies of various nations, Washington could, in fact, command all zombies in battle. Billions of zombies would suffice to vanquish all adversaries on the surface. Oh, great God of hope and redemption, he is not of this planet. He is an alien. Here is his video, displaying formidable power and defense, along with astonishing speed. Most crucially, he harbors intense animosity towards our newborn church. Having destroyed several of our experimental bases, Washington dared not conceal Wang Lun's formidable strength, articulating it with utmost candor, his heart laden with anxiety and trepidation. The shadowy figure was taken aback by the existence of such a being on this planet. Even on its own world, no creature possessed such extraordinary physical prowess. This disruption compelled the figure to eliminate the threat, at the very least to halt the destruction of the experimental base. Chapter 19. The sudden revelation. While Wang Lun was hastening towards the imperial capital, Zhao Zhigang received a response from the Pope. The Divine Lord would intervene. There was no cause for concern now. That being's intervention would undoubtedly resolve the matter. Zhao Jigang laughed, for no matter how powerful Wang Lun might be, the technological prowess of that entity far surpassed humanity by several eras. Wang Lun, after taking a tour around the imperial capital, was astounded to discover that the headquarters of the newborn church was situated within the ancient royal palace. What audacity! Yet, it was also quite logical. At that moment, as Zhao Jigang sat upon the throne, relishing the attentions of beautiful maidens, he was confronted by an unwelcome presence. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How could you possibly be here? Is it not the case that the Divine Lord would intervene to eliminate you?" The Divine Lord? Wang Lun listened to the other party's words, perplexed. "I have never encountered the deity you refer to as Lord Xinshan. Since I am here, as a representative of the newborn church of the Dragon Kingdom, you must surely be privy to certain matters." At this moment, Zhao Jigang only wished to flee, for the knowledge in his mind urged him to remain silent. "I cannot speak," Zhao Jigang lamented. "Fear not, for I possess a method to extract the thoughts within your mind. Come with me." Wang Lun understood that, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to take it away. "Do you comprehend?" Zhao Jigang could hardly believe it. "Well, since your researchers are reluctant to speak, I simply delved into their minds and discovered the truth. There is some good news. After the removal of the sarcoma, you will still survive." Wang Lun spoke in a flat tone, uttering words that sent a chill through one's body. What does it mean to open one's mind when one does not wish to speak? "I concede defeat. Take me away. But I earnestly hope you will return me safely." Zhao Jigang was acutely aware of the terror emanating from the figure before him, leaving no room for a spirit of resistance. After all, he was already immortal. What difference would it make to reveal his secrets, even if it meant exposing his fleshly tumors? As long as he did not perish, he had an abundance of time to savor existence. Wang Lun would naturally not allow the other party to lose hope, deliberately concealing vital information. He nodded and said, "There is no issue. Confession brings leniency, while resistance incurs severity. As long as you are forthcoming, I will ensure your safe return. I trust you will honor your promise." Zhao Jigang was reluctant to betray the church, yet the divine presence remained inactive. Meanwhile, the deity of hope and redemption was observing Wang Lun's video, appearing almost indistinguishable from the humans of this planet. In fact, he could be considered quite ordinary, yet the power, speed, and defense he could unleash were far beyond what carbon-based life forms could achieve. It seemed that he was not a creature of this world, but merely bore a resemblance to its inhabitants. However, within the interstellar biological database, no matching species could be found. After all beings were advancing their technology, and such physical prowess seemed unattainable. It must be said that the deity of hope and redemption harbored some trepidation towards Wang Lun, for an unknown enemy is the most formidable, an unfamiliar race, possessing immense physical strength, with an uncertain level of technological advancement. Should hostilities arise, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Perhaps it would be prudent to initiate communication with them. The deity mused. Soon, he pinpointed Wang Lun's location. In the central sanctuary, onlookers were perplexed as they witnessed Wang Lun returning, carrying a well-dressed individual. How had this young man incurred the attention of the priest? After depositing Zhao Jigang into the sanctuary's surgical unit, Wang Lun finally took a seat to rest. "Father, how is it that you have returned?" Qin Su had anticipated it would be several months before she saw Wang Lun again. Yet he had returned merely after 5 or 6 hours. Wang Lun drained the ice water from his glass and explained, "I caught a great fish and returned promptly. He is the head of the new church of the Dragon Kingdom, whom I retrieved from the imperial palace." Qin Su felt somewhat bewildered. "Jinhai City lies at least 2,000 kilometers from the palace, and you have already brought him back? It appears that the priest's strength surpasses my expectations. The truth behind the apocalypse and the zombies seems to be drawing near. I truly cannot fathom why they so frantically disseminate these viruses." Qin Su's heart brimmed with animosity. Had it not been for them, she would still be a successful and affluent young woman, untouched by the humiliations of her past. Suddenly, a colossal shadow loomed overhead the sanctuary. Wang Lun looked up and was astonished to see a disc-shaped spacecraft with a radius of at least 1 kilometer. A beam of light descended from the craft, and a robot materialized on the ground. Wang Lun gestured for others to step back, a reaction that clearly exceeded his expectations. The aerial craft above was evidently beyond the capabilities of humanity in this era, suggesting that the origins of the zombie virus were far more complex than anticipated. The robot scanned its surroundings until it finally locked onto Wang Lun, its head ceasing its rotation. It then approached Wang Lun, step by deliberate step. A screen materialized on its face, revealing a peculiar visage resembling a purple egg adorned with 2 eyes and a mouth. Greetings, I am Costa, a member of the Chris race from Pegasus. To which race do you belong? I have never encountered such a formidable biological entity as yourself. Costa wasted no time and directly inquired about Wang Lun's true identity. And I? Wang Lun replied, I am the envoy of the god of slaughter and destruction. If one must categorize my race, I would claim to be of the angelic lineage. Wang Lun fabricated, stating that since extraterrestrials have emerged, the concept of deities is not beyond acceptance. Costa had never heard of the angelic race, yet he could not deny the formidable nature of their kind. I apologize, but the cosmos is far too vast. I have never encountered your species. My sole purpose for arriving on this planet is to complete my graduation project, which pertains to the study of the alpha virus. Therefore, I kindly request that you refrain from further disrupting my experimental facility. Costa spoke plainly, evidently unconcerned about the demise of living beings on this planet. His only priority lay with his research. So, is this your justification for extinguishing billions of lives? In Wang Lun's heart, a surge of anger arose. He never anticipated that the deaths of so many would merely serve as a means to fulfill an extraterrestrial's graduation project. How utterly absurd. Would you care about the demise of a colony of ants? Ants are social creatures, capable of constructing their own societies, possessing emotions and interpersonal relationships. Yet, humanity does not regard them as a civilized species, even if one day we were to invent a device that could facilitate communication with animals. Moreover, according to the cosmic interstellar law, civilizations that are incapable of space travel are deemed inferior. Humanity, akin to ants, can be subjected to experimentation without hesitation. Billions, even trillions, are merely figures. Costa's words were delivered with a nonchalant air, subtly reproaching Wang Lun for his lack of understanding. The other survivors, upon hearing Costa's remarks, displayed expressions of outrage. Some even contemplated drawing weapons to confront him, but Wang Lun intervened. He understood that the technological prowess of their adversary was undeniably formidable, capable of effortlessly obliterating the very planet beneath their feet, much like humanity can annihilate an entire ant colony by pouring molten aluminum into their nest. Wang Lun would not doubt the other's capabilities. Chapter 20. The Enchanted Alien. For Costa, it was akin to conducting experiments on a colony of ants, only to have an unexpected individual disrupt his laboratory. Were it not for his apprehension regarding the other's racial prowess, he would not have bothered to engage in conversation. If you genuinely wish to converse with me, let us do so face to face. With a graceful leap, Wang Lun ascended directly above the spacecraft. Costa was taken aback by Wang Lun's extraordinary ability to jump over 1,000 meters solely through the strength of his physique. Now that the opponent stood atop the vessel, Costa, though confident in the defensive capabilities of his craft, was reluctant to take any chances. There was no repair facility in sight should a significant breach occur. He would be left with no choice but to call for interstellar rescue, which would considerably deplete his savings. No problem, esteemed guest of the angelic race, Costa said, as he opened the passage of the spacecraft, inviting Wang Lun to step inside. Wang Lun arrived here with the intention of keeping their conversation discreet. After all, his primary objective was to complete the mission. There was no need to engage in a life-and-death struggle with this extraterrestrial being, which seemed unwarranted. This was especially true considering the formidable interstellar civilization that stood behind the other party. Wang Lun could eliminate his adversaries and depart unscathed. Yet the surviving humans would be unable to escape their dire fate. I shall refrain from unnecessary discourse, since you have come here to conduct your experiment. Might I inquire how long it is intended to last? Costa observed that his interlocutor did not entirely dismiss the notion of his experiment, and thus his demeanor improved significantly. With 7 months remaining before my thesis defense, I shall be departing from this place to return to my home planet. Therefore, I kindly request that you refrain from disturbing my experiments during this period. Costa implored. Very well, yet you must answer a few questions. Certainly. Why do you seek to collaborate with individuals within humanity to disseminate the virus? Wang Lun inquired with curiosity, noting that it was entirely unnecessary for the other party to take such measures. Initially, I merely intended to gather a few hundred human subjects for experimentation. However, I encountered a dying human who implored me for salvation, promising to pay any price for it. After rescuing him, he suggested that I utilize the entire globe as a laboratory for my experiments, claiming that the resulting thesis would undoubtedly secure me a place in graduate school, or even allow me to ascend directly to a professorship. One cannot deny the ingenuity of humanity, with just a modicum of assistance from me. He orchestrated everything to benefit my endeavors. Costo elaborated, adding that in an effort to preserve humanity on this planet, he deliberately spared a significant number of individuals. After all, maintaining the ecological balance of the universe is a responsibility shared by all races, much like how humans legislate to protect endangered species. Furthermore, I provided them with substances that grant immortality and advanced technology that transcends the ages, enabling them to potentially restore their population within a century and even evolve into an interstellar species within 2 centuries. Costa continued, a smile playing upon his lips, as if to convey his commendable actions in aiding this race to elevate their level of civilization. Given this, I can assure you that I shall refrain from further disrupting your laboratory. However, I will continue to eradicate the zombies that roam outside. Moreover, once you depart, I will purge the members of the newly formed church. Wang Lun mused, truly, humans are remarkable, selling their race for a handsome price while aspiring to become the pontiff of all in the forthcoming era. It is no wonder that others would betray the majority of their kin. With the tumor-controlled zombies, once the aliens depart, they shall reign as the sovereigns of the planet. Furthermore, with technology that transcends the ages, they shall guide the survivors of humanity into the interstellar epoch within their lifetimes. The newly established church, living up to its name. Had it not been for Wang Lun's existence, the zombie virus would have been eradicated within a year. The humans in the sanctuary would once again behold the light of day, forever grateful to the new church. Thus, a new epoch would be born, with the darkness that underlies it eternally buried in the annals of history, unknown to all. No matter, by that time, they shall be of no use to me. Costa readily acquiesced, satisfied with the completion of his task, indifferent to the aspirations of this being of the angelic race. Wang Lun descended from the aircraft, and the crowd gazed at him as the vessel soared into the sky, disappearing from view. They yearned to hear from Wang Lun about what the future held. Qin Su, gather everyone. I shall reveal the truth of the apocalypse and the path that lies ahead. Wang Lun spoke in a somber tone, asserting that this chapter of history must not be forgotten, but rather eternally etched in the collective memory of humankind. Qin Su, suppressing her curiosity, summoned everyone in the shelter, including even the 3-year-olds. All eyes turned towards Wang Lun on the elevated platform, hearts heavy with complex emotions. My friends, he began, I believe you are all eager to learn the origins of the apocalypse and the zombie plague. I must convey to you a harsh truth. This calamity is merely the result of an alien undergraduate seeking to complete a thesis. Upon hearing this revelation, the crowd did not erupt into despairing tears, but instead fell into a contemplative silence. As citizens of the Dragon Nation, they understood all too well the meaning of the phrase to fall behind is to be beaten. This principle applied not only on a national scale, but also within the realm of interstellar civilization. They harbored a deep-seated hatred for the aliens, but even more so for the human traitors, who had dragged humanity into the abyss of destruction. After enduring such suffering, we must rebuild our human homeland. Though retaliation against the aliens may currently be beyond our reach, those human betrayers will undoubtedly face severe retribution. Wang Lun bellowed, igniting the flames of hatred and resolve within the hearts of the people. Eradicate the newborn church. Eradicate the newborn church. Eradicate the newborn church. Qin Su shouted passionately, and others joined in fervently, eager to unleash the pent-up anger within them. If it were not for the newborn church's pope inciting the extraterrestrials, how could humanity endure such calamity? There were far better means to thwart the aliens. The world is brimming with death row inmates, ample subjects for their experiments. Yet, the pope of the newborn church, ensnared by the shackles of power and desire, yearned to ascend as a being above the multitude, the sovereign of the planet. But if that person were you, would you spurn such temptation? Anointed by heaven, may you endure eternally and prosper. Under heaven, all lands are the king's, and all subjects are the king's servants. With the sacrifice of billions, one could ascend as the ruler of this planet, wielding power, wealth, and beauty as easily as one desires, enjoying immortality for millennia. History would remember you as the hero who salvaged humanity from peril, and your magnificent deeds would echo through the ages. People would take pride in your name. Even the toilet you once used would be revered by future generations. Yet, I would not succumb to such a notion, for I am Wang Lun, a man endowed with a system. These things are within my grasp, and I would not stoop to such despicable means. I would proclaim, I do not partake in beef. Wang Lun pondered inwardly. Chapter 21. The Departure of the Extraterrestrials. In the days that followed, the inhabitants of the sanctuary, brimming with vigor, vanquished the zombies and endeavored to reconstruct the city. Wang Lun bestowed blessings upon everyone before departing from the sanctuary, only occasionally returning to replenish provisions. Thus, Qin Su emerged as the de facto leader of the haven. 7 months swiftly elapsed, during which Wang Lun relentlessly annihilated zombies. Whether they were lickers, chasers, or tyrants, none could withstand his single strike. Wang Lun has annihilated a staggering 3 to 4 million zombies, with his power attributes having transcended 500,000 points. With a full-force strike, a mountain towering over 3,000 meters was utterly obliterated. A forceful stomp upon the earth could directly trigger an earthquake of magnitude 8. Alas, despite such formidable prowess, I still find myself unable to shatter a star with a single punch. Wang Lun sighed, yet found it quite reasonable. For one must acknowledge that the mass of the earth is approximately 6 times 10 to the power of 24 kilograms. However, a small meteorite could indeed be shattered with a mere punch. On this day, Wang Lun continued his routine of vanquishing zombies. Suddenly, a flying zone appeared in the sky. Wang Lun discerned that the extraterrestrial visitor was preparing to depart. Over the past few months, Costa had not only been conducting his own experiments but had also employed satellites to monitor Wang Lun, eager to uncover the secret behind his burgeoning strength. After 7 months of observation, he reached a conclusion. The act of slaughter would continuously augment Wang Lun's power. However, he was perplexed as to why a race so inclined towards bloodshed would concern itself with the lives of myriads. Eventually, Costa found solace in psychology, postulating that perhaps the angelic race felt a kinship with the humans of this planet due to their similar appearances. If, throughout the cosmos, other worlds harbored beings resembling their own kind, witnessing their suffering might evoke a profound sense of empathy within them. Wang Lun, as per custom, swiftly ascended to the aircraft. Esteemed beings of the angelic race, my experiment has reached its conclusion. You may liberate all the humans from the sanctuary, and the newborn church shall be at your discretion. I appreciate your adherence to our agreement. This is a specialty of our planet. I hope it pleases you. Costa, thoroughly awed by Wang Lun's formidable prowess, akin to a humanoid weapon of war, presented him with a black fruit and a stack of documents. Wang Lun received the fruit, and the system kindly provided the effects of the items. Wisdom fruit. Upon usage, it grants an increase of 10 points to intelligence. Zombie virus cure potion information. It can be crafted into a cure for the zombie virus, and upon application, it swiftly eradicates the zombies. Zombie virus immunity potion information. It can be crafted into an immunity potion against the zombie virus, enabling one to disregard the effects of the virus. Your gift is quite commendable. I graciously accept it. Farewell, and safe travels. Wang Lun spoke coldly, for the other party was the very instigator of the zombie apocalypse. It was impossible for him to harbor any fondness. If the individual were truly virtuous, he would not have acquiesced to Washington's proposal. Costa, undeterred by Wang Lun's demeanor, merely smiled as he bid him farewell. Subsequently, he activated the spacecraft's spatial traversal capability, vanishing into the skies above the planet. Watching the vessel depart, Wang Lun could not help but exclaim, "If only I could traverse space at will, I would not permit you to depart so easily." The murderous fiend and the butcher allowed Wang Lun to significantly enhance his attributes through slaughter. Yet they did not bestow upon him the extraordinary abilities of flight or spatial traversal. This limitation was the very reason for Wang Lun's reluctant concession. No matter how formidable his strength, interstellar warfare would not resemble the hand-to-hand combat of the Avengers. A single annihilation cannon from the enemy could obliterate an entire planet. Even if a fleet were to bombard the planet's surface, Wang Lun might remain unscathed, yet humanity would inevitably exit the annals of history. Consequently, the completion of the system's tasks would be rendered impossible. Wang Lun swiftly returned to the central sanctuary. It was time to eradicate the base of the newborn church, to eliminate all the undead and liberate the surviving souls. Upon seeing Wang Lun once more, the crowd erupted in unison, calling out, "Father!" Wang Lun gestured with his hand and promptly convened the senior members of the shelter. Qin Su held the position of the primary leader. Wang Daba managed the combat personnel deployed outside. Wang Xiaobao oversaw logistics and construction, while Zhang Kuei served as the head of security patrols. Wang Lun gazed upon the flourishing sanctuary, feeling a sense of reassurance wash over him. It appeared that they had not forgotten their original intentions in the pursuit of power. The extraterrestrial being had departed, and henceforth, I shall commence the meticulous cleansing of all experimental bases across Long Nation, and you must be prepared to receive the survivors. As for the zombies, here lie the materials for the eradication serum and the immunity serum against the zombie virus. We must expedite their production. For soon the era of the undead shall become but a relic of the past. Lastly, I shall capture the Pope of the newborn church, who resides far away in Heizhou, to face the judgment of the people. Wang Lun spoke in a low voice. At long last, we have awaited this day, Father. We are grateful for your presence. Without you, we would have perished long ago, oblivious to the sinister machinations of the newborn church, as the extraterrestrials would never yield. Qin Su and the others bowed deeply to Wang Lun, having gleaned from the dialogue between him and the aliens that he was not truly human, but merely resembled one. Such an entity capable of accomplishing so much for humanity is indeed remarkable. Consequently, they resolved in their hearts to revere the Church of the God of Slaughter and Destruction as the Church of the Stars. Wang Lun waved his hand and remarked, "It is merely a divine oracle. After my departure, the deity shall cease to observe you. The future belongs to you. You may inscribe my existence in the annals of history, yet the Church shall not endure. This is also the reason I have never divulged to you the doctrines and rituals of the Church. The divine does not concern itself with your beliefs." Wang Lun naturally understood that this was merely a fabrication of his own making. Ultimately, the fate of humanity must be determined by humanity itself, regardless of whether the outcome is favorable or adverse. The three exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting astonishment mingled with a tinge of disappointment. "We comprehend," Qin Su remarked, tinged with disillusionment. It dawned upon them that in this vast universe, humanity was but akin to ants, and they fervently wished that this deity, Qi, could perpetually shield their kin. Do not be overly disheartened. The newborn church possesses all existing human technologies, alongside interstellar advancements bestowed by extraterrestrial beings. Within a century, humanity shall ascend to a Type 1 civilization, no longer a civilization subject to the whims of alien oppressors. Wang Lun consoled, stating that soon they would become individuals of significance within the cosmos, with civilization as the fundamental unit. Meanwhile, within the newborn church, Washington and other archbishops from various nations raised their glasses in celebration. "Praise the divine," they exclaimed. Once that troublesome individual ceased his antics, no further surprises emerged. It was now their time to reign supreme. Washington raised his glass towards the satellite feed, exuberantly cheering. Others followed suit, their joy palpable and overflowing. Henceforth, they would be the sovereigns of this planet, the heroes who rescued humanity from peril, destined to be immortalized in songs for generations to come. Even if the cost was the lives of others, amassing wealth became merely a sequence of digits, as did life itself. Yet, as they reveled in their triumph, their demise drew ever closer. Chapter 22, The End of the Zombie World. 3 days later, the antidote for the zombie virus and the vaccine for immunity against it were successfully developed. Wang Lun embarked on his ambitious endeavor, traversing vast distances to the Black State with the intent to capture the leader of the newborn church. His objective was clear: to seize the one who commanded the technology of interstellar navigation, for any misstep in this pursuit could prove catastrophic. At that moment, the Pope of the newborn church was engaged in rallying the survivors within the Black State, distributing the antidote for the zombie virus. These individuals represented the future labor force and the foundation of his opulent existence. They were filled with gratitude towards the newborn church, believing that it had been tirelessly working in the shadows to develop the antidote. Guided by divine intervention, the formula was finally unveiled, and the Pope had even acquired the power to control the undead. The survivors were utterly convinced of this, attributing their very survival to the benevolence of the newborn church. On this fateful day, Washington delivered a fervent oration from an elevated platform, disseminating the tenets of the divine. He reveled in the adoration of his followers, his heart brimming with joy. Yet, the ominous smoke rising in the distance and the tremors of the earth filled him with trepidation. What manner of being could conjure such chaos? When that figure materialized before him, Washington could scarcely believe his eyes and exclaimed, "You fiend! How dare you appear here?" His body weakened, nearly losing its strength beneath him. Wang Lun leapt onto the high platform and approached Washington, bursting into laughter as he inquired, "Are you aware of the means your deity employed to compel me to cease the destruction of his experimental base?" Washington, feeling a sense of unease yet driven by curiosity, asked, "What did he offer in exchange?" "The lives of your newborn church." A fierce intent to kill etched across Wang Lun's face. Washington swallowed hard. unable to fathom that the alien had so brazenly betrayed him. After investing so much effort, he was on the cusp of reaping the rewards, only to be told, "You are of no use. Meet your demise." Impossible, utterly inconceivable. I was the one who facilitated the spread of the zombie virus across the globe, who constructed numerous laboratories. How could he so callously abandon me? Washington exclaimed, his words reverberating through the microphone, leaving the survivors below in disbelief as they gazed up at him. This newly appointed pope of the newborn church was, in fact, the architect of the zombie apocalypse, while they had mistakenly regarded him as their savior. Kill him, cried the crowd, consumed by a fervor to inflict 1,000 tortures upon him, with their loved ones lost and enduring a year of suffering. Their hatred for Washington's actions burned fiercely. "Your Majesty the Pope, do you hear the animosity directed at you? You shall forever be remembered by humanity, but only upon the pillar of disgrace. Your corpse will be preserved as a specimen, eternally kneeling in supplication to those who have perished," Wang Lun declared fiercely, his eyes wide and glaring at his adversary. "No, I am the savior, the sovereign of this planet, the supreme pope." Washington, unable to withstand the blow, succumbed to a mental breakdown, realizing that the means at his disposal could inflict no harm upon Wang Lun. He understood that his future would inevitably mirror Wang Lun's ominous predictions, earning him eternal infamy, nailed to the pillar of disgrace, subject to the scorn of the masses. Wang Lun remains indifferent to whether the other party feigns madness or foolishness. After confiscating all the interstellar navigation data, he brings him back to the sanctuary to face judgment before all the survivors. There are other archbishops present, who are all prominent political figures and wealthy magnates of the nation. Wang Lun toiled for over 10 days to gather them all together. This endeavor also enabled the survivors from various nations to establish shelters and commence the reconstruction of their homelands. 30 days later, each country dispatched its representatives to the Dragon Kingdom to conduct a grand trial of the principal offenders of the newly formed church. Their assets were confiscated, and shortly thereafter, they faced execution. Their remains were transformed into specimens, taken away by individuals from various nations to be venerated eternally before the martyrs. Ultimately, under Wang Lun's leadership, the human empire of Earth was formally established. As the empire progressed towards stability, Wang Lun prepared for his departure. "Father, can't you stay just a little longer? The empire still needs you," Qin Su implored, unable to hide her reluctance, fully aware that Wang Lun's departure would signify a final farewell. The others felt similarly. As long as Wang Lun remained, they found solace. "All gatherings must eventually part ways. My mission has been accomplished. The path ahead is for you to tread alone. I am merely a transient figure in the annals of human civilization." Wang Lun spoke calmly, observing the few individuals who had grown before him. The burdens they bore were not insignificant. However, their strength was formidable, and if they encountered insurmountable challenges, they could always resort to force. "Father, may your journey be smooth." With tears glistening in his eyes, Wang Debao spoke. The others in the shelter also shouted, which inevitably stirred Wang Lun's emotions. Wang Lun waved his sleeve, leaving not a wisp of cloud behind. Transforming into a beam of light, he vanished from this world. As the crowd witnessed Wang Lun's true departure, an unshakable sense of concern enveloped their hearts. Qin Su clenched her fists, resolute in her determination to lead humanity into the interstellar era. Those who dared to obstruct her path would undoubtedly be her adversaries. Qin Su harbored such confidence, largely owing to the abundant blessings bestowed upon her by Wang Lun. Unless faced with a nuclear bombardment, she felt no trepidation about being overwhelmed by the tide of steel. Wang Lun returned to the world where the domineering CEO had fallen in love with him, still feeling somewhat disoriented. After all, he had spent an entire year in the realm of zombies. Glancing at the clock in the police station, he was astonished to realize that he had only been gone for an hour. Wang Lun believed that he would vanish from this world for a year. In such a scenario, even if he shed the title of a murderous fiend, it would still be akin to escaping from prison. Wang Lun promptly replaced the title of butcher with that of a murderous fiend, thus ensuring he would not remain confined any longer. Although the police station provided sustenance and shelter, with its inhabitants speaking kindly, being unable to venture outside was hardly a viable solution. After securing his new title, Wang Lun began to assess his gains. The main quest of the zombie world had been completed, granting him the permanent ability, Butcher. The special task in the zombie realm was also accomplished, bestowing upon him the enduring skill, gaming Virtuoso. Gaming Virtuoso, you are a prodigy in gaming. Upon grasping the rules of any game, you can swiftly discern the path to victory. Additionally, there is a daily 25% chance of acquiring a gaming strategy guide. Fighting game strategy. Unleash the energy wave. Action game strategy. Execute 2 damage-dealing skills in succession, enhancing their effect by 2 to 4 times. Sports game strategy. Achieve a state of vigor, reducing damage by 60 and restoring 1.5Z of maximum health per second, lasting for a day. Shooting game strategy. Randomly obtain mechanical items. Puzzle game strategy. All skill effects are amplified by 1, with a chance to receive 3 magical scrolls. Racing game strategy. Instantly leap to the following day. Completion game strategy. Maintain for 6 minutes, increasing damage and accuracy by 50. This is quite commendable. The abilities of a gaming virtuoso are all percentage-based enhancements, alleviating any concerns of becoming obsolete. Wang Lun exclaimed with delight, especially as a novice in this game. He could finally relish the sensation of a master. Your essence has gained a 30% enhancement in attributes from your doppelganger. Attributes. Host. Wang Lun. Primary attributes. Strength 150. 000. Agility 40. 000. Intelligence 10. Constitution 40. 000. Normal male is 1 point. Abilities. Gaming expert. Ruthless killer. Butcher. Chapter 23. An epilogue in the zombie world. After Wang Lun's departure, Qin Su commenced her authoritarian reign. The Council of Elders, wary of her power, found themselves compelled to submit to her will. Meanwhile, the people of Long Kingdom rallied behind Qin Su's decisions, leaving others powerless to resist. Blessed by divine favor, the citizens of Long Kingdom possessed not only formidable strength but also passed down portions of their power to their descendants, who came to be known as the Golden Human Race, with Qin Su revered as the Golden Empress. Upon assuming control of the empire, Qin Su presided over a world where the total number of survivors was fewer than 2 million, with 1 million residing in Long Kingdom, necessitating the relocation of all others to her realm. Qin Su enacted a regime of strict governance, instituting a reproductive policy that mandated individuals of marriageable age to pair off, permitting both polygamy and polyandry, with the singular criterion being the necessity of procreation. Families blessed with newborns would be rewarded by the empire. Additionally, an educational reform was established, requiring all citizens to undergo further education in scientific knowledge, with the empire regulating resource distribution, despite Wang Lun's repeated admonitions against the establishment of a church. In honor of his contributions to humanity, Qin Su and her associates chose to retain a semblance of a church, learning from historical precedents. They equated the church with Confucian teachings, disseminating tales of deeds without forming a true ecclesiastical institution, devoid of priests or popes, save for a statue of Wang Lun, revered by the populace. During meals and slumber, citizens were to pay homage to the divine. Most foreign survivors failed to comprehend Qin Su's rationale, with some even seeking to overthrow her rule, only to be reported and suppressed by the people of Long Kingdom. They understood that humanity was not in a time of prosperity. The arrival of the first extraterrestrial heralded the potential for a second, though it was uncertain if another like Wang Lun would emerge. Ultimately, humanity's fate was theirs to fight for, through procreation, population growth, education, and the pursuit of technological advancement. Only by evolving into a spacefaring race would they qualify to exist within the cosmos. 3 decades of recuperation later, humanity's population swelled to 10 million, and technological progress had returned to pre-apocalyptic levels. Some foreigners, unable to endure Qin Su's oppressive regime, opted to depart Long Kingdom and return to their homelands, unaware that their actions rendered them akin to ancient primates, instinctively clinging to survival among the trees. Others, however, chose to forge the earth with their own 2 feet. 50 years post-apocalypse, the human population surpassed 100 million, embarking on the exploration of alien relics of interstellar travel technology. 70 years later, the population reached 500 million. And the first spacecraft successfully completed its maiden voyage, safely arriving at a planet 5 light-years away. A century after the apocalypse, humanity's numbers soared to 1.5 billion. They could now traverse the cosmos freely, registering with the Interstellar Alliance of Races, securing their identity as a recognized species, no longer subject to the whims of others without repercussions. When the moment of successful registration dawned, the inhabitants of Earth erupted in jubilation, celebrating their hard-won achievement. In the Imperial Palace, a small boy in Qin Su's arms joined the chorus of cheers. "Father, I have fulfilled your legacy. It is time for me to step down from the throne. Qin Su cradled the young boy in her arms, observing the striking resemblance he bore to Wang Lun, which inevitably stirred memories of a century past. Mother, we have finally established our foothold in the universe. I shall lead our people to ensure that the name of humanity resonates throughout the cosmos. Qin Shao declared earnestly, his eyes brimming with confidence. I believe in you, my dear, but before that, you must devote yourself to your studies and refrain from fighting with others. Qin Su replied affectionately, ruffling Qin Zhao's hair. Please, mother. Do not pat my head anymore. It might hinder my growth. Besides, they claim that the priest cannot possibly be my father, as he departed a century ago. Upon hearing this, Qin Su's gaze sharpened momentarily, yet she refrained from displaying her agitation in front of Qin Shao. Do not heed their baseless claims. You are the progeny of both the priest's lineage and my own. He is undoubtedly your father. After Wang Lun's departure, Qin Su tidied his room and discovered a lock of his hair, which she carefully preserved. It was not until over 90 years later, when life sciences reached their zenith, that the technology for creating artificial beings matured. By merging her own cells with those of Wang Lun, Qin Su utilized life instruments to bring forth Qin Shao. This endeavor was known to the elders, who even supported Qin Su in her pursuit. They required a new emperor to guide humanity's advancement in the universe. Qin Shao, possessing the noble bloodlines of both Wang Lun and Qin Su, emerged as the optimal solution. With formidable strength and an esteemed heritage, he was destined for greatness. In time, you will understand that you are the hope of the empire. Do not allow their ignorant words to sway you. Do you comprehend? Although Qin Shao did not fully comprehend the situation, he nodded in agreement. In the cataclysmic aftermath of a century and 20 years, humanity's advancement in the interstellar realm faced significant impediments. A faction known as the Brain Eaters discovered that the human brain was particularly delectable, prompting a covert invasion of Earth with the intention of cultivating humans as a source of sustenance. However, humanity swiftly uncovered the existence of the Brain Eaters and initiated a relentless pursuit against them, which in turn attracted the formidable warships of the Brain Eater fleet. As a nascent species within the interstellar community, humanity audaciously dared to confront the Brain Eaters. Confronted with the might of the Brain Eater warships, humanity recognized its inferiority. Nonetheless, the Brain Eaters demanded an annual tribute of 100,000 humans as reparations. The Empire vowed to resist to the death, for the Golden Humans believed that death was preferable to signing an unequal treaty. In the absence of effective protection from the Interstellar Alliance, the Empire was left to confront the Brain Eaters alone, while other cosmic races watched with amusement, wagering on how long humanity could endure. Yet, the outcome astonished all. 1,000 Brain Eater warships were obliterated in an instant before a single human. Qin Shao not only flawlessly inherited half of Wang Lun's attributes, but also acquired the power of the Force within the cosmos. The amalgamation of these powers rendered the warships incapable of inflicting any harm upon him, while he could effortlessly destroy them with a single punch. Qin Zhao's legendary battle catapulted the Golden Humans to fame throughout the universe. Countless races sought to forge alliances through marriage with the Golden Humans, eager to share in this newfound strength. However, they were disheartened to learn that this extraordinary power would not be perfectly inherited by future generations, with at most only half being passed down. Consequently, cosmic races began a quest to uncover the source of the Golden Humans' power. Seeking that mysterious envoy of the god of slaughter and destruction, Earth transformed into a pilgrimage site for numerous races in search of treasures, yet they returned empty-handed, left only with fragmented historical accounts to attest to the envoy's might. This also ignited the curiosity of countless scholars regarding the existence of the angelic race and whether other interstellar civilizations remained undiscovered by the Interstellar Alliance. Meanwhile, Qin Su, after the war between humanity and the Brain Eaters, departed Earth with a sense of relief, embarking on a journey through the cosmos in search of everything related to the angels. She believed that if she could achieve immortality, then so could he. With unwavering determination, she was convinced they would reunite. Aware of her own unworthiness and lacking any desire for Wang Lun's love, her quest to find him became her obsession and motivation for survival. She longed for the moment to encounter him again, merely to say, "It's been a while, humanity has thrived." Chapter 24. The gaming virtuoso Wang Lun felt an immense power coursing through him. Although it had diminished somewhat in this realm of martial arts, it was sufficient for him to stride confidently. Yet, his intellect remained rather limited. The system's backpack had the capacity to bring back certain extraordinary items, and Wang Lun was relieved that he hadn't consumed the alien's fruit of wisdom, which granted a significant 10 points of intelligence. In this world, one would need to slay at least 400 individuals to attain the murderous prowess required. However, Wang Lun was in no rush to indulge, for there were already those awaiting him outside. Wang Lun, step forward. The witness is here to identify you, called out a male officer. Wang Lun pondered for a moment, deciding to replace the butcher with a gaming expert, as the butcher seemed rather too menacing. The male officer observed Wang Lun's emergence with a hint of curiosity. This seemingly ordinary individual was clearly a mere commoner. Zhang Jejia truly. Having just arrived at the precinct for a few days, she was already fantasizing about locating the long-missing serial killer. How could that be possible? Her face bore an expression of unwavering conviction, clearly blinded by her aspirations. She was quite lovely, yet sadly lacking in intellect. Wang Lun exhaled a sigh of relief upon noticing that the male officer's expression did not mirror that of his female counterpart. The effect of the title had taken hold. Zhang Jejia, elated, ushered a former victim to the interrogation room's exterior, pointing towards the individual inside and stating, "This is the one. Do you not recognize him as the perpetrator who exterminated your family?" An elderly woman, upon hearing that the murderer of her son had been apprehended, initially believed she could finally exact revenge for her loss. However, to her dismay, this female officer had brought forth an unrelated individual to deceive her. "Do you think I, a mother bereft of a son, am easily trifled with? This is clearly an ordinary person. How could he possibly be the one who took my son's life?" The elderly woman exclaimed in fury, contemplating whether these individuals were orchestrating a miscarriage of justice by substituting an innocent for their own gain. "You are truly heartless, attempting to frame us, ordinary citizens. I refuse to be complicit with someone like you." With that, she stormed away. Zhang Jejia stood in bewilderment, grappling with the realization that she had apprehended a murderous fiend in error. Yet, as she glanced towards Wang Lun, an unsettling thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she had misjudged a virtuous individual. This was no deranged killer, merely an inconspicuous and unremarkable person. He appeared to be nothing more than a gaming enthusiast, a couch potato whose offenses hardly warranted confinement in an interrogation room. Zhang Jejia felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Having only recently become a police officer, how could she have committed such a grievous blunder? Were it not for her father's position as the chief, she might have faced termination. Resolutely, she approached Wang Lun and, in a hushed tone, offered her apologies. "I am truly sorry for apprehending you in error yesterday. I shall escort you out at once." Wang Lun was taken aback to discover that even Zhang Jejia had altered her stance. Resolutely, he vowed that he could no longer bear the title of a murderous fiend. "You unjustly detained me for an entire day. An apology alone will not suffice. You must compensate me for lost wages, emotional distress, and the state must offer restitution. Don't you think?" Wang Lun found himself devoid of funds and had no choice but to request a small assistance from the other party. "No problem. Once we step outside, I will transfer 1,000 yuan to you," Zhang Jejia readily agreed. "Very well, let us proceed." Wang Lun, unburdened by greed, found satisfaction in the modest sum of 1,000 yuan, especially given his status as an unemployed drifter. After departing with him, Zhang Jejia readily produced the cash, presenting it to Wang Lun. "We are square now. You must not use this matter to coerce me again, or I shall not show you mercy." Zhang Jejia feigned authority, yet her demeanor exuded a certain charm. Wang Lun waved his hand and said, "Rest assured, I am merely a wanderer without a profession. Earning 1,000 a day is sufficient for me. I shall take my leave." Having acquired formidable strength, Wang Lun had become considerably more magnanimous. He would not resort to slaughtering her entire family over such trivial matters. After all, the power of this title was overwhelmingly potent, ensnaring anyone who encountered it. As Zhang Jejia watched Wang Lun depart with an air of nonchalance, an inexplicable pang of guilt coursed through her. Despite the way she had treated him, he showed no signs of anger. How despicable of me. He is a drifter, yet he does not appear to be idle. Perhaps he is in need of a good job. I might be able to assist him in finding one. "Wait," Zhang Jejia called out, extending her hand. Wang Lun turned back in confusion. "What? Do you believe that 1,000 yuan is too generous? I shall not return it to you." "No, it's not that," Zhang Jejia clarified. "I merely think it unwise for you to remain an unemployed drifter. How about I introduce you to a job? I have a friend at Zhao's group who is currently the president. I can recommend you to her." Wang Lun pondered carefully, reflecting on his past. Should he have applied for the position of a security guard? It seems rather intriguing, as it might have spared him 4 decades of unnecessary detours. He expressed profound gratitude to Officer Zhang, vowing to dedicate himself diligently to his work. Wang Lun immediately expressed his gratitude. In this world, he yearned to be an ordinary individual, leading a simple life. While other realms may be filled with grandeur, he found solace in the beauty of an unremarkable existence. There was no need for beautiful companions or wielding power over the court. He preferred to savor the mundane joys of life. I shall inform my dear friend to take a taxi directly to the designated location, which is near the Magic City Square, he said. Zhang Jijia felt a sense of pride, believing she had done a commendable deed. Wang Lun arrived at the magnificent Magic City Square and beheld the opulent edifice of the Zhao Group, a true landmark soaring to 150 stories. Upon reaching the base of the Zhao Group building, he was halted by security due to the absence of an employee ID. "Greetings, do you have an appointment?" the guard inquired. "I come highly recommended," Wang Lun replied. "My name is Wang Lun. You may verify with the supervisor." Wang Lun spoke with measured composure. The security guard, sensing no deceit in his demeanor, consulted his supervisor. Indeed, it was confirmed that Wang Lun was the individual in question. They instructed to bring him forth. As their department was in need of personnel, Wang Lun naturally heard the words of the other party. Indeed, he was a security guard. His entry into the workforce was remarkably smooth, offering provisions for meals and accommodation, a monthly salary of 8,000, comprehensive benefits including 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, and a schedule of 4 days off per month with rotating shifts. The security supervisor even thoughtfully advanced his salary. Gazing at his single-occupancy dormitory, Wang Lun couldn't help but exclaim, "I have undoubtedly circumvented 40 years of detours. This treatment surpasses that of 80% of the populace in Huagua. As long as one refrains from indulging in the sweetness of love, one shall not endure the bitterness of marriage. Thus, one can joyfully navigate many years in solitude." Wang Lun could hardly contain his excitement as he spent 2,000 yuan on a desktop computer, eagerly launching the most popular game, Legend of Valor. It must be said that the skills of this gaming virtuoso are remarkable. Even the opponents began to voice their thoughts in the chat. "Goodness, look at what you're doing. Bro, 5 bullets, 5 kills. You managed to dominate the game with nothing but a revolver. Come on, just quit. This isn't entertaining anymore. I've reported you 10 times already. You're so consistent. Care to share a link? If you're so skilled, why not play at a mythical rank instead of picking on us novices?" Wang Lun spread his hands, not out of reluctance to show leniency, but rather due to the evident weakness of his opponents. Unbeknownst to him, however, stood a prominent streamer, a master of the game, deliberately utilizing a low-tier account to climb the ranks. Yet, Wang Lun found himself consistently landing headshots, leaving the viewers in the live stream utterly bewildered. While the streamer grew increasingly agitated, he boldly declared, "He must be using hacks. I shot him from behind." And yet he managed to evade the bullets with a mere movement. Consequently, he swiftly exercised his privileges as a major streamer to report the incident to the game developers, asserting that due to the use of cheats and the disruption of fair play, the account would face a 10-year ban. Chapter 25. The World of Jianghu. Wang Lun gazed disdainfully at the crimson interface and scoffed, "Humph, worthless creature, I cannot be trifled with. Such a trivial account, I possess plenty." Wang Lun's harbored no desire to appeal or to prove himself, for he did not engage in live streaming nor relied on this game for income. In a nation as populous as China, with so many resorting to cheats, being banned merely meant creating a new account. Legend of Valor, commence. The prominent streamer chuckled as he witnessed another player being successfully reported, quenching his surprise with a sip of water. "I told you he was a cheater, but alas. He was only banned after the game concluded. My points are gone, but fear not. In the next match, I shall claim 40 kills. Watch closely, my friends." The match began. Though he intended to dominate in the new game, he was taken aback to find himself matched against a familiar adversary, Game Master 2. "Not again. How have I matched with him once more?" he lamented, only to be encouraged by his viewers to retaliate. However, he understood that his opponent not only cheated but was also exceptionally skilled. The combination rendered him utterly outmatched. As anticipated, the game ended with a score of 13-0, with Game Master never having died. "Report. I must report this. Why can't this game detect cheats?" he exclaimed in frustration. "They say another's suffering is one's own joy." And Wang Lun reveled in his newfound prowess, having once been the one on the receiving end of humiliation. Yet, His account faced yet another ban. Fear not, he mused. An account costs but 50 cents. I can play at whim. Wang Lun scoffed. Haha. Once again matched with a gaming expert. I am on the verge of a breakdown. I feel I am losing my sanity. Does this person harbor a grudge against me? The streamer suffered while the viewers reveled in delight. As they witnessed the streamer's visage contorted in agony, which elicited much amusement among the audience. One individual ventured to suggest, streamer, perhaps the opponent truly isn't using hacks. Yet, this remark was met with widespread condemnation. Even if they were blinded, they could still effortlessly connect with 3 players. How can you claim they aren't hacking? Impossible, absolutely impossible. After being banned 3 times consecutively, Wang Lun found himself somewhat disheartened. Was it truly a transgression to possess such exceptional prowess? Thus, he created one final account. Game Master 4. This time, however, Wang Lun was not met with another ban, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Meanwhile, the streamer Haha experienced a meltdown, ultimately compelled to end his broadcast. This incident quickly spread, leading to a surge of game masters emerging in the realm of heroic legends. The game officials were stirred into action, vowing to intensify their crackdown on cheats, resulting in numerous cheats facing severe repercussions. Wang Lun was entirely oblivious to this. After a brief period of leisure, he wandered near the employee dormitory. A month passed, and Wang Lun continued to lead this unadorned life, idling at work and indulging in video games after hours. Whenever hunger struck, he would order takeout. And each day he would take out a gaming die, casting it in hopes of discovering a new game strategy. Remarkably, he would consistently obtain at least one strategy every 4 days, and on fortunate occasions, he could acquire 2 within a span of 2 days. By the end of the month, Wang Lun had amassed a considerable collection of game strategies. Today, with a day off, he thought it an opportune moment to explore the new world, for the main realm had grown rather tedious. Wang Lunjing felt an overwhelming urge to act. The system activated, initiating the journey through realms. Scanning for the world of national martial arts, the realm of chivalrous heroes, and the lower-tier supernatural domain. Which world shall be chosen for transmission? With the presence of the chivalrous world, why choose the realm of national martial arts? To the world of chivalrous heroes, onward. Wang Lun chuckled and said, please select the method of transportation, physical transportation. This will yield 100% attribute feedback, consciousness transportation. This will yield 30% attribute feedback, consciousness transportation. Wang Lun felt that wielding his large axe was utterly effortless. After all, his attributes were more than sufficient. Venturing into the martial world merely required him to master martial arts and internal energy. The consciousness transfer could accommodate a maximum of 3 innate abilities. Please select 2 to retain, as your abilities will influence your initial identity, butcher or gaming expert. Wang Lun contemplated for a moment and ultimately decided to spare the murderous fiend, for he certainly did not wish to be regarded as a villain in the martial world. As the teleportation commenced, your avatar would receive a 1% enhancement to its attributes from the original self. Wang Lun discovered a new feature, which had previously been unattainable. Possibly due to the low attributes of the main body, falling below even 1%. A flash of white light flickered by. Wang Lun detected a distinct odor of fish. Upon the completion of the transmission, you are granted an opportunity to select a power from 4 available options. Merchant. Upon entering any marketplace, you will gain the favor of the shopkeeper, allowing you to view all merchandise, receive discounts, and have a chance to uncover special items. Gourmet. You can collect rare ingredients and, guided by ancient recipes, create extraordinary dishes. Weapon Master. You possess the proficiency to wield any weapon, increasing your damage by 50 when engaged in combat. Sword Saint. You have a unique understanding of the way of the sword, amplifying your damage by 100 when using a sword as your weapon. In this realm, the only aspect not to be neglected is the culinary arts. Hence, I choose the Sword Saint. Indeed, the title of Sword Saint is not merely about the additional damage of 100. The corresponding comprehension of swordsmanship is equally profound, making it perfect for showcasing one's prowess. With a single stroke from the west, the celestial beings descend, a truly magnificent display. You have chosen the Sword Saint. And in doing so, you have acquired the Holy Sword Xinyuan. You will have a daily chance to obtain lost swordsmanship manuals. Holy Sword Xinyuan, indestructible. Capable of cutting through iron as if it were mud, and inflicting an additional 100 damage to non-human entities. Note, O Holy Sword, do you see that enemy? The main quest has been issued. Main quest. 1. Master a martial art. 2. Achieve renown in the martial world, becoming known by at least 10,000 people. 3. Defeat all heroes of the realm, achieving a position among the top 10 in martial prowess. Special quest. 1. Establish a sect, ensuring the survival of at least 3 generations of leaders, with each leader reigning for no less than 5 years. 2. Become a legend in the martial world, the number 1 in the realm. The main quest is relatively straightforward, essentially a series of rewarding options, whereas the special quest presents a formidable challenge. Wang Lun harbored a profound confidence in his potential to become a legendary figure within the martial arts realm. However, establishing a sect that could endure through 3 generations proved to be a daunting challenge, one that might elude his control. The tenure of 3 successive leaders would span at least 15 years, and Wang Lun did not envision himself lingering in this world for such an extended period. Having grown accustomed to the lifestyle of modern society, his entry into the realm of martial arts was merely a spontaneous escapade. Upon assuming his new identity, he discovered that he was once a butcher, hailing from a wealthy family. Yet, his descent into gambling led to the ruin of his household, ultimately reducing him to the status of a beggar in middle age, a beggar in his twilight years, and a beggar who met his demise. The notion of being reborn as a beggar seemed almost absurd. It would have sufficed to simply declare that his identity was that of a deceased beggar. Wang Lun did not anticipate that the system could also exhibit a mischievous side. Suddenly, a pair of small hands reached out towards his body. Wang Lun grasped the other's hand, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he inquired, "Young man, what are your intentions?" "Old Deng, I presumed you had succumbed to slumber for an entire day. I was about to assist in collecting your remains. How about it? Have I treated you well? Is there any inheritance you might bestow upon me? Upon your demise, I shall dig a grave for you and bow in respect. What say you?" The young boy remained unperturbed, responding with calm composure and a smile. Chapter 26. Collecting interest. Wang Lun, upon seeing that the boy was merely a 10-year-old beggar, chose not to dwell on it. "What is your name, young one?" he inquired. "I have no name. Others refer to me as a wretched dog," replied the small beggar nonchalantly. "A fine name indeed. In light of your good-hearted nature, come with me, and together we shall amass great fortune." Wang Lun approached the nearby riverbank to wash his face, glancing at his reflection and noting the unmistakable signs of aging. His face was adorned with a grizzled beard, and deep-set wrinkles were evident. Nonetheless, it was a minor concern. His strength was at 1% of his original capacity. Synchronization in progress. Synchronization complete. Host, Wang Lun. Primary attributes, Strength 1500, Agility 400, Intelligence 10, Constitution 400. The normal male baseline is 1 point. Indeed, this level of power is sufficient for self-preservation. Wang Lun smiled, and in an instant, he appeared considerably younger. The average lifespan of an ordinary person is a century, but with a physique of 400. Wang Lun could endure for 40,000 years. The mutt, upon witnessing Wang Lun wash his face, felt as though he was looking at a different person altogether. Filled with curiosity, could it be that this old man is indeed an extraordinary figure? Considering his offer to help him earn money, perhaps he truly is capable. "Kid, allow me to bestow upon you a new name," the mutt declared. The term he had used initially was rather derogatory, so he suggested Sherpation. The little beggar nodded in agreement. Although the name felt overly grandiose, it was certainly preferable to being called a mutt. "Very well. I shall be known as Sherpation henceforth. However, I do not know how to write. Can you teach me, old Deng?" "Of course," came the reply. "But you must no longer refer to me as old Deng. You shall address me as Master Wang." Wang Lun chuckled softly. "Oh, master, you are still a learned scholar. How have you fallen to such depths? Is it not said that all pursuits are inferior, save for the pursuit of knowledge? Old Deng, your current state disheartens me regarding the scholarly class." Sherpation sighed. "Life is arduous. I never imagined that a scholar could descend to the plight of a beggar." Wang Lun could no longer contain himself. He delivered a resounding blow to the disheveled mess of hair atop the man's head. "Call me master once more, or refer to me as old Deng, and I shall enlighten you on the meaning of gazing at the bright moon." Wang Lun crushed the stone slab beneath his foot, making it clear to the other party that he was far from being an ineffectual old man. "Master, I was wrong. I shall never dare to do so again." Sherpation knelt with remarkable fluidity and ease, appearing to have experienced such situations on numerous occasions. Wang Lun gently patted his shoulder and said, "Let us rise. From now on, Do not kneel before others so easily, aside from me. Shirpatian glanced at Wang Lun in confusion, but chose not to inquire further. So, can we earn a substantial fortune? He asked eagerly, for his primary concern lay in the prospect of wealth, which would afford him the luxury of a grand residence, sparing him the need to seek refuge in the cold winter merely for the sake of warmth. Come, let us embark on this journey to acquire riches. Wang Lun strode forward with determination, soon arriving before a casino named Fortune Casino. However, just as he and Shirpatian prepared to enter, they were met with resistance from the guards. Halt! We do not admit beggars here. You reek and possess little more than a few stinky coins. Begone. Do not let me see you again. The guards were robust men, exuding strength and showing no fear of the pair of old beggars. You see, my young friend, this is what it means to be looked down upon. Although we may lack wealth, I possess strength, he declared. A quintessential gambler must first have initial capital, second, the skill to cheat without detection, and third, the ability to seize the winnings. Wang Lun spoke with utmost seriousness. Shirpatian appeared to ponder, as if he truly grasped the essence of the matter. However, the guards remained perplexed, unable to comprehend the intentions of the old beggar. If you still do not understand, he declared candidly, I have come to rob you. Wang Lun, without wasting a word, swiftly incapacitated several guards and forcefully kicked open the doors of the casino. Today, I shall uphold justice and eradicate this den of vice. At that moment, the patrons within the casino, startled by the sudden breach, realized that someone had come to disrupt their revelry. The casino's leader, upon witnessing the audacious intrusion, promptly summoned all his subordinates, more than 30 in number, who swiftly encircled the two beggars. You old fool, do you really think you can challenge us? You must be tired of living, he sneered. The leader, portly and imposing, bore a countenance that struck fear into the hearts of many. Shipo Tian, feeling trepidation, cowered behind Wang Lun. These were ruthless individuals, known for their merciless brutality, and Shipo Tian had often witnessed them reduce others to a state of near death. I merely seek to collect a debt, he declared. Decades ago, I deposited 500 taels in your casino. 50 years have passed, and now I only ask for 50,000 taels. Surely that reflects a sense of fairness. Wang Lun smiled, completely dismissing these individuals. I dare to offer. I merely fear that you lack the courage to accept. The casino boss sneered, asserting that since the inception of the casino, no one has ever dared to act in such a manner. Wang Lun delivered a powerful blow, sending his opponent crashing into the wall, leaving a large impression that resembled the character for Big. The fate of the individual remained uncertain. It appears that I, in my advancing years, still possess strength undiminished from my prime. Wang Lun chuckled, his gaze sweeping over the others. The guards retreated one after another, for the leader was a second-rate master, in this small county, who would not show a modicum of respect. Young man, take your money. Whatever you can grasp is yours. He turned to the others, and you, do not hold back. There is enough for all who witness. Wang Lun shouted, and in an instant, the entire casino erupted into chaos, as the silver coins on the gaming table were swiftly snatched away. Meanwhile, Wang Lun made his way to the casino's treasury, taking the lion's share of the wealth. However, the remaining amount was scant, barely over 30,000 taels, indicating that the proprietor had not been remiss in taking his earnings home. The guards, recognizing the inevitable demise of the casino, joined the frenzy of looters. Shirpatian seized a handful of silver coins, not succumbing to greed, and fled the casino to await Wang Lun's return. Wang Lun gazed at the silver coins in the other's hand, astonished that this young lad possessed such discernment. Taking too many would surely attract the attention of others. My boy, I have not deceived you, have I? Let us be on our way, no more lingering. Wang Lun departed with great elation. As he had secured the initial funds, this casino was indeed not to be underestimated. His background revealed that this very casino had employed underhanded tactics to deprive the butcher of all his possessions, to the extent that he was nearly beaten to death. Wang Lun first purchased several sets of garments, then proceeded to the inn to bathe and donned a fresh outfit. Gazing into the bronze mirror, he beheld an elderly figure, yet with a youthful visage and silvery hair, unmistakably the countenance of a sage. Suddenly, there came a knock at the door. Old Deng. No, I mean, master. Are you ready yet? I am quite famished. Although Shirpatian possessed a modest fortune, it was earmarked for his future bride, and thus he refrained from extravagant spending. Observing the master, who had no offspring to care for him in his twilight years, it was evident that upon passing, he would have to tend to his own remains. Coming. Let us go. I shall treat you to a sumptuous meal." He called out to the innkeeper, "Bring me a roasted duck, a pound of pig ears, a pound of braised beef, a plate of peanuts, and a bowl of rice." Wang Lun exclaimed loudly, "If one is to eat, one must eat well." Sherpatian was taken aback by Wang Lun's generosity, realizing only then how grand he could be. Had he known this earlier, he would have followed the master sooner, sparing himself the hardship of enduring hunger. In his heart, he silently vowed, "Old Deng, after your passing, I shall ensure you receive a splendid burial." Chapter 27. The Primordial Unity Technique. Wang Lun observed the table devoid of any remnants and, using a toothpick, tended to his teeth, unexpectedly impressed by the boy's hearty appetite. After donning fresh attire, he appeared somewhat dashing. Sherpatian, patting his satiated belly, felt a profound sense of contentment and then, with curiosity, inquired, "Master, where shall we venture next? Do you wish to learn martial arts or pursue scholarly studies?" Wang Lun did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, he posed a counter-question. "Of course, I have given it thought, but alas, I lack the funds." Sherpatian lamented that he often sneaked into the academy to eavesdrop and ventured to the martial arts school to learn clandestinely, yet regrettably, he had not acquired any genuine knowledge. "It is commendable that you possess such determination. Come, accompany me to purchase a courtyard. It would provide you with a semblance of home. Subsequently, I shall arrange for you to attend a private school, for at the age of 10, one ought to commence their studies." Wang Lun regarded Sherpatian with an appreciative eye, understanding the nuances of social interaction and the art of retreat. Thus, he willingly extended a helping hand to a small beggar without hesitation. Sherpatian, moved by Wang Lun's kindness, resolved that upon the passing of the old man, he would elevate the standards of the burial, even going so far as to invite the courtesan from the brothel to dance before the grave. An hour later, Wang Lun spent 500 taels of silver at the pawnshop to acquire a 3-courtyard residence and arranged for several maidservants to attend to his daily needs. Sherpatian, caught off guard by the prospect of becoming a young master, served by multiple maidens, felt a twinge of embarrassment. "The teacher has already made arrangements for you. He will come to instruct you tomorrow. This is a splendid opportunity for learning. Should I find out that you do not apply yourself diligently, you will understand the consequences." Wang Lun instructed and then departed from the small courtyard. Sherpatian scratched his head in perplexity, pondering how he could ascertain the consequences. However, if it were indeed possible to learn, he vowed to approach it earnestly. As for Wang Lun, he was undoubtedly on his way to seek out the martial arts academy. Gaining entry into a reputable sect proved challenging, especially considering his identity as an elderly gentleman in his 70s or 80s, who would accept him. It was only at the martial arts academy, a place that operated on a fee-for-service basis, that he found a fitting opportunity. The Jindao Martial Arts Academy suited him well, as they would impart their ancestral techniques in exchange for payment. "Esteemed sir, what brings you here?" inquired a disciple of the academy, regarding Wang Lun with a hint of confusion, wondering if he was perhaps a friend of the academy's master. "I have come, of course, to seek the mastery of martial arts. The principles of martial ethics should be upheld." However, the disciples of the martial arts school gazed at him with perplexity. At this advanced age, nearing 70 or 80, was he truly seeking to learn martial arts? Was he perhaps weary of life and eager to embrace the grave? "Dear sir, you are already frail and elderly. Why must you continue to exert yourself? You hail from a prosperous family. Would it not be more fitting to enjoy your twilight years?" implored one of the disciples, genuinely believing such efforts to be unnecessary. At the Golden Blade Martial Arts School, one could learn martial arts simply by paying the fee. Why concern oneself with such matters? "Are you worried that I lack the means?" Wang Lun understood the goodwill of the other party. Yet his sole intention was to master the internal martial arts principles. How could he possibly leave? How can you, old man, be so ungrateful? I have offered my counsel, and since you still wish to learn, then do come inside. Thank you. Wang Lun entered the Golden Blade Martial Arts School, where the courtyard was filled with robust men diligently practicing their martial arts. The gatekeeper disciple led Wang Lun to report to the esteemed master of the Golden Blade, Lan Tianyu. Upon seeing a man old enough to be his father wishing to learn martial arts, Lan Tianyu could only feel a sense of absurdity. "Esteemed elder," he remarked, "it is best to begin martial training around the age of 10. You, having reached your advanced years, why do you wish to learn now? It would be more beneficial for you to practice the Taoist Tai Chi or the medicinal 5 animal frolics, which may enhance your health and extend your life." The master of the Golden Blade further advised, primarily concerned that if this elderly gentleman were to perish while training, the reputation of the Golden Blade martial arts school would be tarnished. Is it possible to learn the ancestral internal cultivation techniques of the Golden Blade for 1,000 taels of silver? Wang Lun stated plainly that it was merely a transaction of money. Upon witnessing Wang Lun's unwavering resolve, the owner of the Golden Blade Pavilion shook his head and replied, "No, it must be at least 5,000 taels. That is the ancestral internal cultivation technique of my family, the primordial unity formula. Practicing this method not only grants one immense internal power, but also strengthens the spirit. It is a rare and unparalleled martial art." Wang Lun cast a sidelong glance at the other party, remarking that with such fervent praise for a postnatal martial arts technique, one must be attempting to inflate the price. The Hunyuan Qi technique, a postnatal skill, is already valued at 2,000 taels, and any excess would merely account for the foundational martial knowledge you impart to me. Wang Lun spoke in a calm manner, asserting that acquiring a martial arts manual does not equate to immediate proficiency. A solid foundation in martial arts is indispensable. Much like attempting to tackle advanced mathematics without first mastering the fundamentals, an endeavor akin to chasing phantoms. Very well, it is settled. But you must refrain from disclosing that you are a disciple of my Golden Blade Martial Arts Academy. The Golden Blade Martial Arts Academy has made a trivial request. For Wang Lun's age is indeed considerable, rendering him less suitable to assume the role of his mentor. This is easily agreed upon. Wang Lun felt somewhat reluctant to address anyone as master. The transaction was successfully concluded, with 2,000 taels of silver delivered on the spot. And Wang Lun acquired the coveted manual of the Hunyuan Yakisha. In consideration of Wang Lun's generous demeanor, the master of the Golden Blade Pavilion took 3 days to impart the fundamental principles of martial arts to him. Wang Lun has transformed from a novice in martial arts into a budding practitioner. He has successfully embarked upon the path of the Hunyuan Qi technique. One can view this in the attributes panel. The Hunyuan Qi technique, beginner level, bestows an increase of 100 points of internal strength and 1 point of intelligence, albeit with no special effects. This postnatal skill holds little significance and serves merely as an initiation into the martial arts realm. Even upon achieving perfection, it would only augment one's intelligence by a few dozen points at most. Indeed, it is imperative to seek out the truly extraordinary martial arts techniques within the martial world. The Dao Martial Arts Academy never anticipated that Wang Lun could commence his journey in the Hunyuan Qi technique at such an advanced age. They could not help but lament, "Dear sir, you have managed to grasp postnatal martial arts in just 3 days. Had you begun training at the age of 15, by 30 you would have undoubtedly become a master of the martial arts. What a pity. Haha, no need for pity. How can you be certain that I cannot achieve mastery in martial arts? Farewell, esteemed master of the Dao Academy." Having accomplished his objectives, Wang Lun naturally prepared to depart, for his own strength and physique were sufficient to traverse the martial world with ease. His skills merely served to provide him with additional means. However, what surprised Wang Lun upon his return to the small courtyard was the sight of Shi Patian suspended beneath a jujube tree. As soon as he noticed Wang Lun's approach, he began to whimper, urging him to flee without delay. "Old wretch, the last time you seized 30,000 taels from my gambling den, if you hand it over willingly, you might suffer less torment." The casino owner had survived, only due to his daily garb of gold-threaded soft armor, which absorbed much of the force. Nevertheless, he was left in a near-death state, regaining consciousness only after 2 days of unconsciousness. In an immediate response, he expended a considerable fortune to enlist the services of a postnatal master, a figure who could wield great influence within this small county. Wang Lun gazed at the casino owner, who was swathed like a mummy, while a middle-aged man sat beside him, delicately adjusting his goatee with a hand adorned in an effeminate gesture. This display filled Wang Lun with distaste. Is this androgynous figure truly his reliance? Wang Lun could not help but scoff. "You have merely triumphed over me through sheer brute strength. I have already discovered that you commenced your martial training merely 3 days ago, seeking refuge within the esteemed Golden Blade Martial Arts School. However, even the master of that school would not be a match for my senior, and your carefully laid plans are destined to fail. Allow me to introduce you to the infamous Iron Hand Yen Quan, renowned across the 2 rivers, a practitioner of postnatal cultivation. To him, ending your life would be as effortless as slaughtering a chicken." The proprietor of the gambling house believed he had discerned Wang Lun's intentions. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Wang Lun's strength surpassed his wildest imaginings. Chapter 28. The unnamed name to dare to insult me is to invite death. The middle-aged martial artist, possessing a voice akin to that of a quacking duck, struck the teacup from his hand with a single palm, infused with a malicious internal force. Any ordinary second-rate martial artist struck by it would undoubtedly have their internal organs shattered. Wang Lun, unfazed, gently raised his hand to catch the teacup, disregarding the malevolent energy within, and tossed it back. Yin Quan was taken aback that an elderly man, who had only recently begun his martial journey, could not only catch the teacup but also return it with such force. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart, yet before he could turn to flee, the teacup struck his head, shattering it open, and blood and brains splattered in all directions. The casino owner, licking the blood from his lips, felt a shiver run down his spine. A formidable practitioner had just been slain before his eyes. He fell to his knees with a thud. "Hero, I failed to recognize your greatness. I have dependents above and below me. Spare my life." The casino owner wept earnestly, evoking a sense of pity in those who witnessed his plight. However, Wang Lun merely sneered, "I have spared you once, have I not? Since you have reminded me. Rest assured, I take great pleasure in ensuring that your entire family remains intact on the journey to the underworld, so they will not be lonely." The casino owner immediately changed his plea. "No, I beg you. I am willing to exchange all of my family's wealth for their lives, even if I perish. I shall have no regrets. When will the cycle of vengeance cease? Root out the grievances and let them be extinguished." With a single strike, Wang Lun dispatched him, along with his subordinates. Shirpatian, perched upon the tree, gazed in disbelief at Wang Lun's actions, a flicker of fear igniting within his heart. Wang Lun set it down, feigning ferocity as he menaced. "Boy, are you afraid of me?" Shirpatian recoiled slightly, contemplating earnestly before responding. "I am not afraid. They all deserve their fates. If our strength were insufficient today, it would be us lying dead. Master, I have witnessed death many times. People have been brutally slain in the streets. I am deeply fearful that I too may one day meet such a fate. Thus, I yearn to study and master martial arts. However, today I have realized that knowledge alone cannot safeguard me. Only the cultivation of martial prowess can provide true protection." Wang Lun rubbed his head and shook it, saying, "Do not underestimate the value of reading. Without knowledge, you will struggle to comprehend the martial arts manuals. Do you think merely possessing a manual will enable you to understand it? Foolish practice will only hasten your demise. I intend to depart from this place and embark on a journey through the rivers and lakes. Do you wish to remain here as a pampered heir, or will you accompany me?" Wang Lun presented Shirpatian with a choice, both of which were commendable. Remaining here to study and hone martial skills was a viable option, while journeying alongside Wang Lun would entail considerable hardships, yet promise a more expansive future. Shirpatian did not deliberate for long before articulating his response. "Master, I wish to traverse the rivers and lakes with you. You have shown me such kindness, and I fear for your safety along the way. I would not want you to perish without someone to tend to your remains," Shirpatian stated earnestly. Wang Lun did not anticipate that Shirpotian's reasoning would be so compelling. "Very well, accompany me and witness the brutality of this world. You must comprehend that the martial realm is fraught with peril. A moment's weakness may transform into the very blade that seals your fate." Wang Lun made his way directly to the grand estate of the casino owner, merely relying on a gambling house, extracting the hard-earned resources of the common folk. He had constructed such an expansive residence, with each brick imbued with the tears and suffering of the people. Perhaps the heavens could no longer bear witness to this injustice. Despite the casino owner's marriage to 18 concubines, he had failed to produce even a single offspring. Wang Lun commanded Shirpatian to slay several defenseless casino proprietors, brothers who posed no threat. Shirpatian executed the act without a flicker of hesitation, a single stroke of his blade sending blood splattering across his own form. "Master, I am familiar with them. They are indeed nefarious individuals. I once had a dear friend who was brutally murdered by them, and little did I expect to have the opportunity to avenge him." A smile graced Shirpotian's visage as he recalled that companion, who had met his untimely demise while seeking funds to purchase medicine for Shirpatian during a fever, unwittingly colliding with them on the street. He was mercilessly beaten to death. Now, the cycle of karma has come full circle, and justice has been served. They have received their just deserts. "Young man, commendable. You possess courage. Even without my presence, you would undoubtedly carve out your own path to success. Return and gather your belongings. We shall depart from this place on the morrow." Wang Lun smiled, harboring great expectations for Shirpatian, believing that perhaps he could assist in managing a sect effectively. Naturally, Wang Lun had devised an infallible method to accomplish his covert mission. Both plans would unfold concurrently, serving as a double safeguard. Upon returning to his courtyard, Wang Lun instructed his servants to bury the bodies in the backyard, subsequently dismissing them. The news of the demise of the deadly Iron Hand, Yin Quan, swiftly spread. As those servants were hardly tight-lipped, with just a bit of silver, anything could be divulged. The owner of the Golden Blade Martial Arts Academy was taken aback that Wang Lun managed to defeat Yin Quan. For a postnatal martial artist was considered unrivaled in this territory. There existed a hierarchy: third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, postnatal, innate, master, and grandmaster, with land gods at the pinnacle. Anyone who could enter the postnatal realm was deemed exceptionally gifted. Even the owner of the Golden Blade was at the zenith of first-rate, unable to breach the threshold of postnatal mastery. He was indeed an elderly man in his 70s. I had felt his bones. And his internal strength was at the level of third-rate. How could he possibly have slain a postnatal martial artist? Merely throwing back a teacup seemed utterly absurd. An unknown figure? A person over 70 years old taking up martial arts might indeed carve out a remarkable destiny in the martial world. Wang Lun, known by the alias Nameless, became the subject of widespread intrigue overnight. At the venerable age of 70, having only just begun his martial arts training, he was capable of vanquishing practitioners of innate strength. Just days prior, he had been a beggar, and now the transformation was nothing short of astonishing. This piqued the curiosity of many, prompting the Tianji Pavilion to rank Nameless as the 100th on the list of innate warriors. Numerous individuals flocked to witness the prowess of Wang Lun. Regrettably, when eager visitors sought to meet him, they discovered that the small courtyard was already deserted. On the following day, aboard a small vessel on the Qiantang River, Wang Lun stood at the bow, his hands clasped behind his back. He murmured softly, "In my lifetime, I have neither cultivated virtue nor engaged in good deeds, only indulging in feasting, gambling, and vice. Suddenly, I have broken free from the chains that bound me. And as I gaze upon the ebb and flow of the tides on the Qiantang, I finally comprehend my true self. Master, what a splendid poem, though I confess I do not grasp its meaning," Sherpatian exclaimed in admiration. This left Wang Lun somewhat speechless. How could one appreciate the beauty of poetry without understanding its essence? The meaning conveyed was that in the earlier part of his life, he had never committed to virtuous actions, solely preoccupying himself with pleasures. It was only after liberating himself from the shackles of his past that he truly recognized his identity while observing the surging tides of the Qiantang River. Wang Lun did not mind offering an explanation, deeming it as an opportunity to impart knowledge to Sherpatian. "So, Master, you engaged in such endeavors during your youth? I had assumed you devoted yourself solely to martial arts, waiting for the moment to shine." Sherpatian chuckled, "After just a few days of study, I am already conversant with idioms." The venerable elder, with his remarkable literary prowess, inspired admiration in me. "I am Zhang Ke, here to seek your guidance on a matter or two." At that moment, another fishing vessel caught up with Wang Lun's small boat. A man wielding a sword saluted, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Zhang Ke felt an exhilarating rush within. Although he was unaware of how this nameless elder managed to slay the formidable Yin Quan, he surmised that, given the elder's advanced age, his martial prowess could not possibly be innate. It must have been through extraordinary means that he vanquished Yin Quan. Such methods, he believed, were undoubtedly rare. If he could defeat this opponent, he would surely carve out a name for himself within the martial world. Chapter 29. The Four Symbols Divine Skill. Wang Lun smiled warmly at the other person, exuding the charm of a kind and amiable elder. Today, he had fortuitously activated the effects of the Sword Saint's swordsmanship manual, acquiring the Holy Spirit sword technique. Since someone was eager to take a chance, why not grant them the opportunity? "I shall provide you with a chance to make your move." Wang Lun stood confidently with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon acquiring the Sacred Spirit sword technique, he achieved mastery, despite the minimal internal power derived from the primordial harmony formula. However, Wang Lun possessed a remarkable physique, imbued with potent blood energy, allowing him to utilize this vitality in lieu of internal force to execute the Sacred Spirit sword technique. Previously, he had been unfamiliar with harnessing blood energy, but through his martial training, he learned to channel the energy within him, thereby developing his blood vitality. It must be acknowledged that there exists a certain universality among energies. Zhang Ke, observing Wang Lun's nonchalant demeanor, pondered whether he might be an ancient specter, with the information he had gathered merely a facade. Yet, having successfully issued a challenge, Retreating would tarnish his reputation in the martial world. He could only hope that this senior would show mercy, or perhaps he was merely an ineffectual fool. Zhang Ku, a formidable warrior at only 28 years of age, stood at the bow of the boat, drawing his sword and thrusting it toward Wang Lun. Even Sherpa Tian could sense the formidable strength of his opponent as the intense sword energy nearly capsized their small vessel, anxious that Wang Lun might not withstand the assault. He feared he would soon be tasked with retrieving his remains from the river. However, Zhang Ku's longsword failed to penetrate Wang Lun's sword energy shield. With a mere flick of his foot, Wang Lun sent him plummeting into the water with a resounding splash. "Master, you are exceedingly powerful. How is it that a transparent barrier surrounds you?" Sherpa Tian struggled to find words of praise and spoke plainly instead. "This is the protective sword energy of the sacred spirit sword technique. Would you like to learn it?" Wang Lun chuckled, remarking that it was indeed worthy of being a swordsmanship manual from the high martial world, undeniably powerful. Unfortunately, the probability of acquiring it was quite low, with merely a 1% chance each day and no guarantee after 100 days. To have obtained it today was a stroke of good fortune. Sherpa Tian nodded fervently, captivated by such an impressive martial art, expressing his eagerness to learn. "Master, please teach me," he implored, bowing deeply, his eyes brimming with yearning. Haha. Mastering martial arts requires enduring hardships, especially this particular discipline, which demands both innate talent and diligent effort to reach its profound depths. "Master, I can endure hardships," Sherpa Tian replied. While he might lack other skills, he had spent the first half of his life facing adversities. "Since you are resolute in your determination, I shall begin by imparting to you the foundational principles of martial arts." Wang Lun was eager to witness the heights this young fellow could eventually reach. Having attained a certain level of strength himself, he found it quite enjoyable to engage in a reality-based cultivation game. The arrival of Zhang Ku did not instill any sense of crisis in Wang Lun. It was merely a small boat crossing the river to the south. After being rescued from drowning, Zhang Ku perceived Wang Lun as an old master, deliberately toying with him. How could someone who had only practiced martial arts for 3 or 4 days possess the protective energy of a seasoned fighter? Such prowess was typically the hallmark of a grandmaster. "Good heavens, old fellow, are you concocting schemes, lacking in shame, and feeding nonsense? Yet, I shall remain silent. If I endure the beatings, you shall not fare any better." Consequently, upon returning to the shore, Zhang Ku immediately proclaimed that he had battled the unnamed elder for 300 rounds, ultimately succumbing to a single move that sent him into the water. One could not help but admire the unnamed elder, who began practicing martial arts in his twilight years and was still able to defeat a top-tier martial artist in his prime. The crowd believed him, for no one would openly admit to being bested by an old man who had only recently taken up martial arts. Those who considered themselves stronger than Zhang Ku eagerly rolled up their sleeves, thinking it unjust to bully an elder. Such is the way of the martial world, where heroes are defined by their victories and defeats. Moreover, it is quite normal for the younger generation to seek guidance from their elders. Wang Lun set foot upon the enchanting land of Jiangnan, home to the illustrious Baijian mountain villa and the esteemed 5 great sword sects, all renowned for their mastery of the sword, perfect for Wang Lun to hone his own swordsmanship. Though he had acquired the prowess of the sword saint, introspection alone would not suffice. Only through engaging with formidable swordmasters could he hope to progress. At that very moment, a significant event transpired in Jiangnan. The entire household of the renowned hero Zhou Fa, comprising over 30 members, was mysteriously annihilated. Zhou Fa, a man of numerous friends and a staunch adversary of villainy, was celebrated throughout Jiangnan for his gentlemanly swordsmanship. In the wake of this tragedy, many of his friends rallied to avenge him, even offering a bounty of 1,000 gold coins for the capture of the murderer. However, whispers began to circulate that the esteemed gentleman swordsman Zhou Fa had fallen victim to the cataclysmic wrath of those who coveted the legendary and unparalleled skill known as the Four Symbols divine art. Wang Lun was dining in the bustling inn when he overheard a piece of news that stirred his heart. The Four Symbols divine skill is a comprehensive system of internal martial arts and techniques, possessing the power of the Four Symbols. The Azure Dragon and White Tiger govern the swiftness of combat, while the Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise emphasize recovery and defense. It is said that mastering the Four Symbols allows one to traverse 1,000 miles in a day, shatter mountains with a single strike, and possess an indomitable body capable of regeneration. This legacy, handed down from the Four Symbols Taoists several centuries ago, once dominated the martial world for a full 60 years. Master, is the four symbols divine skill truly that formidable? How does it compare to the sacred spirit sword technique you have taught me? The child, ever eager to compare, inquired without restraint. Wang Lun was not irked. After all, children, possessing limited experience, are naturally inclined to inquire about everything. Haha, as for unparalleled martial arts, there exists no distinction in superiority. It ultimately hinges upon the practitioner's skill. Even when the same technique is employed, the prowess exhibited can vary significantly from one individual to another, sometimes with considerable disparity. Wang Lun gently elucidated, without embellishing the merits of the sacred spirit sword technique. For he had yet to attain the unparalleled divine skill of this world. He dared not overestimate nor belittle it. Upon realizing that he was practicing the extraordinary martial arts long sought after by the denizens of the realm, Shurpatian was instantly invigorated, as if he had been infused with a surge of vitality. He hastily consumed a few bites of his meal to satiate his hunger. Master, I am full now. I wish to pursue martial training. Shurpatian yearned to master the sacred spirit sword technique to perfection, eager to dominate the martial world for a century, so that none would remain unaware of his name. Wang Lun nodded slightly, continuing to savor his meal while eavesdropping on the whispers circulating within the inn. He felt a sense of satisfaction regarding Shurpatian's self-awareness. Though young, he possessed a spirited perspective of his own. However, as he dined, a group of ruffians noticed that the tables were full, leaving only Wang Lun's table occupied solely by an elderly man. A lanky, monkey-like fellow approached Wang Lun, casually scooping a handful of peanuts into his mouth, and mumbled, "Old man, finish up and make way for us." Yet, their leader recognized Wang Lun. After all, such an eccentric individual was a rarity. Could it be that you are the esteemed nameless one? The lanky man felt a pang of apprehension upon seeing his leader's cautious inquiry, wondering if they had inadvertently provoked a formidable figure. "Oh, you recognize me?" Wang Lun found it rather perplexing. After all, he had merely slain an acquired martial artist, yet his name had become renowned. Indeed, the martial world of Liangjiang was abuzz with tales of the elder's exploits, and not a soul failed to express their regret for the elder's fate. Had you trained in martial arts during your youth, you might very well have become a legendary master of the martial realm today, Fang Yuan extolled. Moreover, I harbor a deep-seated grudge against Yin Quan for the murder of my father. Regrettably, my skills are lacking, and I have yet to transcend the acquired realm. To encounter you today is truly an honor. Shou Ho, extend my apologies to the elder, and kindly procure a table laden with exquisite dishes and fine wine. Immediately, Shou Ho obsequiously apologized. Elder, I beg your pardon. I have spoken out of turn. Please forgive me. Chapter 30, Effortlessly Gained. Wang Lun paid little heed to such trivial matters. The thin monkey chuckled awkwardly, easing the tension, and immediately summoned the innkeeper to prepare a lavish feast of fine wines and delicacies. Fang Yuan appeared to be a man of considerable integrity. Yet Wang Lun observed that his subordinates were rather unsatisfactory. "Esteemed senior, I raise this glass to you in gratitude for avenging me," Fang Yuan proclaimed, presenting himself as a dutiful son. However, Wang Lun sensed an underlying unease. Yet, it was merely a cup of wine. Even if it were poisoned, his robust constitution would allow him to disregard most toxins. Just a minor concern. Wang Lun drained his drink in one gulp. Upon witnessing this, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. "Old Ding, you've fallen into the trap." He continued, "I hold great admiration for you, my esteemed senior, and I wish to seek your guidance, if you would be so kind." Fang Yuan revealed his ulterior motive, aspiring to ascend to fame by stepping upon Wang Lun's achievements. Wang Lun chuckled helplessly, remarking, "Is this all there is? How utterly mundane. Ha ha, young man, you possess courage. However, your methods are of no consequence to me. Do you wish to continue seeking my guidance?" Wang Lun chuckled lightly, considering it an opportunity granted to the other party. Fang Yuan's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment, as he had not anticipated that his subtle tactics would be uncovered. It is no wonder that they say experience often trumps youth. However, such a rare opportunity was not to be easily relinquished. Resolute, he steeled himself and declared, "I humbly ask for your assistance, esteemed senior." Fang Yuan stepped out of the inn and onto the bustling street, preparing himself to confront Wang Lun. Wang Lun emerged from the inn, surveying the throng of onlookers around him, who appeared remarkably familiar with this scene. "Jiangnan's swift swordsman, Fang Yuan, please enlighten me, esteemed senior." By declaring his identity, Fang Yuan not only introduced himself, but also indicated to whom he would direct his challenge. Otherwise, how would anyone know who he was? I shall grant you the opportunity to strike, lest I fear you may not have a chance to do so. Wang Lun spoke in a deep voice. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, clad in a white robe, his hair white, yet his visage youthful, exuding the aura of a master of a bygone era. Fang Yuan, not daring to be presumptuous, unsheathed his long knife and initially displayed a series of knife techniques, which garnered a round of applause and cheers from the onlookers. Wang Lun was rendered speechless by this behavior. What are you doing? Performing acrobatics? What Wang Lun did not realize was that Fang Yuan's actions were intended to wait for the laxative to take effect. The purpose of gaining fame is to sell oneself to the imperial family, to establish a martial arts school, and to serve as a guardian. A nameless first-rate martial artist earns 500 taels a year, while a renowned one earns 1,000. It is all for the sake of profit. And there is no shame in that. Noticing Wang Lun's lack of reaction, Fang Yuan wondered whether the monkey had not administered the drug, or if Wang Lun was indeed ignoring the effects of the laxative. If he executed another round of his sword technique, he would soon be met with applause. Fang Yuan swung his blade, raising a cloud of dust, and charged swiftly toward Wang Lun, hoping that his opponent was merely a fade of skill. However, to Fang Yuan's disappointment, a surge of vital energy blocked his advance. He was momentarily dumbfounded. Zhang Ke, you scoundrel! You claimed that despite the opponent being a master, you had fought 300 rounds and lost by just one move. Fang Yuan was not a reckless individual. He had only dared to challenge Wang Lun after defeating Zhang Ke. Wang Lun, perceiving the limited prowess of his opponent, chose to forego further discourse. His right hand transformed into a sword-like gesture, unleashing a surge of sacred sword energy that sent Fang Yuan crashing against the wall. Though he spat blood, he valiantly suppressed his agony and addressed Wang Lun. I am deeply grateful, esteemed nameless master, for your willingness to bestow your wisdom upon me. I humbly acknowledge my defeat. He feigned a demeanor of righteousness, extolling Wang Lun's virtues to mitigate the bitterness of his loss. Initially, the onlookers intended to mock Fang Yuan, yet upon hearing his words, they began to perceive him as the one possessing true courage. To challenge a master like Wang Lun foretold a promising future for him. Wang Lun disregarded the multitude of concerns and swiftly returned to his inn room. However, the news of his identity as a master quickly spread throughout the martial world. After all, within the realm of martial arts, a master possesses the ability to establish their own sect, and even the grandmasters must treat royalty with respect. As for the legendary immortals, none had been seen in centuries. The members of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion were particularly intrigued by this sudden emergence of a master. For according to the information they had gathered, the Nameless One, whose true name was Guijing, was a butcher who had fallen into poverty through gambling, subsequently living as a beggar for 50 years. To cultivate martial arts for merely 3 days and attain enlightenment instantaneously, becoming a master, such an occurrence seemed implausible. There must be a profound secret lurking behind this phenomenon. Naturally, the people of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion speculated that perhaps this nameless individual had already been replaced, serving as a mere fade for another master. In any case, raising his profile and allowing others to test his capabilities while closely monitoring him seemed prudent. After all, every human inevitably reveals their true nature. That night, Wang Lun was practicing the primordial unity technique. Though merely an acquired martial art, it enhanced his mastery over internal energy and even augmented his intellect. What could be more advantageous? Just as Wang Lun was preparing to retire for the night, a figure intruded upon his sanctuary. Upon noticing the presence of another, the intruder spoke. Do not utter a sound. I have merely sought refuge and shall depart shortly. The melodious voice belonged to a woman who appeared to be injured. Moments later, Wang Lun discerned the presence of a dozen silhouettes moving outside, each possessing remarkable skills, none of whom were beneath the acquired realm. The woman, Zhou Shangyun, felt a sense of helplessness. These imperial hounds were indeed loathsome. They had somehow learned of the Zhou family's acquisition of the four symbols technique, leading to the annihilation of her entire clan. Only she had survived, thanks to her father's sacrifice to ensure the continuation of their lineage. Contemplating the four symbols technique nestled in her embrace, Zhou Shangyun could not help but lament that the very power that had brought about her family's demise now held the key to her vengeance. It was only after the imperial enforcers departed that she exhaled a sigh of relief. She intended to express her gratitude to Wang Lun, but succumbed to unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss. Wang Lun gazed at the fainted woman, reflecting on his own misfortune. However, he mused that their encounter must surely be a twist of fate. Wang Lun assisted in staunching the bleeding and requested some hot water from the innkeeper. He meticulously cleansed the wounds adorning his body. Inevitably, he caught sight of the four symbols' divine art nestled in her embrace. He chuckled softly. It seemed that fortune had favored him without much effort, for he had acquired the four symbols' divine art in such an unexpected manner. It appeared that saving a life was indeed a commendable endeavor. After tending to Zhou Shangyun's injuries, Wang Lun devoted the night to perusing the four symbols' divine art. One cannot deny its unparalleled excellence. Merely grasping the fundamentals bestowed upon Wang Lun immense benefits. The four symbols' divine art. Entry level. Internal force 500, strength 2, constitution 2, agility 2. Special effects. Fortitude, defense 10, swiftness, speed 10, regeneration, restores 1,000th of maximum life per minute, sharpness, damage 20. However, these are fixed enhancements, which, at present, offer minimal improvement for Wang Lun. Perhaps a percentage increase will manifest upon reaching perfection. Furthermore, when employing martial techniques, the four symbols' effects provide an undeniable edge and prowess. Father, mother, do not perish. Zhou Shangyun was beset by a harrowing nightmare, reliving the devastation of her shattered family. Wang Lun, upon witnessing this, shook his head and continued to delve into the intricacies of the four symbols' divine art, striving to commit all its contents to memory by the morrow. Chapter 31. The Jinui. The following day, Zhou Shangyun awoke from a tranquil slumber, only to be suddenly reminded of her escape from pursuers that had rendered her unconscious. As she surveyed her surroundings, she recalled collapsing in the previous night. However, upon examining her injuries, Zhou Shangyun was taken aback. She found herself adorned with numerous bandages, her wounds tended to by an unknown benefactor, the identity of whom, be they male or female, remained a mystery. With a creak, Wang Lun pushed open the door to her chamber. You are awake. Would you care for something to eat? I have procured some clothing from outside, though I cannot ascertain if it will fit you. Zhou Shangyun was astonished to discover that it was an elderly gentleman who had come to her rescue. Fortunately, he appeared to be a man of noble virtue, which eased her discomfort. In the world of martial heroes, there are seldom rigid rules governing acts of assistance in times of dire need. Thank you, esteemed elder, for bestowing upon me the gift of life. I bear a deep-seated grudge and am unable to repay this debt in this lifetime. I can only hope to serve you as a humble beast in the next. To express my gratitude, Zhou Shangyun murmured softly, clutching her blanket. Although he was an elder, the distinctions between the sexes still instilled in her a sense of modesty. Wang Lun waved his hand, placing the garment on the table. Having mastered the four symbols' divine skill, this shall serve as my recompense for saving you. Please, change into the clothes. Upon mentioning the four symbols' divine skill, Zhou Shangyun recalled its significance and hastily searched for the manual, which fortuitously lay upon the bedside. This discovery brought her some solace, however. She remained oblivious to the fact that in rising, she had inadvertently revealed herself. Realizing this, Zhou Shangyun's face flushed crimson as she lifted her gaze, only to find that the old gentleman had mysteriously departed. The room was now devoid of any company but her own. Outside, Wang Lun dismissed the alluring images from his mind and proceeded to Sir Potion's chamber. Little stone, I have come to teach you the four symbols' divine skill. As a substitute for the primordial unity technique, Sir Potion looked at Wang Lun in astonishment, never anticipating that the extraordinary skill he had only heard of the previous day would already be within his grasp. Master, you are truly remarkable. No need for flattery, Wang Lun replied. While the four symbols' divine skill is essential to learn, one must not neglect the sacred spirit sword technique. Wang Lun reminded him, rest assured, my esteemed teacher, I have already embarked on the path of mastering the sacred spirit sword technique. Within a decade, I shall undoubtedly achieve perfection, Sir Potion declared with confidence. It seems he is yet to be tempered by the harsh realities of life. However, Wang Lun would not dampen his spirits. After all, who among the youth has not dreamed grandly, contemplating whether to attend Tsinghua or Peking University, only to find themselves at a lesser institution? Very well, Wang Lun continued. When that time comes, you shall become a new legend of the martial world, and I shall rely on you for my retirement. Wang Lun let out a hearty laugh. Rest assured, my esteemed teacher, when the time comes, I shall gather a dozen wives and bear scores of grandchildren to honor you. Sir Potion, lacking in experience, could only conceive of such notions. Prepare yourself, and accompany me to the Five Mountain Sword Sect for a discussion of swordsmanship. Wang Lun had no intention of visiting the sword villa first, for there resided a sword master of formidable strength, rumored to be a grand master. Though he believed he could emerge victorious, it would not be through the art of swordplay, but rather through sheer force, which he deemed meaningless. Upon realizing he would witness a duel between his teacher and another, Shirpatian was immediately filled with excitement and began to gather his belongings. Wang Lun returned to his chamber, only to find that Zhou Shangyun had not yet taken her leave. "Why haven't you departed? This place is far from secure." Wang Lun inquired with curiosity, wondering if one should be narcissistic enough to hold the other accountable, bearing in mind that he was now a man of over 70 years. Zhou Shangyun blushed and replied, "I merely wish to bid farewell to my esteemed senior. I am grateful for your assistance. No worries, just take care of yourself." Possessing unparalleled martial prowess, you are likely to attract the attention of many. It would be wise to find a secluded place to retreat and cultivate your skills for a decade or so, achieving mastery before seeking vengeance. Wang Lun cautioned that, based solely on this individual's prowess as a postnatal martial artist, he was unqualified to seek vengeance. Zhou Shangyun nodded in agreement and then turned to depart, intending to evade pursuit and retreat to a secluded forest to diligently practice the four symbols divine skill. The Five Mountain Sword Sect, sharing a common origin and familial ties, enjoys considerable renown in the Jiangnan region. Once a singular entity known as the 10,000 Swords Sect, it fractured after the demise of its founder, as the disciples refused to yield to one another, leading to the establishment of separate sects, each claiming dominion over a mountain peak. However, their current predicament is far from favorable. Since the passing of their respective founders, the Five Mountain Sword Sect has experienced a decline, with each faction possessing only a master as its strongest warrior. Thus, they are compelled to unite under the banner of the Five Mountain Sword Sect to collectively fend off external threats. Yet, lacking the presence of a Grand Master, they have fallen from the ranks of a first-rate power to that of a second-rate force. Presently, the Sun and Moon Sect has dispatched a multitude of followers to besiege the Five Mountain Sword Sect, and even the Grand Master Rentixing may be compelled to intervene. Consequently, the Five Mountain Sword Sect is in a state of heightened anxiety, seeking assistance from the sword-bowing manor, which still holds a semblance of camaraderie. Otherwise, should Rentixing take action, the Five Mountain Sword Sect may well be consigned to the annals of history. Wang Lun hastened towards the Five Mountain Sword Sect, having just settled into a carriage not far from the county town, when he encountered a group of men in black pursuing a woman. "Zhou Shangyun, yield and surrender the four symbols divine art, and you may yet retain your life," one of the black-clad men sneered, commanding his subordinates to surround her. This time, there was no escape for her. Zhou Shangyun, still recovering from her injuries, could only smile bitterly at her misfortune. It seemed that fate had conspired against the Zhou family. "If you desire the four symbols divine art, then I shall destroy it," she declared, brandishing the precious tome and preparing to shatter it with her inner strength. However, her adversaries were unwilling to allow her to succeed. Should the divine art be destroyed, their fates would be sealed as well. "This is a treasure sought by a certain esteemed individual. It must not be lost." The leader of the black-clad men swiftly intervened, launching a dart that struck Zhou Shangyun's arm with deadly precision, causing the tome to fall to the ground. As she reached for it, her opponents unleashed a flurry of attacks, ready to rend her limb from limb in but a heartbeat. Zhou Shangyun closed her eyes, bracing for death. "Mother and father, I am coming to join you." Yet, after a moment of waiting, she felt no blades pierce her flesh. Upon opening her eyes, she was astonished to find that all of the assailants had been slain by a single sword. "Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Jinyui?" The leader was compelled to reveal his identity as a member of the Jinyui, lest he himself fall victim to the same fate. "Jinyui? Why do you don black attire and masks to conceal your identity? Are you not afraid of being exposed for your indiscriminate slaughter?" Wang Lun sneered, remarking that the Jinyui were tasked with overseeing the officials, while the realm of martial arts was under the jurisdiction of the Six Doors. It was evident that the Jinyui had somehow learned of the Zhou family's unparalleled martial prowess and had taken clandestine action. "I have no such involvement. How dare a mere person of the martial world meddle in court affairs?" The 100 households shouted, feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet refusing to back down. For the denizens of the martial world held little regard for the imperial court and would not easily offend it. "Huh, I would dare to slay the emperor himself. How foolish of a mere Jinyui to bark at me. You have already paved your path to demise," Wang Lun proclaimed with an air of authority. unleashing a surge of sword energy that pierced through the head of the captain of the Imperial Guard, resulting in his immediate demise. Such audacious words, if heard by the court, would undoubtedly provoke significant turmoil. Yet, who was Wang Lun? He was the man who had slain millions of zombies. Even a multitude of armored cavalry before him would be reduced to mere insects. Chapter 32. The sword's servant Wang Lun, profoundly averse to threats and disturbances, resolved that since his identity had been exposed, it was imperative to eradicate all potential risks. With a surge of sword energy, he reduced the corpses of all the Imperial Guards to mere fragments, interring them swiftly beneath the earth, thus completing his grim task. Zhou Shangyun was taken aback to discover that the elderly man who had saved her the previous day was, in fact, a master of exceptional skill. He could effortlessly slay even the Imperial Guards, showing no regard for the court. Instantly, Zhou Shangyun knelt and bowed her head. Expressing her deep gratitude, Shangyun is immensely thankful for your timely intervention, and I pledge to serve under your command with unwavering loyalty. There is no need for such devotion. He replied, I am already cared for in my old age. A woman of stature should not linger. It would be wise for you to depart post-haste. Wang Lun had no intention of keeping her. Sherpa Tian was quite admirable, obedient, sensible, diligent, and gifted. Moreover, she was inherently a significant trouble. And he certainly did not wish to be frequently embroiled in complications, for it was exhausting. Upon witnessing Wang Lun's resolute rejection, Zhou Shangyun once again bowed deeply, striking her forehead with such force that it turned red. Senior, I am acutely aware of the precious gift I possess and the inevitable pursuit by those with ulterior motives. I am willing to bestow upon you the four symbols' divine skill, seeking only your protection for a time. However, I have already mastered the four symbols' divine skill. The secrets hold no value for me. Wang Lun spoke in a calm manner. Zhou Shangyun never anticipated that within a single night, the other party would master the four symbols' divine skill, while she, having possessed the skill for an entire year, had yet to make any progress. Was the disparity between individuals truly so vast? If Zhou Shangyun were to learn that Sherpa Tian had entered the realm of the skill in merely half a day, her astonishment would be boundless. Senior, if you do not accept me, although I may evade this calamity today, I shall inevitably meet my demise at the hands of others tomorrow. I possess nothing, save for this body, which remains untainted. If you do not find me objectionable, I am willing to serve you for a lifetime. Zhou Shangyun implored Wang Lun for the third time, feeling at a loss for what to do if he were to reject her once more. Sherpa Tian gazed at the beautiful sister as she persistently pleaded, feeling a sense of pity. However, this was a matter concerning his mentor, and he could not interject, choosing instead to remain silent on the sidelines. Wang Lun shook his head upon witnessing this and sighed. You too are a pitiful soul. From now on, consider yourself my unnamed sword attendant. Once you have perfected the four symbols' divine art, you may depart on your own accord. This is the Xianyuan sword. Cherish it well. Aside from bathing and attending to nature's call, where the sword goes, so too shall you. Wang Lun was troubled by the lack of assistance in nurturing the Xianyuan sword, for he was unaccustomed to sleeping with a sword in his embrace. Nevertheless, the ownership lay with him, and nurturing it merely served to enhance its allure. Zhou Shangyun accepted the Xianyuan sword that Wang Lun had tossed her way. Its scabbard was antiquated, revealing little of its significance. The blade itself bore intricate carvings. One side depicted the sun, moon, and stars, while another illustrated mountains and flora. The hilt was inscribed with the arts of agriculture and livestock rearing on one side, and strategies for unifying the seas on the other. As Zhou Shangyun gazed upon the Xianyuan sword, she felt an extraordinary connection, as if the sword were gazing back at her. In that moment, she comprehended that this was undoubtedly a divine weapon. Yet, she pondered why it remained nameless on the divine weapon rankings. Once she boarded the carriage, Zhou Shangyun refrained from inquiring about Wang Lun's intentions for this journey. Instead, she retrieved the four symbols' divine skill and began to peruse its pages, eager to grasp the essence of this unparalleled martial art. However, despite her diligent attempts to channel her inner strength as instructed, she found herself at a loss. Sherpa Tian observed Zhou Shangyun's practice with a casual demeanor, yet he soon noticed her misguided efforts and felt compelled to intervene. Your method of cultivation is incorrect, he remarked. Zhou Shangyun peered at the youth, who appeared to be 7 or 8 years her junior, furrowing her brow. Yet, contemplating Wang Lun's prowess, she considered that perhaps he possessed some insight. What am I doing wrong? She inquired. The meridian points differ between men and women. As a female, You should not pursue this pathway, Sherpatian softly explained. But the book states otherwise, Zhou Shangyun countered, perplexed. The author of the four symbols was male. Naturally, he would write it that way. Moreover, have you not read the subsequent content? Men may commence from the azure dragon and black tortoise, while women begin with the vermilion bird and white tiger. Forcing yourself to enter through the azure dragon section necessitates a change in approach, Sherpatian replied, exasperated, pondering whether she had overlooked the entirety of the manual. I, Zhou Shangyun, found myself at a loss for words. I had indeed not perused the subsequent content. Typically, martial arts manuals progress from the simple to the complex, from the easy to the difficult, and delving into the latter sections left me utterly bewildered. However, the Four Elephants' divine skill is intrinsically a fusion of four distinct methodologies, devoid of any sequential hierarchy. Consequently, I immediately turned to the chapter on the vermilion bird, whereupon I discovered a comprehensive introduction. I had fallen prey to empiricism, akin to that grand master who once endeavored to master the sunflower manual, only to realize post-castration that success could be attained without such drastic measures. Nonetheless, despite this revelation, I had yet to grasp the fundamentals. The new techniques would necessitate gradual study. Observing this, Sherpatian ceased to concern himself with me and devoted his attention to the tranquil cultivation of the Four Elephants manual. Once he mastered all four facets, he could harmonize them to sustain a ceaseless flow of inner strength. As I beheld the swirling energies of the four elephants around Sherpatian, I was filled with astonishment. He must have only begun learning last night, yet here he was, achieving mastery by morning. It was no wonder that the unnamed elder had taken him as a disciple. His innate talent was formidable, far beyond my own capabilities. The carriage finally arrived at another county, Sanyang, just before dusk. This locale lay less than 300 miles from the Five Mountain Sword Sect. And at the pace of the carriage along the official roads, we would reach our destination in approximately 2 days. Just as Wang Lun and the others prepared to enter the city, a bald man wielding a staff hurriedly approached, stirring up a cloud of dust. A resonant voice called out, "Elder, please wait." Wang Lun was absorbed in his cultivation of the four symbols technique when he was suddenly disturbed by an individual, stirring feelings of discontent within him. His gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through to the intruder. Luda immediately felt a twinge of hesitation but nonetheless persisted, declaring, "I am Luda, seeking to break through to the master realm. I humbly request your guidance, esteemed senior." Sherpatian regarded the towering monk before him, recognizing yet another challenger. The prowess of his master was formidable, though Sherpatian could not ascertain its full extent. However, he sensed that the man before him was not a match for his master. "Guidance? You are far too feeble. You wouldn't even withstand a single strike from me." Wang Lun remarked nonchalantly, having grown somewhat accustomed to the survival dynamics of the martial world. Luda intended to say more, but was suddenly confronted by a streak of sword energy hurtling towards him with such velocity that evasion was utterly impossible. A wave of terror surged within him. He realized his recklessness. Having heard tales of a newly emerged master in Jiangnan, he had thought that as a peak innate warrior, he could at least withstand several exchanges. Yet, the might of a master was beyond the capacity of one of his level to endure. The sword energy pierced through his right shoulder, sending his body crashing against the city wall, and as if that were not enough, it created a gaping hole in the 10-meter-thick wall. He continued to advance into the city. Wang Lun spoke softly, as if the recent events had never transpired. The coachman immediately drove the carriage into the city, fearful of inciting the displeasure of this esteemed gentleman. Luda observed the carriage entering the city, no longer daring to obstruct it. After all, the other party had spared his life, and to disturb him further would be to display a lack of discernment. Yet, gazing at the breached city wall, he could not help but swallow hard. Was the nameless elder truly merely a newly appointed master? In a full-force confrontation, would the city wall be shattered as easily as parchment? Regrettably, in his battle against the nameless one, all that lingered within him was fear, leaving no room for enlightenment. Chapter 33. The revelation of news. As the carriage rolled into Sanyun County, the city guards dared not impede its passage. This was a formidable individual. Though they held authority as city guards, they could not afford to act tyrannically. For a moment's negligence in the presence of martial heroes could result in the loss of their heads. Those of the martial world might bear a bounty upon their heads and live as fugitives, yet their lives were singular and precious, particularly for the skilled. The authorities would hardly seek vengeance for the demise of an ordinary city guard. The carriage came to a halt before the Uli Inn, where the innkeeper promptly greeted the guests with a beaming smile. Unfortunately, only 2 rooms remained available. You two shall share 1 room, he announced. Why should Wang Lun subject himself to suffering, especially when Sherpatian is still young? Zhou Shangyun has no objections, yet Sherpatian feels somewhat uneasy, as he has grown up and recognizes the distinction between genders. Master, I do not wish to reside with women. Then you shall stay with me, and at night sleep on the floor. Wang Lun shook his head. Very well. Sherpatian had no objections. Sleeping on the ground was preferable to being in the company of a woman, particularly one as somewhat foolish as this. He feared that prolonged exposure might dull his own wits. It was already dusk, and she had yet to grasp the basics of the martial arts despite his repeated explanations. He resolved that, when the time came to find a wife, he would never choose someone so dim-witted, for it would surely affect their offspring. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Shangyun believed that this young man was genuinely concerned for her well-being. Meanwhile, the captain of the Jinhui, having failed his mission, received no response from his subordinates. He promptly dispatched men to investigate. Yet those few seemed to have vanished without a trace. However, by tracking down Zhou Shangyun, they could ascertain that the captain and his men had met their demise at the hands of a newly emerged master of the martial arts. This matter had been instigated by individuals within the palace, who sought to handle it discreetly. For the news of the Jinhui exterminating a clan for the sake of unparalleled martial arts would undoubtedly provoke a tumultuous uproar in the realm of Jianghu. The Jinhui would soon find themselves as targets of animosity among martial artists. Such occurrences were not uncommon, especially considering the formidable prowess of the warriors in Jianghu. Deploying military force to suppress them was utterly impractical. If a master or grandmaster were to intervene, the very stability of the nation would be at stake. Traditionally, matters of Jianghu were left to the jurisdiction of the 6 doors, which had disciples from various esteemed orthodox sects tasked with addressing the unlawful activities of Jianghu's denizens. However, the Jinhui, as the royal inner guard, overseeing the officials, had clearly overstepped their bounds. While minor disturbances and skirmishes often went unnoticed, the involvement of unparalleled martial arts would inevitably incite a backlash from Jianghu. This presented a dilemma. Zhou Fa, a practitioner of innate martial arts, was still within their capabilities. But contending with a master was beyond the reach of the captain. Liang, the captain, shook his head. Let alone the captaincy, even the 1,000 household command would falter. Our current operation has mobilized several innate martial artists from various captains, and now they have all perished. Wang Baihu found himself in a predicament, as those who had reached the pinnacle of martial prowess could easily ascend to the rank of Baihu, while innate warriors were granted the status of Qianhu. Masters were appointed as the pacification officials and assistant commanders, while grandmasters held the esteemed titles of chief commanders and vice commanders. Regardless, the matter was to be reported. They would no longer concern themselves with it. The news swiftly reached the palace, where an elderly eunuch, upon seeing the reports from the Jinhui, erupted in anger, exclaiming, "What a pack of inept fools! Our meticulously crafted plans have been utterly ruined. Humph, even a mere master dares to obstruct the emperor's commands. Commander Zhao, instruct your subordinates to eliminate him." "As you command," replied Zhao Guangyi, who dared not to delay, for this individual was a pillar of the dynasty, a close attendant of the late emperor, a half-step immortal in the realm of the earthly. Even as a grandmaster, the opponent could extinguish him with but a finger, especially within the confines of the imperial palace. Zhao Guangyi immediately sought information regarding Wang Lun, only to find himself bewildered by the latter's background. Shaking his head, he realized that Wang Lun must be an alias for that master. Yet how many masters proficient in swordplay could there be in the martial world? Baijian Mountain Manor, the 5 Mountains Sword Sect, the Sword Forging Pavilion, and the Ling Tian Sword Sect. Li Liang observed the departure of his adversary, shaking his head in dismay at the declining state of the Jinhui, contemplating that perhaps it was time to establish the Eastern Factory. The emperor, having suffered an injury to his royal lineage during a hunting mishap, was left without heirs, a most troublesome situation indeed. Having finally acquired news of the 4 symbols' divine art, it was utterly lamentable that such commoners refused to comply. Truly, they were unworthy of their status as subjects. Wang Lun remained oblivious to the tempest that was about to descend upon him due to his momentary weakness. He continued to instruct Sherpatian in the sacred spirit sword technique. With the unparalleled martial prowess he had encountered, Wang Lun could ascertain that the martial arts of the Fengdian world surpassed those of his own. Hence, he devoted great attention to the progress of the sacred spirit sword technique, as it was pivotal for transcending into a terrestrial immortal. Wang Lun has attained a remarkable level. Yet he merely needs to elevate his internal strength to the pinnacle of a grandmaster to ascend to the realm of terrestrial immortals. In the deep of night, the news of the newly minted grandmaster, Wuming, possessing the unparalleled four symbols divine art, spread like wildfire through the martial world. A tempest of excitement ensued, as even the most formidable factions, armed with their own extraordinary martial arts, were unwilling to fall behind. No one would shun the acquisition of additional supreme techniques, for they are the very foundation of these powerful sections. While the supreme martial arts may not guarantee the creation of grandmasters, the likelihood of talented individuals ascending to the rank of master remains significantly high. Moreover, different supreme techniques cater to diverse practitioners, thus presenting multiple paths to mastery. On the following day, as Wang Lun stepped outside, he was met by a throng of martial artists blocking the entrance of the Yulian. A man with a refined visage approached Wang Lun and said, "I have long heard of the esteemed name of the venerable Wuming. Might I inquire if you are accepting disciples? I am merely 26 years of age and already a first-rate martial artist. I hope to catch your eye." Sun Lu, aware of his own inadequacies compared to Wang Lun, opted for a more strategic approach, reasoning that being accepted as a disciple by a grandmaster would indeed be a commendable achievement. "Not a chance," Wang Lun replied coolly for him. The criteria for accepting disciples were exceptionally stringent. Such a frivolous individual, upon closer inspection, clearly exhibited signs of weakness. Sun Lu, witnessing this, dared not express his irritation. Recognizing the other's superiority, he could only respectfully take his leave. The others, observing the scene, felt it inappropriate to voice their opinions and one by one stepped forward to offer their candidacy. Wang Lun found himself exceedingly vexed by this situation. If they were to shout and cause trouble, a single stroke of his sword would send them to the afterlife. However, such an act would not sit well with him. Yet, what more justification does one require for taking a life? One need only find a trivial excuse. To become my disciple is quite simple. One must merely endure my swordsmanship test. The test itself is straightforward. One must survive a strike of my sword's energy without succumbing. Wang Lun chuckled coldly, a fierce glint of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. "A swarm of flies, do not mistake me for a benevolent soul when provoked. I would not hesitate to cleanse the martial world of its filth." For the first time, Wang Lun contemplated the necessity of harboring the essence of a killer. At least, a normal human could unleash their intellect, thus enhancing their own mental acuity, for this was his greatest shortcoming. On to the next realm, where I shall indulge in slaughter without restraint. Suddenly, a gentle breeze caressed Wang Lun's face, and he realized that he had been profoundly affected by the actions of the killer. Yet, it mattered little. What good is strength if one is bound by their own limitations? Upon hearing Wang Lun's words, the crowd involuntarily drew a deep breath. A single sword aura, even in its weakest form, was an attack worthy of a master. How could we, mere mortals beneath the realm of masters, hope to withstand it? The adversary appeared ethereal and transcendent, leading us to believe we could deceive him easily. Little did we know, he was a concealed tiger. How could I ever qualify as a disciple of an unnamed elder? My wife is about to give birth. I must take my leave. Me too, I'm off. Echoed a chorus of voices. A large contingent chose to depart, yet a handful remained, driven by the belief that life is a struggle, without the courage to even attempt. How could one hope to progress? Chapter 34. The Nine Emmanuel. Regrettably, they had underestimated Wang Lun's resolve for bloodshed. When the Holy Spirit sword Qi descended, they perished without a whisper of agony. At last, the masses comprehended that this master was not to be trifled with. He possessed an innate wickedness. This time, no petty miscreants dared to obstruct his path. Instead, the crowd began to speculate on Wang Lun's destination, observing that his trajectory appeared to lead to the Five Mountain Sword sect. The coachman, guiding his carriage, was far from tranquil. As an ordinary man, he pondered the peril of being caught in their battle. Yet, he dared not flee. This elder was known for his ruthless disposition. Fearing to provoke his ire, he felt his life was at stake. He could only obey orders and press onward, comforted by the thought that this journey promised a reward of 50 taels of silver, a sum he would otherwise toil 2 or 3 years to earn. When they reached a place where the water ran dry, the carriage halted. A melodious flute melody wafted through the air, refreshing the spirit, as if one were amidst the vast ocean, feeling the sea breeze brush against their cheeks. Inevitably succumbing to its enchantment, Wang Lun also found a certain enjoyment in the situation. Although the visitor bore ill intent, the melody was undeniably exquisite. Suddenly, The flute's sound shifted from a gentle cadence to a frantic urgency, akin to the stealthy approach of thousands of soldiers poised for ambush. Their commanding voice heralding an impending wave of lethal intent directed towards Wang Lun. Wang Lun encountered sound wave attacks for the first time, finding it rather intriguing. He merely activated his protective sword aura, successfully repelling all sound waves. Huang Tao was somewhat taken aback. She had initially assumed that the Nameless One was merely a newly emerged master with limited strength. However, upon observing the purity of his protective sword aura, it was evident that he was at least at the pinnacle of the master level, as she herself was only in the later stages of mastery. It seemed that obtaining the four symbols divine skill would not be an easy feat today. "I am Huang Tao, honored to meet you, esteemed senior," she said with a smile, acknowledging that a true expert is worthy of respect, especially one who is over 30 years her senior. "Huang Tao, renowned as the Eastern heretic in the martial world, your musicality is quite impressive." Wang Lun also heard this from the inn's hall. His prowess among the masters is undoubtedly exceptional. The musicality is commendable. Huang Tao was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating that the entirety of his lifelong martial arts would only be appreciated for its melodic aspect. "Thank you for your kind words, esteemed elder. I have an earnest request to make, and I sincerely hope you will grant it." "Since it is indeed an earnest request, perhaps I should refrain from speaking further, as I am aware I will not receive your consent." Wang Lun chuckled lightly. Huang Tao was somewhat taken aback. This senior was indeed forthright in his speech. However, concerning the life of his daughter, he had no choice but to humble himself and plead for mercy. "Esteemed senior, I merely wish to borrow a glimpse of the four symbols divine art. It is not for my own sake, but rather for my daughter, Huang Rong, who possesses a naturally cold constitution and is frail and sickly. Only the Zhuke chapter of the four symbols divine art can replenish her depleted vital energy and rectify her imbalance. Why should your daughter concern me? Do you find it amusing to think that a mere request could grant you access to the four symbols divine art? Esteemed senior, I am willing to offer another extraordinary scripture, the Nine Manual, as a trade." Huang Tao was compelled to present his bargaining chip. Yet this revelation exposed his possession of a remarkable skill. Should Wang Lun harbor ill intentions and attempt to seize it, a fierce conflict would inevitably ensue. Moreover, if news of this were to leak, his fate would mirror that of Wang Lun, unless he ascended to the rank of Grand Master, which would allow him to rightfully possess such an unparalleled martial art. Wang Lun pondered for a moment. The Nine Manual was a rare and unparalleled divine skill, derived from Huang Cheng's profound insights into the vast array of scriptures. Its content was both extensive and profound, with the upper volume containing extraordinary internal cultivation techniques, while the lower volume showcased formidable martial arts moves. However, we may lend it to one another for a single day, after which it should be promptly returned. Wang Lun was indifferent to disseminating the four symbols divine art, as acquiring other martial techniques through trade was equally commendable. Huang Tao, upon witnessing this, felt elated. Her daughters were saved. She promptly presented the Nine Manual in exchange with Wang Lun. "Esteemed senior, this is my daughter, Huang Rong. We have been intruding upon your time for a day." Huang Tao and Huang Rong entered the spacious carriage, which was quite accommodating for the five of them. After obtaining the unparalleled martial arts, both Huang Tao and Wang Lun began to peruse the texts in silence as the carriage resumed its journey. The others engaged in quiet cultivation, while the vivacious Huang Rong found the atmosphere exceedingly dull. Surrounded by taciturn companions, she sought conversation but found none. However, her attention was captured by the youthful Sherpa Tian, who, at merely 10 years of age, already displayed the charm of a young panin. His enchanting peach blossom eyes, unusually alluring for a boy, increased in appeal the longer one gazed. Huang Rong, well-educated and refined, dared not disrupt Sherpotian's practice and instead fixated on his face to alleviate her boredom. Having trained for only a few days, Sherpa Tian had already attained the status of a third-rate martial artist and sensed a fervent gaze upon him, as if someone wished to see through him. After completing a full cycle of his internal energy, he opened his eyes and found himself met with the inquisitive gaze of the charming girl his age. Huang Rong, unperturbed by his scrutiny, held his gaze with her sparkling eyes. Unaccustomed to such attention, Sherpotian's face flushed crimson, and he promptly shut his eyes again, reflecting, "This girl, while fair of face, lacks substance. She is frail. Whoever marries her will surely have no heirs. I must avoid entanglements with her." Noticing Sherpotian's flushed cheeks and closed eyes, Huang Rong found the situation rather amusing, yet restrained herself from acting out of respect for the other seniors present. As dusk fell, the carriage had yet to reach the city, necessitating an overnight stay in the wilderness. Yet, this mattered little. For tomorrow they would arrive at the Five Mountain Sword sect. Wang Lun and Huang Tao continued to peruse the extraordinary martial arts text within the carriage, while Zhou Shangyun took the two children to gather firewood and hunt for game. Observing the surrounding emptiness, with only Shi Patian present, Huang Rong playfully inquired, "Fool, what is your name?" "I am not a fool. I was once called a dog bastard, but later my master renamed me Shi Patian." He candidly revealed his origins. Huang Rong could not help but chuckle, responding, "Aha. You need not insist that you are not a fool. Who would call someone a dog bastard? That is merely an insult. Such matters are better kept to oneself." Shi Patian fell silent, contemplating that he simply wished to avoid deceit. However, he resolved not to refer to himself as a dog bastard in future exchanges. Noticing Shi Patian's disinterest, Huang Rong wondered if she had offended him. "You stingy fellow. Why have you stopped speaking? Are you perhaps angry?" "Be quiet. I see a mountain chicken," Shi Patian replied, unfazed by such trivialities, feeling there was little to discuss with her. Observing Shi Patian's indifference, Huang Rong pouted in mild irritation. Despite being a vivacious, intelligent beauty, this fool offered her no attention. Unlike others who eagerly sought her favor, Shi Patian picked up a stone and skillfully struck the mountain chicken, causing it to shudder before falling still. "Well, we have tonight's dinner," he proclaimed with evident delight. "Fool, why are you so happy? It is just a mountain chicken. By the way, what is your current level of mastery?" Huang Rong, seeing his joy, felt a twinge of displeasure and thought of ways to tease him. "Nearly a trifling third-rate level. Hardly worth mentioning," Shi Patian replied nonchalantly, aspiring to become a master like his mentor, capable of splitting mountains and severing rivers with a mere gesture. Huang Rong felt a pang of envy. Due to her physical condition, she could not practice martial arts and watched others leap and climb with longing. Suddenly, Huang Rong screamed as a venomous snake bit her ankle. Shi Patian reacted swiftly, crushing the snake beneath his foot. He caught the stumbling Huang Rong in his arms, using his internal energy to seal her acupoints and prevent the spread of the venom. Ignoring her startled cries, he gently placed her on a rock, removed her shoes and socks, and sucked out the snake venom. As Huang Rong observed his earnest demeanor, combined with the sensation of him holding her ankle while extracting the toxic blood, her face flushed crimson, for this was the first time a man, aside from her father, had touched her so intimately. "All right, I can no longer extract any venom. You should be fine now. Let me carry you back. And later you can ask Elder Huang for some antidote," Shi Patian stated seriously, assisting Huang Rong in putting her shoes back on. However, she remained somewhat dazed and did not hear his words. Shi Patian waved a hand before her eyes, prompting her to regain her composure. "Fool, what are you doing?" Huang Rong gazed at the nearby Shi Patian, exclaiming in surprise, "What do you mean by fierce? After all, I just saved you." Shi Patian, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "The complexities of a woman's heart are as elusive as a needle in the vast ocean. Perhaps it would be wise to maintain a distance to avoid being scolded even after offering assistance." "No, that is not what I meant. I meant to express my gratitude." Huang Rong acknowledged her own overreaction with a gentle tone. "It is of no consequence. Are you able to walk?" Shi Patian chose not to hold a grudge against the young lady. "My feet are still somewhat numb, so I cannot walk," Huang Rong replied timidly, realizing that only Shi Patian could assist her now. "Very well, take this mountain chicken, and I shall carry you back." Shi Patian handed her the mountain chicken, and after some contemplation, Huang Rong reluctantly accepted his proposal, for dusk was approaching, and she did not wish to cause her father undue worry. Clutching the mountain chicken, she nestled against Shi Patian's back, and they made their way back to the camp. However, as they neared their destination, Huang Rong felt her feet improving and wished to conceal her predicament from her father. Thus, she mustered her strength to return to the camp on her own. Huang Tao noticed something amiss with his daughter and inquired with concern, "What happened to your foot?" "I tripped while walking." "A bit of medicinal alcohol will suffice to remedy it," Huang Rong replied softly, lowering her gaze to avoid revealing her distress. "That's good to hear. I shall continue my study of the divine art. Once I comprehend it, I will teach you as well." Huang Tao was so engrossed in his pursuit of the four symbols divine art that he neglected his dinner, eager to record his findings to help his daughter improve her constitution. Huang Rong, observing her father's fervor for the divine art, felt a wave of relief wash over her. A sidelong glance at Shi Patian revealed his nonchalant demeanor as if nothing untoward had occurred, igniting an inexplicable anger within her. What a little rascal he was. Yet, this very rascal brought a sense of security. It was merely his naivety that rendered him easily deceived, particularly by beautiful women. Wang Lun observed Huang Rong and Sherpa Ian as they ventured into the wilderness, returning with the impression that Huang Rong's gaze was consistently directed towards Sherpa Ian. Could it be that Sherpa Ian had committed some indiscretion? Once Huang Tao departed, I must inquire. To engage the affections of another's daughter at such a tender age is rather audacious. After partaking in dinner, both Huang Tao and Wang Lun continued to peruse the scriptures of divine arts, for with merely a day at their disposal, they could afford no errors. In the stillness of the night, only the crackling of the campfire and the soft rustle of turning pages could be heard. While the two young ones and Zhou Shangyun had succumbed to slumber, Wang Lun lifted his gaze ahead, sheathing the 19 scriptures. He rose and made his way forward. Huang Tao, sensing something amiss, let out a quiet sigh, realizing that she was once again entangled with the nameless senior. She resolved to take care of them, believing that the nameless elder would be capable of managing the situation. Today, Huang Tao could truly feel the immense power of the nameless one. If she were to forcibly seize the four symbols' divine art, she would undoubtedly meet her demise. This was the instinct of a master. Wang Lun arrived at a clearing, where the luminous full moon cast its silvery glow upon a man adorned with a silver mask, bestowing upon him an air of otherworldly allure. Have you also come seeking the four symbols' divine art? Wang Lun could sense that the opponent's strength was among the pinnacle of masters, standing at the zenith of mastery, poised to transcend into the realm of grandmasters with but a single opportunity. Indeed, I, the young master of kidney deficiency, have come here with the intent of acquiring the four symbols' divine art. Old fellow, it would be prudent for you to surrender the four symbols' divine art willingly. Otherwise, you are well aware of the dire consequences that may ensue. The young master of kidney deficiency, masked and obscured in features, exuded an air of frailty. His steps light and airy, as though a mere gust of wind could topple him. Young man, while confidence is commendable, unchecked arrogance will only lead to one's own downfall. Wang Lun observed his opponent's forced display of bravado and silently shook his head. He mused that wealth indeed stirs the human heart. He had previously failed to comprehend why individuals in the martial world would go to such lengths, even to the point of killing one another for unparalleled martial skills, particularly when the weaker ones felt compelled to involve themselves. However, after experiencing it firsthand, he could only conclude that everyone harbors a sense of recklessness, believing themselves to be the last person standing. The young master, aware that mere words would not compel Wang Lun to relinquish his extraordinary skills, produced dozens of embroidery needles. In an instant, he channeled his inner strength into the needles, each one, imbued with this power, capable of easily piercing through heavy armor. Faced with such a barrage of needles, even a master could find no refuge and could only brace himself for impact. Yet, Wang Lun merely activated his sword aura shield and subsequently employed the delicate techniques of the 9 manual to dissipate the force of all the needles, which then clattered harmlessly to the ground. The young master furrowed his brow. The torrential rain of needles was one of his signature moves, and yet his opponent had effortlessly neutralized it. This was indeed a formidable contender, one he had never heard of before. Caught off guard in battle, it seemed that he held a low opinion of Wang Lun. Wang Lun chuckled coldly, declaring that he would demonstrate the vast chasm that lay between them. Hundreds of divine sword energies erupted from his being, the sheer force of which left the young master of weakness utterly astonished. Such power could scarcely be wielded by a mere master. Fortunately, the young master had learned a form of innate lightness skill and, in a swift motion, attempted to flee the scene, resigning himself to the fact that he had met his match today. He resolved to gather allies in the future to plot the acquisition of the four symbols' divine art. However, Wang Lun was not inclined to allow him to escape so easily. The divine sword energies pursued him with an almost sentient determination. It was the young master's first encounter with sword energies that could track a person, compelling him to unleash his utmost lightness skills. If he were to be caught by those relentless energies, his fate would be sealed. After a desperate flight, he finally found himself free of their pursuit and breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have narrowly avoided death. Why was this old wretch playing such tricks? Suddenly, he felt a sword energy pierce through his brow, and as he reached up to touch the wound on his head, he collapsed to the ground, breathless and lifeless. Wang Lun sensed the demise of the young master of kidney deficiency from a distance and turned with a smile. Esteemed guests, I have expended my inner strength to vanquish the young master of kidney deficiency. This moment presents an opportune time for an ambush. Why do you remain hidden? Must I, an elder, be the one to summon you forth? Chapter 36. A figure stealthily retreated behind the crowd. The masters of the Jin Yi exchanged awkward glances, believing their concealment to be impeccable, only to discover they had been detected long ago. For masters emerged from the shadows. Yet their prowess was inferior to that of the young master, merely at the initial stage of mastery. Defeating the peak master, Wang Lun, would be a formidable challenge. Anonymous Senior, our purpose here is solely to acquire the four symbols divine art, to act in service of His Majesty. Whatever you desire, we are open to negotiation. One master proposed, seeking to placate Wang Lun. If they could not overpower him, perhaps wealth would suffice, a notion they believed he might accept. Oh, I am only interested in other unparalleled divine arts. Can you provide those as well? Wang Lun harbored no reservations about trading, provided the price was right. The Four Elephants divine art was merely a matter of duplicating it once more. Should other formidable factions be willing to exchange their unparalleled divine arts, Wang Lun would undoubtedly acquiesce. The four exchanged glances, shaking their heads. The unparalleled divine arts were safeguarded within the imperial palace, and one would need to achieve great merit to study them. Even the Grand Commander had only acquired the upper volume of the indestructible Vajra art, while Wang Lun spoke of possessing the entire compendium of unparalleled divine arts. It was likely that those in higher authority would not consent, however. That was of no concern to them, as the commander could always take matters into his own hands. Unnamed Senior, we shall relay your words in their entirety to the commander. Farewell. The four masters of the brocade guard arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, fearful that lingering any longer would leave them behind. Wang Lun harbored no intention of completely offending the imperial court, for such a course would compel him to traverse the world with sheer force, a prospect he found rather tedious. In the latter half of the night, nothing of significance transpired. However, the news of the young master's demise swiftly spread, and Wang Lun discerned the unmistakable hand of the Jinyui in this matter. Yet, this turn of events held its advantages, as it meant that certain masters would refrain from unwarranted interference. Huang Tao, upon witnessing Wang Lun's safe return, felt a quiet relief at having abstained from confrontation. He could sense that just moments ago, 5 masters, including one at the pinnacle of mastery, had all been repelled by Wang Lun, and he remained unscathed. His strength positioned him firmly among the top 10 of the masters. Had Huang Tao known that the young master fell at Wang Lun's hands, he would have been even more astonished. For he had once faced the young master in combat, only to be forced into retreat. The following day dawned, and after consuming a modest meal, the group resumed their journey. Wang Lun did not hastily seize the four symbols divine art. Huang Tao understood that Wang Lun was being considerate of her. After all, Wang Lun had memorized the entirety of the 9-in manual and had already embarked on the path of mastery. Perhaps the shock of the demise of the renowned young master was too profound. Even the 6th on the master rankings could not contend with Wang Lun. Only a grandmaster could pose a challenge. Otherwise, the unparalleled divine skills would remain beyond reach. Should Wang Lun successfully ascend to the rank of grandmaster, no one would dare to covet the four symbols divine art. No one wishes to irrevocably offend a grandmaster unless they are assured of eliminating them, for the repercussions would be endless. At noon, Wang Lun finally arrived within the territory of the 5 Mountain Sword sect. Huang Tao parted ways with him, while Huang Rong observed Shirpatian, who seemed entirely indifferent to her departure. She felt a pang of frustration. He was truly a simpleton. Uncertain of when they would meet again, she hoped that upon her return, she could commence her martial training, and she vowed to see him once more. Shirpatian, do not perish easily? Huang Rong called back to him. Shirpatian, puzzled, nonetheless replied, rest assured, I shall not perish easily. I still have to care for my master in his old age. Once Huang Rong could no longer see Shirpotian's figure, she followed her father away. My daughter, cease your gazing and return to Peach Blossom Island. If fate allows, we shall meet again, her father advised. Huang Tao did not wish to dampen Huang Rong's spirits, yet she could discern Shirpotian's remarkable martial talent. At merely 10 years of age, he was already a third-rate martial artist, with faint signs of breaking into the 2nd tier. Achieving such success in less than 10 days of training could only be attributed to divine providence. Coupled with the guidance of a formidable teacher like Wu Ming, his future undoubtedly promised to resonate throughout the world. Huang Rong, hearing her father's jest, refrained from retorting and simply nodded as they returned to Peach Blossom Island, gazing at the towering 5 mountain ranges. Wang Lun could not help but marvel at the splendid scenery, lamenting the presence of those lacking in appreciation who obstructed the path. You three, halt, submit to inspection. Or do not blame the Sun and Moon sect for their ruthless blades, commanded the squad leader of the Sun and Moon sect, blocking their way. His gaze lingering on Zhou Shangyun. At 18, she had blossomed into a striking figure, her every curve captivating. Her icy demeanor igniting a yearning for conquest within those who beheld her. Wang Lun, upon witnessing this, turned to Sherpa Tian and said with a smile, "Little stone, it is now your turn to safeguard our esteemed master. These ruffians shall be entrusted to your capable hands." Wang Lun discerned that the prowess of these individuals was at most at the pinnacle of the second or third tier. It would be a trivial matter for Sherpa Tian, who possessed extraordinary skills, to dispatch them. The paramount objective was to provide Sherpa Tian with the opportunity to taste blood and hone his practical combat techniques. Zhou Shangyun also grasped Wang Lun's intentions and retreated a few steps alongside him. Sherpa Tian, upon witnessing this, felt no trepidation. Rather, he was filled with eagerness. Understanding that his mentor aimed to train him, ensuring he would not be placed in a perilous situation, lacking a sword, Sherpa Tian opted to employ the four symbols divine technique. The clouds rode upon the dragon, and the winds followed the tiger. As the wind swirled beneath his feet, two phantoms simultaneously surged forth to assail the members of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult. Never had they encountered such a technique, leaving them momentarily bewildered as to which was the true entity. Consequently, they had no choice but to engage in separate battles. However, Sherpotion's target was none other than the most formidable squad leader among them. As the phantoms approached, the squad leader quickly realized he was the intended mark. The notion of being directly decapitated was laughable. After all, he was merely a second-tier warrior, and how could he possibly be slain by a third-tier martial artist? He unleashed a full-force punch, convinced that this young lad would be unable to evade it. Yet, while Sherpa Tian did not dodge, he withstood the impact without consequence. The defensive prowess of the Black Tortoise was simply too formidable, rendering the squad leader's third-tier martial arts insubstantial in comparison. Sherpa Tian could have easily avoided the blow. Instead, he chose to absorb the damage, confident that his opponent could not harm him while simultaneously delivering a lethal strike. With a swift motion, he ensnared the squad leader's throat, exerting a powerful grip that caused a torrent of blood to erupt from the latter's neck. A gentle push from Sherpa Tian sent the squad leader crashing to the ground, lifeless. Witnessing this, the remaining members were inevitably filled with dread. How could this 10-year-old child possess such extraordinary strength? It was commonly said in the martial world that one must exercise caution around the elderly, children, and women, for they were either the weakest or the strongest. Kill him. I refuse to believe this hairless brat can vanquish us all. Charge. One member of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult shouted. Upon reflection, the others concurred. How could they fear this young upstart? After slaying their captain with a single blow, he must have depleted his internal energy. However, what they did not anticipate was that the one who had just shouted had stealthily retreated behind the others. Taking advantage of their charge and distraction, he promptly fled the scene. Wang Lun found the situation exceedingly amusing. This individual appeared to possess a profound understanding of the principles of survival, suggesting a fateful connection between them. He paid no heed to Sherpa Tian, reassured by the presence of Zhou Shangyun, a formidable martial artist. In the blink of an eye, he positioned himself behind the man. Chapter 37. The Disciple. Young friend, please pause. Li Feiyu felt an overwhelming pressure, as if his very breath had been seized. Any hint of resistance would surely lead to dire consequences. He could only muster a smile and reply, "Senior, what is your command? I shall face any peril without hesitation. Given your filial piety, step forward so I may examine you closely," Wang Lun instructed. Upon hearing these words, Li Feiyu felt a tightening sensation, wondering if the old man harbored peculiar inclinations. However, the thought of refusal loomed ominously. Could he risk being shattered by a mere strike? Alas, weakness is indeed a sin, leaving one powerless. "Senior, my body is afflicted with abscesses, and I suffer from hemorrhoids. Should you wish to see, I fear it may tarnish your esteemed vision." Li Feiyu cleverly leveraged his wit, hoping to dissuade the man from further scrutiny. Wang Lun found Li Feiyu intriguing, merely considering himself some sort of eccentric. "Come closer. I have no objections." Wang Lun let out a cold chuckle, deliberately teasing Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu felt that his innocence was at stake today. He hastily withdrew a handful of lime from his pocket and threw it at Wang Lun before making a swift escape. However, as he turned to flee, He collided with a solid figure. You won't escape today, kid. Accept your fate. Wang Lun clasped his large hand around Li Feiyu's arm, then proceeded to grip towards the very bones of his body. Li Feiyu felt as if his bones were about to shatter. How could this old man exert such force? With a poor foundation and mediocre strength, he questioned, young man, have you encountered some extraordinary fortune? Speak candidly, or face the consequences of your silence. Wang Lun released Li Feiyu, eager to hear his response. Senior, I once acquired a great rejuvenation pill from the Shaolin Temple. After consuming it, I ascended to the rank of a second-tier martial artist. Li Feiyu spoke, his tone oscillating between sincerity and jest. You rascal, do not be so disingenuous. The Great Rejuvenation Pill is an extraordinary elixir from Shaolin. Consuming even a single one can enhance one's internal energy for a decade. What fortuitous circumstance allowed you to come into possession of such a treasure? Wang Lun could hardly believe the absurdity of his words. If you wish to forfeit your life, then by all means, do so. Li Feiyu was taken aback by the unwavering certainty with which the other dismissed his claims. And upon noticing the myriad of sword energies emanating from Wang Lun's back, he gulped nervously. He quickly conceded, Senior, I confess that I have lied. I have come into possession of an ancient formula that can concoct a true energy pill, granting an additional year of internal strength. I am willing to share this formula with you in exchange for my life. The lad possesses a modicum of courage, yet his strength is woefully inadequate. You are presented with two choices. Either become my disciple, or, Senior, please accept me as your student. Li Feiyu was acutely aware that there were no alternatives. Allow me to speak without interruption. Listen to my words in their entirety, or take your leave. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. But should you choose to apprentice under me, you shall face the trials of a rigorous master. Wang Lun smiled, a gesture that sent shivers down one's spine. Li Feiyu, known for his prudence, was wary of the old man, fearing he might inadvertently fall into a trap. Esteemed elder, it would be the utmost honor of my life to become your disciple. Do not be so hasty. The path to apprenticeship is not so straightforward. Depart from here. You may go wherever you wish. I shall be at the 5 Mountain Sword sect to engage in a duel of sorts. When the time comes for my departure, if you truly wish to become my disciple, then make your way to me. Wang Lun understood that this individual was inherently cautious, without providing a secure environment for contemplation. One might easily become consumed by suspicion. Li Feiyu observed Wang Lun's departure with a hint of surprise. He had anticipated that the other party might possess further means. Yet Li Feiyu left unscathed and made his way to a nearby county town. Upon Wang Lun's return to Shirpatian, he discovered that all the disciples of the Sun and Moon sect had been annihilated. Gazing upon Shirpatian, who retained clarity of mind, Wang Lun nodded. Noting the absence of terror or madness typically associated with murder, these disturbances, however, had attracted the attention of the higher echelons of the Sun and Moon sect. The left protector, Yang Shao, intrigued by the news of an intruder breaching the sect's encirclement, wondered who would dare provoke the Sun and Moon sect. It was well known that the sect leader, Ren Tiansheng, was a grandmaster. Only another grandmaster might stand a chance against him. Could it be the sword god from the Baijian villa? Yet, that did not align with his style. Yang Shao hastened to the foot of Mount Song and beheld an elderly man with white hair accompanied by a male and a female. It was nameless. Although Yang Shao resided near the 5 Mountain Sword sect, he remained acutely aware of the happenings in the martial world. Currently, the most sensational event was the resurgence of the 4 Symbols divine art, which had been seized by the enigmatic master known as Nameless. Consequently, images of Nameless had circulated widely, and Yang Shao had seen them. However, upon truly encountering him, he felt that the martial world had underestimated Nameless. He was indeed superior to himself. As the left protector of the Sun and Moon sect, possessing peak grandmaster cultivation and practicing the sect's Tiangang Dijao techniques, few could rival him in the martial realm. Yet, upon seeing Wang Lun, alarm bells rang loudly in his heart. Should a confrontation arise, it would surely be his demise. Junior Yang Shao pays his respects to the esteemed Nameless, Yang Shao stated with a composed demeanor. Though he could not contend with Wang Lun, he could not allow the reputation of the sect to falter. Step aside. I seek no trouble with your Sun and Moon sect. My destination is the 5 Mountain Sword sect to engage in a duel. Wang Lun spoke coldly, indicating his reluctance to become entangled with the Sun and Moon sect. At this moment, the 5 Mountain Sword sect seemed disinterested in any sword discussions. Since the senior had spoken thus, he gestured for the elder to proceed. Yang Shao stepped aside, fully aware of Wang Lun's intentions, As long as it posed no threat to the Sun and Moon sect, it was acceptable. However, the news of the unnamed one's arrival could potentially jeopardize the plans of the Sun and Moon sect, leaving that matter shrouded in uncertainty. The Songsan sect had closed its gates, refraining from direct confrontation with the Sun and Moon sect, remaining within the confines of their stronghold for several days. They even canceled outings for supplies, with food provisions within the sect only expected to last a month. When that time arrived, they would have no choice but to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Sun and Moon sect. Knock, knock, knock. The heavy gate of the Songsan sect reverberated with the sound of knocking, a noise that typically would not carry far. Yet, Wang Lun infused the knock with his formidable inner strength, amplifying it to such an extent that the entire Songsan sect became aware of the visitor's formidable prowess. In the main hall of the sect, the master and elders, still deliberating strategies, wore furrowed brows. The disparity between a grand master and a master was vast, a gap not easily bridged by mere numbers. Certainly, the few hundred members of the Songsan sect could not compensate for it. Perhaps an army of 100,000 would be necessary to make a difference. Who could possibly come to our Songsan sect now? Could it be the Sword God? Questioned the law enforcement elder, pondering that the only ally the Five Mountain Sword sect might seek was the Sword God from the Sword Worship Villa. As no other mysterious benefactors were at hand. Moreover, the distance was too great. By the time assistance arrived, the Five Mountain Sword sect could very well be decimated. I shall go and investigate. A person of such caliber must possess strength equal to mine, the master of the Songsan sect declared solemnly, striding out of the conference hall. Wang Lun waited for a considerable time before finally witnessing the grand gate swing open. I am but a nameless wanderer, here to engage in a duel with the Five Mountain Sword sect, and I beseech the sect leader for your favor. Chapter 38. The Duel of the Jianghu Lin Ryu. The esteemed leader of the Songsan sect looked upon Wang Lun with little recognition, for the Five Mountain Sword sect had nearly severed its ties with the Jianghu, remaining oblivious to the events transpiring beyond its walls. Observing that Wang Lun was a septuagenarian, and yet daring to challenge the Songsan sect, Lin found it perplexing. Why? At such an advanced age, would one not seek to enjoy the tranquility of their twilight years, rather than venture forth? Esteemed elder, at this moment, our Five Mountain Sword sect is beset by grave peril, with the Sun and Moon holy cult lurking ominously. Our survival hangs by a thread. How could I possibly entertain thoughts of a duel? Lin Ruoyu did not outright refuse, yet his implication was clear. Nevertheless, what if I possessed a means to resolve the crisis facing the Five Mountain Sword sect? Wang Lun spoke with confidence. Oh, esteemed senior, do you possess any ingenious strategies? Should you succeed in repelling the Sun and Moon sect, our Songsan sect would gladly engage in a duel of swords with you. Lin Ruoyu's eyes brimmed with hope, for he wished to prevent the ancestral legacy passed down to him from falling into ruin. First, I must ascertain the true reason behind the Sun and Moon sect's assault on the Five Mountain Sword sect. Wang Lun was also intrigued. Could it be that the Five Mountain Sword sect had acquired something extraordinary? Lin Ruoyu, after a moment of contemplation, realized that in comparison to the foundation of the Five Mountain Sword sect, everything else paled in significance. I shall not conceal it any longer, esteemed senior. This is not the place for discussion. Please, step inside. Lin Ryu guided the trio to the council hall, where the others regarded them with curiosity. Naturally, Lin Ryu introduced them and sought their opinions on whether to inform Wang Lun of the matter. Seeing no dissent among the others, Lin Ryu continued, in truth, our Five Mountain Sword sect once basked in glory. Our founding master, Zhang Tiantong, devised the celestial sword technique, dominating the martial world for a century. Subsequently, he established the 10,000 Sword sect, where disciples, lacking profound wisdom, practiced the celestial sword technique. Hence, our master created the earth sword technique and the human sword technique. Today, we are unable to fully master even the human sword technique, which fills us with shame before our master. Lin Ruoyu sighed deeply. The Sun and Moon sect had come for the celestial sword technique, a transcendent skill passed down by our master. How could it be entrusted to outsiders? Thus, the Sun and Moon sect intended to use force to seize it. Fortunately, their leader has recently gone missing and has not taken direct action. Otherwise, our Five Mountain Sword sect would have long since faced annihilation. Lin Ryu understood well that strength is the ultimate truth. In the past, others refrained from coveting the celestial sword technique, primarily because its existence was unknown. The 10,000 Sword sect has always been grounded in the 10,000 sword technique. After all, the founding master had not mastered any extraordinary skills, leaving others unaware. Very few knew of the three sword techniques: celestial, earth, and human, aside from the Grand Elder and the sect leader. The predicament arose when the daughter of the Huashan sect's leader overheard her father mention the three sword techniques and became obsessed with them. Unfortunately, being of a playful disposition, she encountered a handsome man from the Sun and Moon sect while traversing the martial world. After being charmed and manipulated by his sweet words, she inadvertently revealed that the Five Mountain Sword sect still possessed supreme martial arts, particularly the celestial sword technique, which, when perfected, is said to resonate with the heavenly principles and bestow unparalleled power. Thus, the Sun and Moon sect made their move. That handsome man was none other than Yang Xiao, the left protector of the Sun and Moon sect. Wang Lun listened to the unfolding events and couldn't help but find them amusing. However, Yang Xiao was indeed strikingly handsome. Even in his 30s or 40s, he exuded an undeniable charm. It was only natural for those young girls who had yet to experience love to fall into such traps. Having already grasped the situation, I will speak candidly. I intend to announce an invitation to the martial world for the Five Mountain Sword Conference. The reward for the champion will be the esteemed Four Symbols divine skill that rests in my possession. I trust you are familiar with the name of this skill, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Wang Lun spoke in a calm manner, yet the others could not remain composed. The mere existence of an unparalleled martial arts manual had already unsettled the Five Mountain Sword sect. The emergence of the Four Symbols technique would undoubtedly plunge us into dire straits. Esteemed senior, forgive my candor, but this plan is unfeasible. The only reason our sect can maintain stability at this moment is due to Ren Tuxing's absence. Should the Four Symbols technique surface, it would surely compel him to intervene personally. Lin Ruoyu firmly rejected the notion. However, Wang Lun's subsequent words alleviated his concerns. Ren Tuxing had vanished from the martial world for over a month, with no news of him whatsoever. Currently, the only forces besieging the Sun and Moon Holy Cult are the left and right protectors along with a few Hall Masters. There is no need for you to worry. Prior to Wang Lun's arrival, there was no indication of the presence of a Grand Master, which undoubtedly foretells impending troubles for Ren Xixing. When the martial arts fraternity gathers, even the Sun and Moon Holy Cult will hesitate to engage in any nefarious activities, for the current martial world is one where righteousness prevails over evil. Wang Lun chuckled lightly, remarking that the grandmasters of the righteous sects in the martial world far outnumbered those of the demonic path. Upon hearing this, the thoughts of others began to wander. It became clear that the Sun and Moon Holy Cult strategy of encirclement without assault was not a ploy to exhaust them, but rather a reflection of their inability to advance. In light of this, they resolved to extend an invitation to their martial brethren to unite against evil, with the promise of the Four Symbols divine skill as the ultimate reward. However, they wished to keep the heavenly sword technique from leaking out. Thus, they expressed their gratitude to the esteemed elder for his magnanimity, pledging that the Five Mountain Sword sect would wholeheartedly engage in swordplay with him when the time came. No need, he replied. I harbor my own ambitions. Even renowned figures in the martial world, grandmasters included, yearn for the Four Symbols divine skill. I, too, am eager for a duel with them. Of course, should your Five Mountain Sword sect be willing to exchange the heavenly sword technique, I would be open to a trade. For it is of little use to possess a treasure one cannot wield. It would be far more prudent to explore other extraordinary divine skills. Wang Lun probed cautiously, acknowledging the difficulty of the matter, for it was indeed their lifeblood. The success or failure of the endeavor held no significance. The other unparalleled martial arts were merely references for Wang Lun. Following the paths forged by predecessors posed no challenge. Yet to transcend them one must draw upon a greater reservoir of wisdom and forge a path uniquely their own. The assembly fell into a contemplative silence, and Lin Ruoyu, with an awkward smile, interjected, Esteemed senior, the sword technique is a treasured ancestral art and cannot be subjected to trade. No matter, Wang Lun replied. I merely wish to share my thoughts. It shall not cause any detriment. Wang Lun chuckled lightly, while the others continued to deliberate on the finer details. Eventually, he presented Lin Ruoyu's handwritten letter to the other leaders of the Five Mountains. After Wang Lun departed, Lin Ruoyu felt a slight alleviation of the anxiety that had plagued him in recent days. Instead, he began to contemplate the transaction with Wang Lun. The heavenly sword technique had been relegated to obscurity by the Five Mountain Sword sect, with no one capable of grasping its profound mysteries. If one could not even enter its threshold, the notion of achieving mastery was utterly futile. However, should he acquire the four symbols divine art. The Five Mountain Sword sect could certainly cultivate a grandmaster of considerable stature. With such strength, he could then inspire the younger generation to delve into the heavenly sword technique, thereby fulfilling the expectations of their ancestors. Lin Ruiyu's aspirations burgeoned within him like an untamed weed. Indeed, if he were to obtain the four symbols divine art, it would not take him 10 years to ascend to the position of grandmaster. At that point, the Five Mountain Sword sect would undoubtedly regard the Songzhan sect with reverence. He envisioned unifying the Five Mountain Sword sect, reconstructing the 10,000 Sword Gate, and dominating the martial world for a century. I, Lin Ruoyu, shall not yield. Chapter 39. The Secrets of the Heavenly Sword Technique. After Wang Lun delivered the message, the other four sects concurred with his sentiments, reasoning that the Mount Hua Sword sect would not suffer any detriment. Unfortunately, the four symbols divine art could not remain within the confines of the Mount Hua Sword sect. In the face of unparalleled martial prowess, even the grandmasters would personally engage in the fray. The upcoming sword discourse at Mount Song was destined to provoke a tempest of bloodshed. Upon returning to the Mount Song sect, Wang Lun did not retire to his guest room to rest, but instead awaited the arrival of a visitor. As anticipated, in the dead of night, a figure materialized in Wang Lun's chamber. Master Lin, what brings you here under such secrecy? Wang Lun chuckled lightly, having naturally discerned his thoughts. Do not take offense, esteemed senior, for my actions are indeed contrary to ancestral teachings, compelling me to exercise utmost caution. Lin Ruoyu murmured, his gaze furtively scanning the surroundings, fearful of being discovered. Ah, it seems Master Lin has come to a realization. Indeed, I have perused the celestial sword technique and endeavored to practice it, yet alas, I have never managed to grasp it. The other techniques, such as the earth sword technique and the human sword technique, have proven equally elusive. Lin Ruoyu lamented. The celestial sword technique's replicas exist in all 5 mountains. It is not monopolized by any one individual. Thus, Lin Ruoyu's willingness to engage in exchange stemmed from his concern that others might barter the celestial sword technique for the four symbols divine art. Should that transpire, Lin Ruoyu would no longer have the opportunity to acquire the four symbols divine art. They may face reproach in the future. Yet as long as they transcend to the grandmaster level, their strength will speak for itself, and who would dare to provoke them? The emergence of the Sun and Moon sect has instilled in Lin Ruoyu a profound understanding that power is the ultimate truth. Now that Master Lin has come to terms with this, here lies the essence of the four symbols divine art. Wang Lun retrieved the four symbols divine skill. Having already engaged in the transaction once, he felt considerably more adept. At times, he mused that rescuing Zhou Shangyun was indeed a lucrative endeavor. Acquiring a peerless divine skill without cost and exchanging it for other formidable techniques. A business without investment is truly exhilarating. Lin Ruoyu promptly produced a copy of the Heavenly Sword technique, along with pen and paper, and under the flickering candlelight, began to meticulously transcribe the four symbols divine skill, taking great care to avoid even a single error in his writing. Wang Lun, however, seized the celestial sword technique and began to peruse it directly. Within the imperial palace, the elder matriarch overheard that such a minor master intended to trade the four symbols divine art for other unparalleled skills, and she let out a cold snort. Commander Zhao, you should personally take a trip. Do not wait for the Songzhan Sword Conference. Otherwise, the four symbols divine art will surely be seized by other factions, and this manual will never reach our hands. Zhao Guangyi could only acquiesce with a reluctant nod. He had initially hoped to resolve the matter discreetly, but now that it had escalated, he had no choice but to act decisively. Very well, I shall proceed to the 5 Mountain Sword sect at once. Zhao Guangyi swiftly departed from the palace, clearly wishing to prevent further escalation of the situation. Upon learning that the four symbols divine art would emerge at the 5 Mountain Sword sect in half a month, to be claimed by the victor, many rushed over immediately. Even if they could not obtain the four symbols divine art, witnessing the grandmasters and masters engage in combat would be a rare spectacle. Such an event was indeed a once-in-a-century occurrence, particularly due to the intentional promotion by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Within just 2 days, news spread throughout the martial world, reaching even the grasslands, the western regions, and Lingnan. Unfortunately, the time was too short for most to arrive. Only the most skilled could traverse vast distances, all for the sake of reaching the 5 Mountain Sword sect in time. In the Sun and Moon sect, Yang Xiao was genuinely taken aback by Wang Lun's audacity. This was truly a case of harming others without benefiting oneself. What advantage could he possibly gain? To willingly relinquish his unparalleled skill was utterly absurd. having come to the Five Mountains Sword sect to seek the celestial sword technique. He was astonished that another could treat such a treasure as a prize to be given away. Since the mysterious disappearance of the sect leader, discontent had begun to brew within the sect. As the left protector, he had to consider his own position. Should he acquire the celestial sword technique? Such an achievement would solidify his claim to the sect leader's position, unless someone else ascended to the rank of Grandmaster. Once he himself achieved that status, even if Rentuxing returned, his position would remain unshaken. However, with the actions of the Five Mountain Sword sect, he found himself in a precarious situation. Continuing to encircle the Five Mountain Sword sect seemed disadvantageous, as other righteous martial factions might take action against the Sun and Moon sect. After all, the reputation of the Sun and Moon sect was far from favorable, lingering on the edge of the demonic sections. The following day, Lin Ruoyu meticulously compared the text, fearful of making an error. Fortunately, he transcribed it flawlessly, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He noticed that Wang Lun had already set aside the copy of the celestial sword technique, earning his admiration for the other's confidence in not even needing to copy it. He wondered if Wang Lun could truly grasp the essence of the celestial sword technique. Thank you, Senior. The matter is settled, and I shall take my leave. Lin Ruoyu was eager to return and practice the four symbols divine art, compared to the profound and intricate nature of the celestial sword technique. The four symbols divine art was far more comprehensible. He felt confident that within 10 days, with his mastery level, he would be able to grasp its fundamentals. Within 10 years, he was certain he could achieve its completion, or even perfection. Wang Lun observed the rosy complexion and the gleaming eyes of his counterpart as he strode away, instantly discerning their intentions. Regrettably, within the realm of unparalleled martial arts, the four symbols technique is of the kind that is easy to learn yet difficult to master, particularly at the pinnacle of its perfection. Achieving such mastery demands not only innate talent and diligent effort, but also fortuitous encounters. Indeed, Wang Lun had recently cultivated the four symbols technique to a minor accomplishment. The stages of progression include initiation, proficiency, mastery, minor success, major success, and completion. He increasingly realized that to advance it to a major success, he would require certain extraordinary elements, such as dragon blood. Naturally, Wang Lun was aware that dragons and phoenixes do not exist in this world. However, creatures of lesser rank such as the King of Serpents, the Millennium Tortoise, the White Tiger King, and the Golden Rooster are indeed real, albeit rare and challenging to locate. Consequently, Wang Lun had abandoned the notion of further pursuing the four symbols technique and instead delved into the Sword of Heaven technique. It is worthy of its reputation as a creation of a legendary martial arts figure, even proving to be enigmatic and difficult to comprehend. The human sword technique emphasizes an indomitable sword heart, nurturing warfare through battle, with neither retreat nor fear of confrontation. The earth sword technique, grounded in profound virtue, focuses on comprehending the weight and selflessness of the earth, providing formidable defense. The heaven sword technique necessitates traversing the world, grasping the way of heaven, and acting in harmony with the natural order to harness the might of celestial authority. After reading, Wang Lun concluded with a profound statement: the heavenly sword technique can only be mastered by a grandmaster. This is because the grandmaster represents the threshold of this unparalleled martial art. It is no wonder that none from the Five Mountain Sword sect have successfully learned it. Both the heavenly sword technique and the earth sword technique serve as pathways to enhance the power of the grandmaster. Only a grandmaster can comprehend the grand dynamics of the universe, whereas a master can only grasp personal intent. Thus, the human sword technique is a result of the founding masters of the Five Mountain Sword sect lowering their requirements. The unrivaled sword heart embodies the manifestation of one's own will. However, no one from the Five Mountain Sword sect dares to tread this path, for failure would tarnish the sword heart, rendering them incapable of progress for a lifetime. The formidable cost compels them to cultivate the 10,000 sword technique and each individual's unique sword technique within the Five Mountain Sword sect. At this moment, Wang Lun could only practice the sword technique. Despite his high attributes, he still could not rival even the grandmasters. However, in terms of comprehending the forces of heaven and earth, he could not compare to the grandmasters unless his intellect were exceedingly high. Unfortunately, Wang Lun's intelligence was not significantly different from that of other masters. Chapter 40. The 100 Birds Worshipped the Phoenix Soon. The news of the Sun and Moon sect's retreat invigorated the members of the Five Mountain Sword sect. They were astonished that the plan of the Nameless Elder had directly compelled the Sun and Moon sect to withdraw. the sect could have launched a direct assault. But their retreat indicated that Rentixing's situation might not be favorable, preventing any immediate action. As a result, Wang Lun gained immense prestige within the Five Mountain Sword sect, earning the respect of many. Concurrently, anticipation grew for the upcoming sword discussion at Mount Song in a fortnight. With curiosity about how many masters and grandmasters would vie for the Four Symbols divine art. Particularly, Wang Lun had explicitly stated that the first among the masters could also select a segment of the Four Symbols divine art for cultivation. This stirred the hearts of those masters who wished to remain uninvolved. Even if they could not acquire the entire text, a single segment would greatly benefit them. Meanwhile, in a nearby city, Li Feiyu had come to understand Wang Lun's identity as a formidable master, realizing what he had missed. If only he had been braver. Perhaps he could have learned the unparalleled divine art. Coupled with the divine object he possessed, he might have glimpsed the realm of the Grandmaster. No. He could not afford to wait until the conclusion of the sword discussion at Mount Song. This was undoubtedly a test from the other party. If he foolishly lingered, he would surely be forsaken. Li Feiyu was aware of his inferior talent, recognizing that making a name for himself in the martial world would be challenging. Had he not fortuitously acquired a red vial and a formula for elixirs, he would have found it difficult to break through to the second tier of martial artists. Therefore, Li Feiyu discarded the attire of the Sun and Moon sect, donned a simple outfit, and resolutely set forth towards Mount Song. However, even faster than Li Feiyu was Zhao Guangyi. After Wang Lun practiced the sword and man technique, he discovered that he was unable to make any progress. And the reason was quite simple. Wang Lun has never considered himself invincible. Otherwise, why would he choose to descend through consciousness projection rather than in corporeal form? This indicates that, deep down, he harbors fears of being suddenly vanquished by unknown means. Nevertheless, it is best to relinquish pursuits that do not align with one's essence. Wang Lun, with a heart attuned to nature, finds solace in embracing the flow of life. Since the Earth Sword technique and the Heaven Sword technique are not yet within his grasp, he shall continue his cultivation of the Nining Manual, which stands as an unparalleled art that allows him to elevate his internal strength to the realm of the Grandmaster through innate talent and diligent effort. Wang Lun sensed a profound aura of murderous intent. With a slight smile, he departed from the room and made his way to the rear mountains of Songsan. As a guest, how could he allow his own matters to bring calamity upon the Songsan sect? You are indeed astute, yet your insatiable greed constitutes your gravest folly. Zhao Guangyi, brandishing a crimson tassel spear, surveyed Wang Lun with the keen gaze of an eagle. A grandmaster indeed. I have long sought an opportunity to discern the distinctions between a master and a grandmaster. Please, do proceed. Otherwise, you may find yourself without the chance to strike. Wang Lun chuckled softly, exuding an air of unparalleled confidence. Zhao Guangyi, having crossed the threshold of 50, had encountered numerous masters and grandmasters throughout his life. However, it was rare to come across someone who remained so unfazed in the presence of a grandmaster while still at the level of a master. I am genuinely curious about the source of your assurance. Zhao Guangyi, who had exercised caution throughout his life, had ascended to the rank of grandmaster through a combination of diligence and innate talent. Even in his early stages, he was a formidable figure within the martial world. Were it not for the presence of an ancient being within the palace, Zhao Guangyi would not have taken the trouble to come in person, with the old eunuch's willingness. He could easily suppress the martial world for a century. I detest pointless chatter. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and engage directly. Wang Lun had no intention of engaging in a lengthy discourse, yet he found himself conversing for over 10 minutes without any action being taken. Zhao Guangyi, on the other hand, began to hesitate. A master at the pinnacle of his craft should not fear a grandmaster, yet he felt compelled to act swiftly. The adversary undoubtedly possessed some form of support, but regardless, a confrontation was necessary to gauge the true extent of his strength. Prepare yourself. Zhao Guangyi's crimson spear transformed into a multitude of phantoms, a formidable surge of energy sweeping through the vicinity, snapping the surrounding trees as if they were mere twigs. In response to Zhao Guangyi's onslaught, an ordinary master would be thrown into disarray, unable to discern the true point of the spear. However, Wang Lun did nothing but harness his internal energy to activate his protective sword aura, simultaneously entering the Xuanwu stance and employing the Feishu technique to neutralize the incoming attack. In an instant, Zhao Guangyi realized that his assault felt akin to a cow sinking into the sea, stirring only the faintest ripples. He could not fathom how a peak master could withstand his might, so he abandoned finesse and instead unleashed greater force. The spear's shadows surged forth like towering waves. each more formidable than the last. Yet, despite this escalation, there was no flicker of change upon Wang Lun's countenance. He remained as composed as ever, his attire undisturbed by the tumult around him. Simultaneously, he grasped the unique essence of a grandmaster, while a master may influence his opponent through sheer will. A grandmaster can harness a fragment of the world's power. Zhao Guangyi's spear, thus, drew upon the wind's strength, achieving an astonishing speed that rendered evasion nearly impossible. Yet, this was where the limitations lay. No matter how fervently Zhao Guangyi exerted himself, the protective barrier before Wang Lun showed not the slightest sign of waning. You seem somewhat fatigued. Is this truly the apex of your abilities? Wang Lun inquired with a smile, causing Zhao Guangyi's heart to tighten. This individual indeed possessed only the realm of a grandmaster, yet exuded an air of peculiarity. His internal energy was more profound than Zhao's, and his defenses were remarkably formidable, akin to a colossal tortoise. However, this was merely the facade presented to Zhao. He understood that the opponent had yet to unleash his attacks, leaving uncertainty regarding the potency of his offensive techniques. Of course not. I have an additional move, 100 birds taking flight, which I implore you to witness. Zhao Guangyi ceased to hold back, taking a deep breath, for even the most robust defenses would reveal vulnerabilities when subjected to relentless assaults. Suddenly, a tempest arose, stirring up clouds of dust, obscuring the view ahead. Wang Lun remained steadfast in his position. Hundreds of gun shadows simultaneously struck a single point on the shield. If this is your most formidable tactic, then you possess no worth. Zhao Guangyi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Wang Lun, astonished that the shield had not been shattered. Are you surprised? Pray, do you think my shield is static? While you can assault a singular point on the shield, do you not suppose I can utilize my internal energy to rotate it? Wang Lun shook his head with a light chuckle. However, Zhao Guangyi was indeed witnessing, for the first time, the dynamic and transformative nature of the protective vital energy. Thus, to shatter the opponent's impenetrable shell, one could not rely on cunning tactics. Only formidable strength would suffice. Observing Zhao Guangyi's astonished expression, Wang Lun realized that he might indeed be unlike others. Following this confrontation, Wang Lun grasped the true magnitude of a grandmaster's power, though regrettably, the disparity between their attributes was too vast. Even if Zhao Guangyi could harness the forces of heaven and earth, it would not suffice to bridge the gap. What exactly are you? Zhao Guangyi pondered. Aware that he could not defeat Wang Lun, his curiosity piqued. Me? Merely an ordinary old man, with a touch of strength, Wang Lun replied. By the way, I haven't inquired about your identity. Are you a member of the Jinyue or a grandmaster of some faction? Zhao Guangyi was taken aback by the fact that his opponent did not recognize him. After all, he was the commander of the Jinyue, a grandmaster in his own right. I am Zhao Guangyi, commander of the Jinyue. Chapter 41, The Celestial Teachings. Ah, so it is Commander Zhao? It seems the court is dissatisfied with my proposal. No matter. Perhaps I can find someone else who might agree. Wang Lun did not employ the sword's energy. Instead, he harnessed the strength of his own flesh, swiftly closing the distance to Zhao Guangyi. A surge of primal vigor enveloped him, and Zhao Guangyi felt as if he were being targeted by an ancient beast. Attempting to evade Wang Lun's assault, he soon discovered the latter's cold smile lingering not far away. Frantically, Zhao Guangyi fled, not daring to pause, fearful of being overtaken. In that moment, he comprehended that Wang Lun's greatest asset was not his martial prowess, but rather his immensely powerful physique. Only when he could no longer sense Wang Lun's presence did he dare to slow his pace. Seeing a young man approach, he was momentarily startled, mistaking him for Wang Lun in pursuit. Young man, I have a question for you. If you cannot answer, I shall take your life. Li Feiyu had initially thought his journey would be uneventful, yet misfortune struck as he encountered this strange individual. Senior, please inquire. I shall share whatever knowledge I possess. Li Feiyu, unwilling to offend, quickly sought to placate the man, his steps cautious and ready to flee at a moment's notice. I ask you, can one without intention survive? Zhao Guangyi demanded, his face etched with terror. Li Feiyu's mind raced. Senior, even the hollow-hearted can live. I believe you can as well. As long as I can survive. As long as I can survive. Zhao Guangyi muttered, almost delirious. He then collapsed to the ground, his gaze growing increasingly vacant as he stared skyward. Have I tread upon this fragile existence only to find myself unable to reach the other shore? I refuse to accept this. Li Feiyu observed the gaping wound in Zhao Guangyi's left chest, the heart long gone. Yet, he hesitated to depart, fearing a sudden violent outburst from the man. After all, one who could live so long without a heart was no ordinary person. After a quarter of an hour, Li Feiyu presumed the man must be truly dead and approached to feel for his breath. "Help me with a burial. This 100 birds facing the phoenix shall serve as my gratitude." To his astonishment, Zhao Guangyi still clung to life, grasping Li Feiyu's arm with wide, startled eyes. Li Feiyu nearly succumbed to fright, but fortunately, Zhao Guangyi soon lay still. Without hesitation, Li Feiyu searched the man as person, discovering that he was none other than Zhao Guangyi, the commander of the Jinyui, a true grandmaster. Who would have thought he would perish in such a remote location? In light of the innate technique you have provided, I shall dig a grave for you, lest your remains be left to rot in the wilderness. Li Feiyu, having taken the 100 birds facing the phoenix manual, dared not seize anything else, particularly the commander's token. Should it be discovered, he would invite the wrath of the Jinyui. Digging the grave and burying the body, he completed the task in one fluid motion. By the time he finished, it was already noon. Li Feiyu nibbled on some rations before resuming his journey towards Mount Song. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, Zhao Guangyi's corpse was unearthed. What manner of being was this nameless entity that even Zhao Guangyi could not contend with? The body bore but a single fatal wound, indicative of a lethal strike. The members of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion were utterly astounded. Could it be that the Nameless One had reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster stage? Alas, what a tumultuous season it has become! Wang Lun observed Zhao Guangyi's retreat with an unperturbed heart. Without a beating heart, one is destined to perish. It seems I must diligently study the Nine Manual, for otherwise my martial prowess shall fail to keep pace with the realm of my opponents. Wang Lun shook his head with a sigh and left the back mountain. Upon returning to his guest room, he encountered a disciple from the Songzon sect awaiting him. "Senior Wuming, someone is here to see you. It is your disciple." "My disciple?" It seemed that Li Feiyu was not entirely foolish after all. "Please lead the way. It is no trouble at all. Senior Wuming's righteousness has spared our 5 mountains sword sect from a conflict," the young disciple said, grinning with evident gratitude for Wang Lun's actions. Shurpatian. Upon hearing that Wang Lun had a disciple, felt a surge of curiosity. The master had never mentioned taking on a pupil. Could it be that the individual possessed exceptional talent? Otherwise, how could they have caught the master's eye? He immediately rushed over to take a look, only to be restrained by Wang Lun. "Focus on your martial arts." Shurpatian had no choice but to calm himself. In the hall, Li Feiyu was quite anxious, uncertain if Senior Wuming would be willing to accept him as a disciple. However, upon seeing Wang Lun's arrival, he inexplicably felt a sense of relief. The mere fact that he came indicated that there was some intent on the senior's part. Yet, why would Senior Wuming choose to take him as a disciple? "It seems you have come to a realization. Follow me." Wang Lun chuckled lightly, for this was a matter concerning his concealed mission. Li Feiyu cautiously followed Wang Lun, uncertain of his intentions. "Do not be anxious. The sole reason I take you as my disciple is due to my appreciation of your meticulous nature. Individuals like you possess the capacity to endure for a long time. I am indifferent to the opportunities you may encounter, as I have no use for them. This is the 4 symbols divine art, the Nine Manual, and the heavenly sword technique. You shall establish the Tongtian sect in my name. Every 5 years, a new leader must be appointed, and the existence of the Tongtian sect must not be divulged. Are you capable of this?" Wang Lun's desires were quite simple. He hoped that Li Feiyu could withstand the existence of this clandestine sect. Li Feiyu felt as though his mind had exploded, possessing 3 unparalleled martial arts manuals. Accomplishing such a seemingly trivial task was indeed an extraordinary fortune. "Master, I humbly bow before you." Li Feiyu made his decision, for he was not one to seek ostentation or pursue renown in the martial world. After 15 years of seclusion, it was time for him to re-emerge. "Rise, for your existence is destined to remain concealed. Unless faced with imminent peril, my name must not be uttered, and all must rely solely on your own capabilities. I have inscribed 3 strands of sword chi upon you. In times of crisis, when activated, even a master will be unable to rival you." Wang Lun entrusted him with 3 extraordinary martial arts manuals. However, due to his insufficient innate talent, he could only rely on his own fortune. "Thank you, master. I shall certainly fulfill the task you have assigned to me," Li Feiyu declared earnestly. Though he had only met Wang Lun twice, he could sense that the latter harbored no ill intentions towards him. Instead, he had bestowed upon him the invaluable martial arts secrets of the martial world. Such a profound kindness could never be forgotten. "Very well, let us proceed. Unless you encounter an insurmountable issue, do not trouble me in the future." Wang Lun issued an edict to expel guests, wishing to keep the existence of Li Feiyu under wraps. After Li Feiyu departed, the 3 volumes of martial arts techniques nestled against his chest made him anxious. fearful that others might uncover his secret. Fortunately, Li Feiyu maintained an air of composure, and none could discern the turmoil within him. Upon arriving at the inn, he finally opened the 3 volumes to peruse their contents, discovering a note left by Wang Lun. It instructed him to primarily focus on the 9E manual, supplemented by the 4 symbols techniques, and to pursue mastery of the Heaven Sword technique only after achieving a Grandmaster level. Naturally, Li Feiyu held Wang Lun's words in high regard, for he was his esteemed master. After skimming through the 3 volumes, he understood the depth of Wang Lun's intentions, each text adorned with thoughtful annotations, as though the master were personally guiding him. Emotion welled within Li Feiyu, and he bowed once more in the direction of Wang Lun. Chapter 42. The sword debate commences resolutely. Li Feiyu set forth, for the sword debate at Mount Song was not meant for him. With martial arts in hand and such meticulous commentary, he required nothing more. The current martial world was not yet his to claim. His time would come in 15 years. Wang Lun had seemingly indulged in a few tranquil days. Yet, the external world of the martial arts realm was undeniably tumultuous, with the most fervent discussions revolving around the true strength of the enigmatic figure known as the Nameless. From his initial feat of vanquishing a post-heaven realm warrior merely 3 days into his martial training, to now having slain the commander of the Genie Wei, Grandmaster Zhao Guangyi, it was evident that his prowess was at least that of a Grandmaster. Consequently, the populace speculated that the Nameless must be an aged practitioner with years of martial experience, poised to make a name for himself in the martial world upon perfecting his skills. His intention seemed clear, to utilize the 4 symbols divine art to attract renowned figures from the martial realm, seeking fame through a single battle. Indeed, Wang Lun aspired to make his name resound across the land, as this was his main quest. Within the palace, the old eunuch scrutinized the memorial in his hands with a shadowed gaze, letting out a cold chuckle. Truly a cunning old fox, adept at masquerading. It was a pity about my commander, for he was the most obedient dog in my possession, while the others were far less satisfactory. I must guard the palace. It appears that the 4 symbols divine art will have to be sought after by others. The 6 doors and the Hulong Villa must be dispatched to compete for it. The old eunuch had already devised a strategy. Soon, the 6 doors and Hulong Villa received the emperor's imperial edict, mandating their urgent journey to Songshan to secure the title of champion in swordsmanship and obtain the 4 symbols divine art. Within Hulong Villa, iron-bellied God Marquis received the edict, confusion clouding his mind. Why has the emperor suddenly taken an interest in martial arts, particularly the 4 symbols divine art? Adoptive father. What scheme does this foolish monarch intend to concoct? After 3 years on the throne, he frequently neglects court duties, indulging in grandiose selections of beauties and hunting expeditions in the south, remarked Gui Haidao, his disdain for the emperor evident. Be cautious with your words, admonished Shangguan Haitang softly. Regardless of their dissatisfaction with the new emperor, it was unwise to voice it openly. Iron-bellied God Marquis shook his head. You all must be aware of Zhao Guangyi's demise at the hands of the Nameless. He must have been instructed by someone within the palace. Although Zhao Guangyi had just entered the realm of Grand Masters, he bore but a single wound, struck down by the Nameless in one move. This indicates that the Nameless possesses at least mid-level Grand Master strength. In the entire court, aside from the head of the 6 doors and myself, only the royal family's offerings could hope to acquire the 4 symbols divine art from him. Duan Tianya's brow furrowed with concern. Adoptive father, do you truly intend to go? The Nameless strength is unknown. Could it not be too perilous? The emperor's command was not to be defied. Whether one could obtain the art was one matter, but whether to go was another entirely. Iron-bellied God Marquis understood well the adage that serving a monarch is akin to accompanying a tiger. Although as a Grandmaster he would not face severe repercussions for abstaining. The same could not be said for Hulong Villa. He too wished to discern the true confidence of this Nameless, who dared to initiate the sword discussion at Songshan and invite heroes from all corners of the world. Within the 6 doors, the 4 great captains wore tense expressions. Despite their own mastery, confronting a Grandmaster posed considerable difficulty. Yet, Zhuge Zhan, the chief captain, received the edict with a calm demeanor. There is no need for panic. Even if the sky were to fall, there is one tall enough to support it. Talents abound in the martial world. Even the sword god of Baijian Villa in Jiangnan is a formidable opponent, but this is merely a formality. Zhuge Zhanhua perceives the world with remarkable clarity. There are no more than 10 prominent masters in the martial world, excluding those affiliated with the court. Each possesses formidable strengths, and it is uncertain whether the Nameless could prevail against them. What does it matter if the 4 symbols divine art cannot be reclaimed? After all, it is not we who are impatient. Cold Blood, upon hearing his master's words, felt reassured. Master, shall we accompany you then? Of course. Such a grand event occurs only once in a century. It would be quite enlightening to witness. Should you fortuitously secure first place within the master realm, you shall also gain a fragment of the four symbols divine art, which would greatly benefit you. Zhuge Jinhua harbors great expectations for his disciples. Among the younger generation of masters, only a few from the Hulong Mountain Manor can be regarded as comparable. 15 days swiftly passed, and the sword discussion at Songshan was about to commence, drawing many martial artists to the scene. A multitude sought to witness the spectacle, prompting the Songshan sect to deploy personnel to intercept martial artists below the first tier, lest the competition arena be overwhelmed by the crowd. Wang Lun sat in his chair, eyes closed in tranquil contemplation. Within a mere span of 15 days, 5 grandmasters from the 8 supreme sects of the martial world had arrived. To his astonishment, the sword god of the Baijian Mountain Manor had mysteriously vanished, leaving no trace behind. Fortunately, the manor had still dispatched a grandmaster to attend. The 8 formidable factions of the martial realm included Baijian Mountain Manor, Tianji Pavilion, Longhu Mountain, Shaolin Temple, Sun Moon Holy Cult, King Kong Sect, Qinglong Association, and the Giant Whale Gang. Only those factions possessing a grandmaster could be deemed a supreme force. Having 100 grandmasters would not suffice for such a title. The grandmasters from Baijian Mountain Manor, Tianji Pavilion, and Sun Moon Holy Cult had not made an appearance. However, each of the others had sent a grandmaster to sit alongside Wang Lun. The discourse of swordsmanship among grandmasters would not occur today. Regrettably, I had inadvertently revealed the prowess of the grandmaster. Otherwise, I might have engaged in enlightening exchanges with my esteemed peers. Alas, I must blame Zhao Guangyi of the Imperial Guard for this predicament. Wang Lun contemplated in silence, vowing to seek retribution against them once the sword discussion concluded. Fortunately, he had successfully cultivated the Nine manual to perfection, achieving a breakthrough to the grandmaster level. Merely by observing the contest, he was able to garner a wealth of techniques and experiences. While Sherpatian possessed formidable talent, he could not attain mastery as swiftly as Wang Lun. Wang Lun's innate attributes were elevated, allowing him to systematically transform his vital energy into internal force. In contrast, Sherpatian was required to practice diligently each day to augment his internal strength, rendering any comparison between the two moot. Of course, Wang Lun's approach was somewhat underhanded, as he could have enhanced his internal power without relying on his vital energy. At this moment, Lin Ruyu's complexion was flushed, his spirits buoyant. Within a mere 15 days, he had made significant progress in mastering the 4 symbols divine art. As the leader of the Songshan sect and the presiding official of this tournament, Lin Ruoyu glanced at the sky to gauge the time before declaring loudly, "The sword discussion of Songshan officially commences." The competition would follow a platform system, where those who could successfully defend their position would advance to the next round. Wang Lun's actions were driven by a desire to observe the martial prowess of others. Although he could not witness the original techniques firsthand, even a glimpse could yield considerable insight. The other grandmasters were equally intrigued, casting their gazes towards Wang Lun, eager to discern what distinguished this suddenly emerged master. "Esteemed Nameless, I am the elder of the Tianji Pavilion, known as the Old Man of Tianji. I have long held you in high regard, and it is indeed an honor to finally meet you today." The Old Man of Tianji appeared to be of similar age to Wang Lun, both being septuagenarians and among the elder statesmen of the grandmasters present. "Ah, what a pleasure it is to meet you. It is truly an honor to encounter the legendary elder of Tianji," Wang Lun replied, acknowledging the mutual respect that filled the air. Indeed, in the world of martial arts, such esteemed relationships were invaluable, particularly given that the Tianji Pavilion possessed the most astute information within the realm. However, just as the two were poised to deepen their acquaintance, a resonant voice boomed from the crowd, a disobedient assembly of martial practitioners, clinging to so many rules. "I am Yao Kong, and I demand that you surrender the 4 symbols divine skill." Chapter 43, Clash of the Masters. The gathered crowd exchanged awkward glances. The grandmasters who had just ascended the stage finding themselves in an uncomfortable predicament. Wang Lun turned his head to regard the individual, his eyes filled with disdain. The man was a burly bald figure, adorned in resplendent black and gold attire. "Yao Gong, an unfamiliar name. Since you wish to sow discord, you shall henceforth be my unnamed adversary. As for my enemies, I have never been one to show mercy." Wang Lun was acutely aware that in order to maintain the prestige of the Songzhan Sword Conference, it was imperative to demonstrate formidable strength. Otherwise, how could he command the respect of the crowd? Gong intended to utter some cutting remarks, only to find that Wang Lun had vanished from sight. A fierce gale swept through, leaving Zhuge Jinhua, an iron-blooded god general, caught off guard. Beside them, Gong lay lifeless, his head severed. Yet he remained frozen in a defensive stance. In an instant, as the dust settled, the Songzhan competition arena fell into an eerie silence. Only Wang Lun occupied a chair, wiping the blood from his hands. "Is there anyone else daring to disrupt?" he called out. "If not, let the Songzhan Sword Conference proceed." The nameless voice echoed around, causing iron-blooded god general and Zhuge Jinhua to swallow hard, hesitant to provoke Wang Lun. Gong was indeed powerful, at least on par with them. Yet he had been slain in a single strike, and they had not even glimpsed how the Nameless One achieved it. Lin Ruyu, jolted back from his astonishment, immediately shouted, "Is there anyone who wishes to challenge the black and white twin swords? If not, he shall advance to the next round without delay. Aksha Shizalong shall step forth." Wang Lun observed that the martial arts competition had returned to normalcy, and with a smile, he addressed the Elder of Heavenly Secrets, saying, "I have a proposition I wish to discuss with you." After a moment's reflection, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets regained his composure and, upon realizing Wang Lun was calling him, inquired, "Please, esteemed Nameless, speak your mind. I shall not refuse anything within my capabilities. I wish to exchange the four symbols divine art for a tome of unparalleled martial arts possessed by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion." The Elder was taken aback by Wang Lun's audacity, but, upon contemplating the latter's prowess, came to understand. Yelvagu was a royal patron. His strength at the late stages of the Grandmaster realm. The fact that the Nameless could effortlessly vanquish him indicated that his power had at least reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster. Perhaps even a half-step into the realm of earthly immortals. After a series of contemplative musings, the Elder surmised that Wang Lun sought to glean insights from a multitude of extraordinary martial arts in pursuit of a path to transcend into the realm of earthly immortals. It had been centuries since an earthly immortal had graced the earth. They were becoming naught but legend. Esteemed Nameless, to be candid, our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion houses 3 tomes of unparalleled martial arts, all of which we can allow you to peruse. We merely hope that after your ascension to the realm of earthly immortals, you might leave behind your insights on the process. The Elder discreetly whispered, wary of others overhearing, thus treating Wang Lun with the reverence befitting a predecessor. At this moment, Wang Lun became intrigued, for he had not anticipated that the Tianji Pavilion possessed 3 unparalleled martial arts manuals. No wonder they had remained vibrant in the martial world, never succumbing to the decline that befell other formidable factions. The latter had waned due to their failure to cultivate grandmasters. Indeed, once the sword debate at Songzhan concludes, I shall undoubtedly pay a visit to the Tianji Pavilion. Wang Lun smiled, though the others were oblivious to the nature of the transaction completed between the two. It was evident that both were thoroughly satisfied. The esteemed masters from Longhu Mountain and Shaolin Temple, among others, felt a heaviness in their hearts. Wang Lun's prowess exceeded their wildest imaginations. However, there was no significant concern, for unless faced with a master of the demonic path, Wang Lun's actions did not indicate malevolence. As long as they did not provoke him, their sects should remain unscathed. Yet, the 4 symbols divine art would likely remain unattainable. The Nameless One might very well dominate the martial world for decades. Of course, given his advanced age, he might not endure for that long. But a span of several years seemed plausible. The reactions of the various grandmasters varied, yet they all reached a consensus. The nameless individual was not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, the 2 grandmasters of the court, Zhuge Jinhua and Iron Courageous Marquis, found themselves in a rather awkward position. The Nameless One was exceedingly formidable, rivaling even the old eunuch within the palace. At the very least, Gong could last a few exchanges against the eunuch, while against the Nameless One, he was dispatched with a single strike that shattered his skull. Wang Lun observed the duel of the masters with great relish, while others around him fidgeted anxiously. After a day had passed, the 30 masters finally determined a victor, who turned out to be a disciple from the Western region's Diamond sect. With the unparalleled prowess of the indestructible diamond technique and the dragon elephant prajna skill, he outclassed all others and claimed the title of champion. Below, Nalin Yuanshan paid his respects to the unnamed elder. Despite mastering 2 formidable techniques, Nalin Yuanshan did not appear overly muscular. Instead, he resembled a learned scholar. "You are truly remarkable," achieving the top position in the Songs on Sword Conference. Undoubtedly the foremost of the younger generation in the martial world, the unnamed elder praised, acknowledging the confidence the young man now possessed. The indestructible diamond technique boasts unmatched defense, while the dragon elephant prajna skill wields immense strength, possessing both naturally grants exceptional power. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed elder, Nailan Yuanshan replied, his excitement palpable as he glanced at his master, the grandmaster of the diamond sect, Master Dalai. Upon receiving his master's approving nod, he continued, esteemed elder, I wish to learn the vermilion bird chapter of the four symbols technique. It was evident that Nailan Yuanshan understood the varying emphases of the four symbols technique. What he sought was not defense or strength, but rather an enhancement of speed and recuperative abilities. The unnamed elder had anticipated that he would choose the Azure Dragon chapter to address his weaknesses. Very well, he responded. Wang Lun nodded in agreement, pushing a small booklet imbued with inner strength towards him. Thank you, esteemed senior, for this generous gift. Nailan Yuanshan accepted the manual, expressed his gratitude, and returned to his master's side. Observing this, the others had no choice but to abandon their secret ambitions, for he was favored by a grand master as his mentor. Moreover, he already possessed 2 extraordinary martial arts manuals. As twilight descended, it was decided that the Grand Master duel would commence the following day. Everyone, take this evening to rest and rejuvenate. I eagerly anticipate our forthcoming contest. Wang Lun smiled, and the others responded with a courteous gesture. Among those present, none had departed after encountering the esteemed masters. Rather, they were far more eager to witness the clash between grandmasters. Such a spectacle could greatly aid them in transcending to that level, even if it merely allowed them to grasp a fragment of martial arts insight. However, where there is joy, there also exists sorrow. Within the palace, the old eunuch felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. The court had expended considerable resources to cultivate grandmasters, yet they had proven to be utterly ineffectual. Frustrated, he exclaimed, Must I, in my old age, take matters into my own hands? Neither Zhuge Zhenhua nor the iron-blooded god general has shown any loyalty to the court. He scoffed. I shall see if this nameless one possesses extraordinary abilities or not. The old eunuch believed that he, as a half-step earth immortal, was already invincible in the world. Thus, to him, this nameless individual was merely displaying arrogance among grandmasters. With the court supporting 5 individuals, along with Zhuge Zhenhua and the iron-blooded god general, totaling 7 grandmasters, he found it hard to believe that the nameless one could escape unscathed. The old eunuch, increasingly agitated, realized that matters could have been resolved simply. Yet he felt that his dignity had been thoroughly trampled by this nameless figure. To not eliminate him would leave him unable to swallow this bitter pill. Wang Lun could never have anticipated that the adversary he faced was not the emperor, but rather a flawed old eunuch. Chapter 44. The transactions in the shadows. As night fell, the esteemed grandmasters fortified their spirits, preparing to present their finest selves on the morrow. Although victory and defeat are commonplace in the realm of martial arts, none wish to find themselves in the position of being the least successful. As for the reason behind their gathering, it can only be said that once one attains the status of grandmaster, the path ahead becomes obstructed. Thus, seizing the opportunity to learn from others is indeed a fortuitous endeavor. After all, it is a contest of swords rather than a life-and-death struggle, which significantly enhances the safety factor. Sherpa Tian entered Wang Lun's chamber, a hint of concern in his voice. Master, do you believe you will triumph tomorrow? Haha. In a contest of swords, victory and defeat are of little consequence. What truly matters is the knowledge gained. Wang Lun was largely indifferent to the matter, for he had encountered them today, and most were late-stage grandmasters, with only a few at their pinnacle. In a genuine confrontation, they would not stand a chance against him. Speaking of which, Zhou Shangyun, now that even Zhao Guangyi, the commander of the Jinui, has perished, do you still wish to remain by the master's side? Sherpa Tian cast a glance at Zhou Shangyun, understanding that she merely sought a fleeting sense of security. With the 4 symbols divine art now widely recognized as being in Wang Lun's possession, she had withdrawn from public view and could return to a normal life. Are you trying to drive me away? Zhou Shangyun turned her head, feigning anger. Having only recently grasped the 4 symbols divine art after several days, she felt dwarfed by Sherpa Tian, who had already mastered it to an impressive degree and achieved first-rate prowess. While she had toiled for over a decade to reach the acquired stage, he had accomplished it in just over 20 days. In a few years, he might even ascend to the level of a grandmaster. Truly, comparisons could be infuriating. Of course not. After all, you are already over 20, You must eventually marry, unless you wish to live a life of solitude. Sherpatian replied with the demeanor of a mischievous child, eliciting a chuckle. Humph, you, with your unkempt hair. How can you think of marriage when family grievances remain unavenged? Besides, I have long resolved to remain unmarried for life to care for the master, Zhou Shangyun retorted, lowering her gaze towards Sherpatian. Suit yourself, but don't come crying to me when I have a harem and children while you remain all alone. Sherpatian chose not to pursue the topic further. Zhou Shangyun felt somewhat helpless. Wang Lun had eliminated all her enemies, save for that treacherous emperor. Could she truly assassinate the emperor? Even if she became a grandmaster, her chances would be slim. Meanwhile, within the court, Zhuge Jinhua and the iron-boned god Marquis, upon receiving the eunuch's orders, were seething with indignation. This eunuch had become increasingly audacious, emboldened by his close association with the emperor, daring to act with impunity. The power of Wu Ming was undoubtedly formidable. With a single strike, he could easily slay a late-stage grandmaster. Could we be able to encircle him? Even if we could, how many would perish in the attempt? The seasoned Zhuge Jinhua, despite his composure, was provoked to outrage. The iron-boned god Marquis felt similarly. They could not hope to stop Wu Ming. This was tantamount to sending us to our doom. It is merely a volume of the four symbols divine art. The opponent treats it as a prize for swordsmanship. Why resort to such extreme measures? Is this not inviting trouble? Sighed Zhuge Jinhua. Alas, the emperor is young and naive, surrounded by sycophants. As for us, what can we do? The iron-boned god Marquis lamented. My lord, given the circumstances, we can only urge those in the inner sanctum to unite with us and avoid unnecessary sacrifices. I shall seek a dialogue with the esteemed Wu Ming. Perhaps there may be some merit to be gained. Zhuge Jinhua originally dismissed the old eunuch, thinking that in a few years, the man would simply pass away. However, the situation had changed. The old man was becoming increasingly muddled and was no longer fit to accompany the emperor, as evidenced by the state of the emperor's education. This indeed posed a dilemma for the chief constable, prompting me to persuade the imperial offerings. The iron-blooded god Marquis smiled, and in that fleeting moment, the two cunning foxes reached a tacit understanding. Beneath the moonlit night, Wang Lun gazed at the cold moon above, his mind replaying the details of the master's battles from earlier that day. Among them were the future leaders of formidable factions, the indestructible Vajra technique from the Vajra sect, the dragon-elephant Prajna art, the Jinwu subduing demon swordplay from the Baijian mountain villa, the celestial mechanism pavilion's star-shifting and heavenly gang steps, and the astonishing spirit technique. Additionally, there were the Yin-Yang 5 thunder and the golden light spell from the Longhu mountain, the Nine-Yang divine art, the I Jing Jing, and the 72 unique skills from Shaolin Temple, along with the true sutra of subduing dragons and tigers from the Azure Dragon Society, and the heavenly sojourn of the giant whale gang. Even though Wang Lun had not witnessed the original forms of these divine skills, he could discern the philosophical intentions and operational methods behind each martial art. These represented the foundational elements of unparalleled techniques. Throughout the martial world, there had been no fewer than 50 extraordinary martial arts. The many had been gradually lost over the passage of time. Moreover, the quality of these supreme techniques varied significantly. Only by creating a unique and exceptional martial art could one dominate the martial realm for a century, thus becoming a veritable legend within the world of martial arts. Just as Wang Lun contemplated his own martial arts, a figure approached him. I am Zhuge Jinhua, paying my respects to the esteemed senior, he said, cupping his hands in a gesture of reverence. Is Constable Zhuge not resting? What brings you to seek me at such a late hour? Wang Lun felt a sense of perplexity as his interactions with the six doors had been minimal. To be candid with you, esteemed elder, the court is currently under the dominion of eunuchs, with the emperor heeding the council of treacherous ministers. Numerous loyal officials have met with untimely demise, and the common folk are suffering greatly amidst these tribulations. Zhuge Jin remarked sorrowfully. So what concern is it of mine, a mere wanderer of the rivers and lakes? Are you suggesting that I should assassinate the eunuchs, usurp the throne from the young emperor, don the imperial robes, and indulge in the pleasures of sovereignty? Wang Lun scoffed, remarking that most individuals from the martial world pay little heed to the affairs of the court, merely taking action against corrupt officials. Zhuge Jin was taken aback by Wang Lun's audacity and pondered whether he should seek his assistance. The unnamed elder chuckled, asserting that it would be preposterous for them to engage in such treasonous acts. There exists a eunuch beside his majesty, a being akin to a demigod, who frequently entices the emperor into committing absurdities. Notably, he has commanded several grandmasters to encircle and eliminate you. We hold deep admiration for the elder's righteousness and cannot partake in these unjust deeds." Upon hearing this, Wang Lun chuckled, realizing that it was this old eunuch who had been persistently seeking trouble with him. However, he also comprehended Zhuge Zhen's intentions. They perceived his strength as overwhelming, leaving them with little assurance. It was a clever strategy to join forces with him to eliminate the old eunuch, thereby restoring order to the court, a twofold triumph. "You have devised a commendable scheme, yet I remain indifferent to your ambush and the old eunuch. As you well know, I dispatch grandmasters as one would butcher a dog. My sole purpose in hosting the Songzhan Sword Conference is to witness the myriad martial arts of the Jianghu, thus forging my own path and transcending the realm of earthly immortals. Should you wish to win my allegiance, you may do so. I demand access to the Imperial Treasury's vast collection of martial arts, including the unparalleled divine techniques." Wang Lun harbors a disdain for circumlocution. He prefers to articulate his demands directly. His prowess is evident, and should the other party decline, it matters not. Wang Lun could directly visit the Imperial Palace without anyone being able to impede him. Zhuge Zhen was taken aback by Wang Lun's audacity, proclaiming the slaughter of grandmasters as casually as one would butcher a dog. His heart swelled with indignation, yet the methods demonstrated by his opponent today were undeniably unforgettable. The swiftness of his actions left Zhuge Zhen unable to react in time, and evading such prowess was no simple task. "Senior Wuming, I must consult with them regarding this matter. However, before that, His Majesty wishes to acquire your extraordinary four symbols divine art. Might you be inclined to engage in a trade? It seems you are genuinely unaware of the deeds committed by the Jinyui. I once proposed exchanging the four symbols divine art for your unparalleled martial arts, but alas, the old eunuch declined." Chapter 45, The Grandmaster's Duel. Zhuge Zhen understood now. It appeared that Wuming was not concerned with the four symbols divine art at all, but rather, it was the old eunuch stirring trouble. The emperor would hardly care for a supreme martial art, as they were not practitioners themselves. Had the emperor been aware, he would surely have agreed to the trade. Yet, the old eunuch's actions stemmed merely from a sense of lost face, a folly of age. It was fortunate that Commander Zhao and Yell had met their demise. "Senior Wuming, I can take the initiative to offer you the unparalleled art of Tian Di Shaoao as a trade," Zhuge Zhen stated earnestly. Though this divine skill belonged to the Whale Gang, it had previously been exchanged with the court for substantial port trading privileges. In the open world of martial arts, they were subtly constrained by the court. Otherwise, how could the Whale Gang possibly dominate the waterways of the 2 rivers and 3 provinces? Sharing half their profits with the court? Wang Lun did not inquire about the source of the matter. He simply accepted it once it was in his possession. No questions asked. Wang Lun presented a copy of the Four Symbols Divine Skill to his counterpart, a work transcribed by the legendary Sherpa Tian, which instantly left a profound impression. Zhuge Zhenhua was equally astonished that Wang Lun would entrust such an extraordinary martial art to him. Fortunately, Zhuge Zhenhua had prepared for this moment and offered the celestial carefree journey in exchange. "I shall return it to you by tomorrow," Wang Lun spoke calmly, and Zhuge Zhen nodded slightly before turning to leave. He intended to return and assess how the iron-blooded God Marquis was preparing. Wang Lun eagerly perused the art of carefree travel through heaven and earth, a technique reportedly derived from the teachings of Zhuangzi. After finishing the book, he nodded in satisfaction. This art was indeed among the pinnacle of extraordinary skills. Particularly noteworthy was its lightness technique, which enabled one to traverse vast oceans with a single reed and even briefly walk upon the air. Furthermore, cultivating this skill bestowed immense inner strength akin to the boundless sea. However, the sole drawback lay in the difficulty of advancing to the level of a grand master through this practice. The inner strength required was tenfold that of other masters, presenting an equal challenge, necessitating abundant celestial materials to augment one's power. Without such resources, even a prodigious talent would struggle to fill their energy reservoir before the age of 50. Hence, the Whale Gang's obsession with wealth stemmed from the exorbitant costs associated with this technique. After a night of practice, Wang Lun had grasped the fundamentals of the art. He felt a gust at his feet and leaped to the treetops, supported solely by the slender branches that could easily bear a weight of over 100 pounds. Remarkably, his inner strength had expanded at least twofold. Yet, the recovery of his inner energy was not swift. Perhaps only through the integration of the 9 Yang divine art and the 9 Yin true classic would his power become inexhaustible. Meanwhile, upon returning to his quarters, Zhuge Zhenhua observed the confident demeanor of the iron-boned marquis and understood that matters had been settled. The The Marquis appeared in good spirits, suggesting they had received a favorable response. Indeed, everyone knew of Yelgong's prowess. If the Nameless One could vanquish him, he could undoubtedly dispatch others as well. By the way, has the Nameless One consented to your plan? The iron-boned Marquis inquired anxiously, for the mindset of the formidable was not easily deciphered. Whether he has agreed or not remains a riddle, Zhuge Jinhua replied, taking on the role of the enigmatic. You refrain from being cryptic, my friend, the Marquis lamented, bemused by the old fox's mischievous side. Noticing the Marquis's agitation, Zhuge Jinhua smiled and revealed, the esteemed elder has indeed consented, but only on the condition that after eliminating the old eunuch, he is granted access to the royal arsenal's martial arts compendium. This left the decision in the Marquis's hands. For the royal arsenal contained no fewer than 5 extraordinary techniques, some of which had long been lost to the world. The iron-boned Marquis hesitated. Aware that Wang Lun's ambitions were well known, breaking through to the realm of an immortal was no trivial matter. The implications of such legendary skills being disseminated were profound, especially if it involved the assassination of a member of the royal family. This is a complex issue. I cannot decide, he mused. Recognizing that the court's power over the martial world was not solely reliant on one old eunuch, though he did not articulate it fully, Zhuge Jinhua understood that the royal family harbored formidable strength. Thus, the only remaining option was to circumvent the old eunuch and present the 4 symbols divine art directly to the emperor. Zhuge Jinhua felt fortunate for his cunning foresight. The iron-boned Marquis regarded him with admiration, acknowledging that the old fox had evidently struck a deal with the nameless elder. Thank you, Zhuge the divine catcher. With the 4 symbols divine art in hand, the old eunuch will have no grounds to command us to besiege the Nameless One. There is no need for the valiant iron-bellied god to be so modest. I have made considerable sacrifices, even relinquishing the celestial and carefree journey. I have heard that the iron-bellied god possesses a rare species of cordyceps. Zhuge Jinhua smiled, his intentions unmistakable. The divine constable is indeed laboring tirelessly for his disciple. I shall bestow this extraordinary cordyceps upon you. The iron-bellied god is well aware of the significance of this gift. This rare cordyceps possesses remarkable healing properties, capable of restoring combat strength to those who have lost sensation in their limbs. Zhuge Jinhua's disciple, Wu Qing, suffered a tragic fate in his youth when his family was annihilated, rendering him unable to walk unaided, reliant on a wheelchair. Then, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your generosity, esteemed god. It is nearly time for the swordplay. Let us proceed. Zhuge Jinhua remarked with a smile. Appearing merely as an ordinary elder, at the Songshan martial arts arena, the martial artists of the realm could hardly contain their anticipation. Encounters between grandmasters are exceedingly rare, and even when they do engage in combat, it is not an event they can witness. Wang Lun surveyed his surroundings. Observing that the grandmasters of various powerful factions were brimming with vitality, evidently prepared to exert their utmost efforts, Wu Ming expressed his gratitude to the esteemed grandmasters for their willingness to gather at Mount Song. Today, as I stand here to defend my title, any challenger who ascends the stage shall have the opportunity to select one of the 4 symbols divine arts. Should they triumph over me, they will be awarded the complete tome. Wang Lun stood upon the martial arts platform, proclaiming loudly. Upon hearing his words, the crowd was taken aback. For Wang Lun was exceedingly arrogant, believing himself capable of defeating all adversaries. Yet, they also acknowledged his prowess, as he had indeed vanquished a late-stage grandmaster with ease. This situation was not entirely unfavorable. Even in defeat, they would all succumb to the Nameless One, which seemed inconsequential. Whoever could triumph over this enigmatic figure would undoubtedly deserve their victory. It was astonishing to realize that once revered divine skills had now become seemingly worthless. Zhuge Jinhua had initially believed his scheme to be a twofold benefit, but upon learning that ascending the stage would grant him a tome of the 4 symbols divine art, the prospect of acquiring 2 more esteemed offerings to complete the collection was enticing. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, as it would mean he could not claim the extraordinary caterpillar fungus for himself. Iron-bellied god Marquis could only smile wryly, feeling as though he were the one at a disadvantage. Alas, Zhuge Jinhua had indeed sacrificed a volume of unparalleled divine skill, had he not? Wang Lun cast a sweeping glance at the esteemed masters, eager to discern who would dare to take the stage first. The leader of the giant whale gang noted that none of the others were inclined to be the first. They all wished to witness the true nature of this nameless elder's formidable techniques. Previously, The enigmatic figure had moved with such swiftness that no one could discern his maneuvers. Conversely, the court officials appeared unfazed by such hesitations, as the iron-willed god Marquis boldly leaped onto the platform. I Zhu humbly beseech the esteemed elder for guidance. Upon encountering the overture of the iron-bold divine Marquis, Wang Lun nodded in acknowledgement. Unleash your full strength, do not hold back. Were it anyone else to utter such words, the iron-bold divine Marquis would surely be incensed. However, Wang Lun's assertion was met with an air of inevitability. Thus, the iron-bold divine Marquis commenced to exert his utmost effort in employing the art of absorption. Yet, Wang Lun stood immovable like a statue, impervious to the Marquis's every attempt, and remained unshaken in the slightest. Wang Lun found the art of absorption to be quite intriguing, despite its numerous shortcomings. Nevertheless, it offers valuable insights, particularly in the concept and methodology of harnessing the inner strength of others. Should one adapt this practice to draw upon the energies of heaven and earth for personal use, it could elevate one's abilities to a higher realm. The explosion of the sacred spirit sword chi swiftly shattered the Iron Courage Duke's absorption technique, resulting in a backlash that forced the Iron Courage Duke to spit out a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, he clasped his hands in a gesture of surrender, stating, I concede defeat. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your mercy. He then descended from the stage, disregarding the gazes of the onlookers as he focused on cultivating his energy to heal. This left Zhuge Zhan, who had intended to inquire further, feeling somewhat anxious. Others noticed that Wang Lun primarily practiced the sword path, and his formidable protective aura was unmatched, even surpassing the indestructible techniques of the Diamond Sect. Only a state of perfection could rival his prowess. Thus, the visages of the other grandmasters displayed a sense of suppression. Such a robust defense placed him in an invulnerable position. Moreover, he had managed to vanquish the Iron Courage Duke, a grandmaster of the later stages, with a single strike. However, their concerns soon dissipated, as they recognized that the unnamed one was already advanced in age. The future still belonged to them. After all, no matter how powerful a grandmaster may be, their reign over the martial world could only last for a century. With the unnamed one now in his 70s, it was likely that he would enter a period of physical decline within a decade. This was an unavoidable fate for martial artists, who often bore the scars of their arduous journeys. Unless one ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals, a lifespan of 100 years would be the ultimate limit. Consequently, the group refrained from dwelling on their concerns. Master Zhang from Longhu Mountain ascended the stage with confidence, having achieved the status of Grandmaster at the age of 38. He had mastered both the Golden Light spell and the Yin Yang Five Thunders. Now at 50, he still appeared as a man in his 30s, clearly a testament to his dedication to health. Junior Zhang Dongting humbly requests guidance from esteemed senior, he proclaimed. Enveloped in golden light, he resembled a celestial warrior clad in armor. Thunder rolled in his palms, exuding remarkable power. Zhang Dongting did not overestimate himself. Were he to attain complete mastery of his skills, he would naturally hold no fear of Wang Lun. However, he had yet to reach that level. Wang Lun found himself quite intrigued. The mastery of human control over thunder and lightning was indeed fascinating. However, it was unfortunate that Zhang Dongting's abilities were inadequate. The thunder struck against Wang Lun's protective sword aura had little effect. At that moment, Wang Lun realized that even with his martial prowess, they would struggle to breach the defenses. A sense of disappointment washed over him. Nonetheless, he gleaned some insights. The Golden Light spell appeared to be potent, suggesting it encompassed more than mere martial arts, possibly touching upon the realm of immortality. Thus, he refrained from vanquishing his opponent with full force, opting instead to gradually explore the intricacies of the Golden Light spell's operation. Zhang Dongting, initially believing he would be easily defeated by the Nameless One, was taken aback when his adversary graciously offered him opportunities to engage. Overwhelmed with emotion, he reflected on the fact that since his elevation to Grand Master, he had not fought with full intensity against anyone, stuck in the latter stages of Grandmaster for far too long. He felt a shift in his realm during this battle with the venerable Nameless One. In a surge of exhilaration, Zhang Dongting unleashed the full power of the Yin Yang Five Thunders as dark clouds gathered ominously overhead. The air crackled with thunderous roars. The audience below was left in astonishment. It was said that mastery of the Yin Yang Five Thunders would enable one to summon heavenly lightning to combat foes, and it seemed the rumors were indeed true. Wang Lun gazed upon the ominous clouds above, believing he could dispel them with a mere gesture. However, he refrained from doing so. For Zhang Dongting had entered a state of profound enlightenment, and to intervene would be to sever another's opportunity. A quarter of an hour later, thunder rumbled from the heavens, and the onlookers held their breath, eager to witness whether Wang Lun could withstand the tempest. As the mist dissipated, they beheld Wang Lun standing unfazed, hands clasped behind his back, entirely unharmed. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the crowd. Could it be that even the perfected Yin-Yang 5 thunder could inflict not a single scratch upon him? At that moment, Zhang Dongting emerged from his epiphany and bowed deeply to Wang Lun. I offer my heartfelt gratitude, esteemed senior, for your guidance which has led to the completion of my martial prowess. In the future, should you require assistance, you are most welcome to visit me at Longhu Mountain. Zhang Dongting recognized that such enlightenment is a rare gift, and Wang Lun had purposely allowed him to reach this realization during their contest. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely intervened. Moreover, to confront the perfected Yin-Yang 5 thunder without evasion exhibited an extraordinary strength. Zhang Dongting surmised that Wang Lun had undoubtedly stepped into the realm of terrestrial immortals. Very well, once the sword duel concludes, I shall pay a visit to Longhu Mountain. Wang Lun smiled. However, Zhang Dongting's heart jolted momentarily, realizing he had merely been polite. The presence of a formidable being close to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Heading to Longhu Mountain was indeed a cause for concern. Nonetheless, the nameless elder should be safe, one would hope. Thus, Zhang Dongting awaited the esteemed arrival of the nameless elder. As he descended from the arena, others were eager to engage. Many of them were stagnating at the late stage of Grandmaster, and the opportunity to confront someone with full force might allow them to replicate Zhang Dongting's epiphany. Otherwise, once the nameless elder withdrew from the mortal realm, Longhu Mountain would become a mere echo of the past. Regrettably, no one else could achieve enlightenment through combat. Nevertheless, each Grandmaster had gleaned some insights, their realms slightly shifting. Their faces radiated joy. This journey had proven exceedingly rewarding. They could obtain a quarter of the 4 symbols divine art, and with mutual exchange, they could piece together a complete volume of this formidable technique. The contest stretched from daylight into dusk, with many holding their bladders, too afraid to leave, lest they miss a moment of the grand spectacle. Wang Lun, having dominantly triumphed over 7 venerable masters, inevitably inspires a profound admiration in others. His mastery of the sacred spirit sword technique has earned him immense respect, heralded as a new unparalleled divine skill. However, just as Wang Lun contemplated stepping down, a jarring voice echoed from the heavens. I am Dongfang Dugu, here to challenge the Nameless One. Zhuge Jinhua and the iron-willed divine Marquis exchanged incredulous glances toward the distant figure. How could this old eunuch have come in person? Could it be that one among the 5 honored ones belongs to him? The iron-willed divine Marquis could only entertain this possibility. Dongfang Dugu approached Zhuge Jinhua and the iron-willed divine Marquis, sneering, "You two harbor such good intentions, not alleviating the emperor's concerns, but instead wishing to ensnare me with baseless accusations. Once I sever the head of the Nameless One, I shall seek my vengeance upon you." His words were devoid of subtlety, and all present overheard this declaration. Curiosity swirled among the crowd regarding the identity of this individual. Shirpatian, gazing at this androgynous old fiend, coldly retorted, "With your ambiguous nature, you presume to defeat the master? If you possess such confidence, why not challenge him from the onset? Instead, you wait until he has battled 7 foes and is depleted of internal energy. This only signifies your own trepidation." Dongfang Dugu turned to Shirpatian, incensed that this young imp dared to insult him so brazenly. "Little brat, did your family not teach you that words can bring calamity?" In that instant, a delicate embroidered needle flew from Dongfang Dugu's hand, unnoticed by anyone, and it found its way to Shirpatian. By the time they realized it, it was too late to intervene. It seemed that this young prodigy was destined to meet his demise right then. Yet, a surge of sword energy manifested, shattering the needle. All eyes turned to Wang Lun, who was now seething with anger. That was his prized disciple, and this old eunuch was courting disaster. Heaven and earth shall be undone. Sword 23. Chapter 47. Sword 23. Dongfang Dugu had not anticipated Wang Lun's sudden intervention. In that fleeting moment, he felt the world around him shift, as if all color had drained from existence. Time stood still, and Dongfang Dugu realized he was utterly immobilized. Meanwhile, the Nameless One soared toward him at an astonishing speed indeed. He was flying. Dongfang Dugu yearned to resist, yet his internal energy was utterly depleted, rendering him powerless as he watched his adversary pass through his very being. The world regained its vivid hues, and Dongfang Dugu's body collapsed with a thunderous crash. The demise of a half-step Earth immortal by a single blow was nothing short of astonishing. The onlookers felt their own bodies regain mobility. Yet they cast fearful glances at Wang Lun, their backs drenched in cold sweat. The ferocity of that strike was terrifying. Even a grandmaster at the pinnacle of their power could do naught but submit, rendered as mere prey. Zhuge Jinhua and iron-bold God Marquis exchanged glances, a profound sense of helplessness washing over them. The elderly eunuch Dongfang Dugu was a cornerstone of the court's strength, a half-step Earth immortal. So swiftly dispatched by a single attack, it was truly fearsome. Moreover, with Dongfang Dugu's passing, the emperor would likely seek accountability. It was hoped he would not act foolishly. For the number of grandmasters capable of being eliminated would be immense. Wu Ming was no longer a figure that the court could suppress. Sherpa Dian looked at Wang Lun with admiration, thinking how remarkable his master was, having imparted such formidable swordsmanship to him. He vowed not to disappoint his master a decade hence. Wang Lun surveyed the crowd around him, noting that their eyes reflected more fear than respect. After all, such a technique was truly extraordinary. Unless one possessed a high intellect, evasion was virtually impossible. Wang Lun believed that the elder who devised the celestial sword technique should be capable of withstanding it, as they could harness the power of heaven and earth. The discussions on swordsmanship at Mount Song have now concluded. We extend our gratitude to all who attended. Wang Lun was filled with joy, having successfully accomplished his mission to gain fame throughout the realm. Yet, how should one reckon this title of the world's foremost? There remained several hidden half-step terrestrial immortals who had yet to reveal themselves. Should he confront them all? A day later, Wang Lun declined the invitation of the Five Mountains Sword Sect and departed from Mount Song, while the title of the Sword Saint, Nameless, spread across the entire martial world. In the imperial palace, the emperor gazed upon the lifeless body of Dongfang Dugu, his eyes ablaze with fury. Daban had been by his side since his days as a prince, shielding him from countless storms. Without him, the throne might not have been his. Yet now, Daban had been slain for the sake of his dragon lineage, and that Nameless truly deserved to die. Zhuge Jinhua, my royal uncle. Why did you not save my Daban? The emperor bellowed, his eyes bloodshot, wishing he could exact vengeance upon the two. Your Majesty, Zhuge Jinhua replied. We had already obtained the four symbols divine art, but Daban insisted on testing his skills against the opponent and even attacked his disciple, prompting Nameless to retaliate. Moreover, Nameless is exceedingly powerful. With a single strike, he immobilized everyone and killed Daban in an instant. Zhuge dared not speak further, leaving only the iron-bold Marquis, emboldened by his status as the emperor's uncle, to respond. Then let us mobilize 1,000 troops to encircle him. I refuse to believe his internal power is boundless. The emperor shouted frantically. Your Majesty, tread carefully. Such measures would be futile against a figure of his caliber. The army would not be able to contain him. Should he unleash his fury, he would surely wreak havoc within the palace, and even all the royal offerings would struggle to withstand him, the iron-bold Marquis lamented. His disdain for the emperor palpable, deeming him inept and a master of chaos. Regardless, I shall deploy all royal offerings to capture him. The emperor was resolute in his opposition to Wang Lun. However, when he issued this command, not a single grandmaster responded. Who among them did not understand the might of the Sword Saint, Nameless? To confront him would be akin to courting death. A day later, in the imperial study, the emperor shattered an exquisite vase, disbelief etched upon his face. His ancestors from the royal tomb had sent him a letter, chastising him for his folly. He had the means to resolve the issue simply, yet had allowed it to escalate into this debacle. If you do not wish to be emperor, then abdicate. Do not occupy the throne without fulfilling your duties. Clearly, his ancestors were displeased with the actions of this new emperor. Sighing, he wondered if he could only adopt a hands-off approach. Where, then, lay the dignity of the royal house? For the first time, he felt the weight of powerlessness as the emperor. Yet, the feeling of helplessness was compounded by the death of Dongfang Dugu, stirring many disgraced princes to stir restlessly. The scandal of the new emperor's inability to father heirs had spread, echoing the ancient principle that there are three forms of filial piety, with a lack of heirs being paramount. Especially for an emperor, one incapable of progeny could not expect to maintain stability. After Wang Lun departed from Songshan, he found himself unburdened by worries. The world of Jianghu is vast. One cannot truly claim to have experienced it without embarking on a personal journey. For his second destination, Wang Lun chose to visit the sword-begging villa. There exists a renowned swordmaster whose fame resonates throughout the realm, and he had yet to behold him. Moreover, It is highly probable that this master has reached the threshold of a semi-divine being. Engaging in a dialogue about the art of swordsmanship would be invaluable. Among the 5 mountain swords sect, aside from the heavenly sword technique, the ordinary 10,000 swords technique holds no further significance for Wang Lun. As he set forth to the sword-begging villa, rumors began to circulate within Jianghu that the sword master had perished. "Master, do you truly believe the sword master is dead?" asked Sherpatian, his face alight with curiosity. "I cannot say for certain. The sword master has reached an age akin to mine, and the inevitabilities of life, aging, illness, and death are all possible." Wang Lun felt a twinge of disappointment. If the sword god were truly dead, there would be no reason for him to visit the Sword Mountain Manor. However, after 2 days of travel, they had arrived at the manor's vicinity. So it seemed prudent to verify the situation. Yet, as their carriage came to a halt, they observed that a nearby village was under siege by bandits. The marauders, having spotted the approaching carriage, swiftly surrounded it. "Everyone inside, come out. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthless blades," the bandit leader boasted. This territory belonged to their Black Wind stronghold, and it was perplexing how the usually compliant villagers had suddenly risen in defiance, refusing to surrender their provisions. "Little Stone, you go forth." Wang Lun surveyed the surroundings, noting that the most formidable among them were merely first-rate martial artists, while Sherpatian possessed the strength to vanquish them effortlessly. "Indeed, master." Sherpatian had long yearned to emerge and eliminate these bandits, who preyed upon impoverished villages. They truly deserved their fate. Upon spotting a young boy emerging from the cart, the bandits mocked, "Little brat, are you the only one in that cart?" "Certainly not. I have come forth to uphold justice," Sherpatian declared confidently, leaping from the cart and scanning the area, ensuring no adversary posed a threat to him. "Ha ha. You haven't even grown hair yet, and you dare speak of justice? Even the heavens would be embarrassed." The bandits erupted in laughter, dismissing him as a mere joke. Sherpatian, undeterred by their jeers, could not unleash his internal energy as sword chi. Instead, he invoked the 4 symbols divine art, moving with the swiftness of a specter, piercing the chest of one bandit. Before the others could react, Sherpatian struck again. In an instant, blood splattered, and the bandits realized they had underestimated this hairless boy. "He is even stronger than the leader. We must flee." On the other side, the villagers, armed with hoes and axes, stood defiantly against the remaining bandits. Notably, a young man wielding a sword stood out, though he appeared to be just another peasant. "Sumu, you little rascal. After just a few days, you found a broken sword and dare to lead the villagers against me? You truly have a death wish. If it weren't for your sister's wish to keep her brother alive, I would have slain you already. And you, a bunch of mud-legged fools. Do you even understand what a martial artist is? With a single slap, I could crush you. Hand over your grain obediently." The bandit leader, Wang Matzi, sneered, though he harbored some trepidation towards Sumu, as he sensed his strength had transcended that of a second-rate martial artist. How curious. Were it not for his infatuation with Sumu's sister, he might have kept this son of a turtle hidden. A second-rate martial artist under 20 could potentially reach a postnatal realm in the future. He would soon find himself in peril. Holding the iron sword, Sumu expressed solemnly, "Wang Matzi, it is you who should retreat. Our strengths are now equal, should you wish to invade the village. You must first seek the approval of the sword in my hand." "Ha, you pathetic boy, you've never even seen blood, and you claim to be my equal? How utterly arrogant." Wang Matzi scoffed. "Humph, since you possess such confidence, why not engage in a duel between us? Should you emerge victorious, my sister and the village's provisions shall be yours. If I prevail, you shall withdraw at once." Sumu found himself in a predicament. The villagers were merely ordinary folk, while the bandits were skilled in martial arts. Though they were not all formidable, some were certainly not to be underestimated. Confronting the villagers posed no challenge. Thus it was imperative to first deal with Wang Matzi in order to resolve the looming crisis. Wang Mazai felt an ominous sense of foreboding. If he displayed cowardice, what would his younger brothers think of him? Yet, if he chose to confront the challenge head-on, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Despite his attempts to belittle Sumu, it was merely a tactic to intimidate him. Sumu's martial prowess had surely not manifested overnight. There might very well be others supporting him from behind the scenes. Observing Wang Mazai's hesitation, Sumu seized the moment to mock him. "I never imagined that the formidable Wang Mazai of the Black Wind gang would prove to be a coward." Unwilling to accept the challenge posed by a mere child, the other bandits, unwilling to allow their gang to be scorned, fervently shouted, "Fight! Fight! Fight! Wang Mozi's face turned a shade of green as he glared at the group before him, wondering if they believed him to be invincible. Yet the atmosphere had escalated to such a height that should he decline, his standing within the Black Wind stronghold would undoubtedly diminish. Both the second and third members were striving to transcend the ranks of secondary martial artists, and he could not afford to falter at this critical juncture. Very well, Wang Mozi shall observe what abilities this featherless lad possesses. The flesh on Wang Mozi's face quivered as his chilling gaze sought to intimidate Su Mu. Yet, Su Mu remained utterly unfazed, standing resolutely with his sword, his eyes brimming with combat fervor. Just as the two were on the brink of confrontation, a panting robber rushed forth, exclaiming, "Boss, trouble is brewing. A formidable opponent approaches. The third leader has been obliterated by a single punch." Wang Mozi was taken aback. The third master was no ordinary foe, especially in such a remote area. With Su Mu ahead and an unknown power lurking behind, Wang Mozi felt as though he had stepped outside without consulting the almanac. He immediately shouted, "Retreat! The rear is pressing." The other bandits, bewildered, decided to heed Wang Mozi's command. After all, food could be collected another day, but if they perished today, there would be no tomorrow. Upon witnessing Wang Mozi mount his horse and prepare to flee, Su Mu and his companions contemplated pursuing him. However, glancing at his sister and the other villagers, they hesitated, fearing it might be a ruse to divert their attention. When Shurpatian chased after the bandits and reached the village entrance, he discovered that the group had already made their hasty escape. "These scoundrels are truly cowardly. I hadn't even unleashed my full strength, and they fled," Shurpatian lamented, regretting the missed opportunity for righteous retribution. Su Mu, noticing Shurpatian covered in blood, pondered whether this was the reason for Wang Mozi's retreat. Despite the fact that Shurpatian was younger than him, it struck him as peculiar that his martial prowess had failed to match that of his opponent. Could he be a descendant of a formidable lineage? Thus, Su Mu stepped forward to express his gratitude. "I am Su Mu. I extend my heartfelt thanks to you, young brother, for aiding us in our time of need. I merely happened to pass by and lend a hand." It is hardly remarkable that they were foolish enough to obstruct the carriage of a gentleman, Shurpatian replied with a modest smile. "Oh, so the young brother is not alone. Why not join us in the village for a respite? The night is drawing near, and we would be honored to host you this evening," Su Mu proposed, believing that the villagers would be generous in their hospitality. "Excellent. Please wait here while I summon my companions," Shurpatian said joyfully, feeling a pleasant affinity towards Su Mu. Wang Lun observed the cheerful return of Shurpatian. His curiosity piqued, yet he soon grasped the reason behind it. The group arrived at Su Mu's modest abode. Though somewhat cramped, it was impeccably tidy. "Esteemed elder, brother Shur, my home is humble. I hope for your understanding," Su Mu remarked with a hint of embarrassment. It's of no consequence. I once lived as a mere beggar, using the earth as my bed and the sky as my blanket," Shurpatian replied with a warm smile, displaying a carefree demeanor. Meanwhile, Su Mu's sister, Su Yu, gazed at Shurpatian with unceasing admiration, secretly thinking him a remarkably handsome young man, even more so than her own brother. Yet, being naturally reticent, she remained hidden behind her brother. As night fell, the village chief led the others in expressing gratitude for Wang Lun's arrival. Nevertheless, their concerns lingered in their eyes. Shurpatian, still mastering his nurturing techniques, could not bear to witness the suffering of the world. Thus, he boldly proposed, "Brother Su, as long as the bandits remain, they will inevitably return. Why not take advantage of the night and eliminate them once and for all at Black Wind Stronghold?" Su Mu was taken aback by Shurpatian's courage. He did not respond immediately, but instead turned to Wang Lun, recognizing that this elder was the true leader, possessing formidable strength. Wang Lun, perceiving Su Mu's gaze, nodded slightly. Understanding this, Su Mu reflected, "Brother Shur, as an outsider, you are willing to confront the enemy. How could I ever be timid or cowardly? If we unite our efforts, we shall undoubtedly eradicate the Black Wind stronghold. However, I must trouble the esteemed elder to oversee the village in our absence." Wang Lun smiled kindly and said, "You may go ahead. I shall warm a pot of wine for you to enjoy upon your return." "Thank you, old sir," Su Mu replied with a respectful bow, while Shurpatian eagerly urged Su Mu to depart with him. The Black Wind stronghold lay at least 30 to 40 miles away, meaning their journey would take at least an hour. The others, observing the ethereal presence of Wang Lun, dared not approach him, save for Su Yu, who felt encouraged by his approachable demeanor. "Old sir, "Are you not concerned for Brother Shi?" she inquired. "Rest assured, they shall encounter no misfortune. Besides, has not Sister Zhou been discreetly safeguarding them?" Wang Lun would certainly not allow the two to take risks. So Zhou Shangyun discreetly ventured forth when no one was paying attention. Chapter 49. The Sword Dao Elder. After Su Mu departed, the villagers became considerably more reserved, hesitant to approach and engage in conversation. Only Su Yu remained inquisitive, persistently asking questions. Wang Lun found himself quite fond of this charming little girl and was generous with his responses. However, he suddenly sensed the presence of someone observing him from the shadows. Upon turning his gaze, he discovered an elderly man clad in tattered garments. "Siyu, who is that?" Siyu glanced in the direction Wang Lun indicated and replied, "Oh, that is the grandfather who appeared in the village a month ago. My elder brother, feeling pity for him, occasionally offers him assistance." Wang Lun chuckled softly. He was indeed remarkable. It seems that your brother's mastery of martial arts is also attributed to his teachings. However, Siyu appeared unconvinced, shaking her head and replying, "How can that be? He can barely hold his own against the village children, often being bullied by them and having his beard pulled." Wang Lun let out a scornful laugh, pondering whether it was possible that he simply did not wish to quibble with a child. Su Yu gazed at the old man with a face full of bewilderment, wondering if that could indeed be the case. Wang Lun rose and strode directly towards the old man. "Sir, would you care for a drink?" The old man glanced at Wang Lun, feeling a sense of curiosity. When had such a formidable figure emerged in the realm of martial arts? Though of similar age, this young man instilled in him a profound sense of unease. "Thank you, my dear," the old man replied. Accepting Wang Lun's offering, he drank heartily and sighed. "This truly is exquisite wine. You strike me as someone from the martial world. What misfortune has led you to this plight?" Although Wang Lun discerned that this person possessed no inner strength, the calluses on his hands attested to his status as anything but an ordinary expert. Particularly striking were his weathered yet spirited eyes, indicative of at least a masterful realm. The old man perceived the doubts lingering in Wang Lun's mind, recognizing that he could not deceive him. Thus, he could only explain, "Misfortune has befallen my family, and having endured great tribulation, I have been reduced to this state to live out the remainder of my days." Wang Lun discerned a different implication. Yet he respected the reluctance of his counterpart to divulge further. With genuine interest, he proposed, "I perceive that you, esteemed sir, are a swordsman. Shall we engage in a discourse regarding our respective interpretations of the swordsmanship?" At this point, the elderly man became intrigued. It was evident that Wang Lun was enveloped in a formidable aura of sword energy, and with but a glance, the old man recognized him as a master of the sword arts. The prospect of conversing with such a distinguished swordsman before his demise brought him immense joy. Wang Lun spoke first, stating, "I believe that the sword is an extension of the human body, and the cultivation of the sword is akin to the cultivation of the heart. Haha, I perceive the sword is my very essence. I am the sword." Just as the two engaged in their delightful discourse, on the other side, Shirpatian and Su Mu arrived at the Black Wind stronghold. Within the stronghold, Wang Matzi lamented the loss of 1/3 of his men. The demise of the third deputy leader weighed heavily on him, leaving him rather despondent. The second deputy leader, Dama Ho, also brooded somberly over his drink. With the third deputy leader gone, he was left to face the first deputy leader alone. What would he do if Wang Matzi decided to turn against him surreptitiously? Meanwhile, Wang Matzi, lost in his own thoughts while consuming his drink, had no intention of taking action against Dama Ho. Instead, he was filled with concern. He wondered if those individuals would seize the cover of night to eradicate him. Having roamed the area for years, he was well aware of whom to provoke and whom to avoid. "Everyone has had their fill. I shall take my leave and rest," he announced. Wang Matzi, still plagued by unease, returned to his chamber to gather his belongings, preparing to depart for a few days to evade the brewing storm. However, just as he was about to leave, he encountered the approaching Shirpatian and Su Mu. "Wang Matzi, why do you not remain at Hafeng Stronghold? Where do you intend to go?" Su Mu exclaimed sharply, her ire rising at the sight of this bandit leader who frequently oppressed the villagers. Were it not for the swordsmanship she had acquired from the esteemed elder, her sister would undoubtedly have fallen prey to this perverse individual who delighted in the company of young girls. Under the moonlight, Wang Matzi caught sight of Shirpatian and Su Mu, and a surge of alarm surged within him, prompting an instinctive desire to flee. If he could hardly contend with Su Mu alone, how could he possibly face the addition of another adversary? Observing Wang Matzi's intent to escape, Shirpatian harnessed the power of the four symbols' divine skill, employing a spectral gate to swiftly close the distance, delivering a forceful strike to Wang Mazi's back. Wang Mazi felt an immense force strike his back, causing a sharp pain in his chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Almost immediately, his body collapsed to the ground. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he turned to flee without a backward glance. Humph, did he think he could escape? Sure, Potion's speed far surpassed his own, and with a single leap, he positioned himself directly in front of Wang Mazi. Wang Mazi, realizing that he was no match for the two adversaries, ceased his attempts to flee and instead fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Hero, spare my life, and I shall relinquish all my possessions." Sumu arrived swiftly, delivering a forceful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Enraged, he exclaimed, "You wretched creature! Having taken the lives of so many innocents, you still dare to wish for survival? It would be a mercy to subject you to 1,000 tortures." To which Wang Mazi could only plead for a swift end. At this moment, Wang Mazi understood that his fate was sealed and ceased to plead for mercy, adopting an attitude of indifference as if to say, "If you wish to kill, do so. If you wish to torture, proceed. We shall not easily take your life." Sumu had already conceived a plan. With a swift stroke, he severed the tendons in both Wang Mazi's hands and feet, eliciting a piercing scream from the unfortunate man. "First, we will eliminate the remaining members of the Black Wind stronghold. As for him, we shall return him to the village, where each villager will have their turn to exact vengeance," Sumu declared fiercely. It was evident that they had endured years of torment at the hands of bandits. Upon hearing this, Wang Mazi instantly fainted. Shirpatian, without a second thought, acquiesced to Sumu's suggestion. The two continued their journey to Blackwind Stronghold, only to discover upon arrival that its defenses were woefully lax, with the guards all inebriated. Witnessing this scene, they felt no pity and eliminated every last one of them. Upon reaching the treasury of Blackwind Stronghold, they uncovered a wealth of treasures, and in the vault, they found several women who had been imprisoned there. Regrettably, they were all in a state of numbness, merely glancing at the two men upon their arrival. "You may leave now, as we have eradicated Blackwind Stronghold," Sumu spoke softly. At this, a glimmer of hope flickered in the women's eyes. One woman knelt in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, noble hero, for rescuing us. I am at a loss for how to repay you, except to serve you in my next life as a humble cow or horse. Please, allow me to borrow your sword." Shirpatian and Sumu were taken aback by her fierce resolve. After a moment's contemplation, Sumu handed her the long sword. Without hesitation, the woman drew the blade and took her own life. The other women, witnessing this, lacked the courage to do the same and instead pleaded, "Please, noble hero, help us. I cannot bear to live in shame." Sumu, feeling a deep sense of helplessness, thought that it was too merciful for the bandits to die so easily. Intoxicated and without a fight, "I hope you shall not endure such suffering in your next life," he said. In a flash, the blade gleamed, and the women fell to the ground one by one. "Brother Su, let us bury them," Shirpatian suggested. "Yes, let us ensure they have a grave," Sumu replied softly, lifting two of the corpses to carry them outside Blackwind Stronghold. A quarter of an hour later, having buried the women and retrieved the stronghold's treasures, they set fire to Blackwind Stronghold, leaving nothing but ashes in their wake before returning along the path to bring Wang Mazi back to the village. Chapter 50, The Sword God. Xie Wang Lun and the old man were expounding their interpretations of the swordsmanship, and before they knew it, an hour had elapsed. Two figures appeared at the village entrance. Upon hearing the commotion, the villagers turned their gaze and, upon recognizing Shirpatian and Sumu, felt a wave of relief wash over them. However, the question lingered. Who were they carrying on their shoulders? Sumu approached the bonfire and unceremoniously tossed Wang Mazi to the ground. "Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, this is the very Wang Mazi who frequently tormented us in the past. I have severed his tendons, leaving him at your mercy. From this day forth, we shall no longer live in fear of being plundered by the Blackwind Stronghold, for I have reduced it to ashes," Sumu proclaimed loudly. Instantly, the villagers erupted in jubilant cries. "Hooray! At last, we have eradicated this scourge." One farmer, wielding a hoe, struck Wang Mazi with all his might, cursing, "Vile creature! Taste my wrath. My beloved Hunyu shall never return." Others followed suit, and by the end, Wang Mazi was rendered voiceless, reduced to a mere pulpy mass. Thus, the Blackwind Stronghold was utterly annihilated. Wang Lun merely cast a glance before resuming his swordplay discussion with the elderly man. Alas, the latter had already lost all his internal energy, otherwise he could have showcased his skills. The old gentleman must surely be the sword god, Xie Yank. Of the Sword Mountain Manor, Wang Lun harbored a degree of skepticism, which transformed into firm conviction following the conclusion of the sword duel. However, the elderly man displayed a visage of bewilderment, feigning ignorance. I was merely a humble master. How could I possibly be worthy of the title sword god? Furthermore, I do not go by the name Xie Yank. There is no need for the sword god to conceal your identity. I bear no ill intentions towards you. I lament not having encountered you during the sword discourse at Mount Song. Nevertheless, given your current plight and choice of seclusion, I shall refrain from disturbing you. Moreover, you have taken that young lad under your wing as a disciple. In the future, let our respective disciples engage in the practice of our distinct sword arts. Wang Lun smiled and said, since you have already discerned my true identity, I shall not conceal it any longer. Indeed, I am Xie Yank. My current predicament is a matter of family affairs, which I find inappropriate to disclose to you. The disciple you have taken under your wing possesses far greater talent than my own. I fear that my disciple may not stand a chance against him in the future. Furthermore, your disciple exhibits the marks of various unparalleled divine skills, showcasing an exceptionally profound foundation. Xie Yank shook his head, clarifying that he did not intend to draw a comparison with Wang Lun. Wang Lun laughed heartily, pondering that indeed, some individuals possess extraordinary talents, capable of thriving in any path they choose. Very well, it must be so. I initially intended to visit the sword offering manor in search of you. However, encountering you here renders that journey unnecessary. The scenery in this place is delightful, making it an excellent locale for retirement. Thank you, sword god. May our fates intertwine again in the future. Wang Lun bid farewell to Xie Yank and returned to Su Yu's side. Su Yu observed the two men engaging in animated conversation for an entire hour, perplexed by the nature of their discourse. Elder, you have returned. My brother and brother Shi are truly remarkable. The Black Wind stronghold has bullied our village for so long, yet they resolved the issue with such ease. Su Yu gazed at the distant figures of Shirpatian and Su Mu with admiration, her eyes particularly lingering on Shirpatian. Despite her tender age of 11 or 12, a glimmer of infatuation sparkled within her gaze. After all, Shirpatian was exceptionally handsome. During this time, he had been well fed and well cared for, resulting in a robust and vigorous appearance. At merely 10 years old, he already stood at 1.50 meters, and it was anticipated that he would reach at least 1.80 meters or 90 in adulthood. Indeed, they are splendid from now on. Our village will rely on your elder brother's protection. Wang Lun smiled in agreement. Dear sir, are you departing tomorrow? Su Yu's eyes reflected a hint of reluctance. Not for Wang Lun, but for Shirpatian. Indeed, we must journey to other places. I see. Do you think we shall meet again? Su Yu asked with a glimmer of hope, yet she was acutely aware of her humble origins as a peasant girl, perhaps forever bound to this land. Certainly. Your brother's aspirations extend far beyond this. The vastness of the martial world is his true stage. So, does that mean I can leave here with my brother in the future, and I will be able to see Brother Shi again? Su Yu's crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with delight, making her appear exceedingly charming. Naturally, but you may have to wait 4 or 5 years until your brother's strength is formidable enough to venture forth. The martial world is fraught with peril, and you too will require a measure of power. I possess a tome of unparalleled martial arts. Would you care to study it? In due time, you could traverse the martial world alongside your brother, vanquishing evil and promoting righteousness. Wang Lun revealed the Nine manual, his inner strength sweeping around the opponent's body, discerning a commendable foundation, suggesting a promising future as a master. Is that true? I wish to learn. Should I seek a mentor? Then I would be sister to Brother Shi, Su Yu exclaimed joyfully. There is no need to seek a mentor. I shall not impart too much knowledge to you. This divine skill can also be taught to your brother, but you must wait until after my departure to inform him. Wang Lun, apprehensive that Su Mu might decline, said, Very well. Then, dear sir, you must not depart this world too soon. Live for another decade or so that I may still have the pleasure of seeing you. Su Yu replied earnestly, Haha, no worries. I am destined to live 100 years. Wang Lun chuckled wryly. Had it been a boy, he would undoubtedly have delivered a resounding slap, but since it was a girl, he let it pass. The following day, Wang Lun and his companions departed from the village early, setting their sights on Longhu Mountain, a place that intrigued Wang Lun due to its connection to the realm of immortality. He hoped for unique revelations to unfold. However, not long after their departure, a group of individuals clad in identical black garments and masks, wielding standard long swords, arrived at the outskirts of the village. An elderly man, who had been resting in a doghouse, stirred at the tremor of the earth and immediately awoke, gazing ahead. Upon recognizing familiar eyes, Xie Yang felt a surge of anger. Must they be so resolute in their actions? The old man swiftly climbed through the window into Su Mu's chamber. Su Mu, still somewhat intoxicated from the previous night's revelry, became noticeably alert upon seeing his master. Su Mu, quickly take your sister and leave this place, Xie Yang urged. His tone laced with urgency. Confusion clouded Su Mu's mind. Master, what is happening? Do not ask so many questions. I have brought this upon you. I thought that by hiding here, they would abandon their search for me. Hurry, catch up with the unnamed senior. They can ensure your safety. Xie Yang sighed. Aware that this was not the moment for inquiries, Su Mu hoisted his still slumbering sister onto his shoulder and raced in the direction Wang Lun had taken. Xie Yang, choosing not to flee, understood that his survival would only spell disaster for the villagers. Thus, he calmly stepped before the black-clad figures. Unfilial son, I have come. Spare them. This matter does not concern them, he declared, his gaze towards the leader of the black-clad men filled with loathing. Since you are willing to present yourself, I shall heed your command, the leader replied, dismounting and approaching Xie Yang. Removing his mask revealed a middle-aged visage bearing a resemblance to Xie Yang. Father, I too have reached the realm of Grand Master, far surpassing my elder brother. The Baijian villa is mine to inherit. How could you, ungrateful son, slay your brother and father? Your fate shall be dire, Xie Yang retorted with fury. Realizing that the 10 fragrant soft bone powder and the soul-closing incense he had been unwittingly fed had rendered him immobile, allowing his inner strength to be completely siphoned away. Chapter 51. The Death of the Sword God. Regardless of the circumstances, I have become the sole support of Baijian Villa. Father, I do not wish to be the patricide. Return with me, and I shall care for you well. Xie Guangquan's eyes narrowed slightly, having already borne the infamy of eliminating his elder brother's family. Restraining his father would alleviate some of his burdens. I would rather die than be confined by you, Xie Yang declared, instantly severing his life force as his body fell backward. Xie Guangquan attempted to intervene, but it was too late, as he beheld his father, devoid of all vitality. Xie Guangquan sighed deeply and commanded his subordinates, slay all the villagers, let them accompany my father in death, so he does not journey alone. Yes. The remaining figures clad in black drew their swords and advanced towards the village. Soon the air was filled with anguished cries. Before long, a great fire ignited the village, sending thick plumes of smoke spiraling into the sky. The village chief, it was said, had managed to escape with one family, believed to be a disciple of the old chief. A disciple? To eradicate the roots, they lacked steeds. Pursue them. Xie Guangquan was determined to eliminate any potential threat. A disciple of such talent could indeed pose a significant danger in the future, should they seek vengeance. Meanwhile, Su Mu, observing his sister Su Yu, ran frantically. In the distance, he saw the ominous smoke rising from the direction of the village, confirming his fears that calamity had befallen their home. However, he was powerless to intervene. Even his master had urged him to flee, indicating that the approaching adversaries were formidable, beyond his capacity to resist. Only the nameless old man could safeguard both himself and his sister. Minutes later, the sound of galloping hooves echoed behind them, and a sense of dread filled Su Mu's heart. Su Yu understood that she had become a burden to her brother and urgently implored, "Brother, let me down and escape alone, or we shall perish here together." "No, how could I abandon you? Our parents entrusted me with your care, even in death. We shall face it together." With unwavering resolve, Su Mu quickened his pace, hoping to catch up to Wang Lun's carriage. Not far off, Xie Guangquan spotted the siblings. "Capture them. I am curious to see what sort of disciple the old man accepted before his demise." "As you command." The other figures in black spurred their horses onward. Feeling the pursuers closing in, Su Mu's heart sank. Was this to be his end? "Boy, cease your flight. Comply and stop. We only wish to ask you a few questions," Xie Guangquan shouted, but Su Mu harbored no trust in their words. He exerted all his effort into his lightness skill, darting around a corner and halting. Xie Guangquan, perplexed, wondered why his quarry had suddenly stopped. "You're quite obedient, aren't you? Fear not. We mean no harm to you or your sister, for you are a disciple of my father." Dismounting, Xie Guangquan approached with measured steps. Sensing that Su Mu's cultivation was only at the second-tier warrior level, he felt reassured. No matter what, the lad could not pose a threat. "If you are my master's disciple, why then did you slay the villagers and set their home ablaze?" Su Mu queried, utterly bewildered. "The situation is rather intricate. If you wish to know more, perhaps you should inquire of him in the underworld, Xie Guangquan replied, dropping all pretenses as he gathered his inner strength into a blade of energy and directed it towards Su Mu, faced with the sword chi of a grandmaster. Su Mu had no time to defend himself. The lethal energy was upon him. He braced for death when suddenly, a powerful hand landed on his shoulder, dispersing the sword chi effortlessly. "Who are you?" Xie Guangquan inquired, astonished. Only another grandmaster could shatter his sword chi. "I am but a nameless wanderer." Wang Lun spoke softly, his expression serene and untroubled. Yet, Xie Guangquan's countenance shifted dramatically as he felt himself beset by ill fortune to have encountered this individual, who had been directly ranked as the foremost in the martial world by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. "Esteemed senior, this person is a disciple of my Baijian mountain manor. I beseech you to grant me the privilege of handling this matter. My manor shall surely reward you handsomely." Xie Guangquan speculated that the nameless individual likely did not recognize his father, thus rendering his claim plausible. However, Wang Lun merely shook his head with a cold smirk, retorting, "He has not practiced the sword techniques of Baijian mountain manor. How then could he be considered your disciple? Even fabrications require some basis in truth. Moreover, he is a disciple of a friend of mine. Should you wish to lay hands on him, you must first inquire whether the sword in my possession consents." In that moment, Xie Guangquan comprehended that his father must have indeed met the nameless one, yet he wondered whether his father was aware of the actions he had taken. If word of this were to spread, he would undoubtedly face retribution in the martial world, and Baijian Mountain Manor would be branded as a den of evil. The ancestral legacy would be brought to ruin by his own hands. "The friend of the esteemed nameless senior is my father. How could my father's disciples not be regarded as disciples of Baijian Mountain Manor?" Xie Guangquan hastily devised a counterargument. "Haha, do not attempt to engage me in frivolous debate. I have long wondered why the sword god Xia lost his internal power. It appears you, the unfilial son, are the cause. He was reluctant to reveal the truth to me. You may leave now, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, I shall have to do a disservice to my old friend." Wang Lun's words plunged Xie Guangquan into despair, as he realized that his secrets had been exposed and that he was unable to eliminate Wang Lun. "Very well, since it is the unnamed senior who has spared me, I shall take my leave." Xie Guangquan had no desire to perish in that place. Even the half-step earthly immortal had fallen at the hands of the nameless, let alone he, who had just begun to tread the path of the Grand Master. He was certainly no match for his adversary. Su Mu watched as Xie Guangquan and his companions departed, harboring no resentment over Wang Lun's decision not to detain them. Instead, he expressed his gratitude. "I am deeply thankful to the unnamed senior for saving my siblings and me. In the future, I shall not hesitate to brave fire and water for you. Haha, do not concern yourself. It was merely a trivial act on my part. Today, I let them go, partly because I did not wish to stain my hands with the blood of friends and juniors. Moreover, this vendetta is one you must avenge. You must not neglect your martial arts, lest you allow your master and the hundreds of villagers to languish in resentment beneath the 9 springs," Wang Lun advised, hoping that Su Mu could strive to master martial arts and become a great grandmaster of his generation. "To the unnamed elder, I shall certainly not squander your kindness." Su Mu resolutely replied, the flames of vengeance igniting fiercely within him. "As long as you possess this determination, you and your sister may remain by my side in the future. It provides a sense of security, and you may inquire about anything you do not comprehend." Wang Lun could not bear to let them depart. "Seniors, it is better to comply than to offer mere respect. I shall not trouble you further in the future." Su Mu was profoundly moved. The unnamed elder was truly a benevolent individual. At that moment, upon seeing her brother safe, Su finally felt a sense of relief. "Sister Suyu, all is well now. As long as you are by my master's side, you need not fear any demons or spirits," Sherpa comforted, observing the deep sorrow etched on Suyu's face, uncertain of how to console her. The thought of her fellow villagers, who had cared for her, being mercilessly slain by those vile fiends brought tears to her eyes. Sherpa, having never experienced the art of soothing a weeping sister, stood bewildered, while Zhou Shangyun stepped forward to embrace Suyu, gently stroking her back, allowing her to release her emotions in the warmth of her arms. Chapter 52. The Celestial Demon. The 5 of them traveled in a horse-drawn carriage towards Mount Longhu. Suyu sat nestled between Su Mu and Sherpa, feeling considerably safer. She thought to herself that spending her days in the company of Brother Shi would not be so bad after all. 5 days later, the carriage arrived at the foot of Mount Longhu. However, the mountain was eerily silent, prompting Wang Lun's martial instincts to raise alarms. You all stay here. I shall ascend alone. Sherpa cast a puzzled glance at Wang Lun, surprised to see their teacher so visibly anxious. Wang Lun, employing his lightness skill, hastened towards the gates of Longhu Mountain. After a quarter of an hour, he beheld the grand entrance firmly shut. Wang Lun gracefully leaped inside, greeted by an oppressive silence. Only on the back mountain did he sense the presence of several individuals. He hastened towards them, and soon beheld an imposing 18-story tower, surrounded by numerous disciples of Longhu Mountain, who were seated in meditation. They were silently reciting the 9 heavens demon-subduing scripture, while simultaneously channeling their meager internal energy into Zhang Dongting. Upon sensing the arrival of an outsider, Zhang Dongting turned to face the newcomer. A wave of joy washing over him, it was none other than the renowned unnamed elder. Perhaps he could assist in dealing with the entities within the demon-suppressing tower. Elder, your arrival is most fortuitous. Our Longhu Mountain has encountered a grave calamity, and we are in dire need of your aid. Zhang Dongting looked at Wang Lun with hopeful anticipation, thinking that as a figure of righteousness, the unnamed elder would surely not refuse their plea. Master Zhang, what exactly have you encountered? Is it possible that there are demons or malevolent beings within that tower? Wang Lun, intrigued, did not hastily acquiesce to his counterpart, for he deemed it essential to ascertain the strength of his adversary. Zhang Dongting, recognizing the need for clarification, elaborated, esteemed elder. Within this demon suppression tower indeed lies a formidable entity from beyond the heavens. It is a being sealed by our forebear, possessing the might of a terrestrial deity. And no matter the effort expended, it cannot be vanquished, only confined. Presently, with the seal deteriorating and no figure of terrestrial divinity emerging from Longhu Mountain, we can only muster the strength of many to tenuously uphold the seal. Wang Lun nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the gravity of the situation. However, he was not inclined to offer his assistance without compensation. Although there was an element of opportunism in his proposal, it did not concern him. I am willing to venture into the demon suppression tower to see if I can either vanquish or severely injure it. In return, I request access to the Golden Light Mantra and the Yinyang 5 Thunders of your Longhu Mountain. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dongting could not hide his apprehension. For these were sacred teachings of Longhu Mountain, and should they be exposed, it could lead to dire consequences, particularly the fear of others deciphering their profound techniques. Yet, if Wang Lun were to depart, the seal could only be maintained for 10 days. After that, the celestial demon would emerge, and not only would Longhu Mountain face annihilation, but the entire Jianghu and its populace would also suffer. Through gritted teeth, Zhang Dongting replied, Esteemed senior, I can assure you that I will allow you to borrow them, but I implore you to refrain from disseminating this knowledge. Wang Lun nodded with a smile and said, No problem. My borrowing is merely for the purpose of creating a more formidable and unparalleled divine skill, and I have no intention of spreading it. That's good to hear. The celestial demon is ruthless. Please exercise caution, esteemed senior. Zhang Dongting opened the door to the demon suppression tower, and Wang Lun resolutely stepped inside. Upon entering the tower, Wang Lun discovered that it was only a single layer, entirely hollow in the center, with countless chains binding a black humanoid monstrosity. Surrounding it were densely packed, incomprehensible ruins. Sensing an intruder, the celestial demon opened its mouth and chuckled, A half-step earthly immortal? How dare you enter? Truly unaware of your own mortality. Even if you have 1 foot in the realm of earthly immortals, you are still no match for the current earthly immortals. My seal is about to be lifted. If you lend me a hand, once I dominate this world, I shall grant you half of it. What do you say? The celestial demon enticed, its voice imbued with a unique power that would compel an ordinary person to obey its commands. However, Wang Lun completely disregarded this trivial manipulation and showed no interest in its proposition. I am curious about your race. Celestial demon, how did you come to this world? The celestial demon, witnessing Wang Lun's blatant dismissal of its seductive words, realized that unless it broke free from its seal, it would be unable to contend with him. With the seal in place, the celestial demon could only exert the power equivalent to that of a peak grandmaster. Do you aspire to become a member of the illustrious celestial demon race? We, the celestial demons, were randomly scattered across the myriad worlds by the mother of all demons and possess boundless lifespans. Alas, it is impossible for you to become an existence like mine. However, should you choose to assist me, I could share some of my lifespan with you, allowing you to live for over 1,000 years without issue. The celestial demon altered its terms, Observing that Wang Lun had already reached an advanced age, the lifespan of humans was too short, unless one became an earthly immortal, fundamentally transforming the essence of life. Otherwise, longevity was exceedingly difficult to attain. I apologize, but I have no interest in longevity. I am rather intrigued by you. If I could deconstruct and analyze the source of your power, I might glean some remarkable insights. Wang Lun smiled. Yet his demeanor instilled an overwhelming chill within the celestial demon. The masters of Longhu Mountain, driven by fear and aversion towards the celestial demons, had never before acted in such a manner. Now, a particularly unique human had emerged, causing the celestial demon to feel a measure of trepidation. He certainly did not wish to become a mere subject for experimentation. You, an ordinary martial artist, possess only your inner strength and lack any knowledge of sealing techniques. What shall you do when, in 10 days' time, I shatter your seal? The celestial demon scoffed. Initially, he had intended to acquire a capable subordinate. After all, one cannot undertake every task alone. Regrettably, the other party failed to recognize the situation. Let us put it to the test. They claim you are indestructible. Yet I remain unconvinced. No creature is truly immortal. It merely lacks the appropriate means or capabilities for termination. 10 days is a considerable span. Even if you cannot be slain, your power can certainly be diminished. I dare say. The strength you amassed to break free from the seal must have taken quite some time to gather. Wang Lun chuckled lightly, noting that the celestial demon found this human to be quite formidable. Human, what is it that you desire? Everything is negotiable. I have been sealed for a millennium and yearn to escape this dark and confined space. The celestial demon had no choice but to concede. Its own inability to slay did not equate to an impossibility of being slain. What could a mere celestial demon possibly offer me? Wang Lun, intrigued, wished to explore whether the celestial demon could impart any arcane techniques of the demonic path. Having once founded a sect of sorcery, I devised the celestial demon divine art, which encompasses unparalleled skills such as the celestial demon disintegration, celestial demon blood ignition, and celestial demon world annihilation finger. Should you desire to learn, I am more than willing to teach you. The celestial demon pondered that this was all he could offer. Very well, then. You may begin by revealing a portion of the celestial demon divine art. Wang Lun was indeed curious to discern the insights of the celestial demon, for the eradication of malevolence was not bound by the constraints of time. Observing his insistence, the celestial demon secretly chuckled, daring to ponder whether he would risk imparting hidden perils within his teachings. Yet, recognizing the tenacity of his opponent, the celestial demon decided to acquiesce. Thus, he commenced his discourse with the disintegration technique of the celestial demon. As the celestial demon began to weave in his own interpretations, Wang Lun found himself captivated, perceiving that the demonic arts possessed merit after all. Particularly, these dark techniques could yield rapid advancement, albeit at minor costs, sacrificing one's inherent potential and vitality. Chapter 53. The arrival of the demon cult. Half an hour later, the celestial demon divulged several of his techniques. Indeed, such methodologies were well suited to the celestial demon. Unlike humans, who possessed limited vitality and whose excessive depletion could lead to detrimental effects, the celestial demon inherently boasted formidable regenerative capabilities and could absorb the life force of humanity. Wang Lun could not help but express his admiration. The heavenly demon, flattered by Wang Lun's praise, felt a hint of secret delight. After all, this was a technique tailored specifically for him. Unfortunately, I am not the heavenly demon and thus cannot cultivate this method. I can only regard it as a reference. In return, I shall ensure that when I take your life, you will experience a modicum less suffering. Wang Lun, brimming with confidence, astonished the previously self-satisfied heavenly demon. So many masters from Longhu Mountain could not bring about my demise. What makes you think you can kill me? The heavenly demon retorted with arrogance, acknowledging that while his offensive capabilities may not rival those of others, he possessed numerous means of self-preservation. Furthermore, the heavenly demon's body was impervious to water and fire, and blades could scarcely inflict harm. Even the perfected Yin-Yang Five Thunders could merely inflict severe injury. How can one ascertain the outcome without a trial? Wang Lun possesses an abundance of stratagems, and within the realm of the martial world, no one has ever compelled him to unleash his full potential. In terms of action game strategies, employing damage skills twice results in an enhancement of effects by 2 to 4 times. As for completion game strategies, sustaining the effort for 6 minutes yields a damage increase of 50 and an accuracy boost of 50. Wang Lun first augmented his strength, With a swift motion of his right hand, a rift in space materialized. Suddenly grasping, the Xianyuan sword appeared in Wang Lun's grasp. In the distance, Zhou Shangyun, who had been holding the Xianyuan sword, was taken aback as she noticed its abrupt disappearance, leaving only the scabbard behind. How could the Xianyuan sword vanish? Could it possibly be the work of the master? Zhou Shangyun pondered, convinced that aside from the master, no one could seize the Xianyuan sword while she remained unguarded. Upon witnessing the Xianyuan sword in Wang Lun's hand, a look of dread spread across the face of the demon. How could this individual possess such a divine weapon? One that specifically counters the demonic physique? I had thought that demons were devoid of fear. It appears you two are susceptible to apprehension. Wang Lun scoffed, remarking that the heavenly demon, since the establishment of the demon sect a millennium ago, had brought untold calamities upon the martial world, with remnants of the sect still lingering to this day. It had merely fragmented into several factions, continuously lurking in the shadows. Humans, he continued, I believe it is unnecessary for us to reach such extremes. If you release me, I can offer you far greater rewards. What could Dragon Tiger Mountain possibly provide you? The heavenly demon, unwilling to meet his demise, persisted in his persuasion. You shall never comprehend it. Some humans would betray their kin for the sake of personal glory and wealth, yet the majority would willingly sacrifice their lives for the prosperity of humanity. If they can forsake their very existence, how could they possibly care for your promises? Wang Lun desired the ability to act independently, never wishing to rely on the hands of foreign tribes. Outside the demon suppression tower, Zhang Dongting and others were vigilantly observing the situation within. Half an hour passed, yet there was no sign of activity. Could it be that the nameless elder was not a match for the celestial demon? If so, does this mean the heavens intend to bring ruin upon Longhu Mountain? At that moment, Shi Patian keenly sensed the arrival of numerous martial artists at Longhu Mountain. This is troubling. Someone approaches, and they appear to be from the demonic sect. Shi Patian promptly warned. What should we do? Should we hide or ascend Longhu Mountain? Zhou Shangyun was equally uncertain. Ascending Longhu Mountain poses no danger to our master, yet we are ill-equipped to confront these demonic practitioners. Shi Patian quickly resolved to trust in his master's strength. The group ceased their hesitation and hurried towards Longhu Mountain. Meanwhile, the demonic sect had also discovered the carriage on the road. Master, the individuals inside have departed. It seems they have become aware of our presence. Fear not. They are but ants. Longhu Mountain is currently incapable of defense. We must enter swiftly, rescue the ancestor, and in the future, the world shall belong to our demonic path. Mo Changdao exclaimed with excitement. Although rescuing the celestial demon would render him the second in command, his authority would inflate dramatically thereafter. Not just the demonic sect, but the entire martial world and the realm itself would fall under his dominion. Furthermore, the demonic sect has reached a deadlock, with vast legacies lost. The only way to reclaim them is to seek out the celestial demon. The four arrived at Longhu Mountain and, sensing something amiss, proceeded to the rear mountain. Observing that the inhabitants of Longhu Mountain were confined, Shi Patian had to report, Master Zhang, many from the demonic sect have come to Longhu Mountain. Zhang Dongting's expression darkened. How could the demonic sect be aware of the anomalies at Longhu Mountain? They had not even informed the righteous sects of the martial world, sealing the mountain without warning. The breach of this seal was indeed suspicious. Logically, it should have held for another decade. Could it be that someone within Longhu Mountain had been seduced by the celestial demon, or was the demonic sect secretly causing turmoil? Let us take advantage of the fact that the demonic sect has not yet arrived and flee quickly. Longhu Mountain no longer possesses the strength to resist them. Zhang Dongting lamented. The nameless entity within the demon suppression tower remained oblivious to the unfolding situation, devoid of any signs of movement. What of my master? Where is he now? Shi Patian questioned, lacking confidence in the absence of Wang Lun. Your master has entered the demon suppression tower and has yet to emerge. I fear the odds are not in his favor, Zhang Dongting sighed. The celestial demon is far too powerful at the level of an earthly immortal, a realm that has not graced the martial world in centuries. That is impossible. My master is extraordinarily formidable. The celestial demon could never be his match. Shi Patian could hardly believe the situation, yet the prolonged absence from the demon suppression tower was indeed a cause for concern. Child, he said, the heavenly demon ancestor is unrivaled across the world. Had it not been for the ancient master of Longhu Mountain rallying 3 earthly immortals to establish the great demon suppression formation, the ancestor would not have been sealed here. Yi Guqing and his companions had arrived at the demon suppression tower, surrounding all those from Longhu Mountain. Upon hearing Sherpa words, they could only find amusement in the situation. No matter how formidable Wu Ming may be, he has yet to officially transcend to the realm of earthly immortals. How could he possibly contend with the heavenly demon? Zhang Dongting exclaimed, "You, who once allied with the righteous sects to besiege my demon cult, now find yourselves expending all your internal energy to suppress the heavenly demon. You are but lambs awaiting slaughter. You would do better to join my demon cult. The ancestor would surely be pleased to see your capitulation." Yi Guqing laughed heartily, releasing decades of pin-up frustration. Since time immemorial, evil has never triumphed over righteousness. Even if every disciple of Longhu Mountain perishes today, not a single one shall surrender to you. Zhang Dongting was resolute in his refusal to yield, yet he underestimated the human instinct for survival. "Master Yi, I am willing to surrender, even if it means spending my life cleaning latrines," pleaded a disciple of Longhu Mountain, desperation evident in his voice. Faced with the imminent threat of death, he simply did not wish to perish. Is living not preferable? Yi Guqing turned his gaze to the young disciple and smiled, nodding. "Indeed, those who recognize the tides of fate are wise. I would not send you to clean latrines. If you can persuade the others to surrender, I shall grant you the position of." The others glared at the traitor, hurling insults. "Lu Ming, you were an orphan raised by Longhu Mountain, and this is how you repay us? Truly disgraceful. I truly do not wish to die. Junior sister, why not surrender as well? We are only in our 20s, having enjoyed nothing of life. To die like this would be a pity." Lu Ming began to persuade the others. Unable to comprehend the value of clinging to the mountain gate, living offered a future. Chapter 54. The Return of the Swords. Yi Guqing reveled in their capitulation, yet was informed that even those who surrendered might still meet their demise. The conflict between the demon cult and the righteous sects was akin to fire and water. How could there be any survivors? Zhang Dongting observed the unfolding events without interference. Some desired to live, while others chose to uphold their principles. Lu Ming, in a moment of fervor, managed to sway a few individuals, his heart swelling with joy. Just as he prepared to persuade another, within the demon suppression tower, Wang Lun sensed the arrival of uninvited guests. "The heavenly demon," he mused. "Although my martial prowess is merely half a step into the realm of earthly immortals, my physical form has long surpassed that of an earthly immortal. I cannot predict the strength of my next move, but I assure you, it will be nothing short of magnificent." It seemed that the heavenly Tao sensed Wang Lun's actions. As the long-dormant heavenly sword technique stirred to life, Wang Lun could sense the augmentation of the powers of heaven and earth enveloping him. The celestial demon, witnessing Wang Lun's escalating aura, was filled with profound dread, fully aware that he could not withstand the onslaught of his opponent. Otherwise, his demise would be inevitable. With a resounding command, all swords returned to their origin. The weapons in the hands of the people 10 kilometers outside the demon suppression tower trembled uncontrollably. Not only swords, but also knives, spears, staves, and axes were irresistibly drawn towards Wang Lun, soaring skyward to converge upon the demon suppression tower. This extraordinary phenomenon astonished both the disciples of Longhu Mountain and the members of the demon sect. What level of cultivation could possibly enable one to command a multitude of swords to soar in unison? Sherpa immediately deduced that this was undoubtedly the work of the master. He shouted towards the demon suppression tower, "Master, give it your all." Upon hearing the words of Sherpa, Wang Lun's lips curled into a faint smile. He grasped the Xianyuan sword and pointed it directly at the celestial demon. Confronted with the unparalleled might of the myriad swords under the celestial sword's influence, the celestial demon felt the specter of death looming near. Without hesitation, he resolved to shatter the seal, even at the cost of forfeiting his foundation and a significant portion of his life. The celestial demon cast aside all caution. In the face of death, these sacrifices seemed trivial. The myriad swords in the heavens bowed in reverence, and the demon suppression tower trembled violently. Zhang Dongting shouted in alarm. "This fiend is willing to sever his path in martial arts to break through the demon suppression tower." Zhang Dongting intended to intervene, but with a deafening explosion, the demon suppression tower was instantaneously reduced to fragments. The freed celestial demon yearned to distance himself from this enigmatic man and immediately unleashed the celestial demon disintegration technique, soaring away like a radiant arc. Yet, the myriad swords had already locked onto the celestial demon. How could they allow his escape? The Xianyuan sword, wielded by Wang Lun, soared forth, leading a multitude of weapons in relentless pursuit of the celestial demon. Within a mere second, the sword pierced through the demon's rigid form, swiftly followed by a torrent of blades that shattered its body into fragments. No, I refuse to accept this, the demon bellowed, lamenting its impending demise after a millennium of confinement. Yet, alas, Wang Lun, empowered by various augmentations and the forces of heaven and earth, proved overwhelmingly formidable. Even a multitude of terrestrial immortals would falter against him. The disciples of the demonic sect, witnessing the once mighty ancestor of the celestial demon transformed into a crimson firework, found themselves at a loss for words. As the Xinyuan sword returned to Wang Lun's grasp, it emitted a soft chime, as if to say, "I performed admirably, did I not?" Having vanquished the celestial demon, Wang Lun surveyed the now-leveled demon suppression tower, acknowledging that it had fulfilled its purpose. Upon witnessing his master's safe return, Shirpatian rushed to his side, exclaiming, "Master, you are truly extraordinary. What kind of technique is this? It is so powerful. I feel I could dedicate my life to martial arts and still not attain your level. This is the technique of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. In time, I shall teach you, but for now, we must address this unwelcome company. Knight Master, I lament your absence from the sword conference at Mount Song." Wang Lun cast his gaze towards Yi Guqing. Although there was no trace of hostility on his face, Yi Guqing did not dare to make a single move. The Nameless One had undoubtedly ascended to the status of a terrestrial immortal, wielding a divine weapon capable of vanquishing celestial demons. These were indeed celestial demons. Even a millennium ago, when the founder of Longhu Mountain borrowed weapons from the top 10 of the divine weapon list, none could penetrate the corporeal form of a celestial demon. Senior Nameless, I am filled with regret, for I was in seclusion at that time and unable to engage in a spar with you, Yi Guqing said with an apologetic smile. Before a terrestrial immortal, even an emperor would bow in reverence. How much more so for one who is merely a grandmaster? Fear not, today presents an opportunity. If you can withstand my sword without perishing, you shall lead the demonic sect in hiding for a decade, refraining from any disturbances. Should you fall, then all who have come today shall remain here. Wang Lun cast a cold gaze upon Yi Guqing, not out of a desire to spare their lives, but because he comprehended the inexhaustible nature of the demonic sect. As long as human hearts are driven by desire, those of lesser character will inevitably gravitate towards the dark teachings. The unique nature of the heavenly demon's techniques allows even ordinary individuals to become martial artists. Slaying these members of the demonic sect today merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root of the problem, for their influence extends across the world, reaching even the grasslands, the western regions, and the southern barbarians. Yi Guqing sighed wryly, affirming his adherence to the elder's decree. He did not believe that the Nameless One would easily let him go. Should he prove too weak, his demise would be assured. Very well, let it come. Sword 23. Wang Lun once again unleashed the 23rd sword, causing the heavens and the earth to change their hue. A wave of spiritual intent pierced through Yi Guqing's form, and in an instant, he fell to the ground, spitting blood, feeling as if his very soul had been cleaved in twain. The connection to the earthly immortals had slipped from his grasp. With a bitter smile, he struggled to rise and humbly expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your mercy in sparing my life. Henceforth, I shall restrain the nefarious sects within the martial world." At that moment, the other members of the dark sect breathed a sigh of relief, following Yi Guqing back to where they had come from. Zhang Dongting dared not voice any dissent regarding Wang Lun's actions, even though he believed that eliminating him would have been more advantageous, as such a course would also deal a significant blow to the dark sect. Today, I extend my profound thanks to the Nameless Elder for your intervention. Otherwise, our Longhu Mountain would surely face annihilation of its doctrinal lineage. Should you require our assistance in the future, we shall not falter and will commit ourselves wholeheartedly. Zhang Dongting's words carried considerable weight, tantamount to commanding the entirety of Longhu Mountain to eradicate other sections. Haha, there is no need for such formality. As I previously stated, I only seek to borrow your techniques, Wang Lun replied. The favor bestowed upon me by the elder cannot possibly be repaid with mere tomes of martial arts. Please do not refuse the goodwill of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Dongting insisted. Very well, should I ever require the assistance of Longhu Mountain, I shall not hesitate to seek it. Upon witnessing this, Wang Lun ceased to make further excuses. Zhang Dongting instructed others to arrange accommodations for Shirpatian and his companions, then led Wang Lun to the library. It was evident that Wang Lun cared little for anything else, his sole interest lying in the unparalleled martial arts. Wang Lun, having fulfilled his desires, beheld the golden light spell and the yin-yang five thunders technique, and could not help but marvel at the exceptional talent of their creator. Both the golden light spell and the yin-yang five thunders pertain to the development of the body's treasures, providing Wang Lun with immense benefits, particularly with his formidable physique. These two techniques would enable him to unleash even greater power from his body. In the depths of the night at the Demon Suppression Tower, a peculiar black stone shimmered under the moonlight. I have survived, yet the body of the celestial demon has been utterly annihilated. Unless the mother of all demons intervenes, I must seize the body of an ordinary person, never to reclaim my former identity as a celestial demon. The celestial demon lamented. Who could have anticipated the existence of such beings in this world? A millennium ago, I had scarcely reached adulthood when, in a moment of carelessness, I was sealed away, only to find an even more powerful entity obliterating my body 1,000 years hence. Were it not for the strength of my spirit, which retains a fragment of my essence, I would have truly vanished from existence. Chapter 55. The world of Jianghu is too small to convey the sorrows of parting. Having departed from the library, Wang Lun, under the guidance of a disciple from Longhu Mountain, arrived at the guest quarters, only to discover that Sherpa Tian had not yet retired for the night, seemingly awaiting his return. Master, you have finally returned. Sherpa Tian exclaimed joyfully, his previously drowsy demeanor instantly revitalized. Why are you still awake? Wang Lun gently caressed his head, expressing concern. I cannot sleep. Master, you looked exceptionally handsome today, and I wish to learn. Sherpa Tian exclaimed, mimicking Wang Lun's earlier demeanor as he pointed his sword towards the heavens. Haha, that's splendid. However, you must first answer me this question. Why do I employ 10,000 swords returned to the sect instead of sword 23? Wang Lun resolved to put him to the test, questioning whether it was the myriad swords returning to their origin or his own acquisition along the journey to Longhu Mountain. Sherpa Tian immediately bowed his head in contemplation, yet found himself unable to discern the truth, as both the myriad swords returning to their origin and the sword 23 represented formidable techniques. Master, I cannot comprehend this. He lamented. It is quite simple, the master replied. Sword 23 primarily targets the soul, while the myriad swords returning to their origin inflicts physical damage. My soul is not as potent as that of the heavenly demon. Therefore, I can only employ the myriad swords returning to their origin to extinguish its corporeal form. Wang Lun patiently elucidated. However, having harnessed the power of heaven and earth through the heavenly sword technique to vanquish the celestial demon, Wang Lun had firmly ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Now, upon encountering the celestial demon once more, the use of sword 23 was sufficient to slay the adversary. Sherpa Tian suddenly enlightened. So that is the case. I understand now, master. That is well, replied Wang Lun. For tonight, ensure you rest well, and tomorrow, once you have regained your vigor, I shall impart to you the art of 10,000 swords returning to the source. 10 days later, after savoring the magnificent vistas of Longhu Mountain, Wang Lun bid farewell to Zhang Dongting and departed from Longhu Mountain. Meanwhile, the tale of Wang Lun's epic battle against the celestial demon spread far and wide throughout the martial world. Especially after the Heaven's Secret Pavilion confirmed Wang Lun's ascension to the realm of terrestrial immortals, the promotion of his exploits intensified. On that day, in a bid to save the people of Longhu Mountain, Wu Ming resolutely stepped into the Demon Suppression Tower. The storyteller on stage vividly recounted the tale of Wu Ming slaying the celestial demon, while the audience below listened intently. Even after hearing the tale multiple times, they remained captivated. Never growing weary of it, Wu Ming pointed skyward, declaring, with a single cry of 10,000 swords returning to the source, as myriad swords followed the Xianyuan sword to obliterate the celestial demon. Wang Lun was dining in a private chamber, sipping fine wine while listening to others recount stories of his own life, feeling somewhat awkward. At that moment, a young attendant entered the room, presenting a bottle of exquisite liquor, saying, Esteemed sir, this is a century-old Du Kong, a gift from the Tianji Pavilion. Tianji Pavilion? Wang Lun smiled, reflecting on his initial intention to borrow 3 extraordinary martial arts manuals from them. However, he had inadvertently ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals, rendering his visit optional. Nonetheless, their techniques intrigued him, and since the insights gained from advancing to a terrestrial immortal were not particularly rare, sharing them seemed inconsequential. Kindly inform the individuals at the Tiangong Pavilion that I shall pay them a visit when time permits. You have successfully completed all primary quests, and there is a substantial likelihood of accomplishing the special tasks. Do you wish to depart from this world? As soon as Wang Lun finished speaking, the system sent a notification. However, Wang Lun was reluctant to depart so soon. Will I be able to return after I leave? At the same time, only one world can be locked at a time. Please handle subsequent matters with care. The celestial order of this realm has initiated a transaction. If you choose to retain this physical form, you may have the opportunity to return occasionally in the future. Wang Lun gazed at the system as it simultaneously conveyed two messages. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that the attributes of this body were rather limited. Even if he were to send feedback, the enhancement would be marginal. What makes my physical form so extraordinary? Why do so many terrestrial immortals refrain from utilizing it? The celestial laws of this realm suggest that they do not wish to be bound by a corporeal vessel, and their lifespans are but 300 to 400 years, ultimately destined to decay. In contrast, your body has the potential to endure for millennia. Thus, it is evident that the celestial laws of this realm are aware that my presence here will not be frequent, even after a disciple's demise. With no remnants to tether me, I would never return. Leaving behind a physical form would allow me to safeguard my restless disciples and observe their growth. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that my martial cultivation remains intact. Upon returning to the primary realm, with just a period of training, my corporeal form could ascend to the level of a terrestrial immortal. Very well, let us proceed with the transaction. However, I shall not be departing in the immediate future. The transaction has been completed. You shall remain in the state of the celestial sword. Celestial sword state, the ability to harness the elemental forces of nature within a radius of 1,000 miles, enhancing defense, damage, spiritual communication, and the ability to retrace the past, among other capabilities. Wang Lun was immensely pleased with the state of the heavenly sword, which conferred upon him a certain dominion within this realm. Regrettably, its use was confined to this world, subject to the oversight of the heavenly Tao, thus preventing any reckless actions. It was only when confronting otherworldly beings, such as the celestial demons, that he could unleash his full potential. Subsequently, Wang Lun not only visited the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, but also sought out other factions renowned for their unparalleled martial arts. However, in later encounters, he discreetly borrowed their techniques, opting for expediency over indebtedness. After amassing a plethora of extraordinary martial arts, Wang Lun devised a unique internal cultivation method of his own. The 10,000 Forms Divine Art, with its intricate and profound content, proved difficult to master even for the most gifted martial artists. This was a method crafted specifically to suit Wang Lun, ensuring it would not be disseminated to others. The 10,000 Forms Divine Art encompassed various weapon styles, hand techniques, and finger methods, with inner strength akin to an endless ocean. It possessed the ability to heal, unparalleled defensive capabilities, formidable power, exceptional speed, and the ability to soar through the skies. In essence, it amalgamated the virtues of the extraordinary martial arts that Wang Lun had encountered. A month later, the 10,000 Forms sect was established on the summit of inquiry. Wang Lun ascended as the inaugural leader, with his foremost disciple, Sherpa Tian, and his second disciple, Suyu. The vast realm of both the righteous and the nefarious flocked to offer their congratulations. Even the emperor sent gifts, bestowing upon Wang Lun the title of Wanxiang True Monarch, granting him the esteemed status of a first-rank national teacher, while the land spanning 20 li around the Wendafing was conferred to the Wanxiang sect. This clearly attests to the formidable reputation of the earthly immortals. The world is vast, and Wang Lun had only traversed a fraction of it. The winds of the northwest, the snows of the north, the grasslands of the desert, and the beauties of the western regions were all fleeting glimpses. Half a year later, having settled all affairs of the past, Wang Lun addressed his disciples, Little Stone. I am on the verge of merging with the cosmos. Henceforth, you shall bear the responsibility of upholding the Wanxiang sect. This is the Xinyuan sword. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges, confide in it. I shall always be safeguarding you. Before departing, Wang Lun did not forget to impart a piece of advice. Master, what does it mean to be in harmony with the Tao? This was the first time Sherpa Tian had encountered the term harmony with the Tao. To be in harmony with the Tao signifies a fusion with the heavenly principles. The Tao is indifferent, while humanity possesses emotions. Once in harmony, I become one with the Tao, yet the Tao is not merely me. Henceforth, should you encounter my presence in the world, it is highly probable that it is the work of the Tao. Wang Lun elucidated, But why must we pursue the path of unity? Is it not sufficient for the master to coexist with us? Sherpatian questioned, what merits does this path hold? In truth, the pursuit of unity offers little advantage. It merely enhances strength and extends life. Yet, in most instances, one finds oneself bound by circumstances. Consequently, the majority of terrestrial immortals refrain from choosing this path. However, I am different. I am not of this world, destined to be merely a transient soul. I long to return to my own realm, where my family and children await. Upon achieving unity, whenever you encounter difficulties, you may seek assistance through the Xinyuan sword. Wang Lun fabricated the existence of family and children, so that they could comprehend his circumstances. Sherpatian and Suyu were astonished, as they had not anticipated that their master was not of this world. Master, I understand now. Henceforth, I shall take care of my junior sisters and uphold the glory of the Wanxiang sect. Presently, Sherpotian's strength had reached the postnatal stage. Although he could not yet command the winds and rains in the martial world, in 4 to 5 years, he would undoubtedly become a prominent figure. Moreover, with the residual power of Wang Lun and the Xianyuan sword by his side, significant issues were unlikely to arise. Very well, I shall take my leave. Do not worry. I will return occasionally to check on you all. Do not become lax in your cultivation. Chapter 56, Daily Life in the Main World. Returning to the main world where the domineering president fell in love with me, Wang Lun discovered that 2 days had inexplicably elapsed. In this zombie-infested world, a single day equated to over a year, indicating that the passage of time varied greatly between realms. Fortunately, Wang Lun had enjoyed a continuous 2-day respite, leaving him with little concern. He had successfully completed the main quest, acquiring the ability of the Sword Saint. Additionally, he fulfilled a hidden task, granting him the ability of the musician and the special item, the baton. Musician, you possess mastery over all musical instruments and theories. Even the most newly invented instruments can be mastered in a brief period. Active ability, you can enchant enemies within a certain radius, compelling them to dance gracefully, during which they incur an additional 100 damage. This ability recharges 100 points daily. The baton, a magical staff that can transform into any instrument when needed. In an instant, Wang Lun felt as though he were a maestro, a black baton appearing in his hand. With a mere thought, the baton transformed into a guitar. Strum, 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 strum. Let me witness you once more, from south to north. I know that those summers, much like youth, are irretrievable. What can replace dreams is but a reluctant substitute. I shall no longer harbor great expectations for anyone. So hello, farewell. A guitar rendition of Anha Bridge concluded. Wang Lun is no longer the boy who once held a guitar, strumming only Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. He gazes skyward, sighing deeply at a 45-degree angle. In his youth, he would mourn for a girl, yet now, he laments the naivety of his younger self. As he reminisces about his youth, a knock resounds at the door. Wang Lun contemplated that it was only 9 o'clock in the evening. Surely, playing the guitar would not disturb the peace. Rising from his seat, he opened the door and beheld a striking woman with a single ponytail standing outside. She wore a fitted white T-shirt that accentuated her curves and form-fitting blue jeans that elongated her figure. Hello, my name is Qin Sudi, your neighbor across the hall. She introduced herself, her voice melodious yet tinged with an air of reserve, suggesting she was not particularly inclined towards social interaction. Did my guitar playing disturb you? I apologize. I will be more mindful in the future. Wang Lun pondered for a moment and concluded that this was the only reason. Qin Si hurriedly waved her hand in denial, proclaiming, no, that's not it. I simply adore your music and wish to hear it once more. Oh, by the way, I am a singer. Here's my business card. Wang Lun took the business card, which bore only a name and a phone number, giving the impression that she was merely an ordinary singer. I am delighted that you appreciate my music. Do you possess a morincourt at home? The finest accompaniment for this song is rendered by the morincourt. Yes. Please hold on for a moment. Qin Si promptly returned home to fetch the morincourt. Please come in. My home is a bit disordered, and I ask for your understanding. Wang Lun invited her into the room. Qin Si gazed at the tidy and immaculate space, realizing that it was far better than her own. No, your home is quite clean, she remarked. Wang Lun took up Qin Si's morincourt and once again played the melody of Anha Bridge. Regrettably, Wang Lun's vocal prowess left much to be desired, as he had not been endowed with the abilities of a professional singer. Nevertheless, his emotions were sincere, and even with imperfections, they were readily embraced. As Qin Sui listened, she instinctively reached for a few tissues to dab at her tears. Memories of her recently departed grandmother flooded her mind. For her parents had been perpetually busy with work, leaving her grandmother to care for her every need. When her grandmother passed away, the sorrow was not overwhelming. Rather, there was a sense of emptiness within, as it was a natural death, devoid of pain and illness, a bittersweet farewell. Yet, the recollections were heart-wrenching. By the end of the piece, Chin Su-yi was in tears, completely overwhelmed with emotion. Wang Lun had not anticipated that Chin Su-yi would be so deeply saddened. However, he refrained from offering her consolation, believing that her tears would suffice. 10 minutes later, Chin Su-yi rose and made her way to the restroom to wash her face. Upon her return, she immediately expressed her gratitude, saying, "Mr. Wang, thank you for your performance. May I ask, rather presumptuously, if I could sing your song? I have only recently graduated from school and am currently working as a resident singer in a bar, lacking the funds to purchase the rights to your music at this time." With a light laugh, she continued, "It is rare to find a kindred spirit. Please wait a moment while I fetch the sheet music for you. If it suits your voice, there should be no issue." Wang Lun is not particularly concerned with wealth. Rather, he cherishes the acknowledgement of the music created by people in his past life. Wang Lun entered the room and immediately seized a pen and paper, for he had once been a literary youth on Blue Star. Before long, he presented the handwritten score to his companion. Chin Su-yi accepted it with a reverence akin to that of a sacred text, her gaze tracing each lyric meticulously. A few minutes later, she declared, "Mr. Wang, I am ready. Please accompany me." With a rhythmic thud, she began to sing, her voice imbued with a slight melancholy, gently weaving the tales of her memories into song. Initially, all seemed well, but as she continued, her emotions became overwhelming, and tears once again clouded her vision. After several attempts, she finally completed the piece in its entirety. Overall, the outcome was quite pleasing, and Wang Lun felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet, their moment was interrupted by another knock at the door. Both felt a twinge of awkwardness, realizing it was now 10 in the evening, and they might be disturbing the peace. Wang Lun shrugged and smiled at Chin Su-yi, then opened the door to find a towering man, nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, staring at him with reddened eyes. "I apologize for the intrusion. We have already concluded our discussion. That is a relief, for I have already smoked 3 packs of cigarettes, and the smoke has left my eyes sore and bloodshot." The burly man replied, his voice trembling slightly, revealing that he too carried a story within him. "May I audaciously inquire, what is the title of this song? I have never encountered it elsewhere. This is my latest composition, On a Bridge, which will be released shortly. I appreciate your admiration." Wang Lun smiled, remarking that yet another soul appreciated the melodies of a past life, which was rather delightful. "Very well, I shall cherish your music when the time comes." As the burly man turned to depart, he encountered a yellow dog lying with its eyes closed, gazing skyward. From its expression, it was evident that the creature had experienced its fair share of regrets throughout its existence. After Wang Lun closed the door, Chin Su-yi, feeling somewhat bashful, inquired, "Is everything all right? He looks quite imposing. Did he cause you any trouble?" "Not at all," Wang Lun replied. "He merely asked me the title of the song. When you have the time, you might draft a contract. I grant you the permission to perform this song for free." "All right. Thank you, Brother Wang," Chin Su-yi responded cheerfully, her tone becoming noticeably more familiar. "The day is drawing to a close. We should head back." Upon returning to her room, Chin Su-yi surveyed the somewhat disordered surroundings and resolved to tidy up. She thought to herself that if Wang Lun were to visit and find her space in such disarray, it would surely leave a poor impression. Thus, she promptly set about organizing her room, not ceasing until it appeared considerably more orderly. Upon Chin Su-yi's departure, Wang Lun immediately embarked on a legendary quest, as your gaming virtuoso has returned. This night is destined to be ruled by the unparalleled prowess of our esteemed player. At around 3 or 4 in the morning, as Wang Lun was finally preparing to retire for the night, a notification of a new friend request suddenly appeared. From Coach Zhao Kai of the DG Club. Wang Lun initially intended to decline, yet ultimately chose to accept the invitation. Meanwhile, Zhao Kai, upon witnessing the gaming prodigy's agreement, was overwhelmed with excitement. After all, this was a legendary figure who had suddenly risen to prominence in the national server, capable of effortlessly defeating 5 opponents regardless of the weapon wielded, routinely achieving flawless victories. Chapter 57, Daily Life in the Main World 2. However, Zhao Kai also felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that the individual might be a seasoned veteran. Thus, he proposed an offline trial to ascertain their true capabilities. "Greetings. I am Zhao Kai. Your prowess is remarkable and qualifies you to become a professional player. Should you be willing, we invite you to come to Magic City for a trial. We will cover your travel expenses and accommodations. Upon witnessing this, Wang Lun disowned that he was indeed the coach of the club. Regrettably, Wang Lun harbored no aspirations of becoming a professional player. To him, gaming was merely a pastime. If it were to become a profession, it would inevitably strip away the joy he derived from it. Apologies, but gaming is simply a source of amusement for me, and I have no intention of pursuing a career as a professional player. Wang Lun declined outright. Zhao Kai, upon seeing the response, was unsurprised. Each individual has their own aspirations, so he chose not to disturb Wang Lun any further. The following day, Wang Lun arrived at the Zhao Group building to continue his duties as a security guard. He roamed around, occasionally indulging in his phone, and listened to others gossip, which proved to be quite entertaining. Tales of office romances and ambiguous relationships between executives and their secretaries, some of which ended in scandal, were more amusing than lounging at home. However, to Wang Lun's surprise, even in this unfamiliar world, he was not spared from being introduced to potential romantic interests. Wang Lun, you possess an admirable demeanor, are diligent in your work, and are not so young anymore. Would you like me to introduce you to my niece? Smiled the security team leader, Sun Gaowei, a man of 45 with a receding hairline. It was rumored that Wang Lun's position had been arranged by the president's secretary, suggesting he might even be acquainted with the president himself. Wang Lun took out his phone and glanced at his reflection on the screen. Truly, he was speaking nonsense with his eyes wide open. His skin was somewhat fair, and his features were well-defined, neither ugly nor handsome, to be sure. Haha, no need for that. I am quite content on my own. One person can be satisfied, leaving the family unburdened. It would be nice to occasionally extend a helping hand to impoverished women as well. Wang Lun harbored no desire to seek a wife. Being a mere layabout with scant financial means and devoid of any emotional foundation, the pursuit of a spouse felt akin to inviting unnecessary suffering. You, being young and inexperienced, fail to grasp the comforts of a warm hearth with a wife and children, but in due time, you shall understand. Sun Gao refrained from pressing the matter further, content with a singular inquiry. However, as the two prepared to resume their patrol, a throng of individuals encircled the entrance of the Zhao Group, brandishing banners. Dozens of voices erupted in unison, chanting, "Zhao Group, return our hard-earned money. Zhao Group, return our hard-earned money. Zhao Group, return our hard-earned money." Upon witnessing this, Sun Gao instantly sensed that something was amiss. He called for reinforcements at the entrance, and all security personnel promptly rushed to the scene. Wang Lun glanced back, noticing the banner inscribed with what appeared to be blood or crimson ink, proclaiming, "Zhao Group, 3 months of unpaid wages. Return my hard-earned money." Sun Gao, the head of security, immediately shouted to the crowd, "Halt! You are not permitted to enter. This is not a place for your disturbances." The contractor bellowed, "The Shanshui Manor project of Zhao Group owes us 3 months' wages. Now that the project department has vanished, who else should we seek?" The contractor continued, "The Shanshui Manor has cost a staggering 3 billion. We have fronted at least 1 billion. If we cannot recover this amount, it will undoubtedly lead to our ruin." Wang Lun, while consuming his snacks, harbored a deep disdain for the practice of withholding the hard-earned wages of migrant workers. Were it not for his position as a security guard, he would have undoubtedly joined the fray, vociferously supporting their cause. Soon enough, a phalanx of 30 to 40 security personnel from the Zhao Group formed a barricade, effectively blocking this group at the entrance. "Summon the president of the Zhao Group," they demanded. "Otherwise, we shall obstruct the exit, preventing you from leaving until you cross over our bodies." The foreman, being well-versed in the law, recognized that their blockade would only result in a brief detention. However, should they resort to violence, the repercussions would be far more severe. Sun Gao, observing the situation, felt a sense of helplessness, as many decisions lay beyond his purview. He could only relay the circumstances upwards. In the president's office, Zhao Hanyin tapped her fingers lightly upon the desk, struggling to contain her fury. These old geezers could not abide the fact that she was steering the Zhao Group towards prosperity. They muttered that as a woman, she was destined to marry and settle down, suggesting she relinquish her ambitions and seek a good husband to raise children. Yet they seemed to have forgotten who had resurrected the faltering Zhao Group to its former glory. If they sought to sabotage her efforts, then they must not blame her for being ruthless. The discovery of a vast cavern beneath the Shanshui mountain villa had initially promised great potential, with land prices once soaring. However, the value had since plummeted, leaving it neglected and overlooked. No one could ascertain the financial burden required to fill the cavern. Nor could they ignore the potential pollution of the groundwater, which would undoubtedly fail environmental assessments. President, how should we deal with these individuals? Should we postpone matters? The secretary inquired softly, fully aware that it was undoubtedly the elderly Zhao family members who orchestrated this situation. After all, the Shashui Villa was not directly managed by the Zhao Group, but rather by a subsidiary. It was the actions of those aging individuals that had led to this predicament. I shall descend to pacify them. This sum must be extracted from those old geezers. 10 billion. They will have no choice but to find the funds. Zhao Hanyan replied coldly. Before long, Zhao Hanyan arrived downstairs, and after a series of calming reassurances, the migrant workers began to grasp that it was not the Zhao Group that owed them, but rather the subsidiary. Even if the company went bankrupt, their wages could remain unpaid. Nonetheless, Zhao Hanyan pledged that they would receive their full salaries within a month, which brought them a measure of relief. However, amidst the crowd, one man's eyes glimmered with malice. With his hand concealed within his pocket, he suddenly broke through the security's defenses and approached Zhao Hanyan, brandishing a dagger poised to strike, ready to end her life in that very moment. Wang Lun let out a bitter smile, remarking, "While I am peacefully enjoying my melon seeds, must you engage in assassination so close to me? Is it not unprofessional of me to be unable to save a life under such circumstances, especially considering that I am being compensated for my services?" Wang Lun reached out and seized the collar of the individual behind him, forcefully bringing him down to the ground. Observing this, the other security personnel immediately restrained him. Zhao Hanyan watched as the dagger that had been aimed at her vanished, her body still trembling uncontrollably. She had narrowly escaped death. These old fellows had originally intended to afford them some leniency. It appeared that her sentiments had been misplaced. "President, are you all right?" The secretary promptly assessed Zhao Hanyan's condition, relieved to find that she had sustained no injuries, though she remained somewhat shaken. After a while, police cars arrived, apprehending the assassin and escorting him away, while others were taken to the police station to provide statements. The Zhao Group was no insignificant company, with such a substantial incident occurring. The police department in the bustling metropolis would undoubtedly be in a state of distress. Wang Lun quietly retreated behind the crowd, yearning to be merely a humble security guard, leading a leisurely life. However, in the afternoon, Zhao Hanyan summoned him to the president's office, standing before the expansive office of several hundred square meters. He could not help but marvel at the opulence of the wealthy. "Good afternoon, President. How may I assist you?" Wang Lun smiled and remarked. "It is indeed pleasant to reward oneself with a bit of wealth. I remember you. You were recommended by Zhang Jejia. Thank you for rescuing me today. Speak your desire." Zhao Hanyan, who preferred not to be indebted to anyone, thought it best to settle matters at once. "In that case, President, I shall not be modest. A promotion and a raise would suffice." Wang Lun comprehended the intention of the other party and allowed them to proceed as they saw fit. "Very well. Henceforth you shall serve as the Deputy Minister of Security with a monthly salary of 100,000. You need only come to work occasionally. And as long as you do not err, you may continue in this position until retirement," Zhao Hanyan softly remarked, considering it quite agreeable to place Wang Lun in a position of leisure. Wang Lun extended his thumb in praise, remarking, "The president is magnanimous. I shall not decline." Chapter 58, Daily Life in the Main World 3. Zhao Hanyan chuckled softly to herself, finding this individual quite amusing. However, he appeared to be easily satisfied, so she decided to acquiesce to his whims. "Very well, you may leave now and summon my secretary." A rare smile graced Zhao Hanyan's face. "Certainly, President." Wang Lun exited the room with a sense of elation, summoning the secretary from outside to enter. Shortly after returning to the security department, Wang Lun's appointment letter was issued. Minister Zhao Chong of the security department promptly announced the news. Although the position was merely that of a vice minister, it held a connection to the president that commanded respect from all. The crowd offered their congratulations in abundance. "Tonight, I shall host at Haitian Pavilion." Wang Lun was acutely aware of the significance of interpersonal relationships, and the matter of money was of little concern to him. However, he was taken aback to find someone in the corner casting a malevolent gaze in his direction. It seemed that jealousy had taken root in this individual. Envious of Wang Lun's fortuitous stroke of luck, Yi Chun, indeed, harbored such envy. 2 months prior, he had bid farewell to his master and descended the mountain. He had anticipated leveraging his master's connections to secure a prominent position within the Zhao Group. only to find himself relegated to the role of a security guard. Were it not for the captivating beauty of Zhao Hanyan, a rare and exquisite gem, Yi Chun would have long since fled. Regrettably, he had failed to seize this splendid opportunity. He had nearly intervened to restrain the assailant, only to discover that someone else had already subdued the perpetrator. Wang Lun cast a glance at the individuals before him, deeming them unworthy of further attention. After work, he joyfully accompanied his colleagues for a delightful evening of dining and revelry. By around 9 o'clock, the gathering came to a close, as many had to prepare for the responsibilities of the following day. Following the recent wage dispute resolution, the security department had intensified its measures, placing greater emphasis on patrols. As Wang Lun hailed a taxi home, he noticed a group of men surrounding Qin Suyi. "Young lady, what is wrong with inviting you for a few drinks? We're all here to enjoy ourselves at the bar, so why the pretense of superiority? If 1,000 isn't sufficient, how about 10,000? We have plenty of friends. Surely a discount of 20,000 would suffice," slurred a drunken man with tattoos, while the others leered at Qin Suyi's modest yet alluring figure. "Stay back, there are cameras here," Qin Suyi exclaimed, desperately wishing to call the police, but they had already snatched her phone away. The surroundings were dim and devoid of any passers-by. Her cries for help went unanswered. "Hey, what are you all doing? What century are we in that such actions still occur? I've already called the police and recorded a video. Just wait for your turn at the police station," she declared boldly. Wang Lun shouted from a distance, brandishing his phone to report to the authorities while capturing the incident on video. Intending to disseminate it online for public exposure, which would inevitably lead to an escalation of their punishments, and those behind them would also face severe repercussions. A few men, upon realizing they were being photographed, felt a surge of indignation. Their fury clouded their judgment, leaving them oblivious to the potential consequences. Without regard for Qin Suyi, they clenched their fists and charged towards Wang Lun. Alas, in a society governed by the rule of law, why resort to violence? Wang Lun, with a sense of resignation, gently grasped the fist of one individual, pulling slightly, which sent him crashing to the ground in a fit of lamentation. The others, too, fell victim to Wang Lun's precise strikes on their acupoints, collapsing in agony. Before long, the police arrived, discovering irrefutable video evidence of Wang Lun's actions. Although the assailants appeared to be in considerable pain, they bore no significant injuries. After recording their statements, Wang Lun received the sheriff's assurance of a commendation for his bravery, accompanied by a monetary reward. Qin Suyi was taken aback by Wang Lun's remarkable prowess, effortlessly subduing several tattooed brutes, while she emerged unscathed, akin to a martial arts master from a television drama. On their return journey, she refrained from inquiring, only daring to pose her question cautiously once they reached her home. "Brother Wang, I am truly grateful for your timely intervention. Otherwise, I would surely have fallen victim to their bullying. Was that extraordinary display of yours the legendary martial arts?" Wang Lun shook his head with a smile and said, "It is a trivial matter, merely a matter of reporting to the authorities. Others would have acted similarly upon witnessing such a situation. This is simply a method to apply pressure, deepening their discomfort. It would be wise for you to refrain from visiting bars in the future. It is unsafe to go alone, and at the very least, you should accompany a friend." Qin Suyi nodded and replied, "Brother Wang, I understand. The bar owner is actually a dear friend of mine, and today marks the final day of work for him, coinciding with payday. I simply did not anticipate encountering such unreasonable individuals who would follow me." Feeling a sense of unease, Qin Suyi was relieved to have Brother Wang by her side. Although not exceptionally handsome, his talent and sense of security were reassuring. "Well then, let us rest. I, too, must retire for the night, as I have work to attend to tomorrow." Wang Lun wished to maintain a certain distance from her, preferring to remain mere confidants. Moreover, the other party possessed exceptional singing talent. Given the right opportunity, she could soar to great heights, likely looking down upon him, a mere security guard. "Well then, good night, Brother Wang," Qin Suyi murmured softly, turning to enter her room. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, for this was the first time she had spoken to a man in such a manner. Wang Lun stifled a yawn, took a shower, and retired for the night. The following day, he arrived at his office in the Zhao Corporation. He retrieved a radio and brewed a pot of tea. The air resonated with the ancient melodies of traditional opera, as Wang Lun savored his tea with a sense of contentment. After all, the arrangements were made by the head of the security department, and everyone understood that he was the type who merely coasts through life. The head of security was quite pleased to see Wang Lun remain uninvolved. In the afternoon, Qin Sui informed Wang Lun that he could sign the agreement upon his return. In the president's office, Zhao Hanyin suddenly recalled Wang Lun, finding a lasting impression of him. While other men gazed at her with desire, Wang Lun's eyes were clear, seemingly conveying a message that he wished to remain uninvolved in troublesome matters. Secretary Zhou, could you inquire what Wang Lun is currently doing? Secretary Zhou nodded and, after a few minutes, returned with information. President, he is in his office listening to opera, quite leisurely, and even took out a two-stringed instrument to play. Secretary Zhou expressed a sense of exasperation, remarking on Wang Lun's lackadaisical attitude. If it were him, he would strive to impress the president, aiming for $1 million salary, marrying a beautiful and affluent woman, and reaching the pinnacle of life. How amusing! He knows his limits. Let it be, Zhao Hanyin smiled, appreciating such a worry-free individual. Unlike those greedy old men. At 5 in the afternoon, Wang Lun left work early. The 9-to-5 job, with a 5-day workweek and a salary that many could only dream of, was enviable. Qin Sui had already drafted the contract, and upon his return, Wang Lun glanced over it, found no issues, and signed. Although Qin Sui had intended to treat Wang Lun to a meal, he declined, as he had plans to discuss opera with the elderly residents of his community. Qin Sui felt a twinge of insecurity. After all, she was considered the belle of the music academy, yet Wang Lun seemed utterly indifferent to her. As she prepared to head to the recording studio for the project on her bridge, she noticed Wang Lun downstairs, engaging with some elderly individuals, playing the two-stringed instrument and singing opera. A young man blended seamlessly into the scene. Chapter 59, Daily Life in the Main World Boss. I've truly enjoyed playing games with you during this time. I've contemplated for a while. How about we meet in person? A minute later. Actually, meeting isn't necessary. We could just be characters in the game. Another minute later. Shall we play? Log in. Wang Lun glanced at the message sent by his gaming companion, choosing to disregard the first two sentences. The suggestion of pursuing a romantic relationship was met with indifference. He simply had no time for such entanglements. Wang Lun has once again ventured into the realm of League of Legends, discovering it to be quite enjoyable, particularly the character known as the Unforgiven. With a swift dash forward, he exudes an undeniable charm. Meanwhile, the live-streaming Daime, glancing at her phone, reveals a visage of despair. Am I truly devoid of any allure? I feel like a mere jester, she laments. The viewers in the live chat erupted into laughter, akin to the snorts of swine, as they hope to introduce Daime to this remarkable player, who has ascended to the pinnacle of the national server in less than a month, specializing exclusively in Yasuo. Top lane Yasuo, mid lane Yasuo, jungle Yasuo, support Yasuo, ADC Yasuo. Every role dominated by Yasuo. Wang Lun initially had no intention of engaging in gaming. Yet the persistent inquiries from elderly relatives regarding his marital status compelled him to reconsider. Upon learning of his single status, they frequently attempted to introduce him to potential partners. Despite his occupation as a security guard, his salary was quite respectable. Consequently, Wang Lun found himself bereaved of a companion with whom to discuss music. At midnight, he unlocked his phone and opened the app Quine, only to be greeted by the prelude of On a Bridge. Remarkably, 8 out of the next 10 videos featured the accompaniment of On a Bridge. Over the course of a month, Qin Sui had ascended to prominence in the music industry, propelled by her rendition of On a Bridge. Her beauty, combined with her considerable talent, caught the attention of major record labels who promptly sought to promote her. Well done. And may fortune favor you, Wang Lun mused. After signing with the company, Qin Sui vacated her apartment. The company had initially intended to acquire all the copyrights to the songs in Wang Lun's possession, yet he declined, as he did not require the money. Nevertheless, Wang Lun felt that the world was deprived of much of the great music from previous eras. With ample time on his hands, he decided that spreading music would be a noble pursuit. Thus, the following day, Wang Lun registered an account on Quine under the name Aesthetic and Popular, aspiring to break through the barriers of niche audiences and gain influence. Starting with piano compositions, he curated a selection of renowned piano pieces, including F. Elise, The Blue Danube, Symphony No. 5, Piano Concerto No. 3, Autumn Song, and Liebstrom, among others. Wang Lun remained unhurried, composing a piece each day. Before long, his piano compositions caught the attention of Gao Yuan, the head of the music department at Beijing University. This music was a stark departure from the antiquated and somber tones of classical music. Instead, it was imbued with a profound aesthetic, showcasing a plethora of innovative techniques. Truly, a musical genius, and hailing from the Dragon Nation. I must locate him without delay. Thus, he promptly sent a private message to Wang Lun, while also sharing Wang Lun's video with other esteemed figures in the music industry. Wang Lun was taken aback to receive a private message just the day after. Hello. I am the head of the music department at Shangjing University. Your composition is remarkably innovative, and I would like to engage in a face-to-face discussion with you, if possible. Indeed, there were also credible witnesses from Kuoyin, confirming that the individual had a history of videos from Shangjing Academy. Wang Lun contemplated for a moment and resolved to acquiesce. Although it appeals to both the refined and the common, in reality, the nuances of the piano are often imperceptible to the general audience. As long as the differences are not pronounced, only those well-versed in the art appreciate the true greatness of these piano compositions. No problem, he remarked. I happen to have some free time at the moment. Wang Lun replied. In truth, he had not been to work for several days, dedicating himself instead to the pursuit of becoming the top player in the national server. With his goal now attained, further play seemed devoid of interest. Well, I shall await your arrival tomorrow, he said. Gao Yuan felt a surge of excitement, observing how youthful his counterpart was, at such a tender age. He had already composed such remarkable pieces. His future achievements were bound to be extraordinary. Furthermore, even if no new compositions were to emerge in the future, the existing works alone would undoubtedly leave a significant mark in the annals of piano history. The following day, Wang Lun arrived at Shangjing University, utterly unprepared for the presence of not only Gao Yuan, but also numerous luminaries of the music industry. You must be Mr. Wang Lun. I am an ardent admirer of your music. Gao Yuan, displaying no pretentiousness whatsoever, was genuinely delighted to meet Wang Lun. Director Gao, it is an honor to receive your acknowledgement of my musical endeavors. Wang Lun chuckled as well, for it is indeed rare to find a kindred spirit. After all, he is the esteemed head of the music department at the prestigious Beijing University, a position of considerable significance. You are too modest. Today, I have invited numerous friends, and I shall introduce you to them. Additionally, it would be splendid for you to perform a few of your compositions live. I refuse to believe that you have only pinned 2 piano pieces. Gao Yuan genuinely admires and cherishes Wang Lun's piano works. In that case, I shall be making a fool of myself. Wang Lun followed Gao Yuan to the grand auditorium in the capital, where numerous luminaries from the music industry had already gathered. It must be said that he felt a twinge of nervousness. However, bolstered by the prowess of a musician, he found solace in his abilities. Wang Lun, brimming with confidence, was certain that no mistakes would occur. Thus, he resolved to commence with F. or Elise. The lively and uplifting melody, imbued with fervor, evoked the exquisite sensations of being in love. The audience was enraptured, lingering in the afterglow of the performance until its conclusion. When they finally regained their senses, the grand hall erupted in fervent applause. Gao Yuan, observing Wang Lun on stage, felt a deep admiration, for Wang Lun's performance was nothing short of flawless, devoid of any slightest error. Even he himself could not guarantee such perfection. Another piece, Gao Yuan shouted from the audience. Wang Lun would naturally not refuse, as he also needed to penetrate the music scene to disseminate the melodies of his past life. Thus, he continued to perform the Symphony of Fate in the Blue Danube. The audience, initially believing that Wang Lun had but a single piece to offer, was astonished when he played 3 consecutive masterpieces, each a timeless gem. Even the titans of the piano realm had to concede that talents emerge across generations. At 74, Louis Max, though a foreigner, had settled in the Dragon Kingdom and was a prominent figure in the global piano community. Watching the spirited Wang Lun on stage reminded him of his own youthful days. The current state of the piano world felt stagnant, and the emergence of such a prodigy was a welcome disruption. Thus, Wang Lun became renowned within the piano community, especially as his illustrious compositions were performed by numerous pianists. Even the British royal family became aware of the gifted pianist from the Dragon Kingdom, whose works transcended the constraints of classical piano tradition. At high society gatherings, Wang Lun's new compositions became essential repertoire. Simultaneously, securing an invitation for Wang Lun to perform as a guest was considered a tremendous honor. A month later, even the somewhat indifferent CEO Zhao Hanyan learned that the security guard she had casually employed had transformed into a piano master in just 2 months. Meeting him had become a challenge, as Wang Lun embarked on a global concert tour. Qin Suyi, having transitioned to a singing career, lamented that it was a pity for someone with such talent to be a mere security guard. Little did she know that Wang Lun's emergence was nothing short of explosive. The status of a singer and a pianist differed vastly. While singers might earn more, the societal standing of a pianist, especially a renowned one, was significantly elevated, both domestically and internationally. Qin Sui had assumed she would reach heights unattainable by Wang Lun, only to realize that she was the one who needed to look up to him. As the daily chapters concluded, I shall write no more. The next world awaits, where a 7-year-old celestial master vanquishes demons and alleviates suffering. Chapter 60, The Supernatural Realm, Ghost Marriage. After completing concerts in over 100 countries, a year had passed. System activation, transmigration initiated. Have you finally remembered me? Exploring worlds, the supernatural realm, wasteland world, nautical world. In the supernatural realm, I have longed to see if a female ghost can charge forth. With a chuckle, Wang Lun mused, contemplating the notion without any intention of becoming the ghost rider. He was presented with 2 modes of transportation: physical transmission, which would yield a full 100% attribute feedback, and consciousness transmission, offering a 30% attribute feedback. He opted for consciousness transmission, which allowed the accommodation of up to 3 innate abilities. He was to select 2 abilities to retain, as these would influence his initial identity. The choices were the Sword Saint and the Gaming Expert. In the face of the supernatural, Wang Lun deemed the role of a murderous maniac rather ineffective. However, the Sword Saint and the Gaming Expert appeared promising. After all, the Gaming Expert provided formidable gaming strategies, with significant enhancements to damage dealt and reduced damage taken. The transmission commenced, granting his avatar a 1% attribute boost from his original self. A beam of white light flashed. Wang Lun felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him. Upon the completion of the transfer, he was presented with an opportunity to choose an ability from 4 distinct options. Merchant. Upon entering any marketplace, one would garner the goodwill of the shopkeepers, gain access to all merchandise, receive discounts, and have a chance to discover rare items. Cupid. Armed with the bow of Cupid, any 2 individuals struck by his arrows would inevitably fall in love, irrespective of their species. Detective. You possess the ability to perceive all subtle clues, even in places shrouded by secretive forces. Sealer. Upon vanquishing non-human monsters, you have a chance to successfully seal them, transforming them into various spirit stones. After a brief contemplation, Wang Lun opted for the Sealing Master, as it possesses a mechanism akin to that of a murderous maniac. Although the power of the love god appears formidable, it is ill-suited for the supernatural realm. As for the detective and the merchant, their utility is negligible. You have chosen the Sealing Master, capable of vanquishing non-human monsters, with a 20 chance of successfully sealing them. Thus, you have acquired the Book of Sealing. The Book of Sealing. Its cover is adorned with an array of enigmatic runes, yet it contains only a single page. With each successful seal, the potency of the Book of Sealing is augmented. Sealing items. The Soul Jade, when utilized, enhances intelligence. The Spirit Jade fortifies physical constitution, the Ghost Jade summons monsters, and the Stone Jade bolsters defense. Quite commendable. Wang Lun contemplated with relief, realizing that his intellectual shortcomings could indeed be remedied. The main quest had been unveiled. Main quest. 1. Survive for 1 year. 2. Slay 10,000 malevolent spirits. 3. Preserve the essence of humanity. Special tasks. 1. Restore the cycle of reincarnation. 2. Eliminate a significant portion of the world's grievances. The hidden task has been renamed as Special Task, a commendable suggestion from the readers, as hidden tasks should remain unknown. Alas, why is this special task so formidable? Am I truly capable of restoring the cycle of reincarnation? Wang Lun found it hard to believe that he could accomplish the extraordinary task assigned to him. Nevertheless, he accepted this reality as his ultimate aim was to enhance his intellect. The abilities gained from completing special tasks, such as becoming a gaming expert or a musician, were merely supplementary leisure skills. Upon the completion of your identity loading, it was revealed that you were destined for an early demise. In a bid to ensure your survival, your parents arranged a posthumous marriage for you. Although you possess the potential to become a sword master and a gaming prodigy, you have yet to reach that stage. For you are merely 7 years old this year. Due to your inability to mature, your body cannot harness even 1% of your original power. And today marks the day of your posthumous marriage. Wang Lun was utterly bewildered. A mere 7-year-old child, he struggled to comprehend the formidable power of his true self. And today marked the occasion of a ghostly marriage. How splendid! It seemed that ill tidings were eager to arrive. The moon above cast its chill luminescence, and Wang Lun surveyed the desolate courtyard, adorned only with crimson flowers and vibrant red decorations. He sat alone on a chair, awaiting the arrival of the wedding procession. While the guests had yet to arrive, Wang Lun took the opportunity to examine his unique possessions and abilities. The prowess of the Sword Saint now only allowed him to wield the power of Sword 23 or the Myriad swords returning to their origin once a day. Furthermore, he was currently unable to learn martial arts. His body was simply too tender. Only the Golden Light Incantation, a Taoist technique that demanded little in terms of physical strength, was within his reach, though achieving mastery was out of the question, as his current constitution did not permit it. On the other hand, the gaming strategies accumulated by the gamer had no such restrictions. This brought a sigh of relief to Wang Lun. Indeed, the gamer's strategies were formidable. Should he find himself unable to conquer his ghostly bride today, he could utilize the speedrun strategy to leap directly to the following day. As for why he wouldn't flee, his little legs could scarcely carry him far. Suddenly, the sound of gongs and drums erupted in the distance. Wang Lun soon realized that the procession for the bridegroom had arrived. The auspicious hour had come, and it was time to summon the groom to the sedan chair. The gate of the courtyard swung open with a gust of dark wind. Dozens of paper figures carried a red sedan chair into view. It appeared to be adorned in the style of the Republic of China era. Wang Lun pondered whether he was about to marry into the family of a landowning young lady from that time. Wang Lun's gaze swept around, and it was only this leading old woman who resembled a wandering spirit. The paper figures were merely a collection of facsimiles. Wang Lun scoffed inwardly, pondering how the daughter of a landlord was not particularly formidable, with merely one subordinate at her disposal. Without a moment's hesitation, he ascended the flower sedan. This perplexed the old woman, for it was commonly said that the Wang family's child was an early demise and inherently feeble-minded. After all, it was for this reason that the Wang family had resorted to marrying their son posthumously to the young lady, seeking protection. However, the old woman paid little heed to such rumors. As long as the child was present, could a mere 7-year-old truly possess any extraordinary intellect? Wang Lun sat in the bridal sedan chair, being carried by paper figures, an experience that felt rather peculiar. The wedding procession, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of gongs and drums, journeyed for half an hour before arriving at a desolate wilderness. Instead of the expected barrenness ahead, a grand courtyard surrounded by imposing walls suddenly emerged, exuding an air of magnificence. The walls were adorned with crimson lanterns, and the chilling atmosphere sent shivers down one's spine. The groom has arrived. An elderly woman shrieked with fervor, and the gates of the courtyard swung open, revealing a cacophony of lively sounds, though their utterances were mere gibberish that Wang Lun could not comprehend. As Wang Lun descended from the sedan chair, the elderly woman promptly instructed, "Please, groom, step over the threshold." Wang Lun furrowed his brow slightly. It is commonly understood that one should not step over the threshold of another's home, as it is deemed inauspicious and disrespectful to the hosts. However, the paths of humans and spirits diverge. Perhaps there exists a purpose unknown to him. Wang Lun stepped over the threshold, sensing a slight diminishment of his vital energy, yet it had not adversely affected his well-being, thus it was of little consequence. Upon entering the courtyard, he noticed a basin of cold water placed upon the ground, inviting the groom to step into it. Wang Lun comprehended that this was an attempt to diminish the vital essence inherent to his humanity. However, he remained unfazed. Such trivial tactics bore no significance for him, as he did not rely on this essence to vanquish demons. Yet, Wang Lun was not one to acquiesce easily to her wishes. With a graceful leap, he soared over the basin of water. The old woman's expression darkened at this display, though she refrained from uttering much. For the basin could not be traversed a second time, such was the protocol. Nevertheless, she dismissed the matter, considering that a mere child, yet to fully mature, posed little threat. Chapter 61, Extermination of Demons. Wang Lun traversed the hall, a throng of restless spirits fixated upon him with unblinking eyes. Were it not for the elderly woman behind him, they would undoubtedly have devoured him whole. The old woman admonished sharply from the rear, "You ungrateful wretches, avert your gaze. This is to be your future son-in-law." Yet, the young specters remained silent, only chuckling to themselves, and Wang Lun sensed an unsettling atmosphere. However, this was of little consequence. Should he manage to seal away such numerous lost souls, his power would ascend significantly, at least alleviating his current frail state. Before long, he arrived at the altar where a woman clad in a crimson wedding gown awaited him, and 2 paper figures representing her parents occupied the main seats. It seemed that not everyone possessed the privilege to become a restless spirit. Perhaps some had met their demise too prematurely, missing the resurgence of the supernatural. Wang Lun gazed up at the young lady, his finger pointed towards her as a soft, mellifluous voice escaped his lips. Is it truly you who intends to marry me? I am but 7 years old, and yet you covet my innocence. How base of you. Upon hearing this, Qian Meiying was instantly struck with amusement, unable to suppress her laughter. Such a little rascal. Do you even grasp the nature of love between a man and a woman? Since you are here, you might as well heed my words, for soon enough, the world shall be rife with malevolent spirits, and humanity will find it hard to survive. Do you truly believe you could reach adulthood without my guidance? Wang Lun retorted. Indeed, it is true. The heavenly court has long since collapsed, and the cycles of reincarnation in the underworld can no longer operate. This year, when the gates of the ghost realm swing wide open, billions of wandering souls and restless spirits shall surge into the mortal world. Qian Meiying candidly disclosed to Wang Lun that this was common knowledge among both humans and ghosts. For reasons unknown, the underworld has been inundated with an overwhelming influx of vengeful spirits, not only of humans but also of various animals, chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and fish. This influx has far exceeded the capacity of the 6 realms of reincarnation, leading to the emergence of numerous ghostly emperors whose powers surpass even that of the Lord of the Underworld. Were it not for the natural fortification of the Ghost Gates, which prevents a mass exodus of these spirits, the world would have already succumbed to the dominion of the undead. In light of the information you have divulged, I shall spare your life today. However, for others, they shall undoubtedly become my sustenance. Wang Lun no longer concealed his intentions. He directly unleashed a wave of energy from the fighting game strategy, obliterating the courtyard and reducing dozens of wandering souls and restless spirits to mere fragments. The energy wave inflicted special damage, ensuring that even ethereal beings would suffer harm. In an instant, countless peculiar orbs of light surged towards Wang Lun. Of course, the young lady Qian Meiying was oblivious to this phenomenon. Who on earth are you? Qian Meiying exclaimed, her voice trembling with fear and confusion. Unable to muster the courage to act immediately. I am, of course, your betrothed who has yet to cross the threshold. How could you fail to recognize me? I present you with 2 choices. First, to be slain and have your soul scattered. Second, to willingly enter this tome. Wang Lun assumed an imposing demeanor. Yet in Qian Meiying's eyes, it lacked any semblance of intimidation. I shall not choose any of the options you present. I refuse to believe that a mere 7-year-old imp can employ the same tactics. It seems that the old sorcerer is attempting to use you as a pawn to extinguish me. At this moment, Qian Meiying had lifted her red veil, revealing a pallid visage, and in the moonlight, Wang Lun could discern that she was an unparalleled beauty. If you obediently join me in matrimony, I shall absolve you of your transgressions, for they are but trivial matters involving insignificant spirits. Wang Lun was perplexed by the other's unwavering insistence on binding him in a ghostly marriage. Nevertheless, it mattered not. If they were so oblivious to discretion, then let them face the consequences. He promptly utilized the 10 soul gems and 10 spirit gems he had acquired, augmenting his intellect and vitality by 10 points each. Instantly, a warm sensation enveloped his body, and his mind cleared, the fog of youth's incomplete development momentarily dissipating. Qian Meiying observed as Wang Lun's blood surged dramatically, rivaling even the prowess of a seasoned martial artist. Yet, she found herself in a predicament. Should she fail to fulfill the ghostly marriage, where could she possibly find a human whose fate aligned with hers? The realm of spirits had its own intricacies. On her wedding day, she had succumbed to an untimely illness, and upon her death, her lingering resentment transformed her into a female specter. Only by fulfilling her earthly desires could she transcend her current state. Otherwise, she would remain trapped in the realm of the red attire. The hierarchy of spirits was defined as wandering souls, wild ghosts, malevolent spirits, white attire, red attire, ghost generals, ghost commanders, ghost kings, and ghost emperors. In the lower tier supernatural realms, the ghost emperor was merely equivalent to a terrestrial immortal in the martial arts world. Qian Meiying had no desire to become a mere plaything in this new world. If you do not heed my request for a toast, then I shall compel you, female ghost, to assist me in my cultivation. Wang Lun was enveloped in a radiant golden light, wielding the power of lightning, embodying the essence of a Taoist celestial master. Qian Meiying's eyes widened in astonishment. Although she felt little from Wang Lun's earlier move that swiftly vanquished the restless spirits, the protective golden aura compelled her to speculate whether he might indeed be a reincarnation of a celestial master. Confronted with Wang Lun's formidable onslaught, Qian Meiying dared not underestimate him. promptly taking to the skies to distance herself. Yet, she had not abandoned her aspirations for this young consort. In fact, if he were truly a reincarnation of a celestial master, it would only heighten her intrigue. After all, one must ponder just how much power a 7-year-old could truly wield. Even if they were a reborn celestial being. Wang Lun muttered under his breath, realizing that despite the distance, he was unlikely to land a hit. Particularly with only the rudimentary golden light spell and the yin-yang 5 thunders at his disposal. It appeared that he would need to resort to utilizing game strategies. Though such resources were scarce, one could obtain but a single item every 4 days at best, accumulating fewer than 100 throughout the year. Qian Meiying observed with perplexity as a revolver materialized in Wang Lun's hand. She was aware of the transformations of this era, where firearms were rampant and nuclear agents roamed. However, unlike the past, the current state of the Tao was in disarray, permeated by resentment. Spectres could absorb this negative energy to recuperate swiftly. And unless one possessed energy weapons, conventional firearms inflicted minimal damage upon these entities. It was akin to bullets traversing through air. What harm could the air sustain? In these times, the orthodox paths of cultivation had become arduous, leaving only the unorthodox methods to thrive. Little brat, do you truly believe that a handgun could inflict harm upon me? That contraption is scarcely more effective than a mere torch, Qian Meiying scoffed, intrigued to see what tricks Wang Lun might employ. Shooting game strategies, randomly acquire mechanical items. The revolver was indeed a product of Wang Lun's game strategy, categorized as a special damage type, distinct from ordinary handguns. Capable of inflicting harm on both humans and specters alike. Alas, it was limited to 6 bullets, each delivering a fixed damage of 100 points. Well, why not give it a try and see for yourself? Wang Lun directly imbued the bullet with the golden light spell before pulling the trigger. Qian Meiying initially regarded this with disdain, yet at the moment the bullet left the chamber, a profound sense of peril surged from the depths of her soul. She yearned to flee, but the bullet, enhanced by the golden light spell, exhibited remarkable speed and precision. Her left shoulder was pierced, and she felt as if her soul had become 1/3 transparent. Should 2 more shots follow, her demise would be inevitable. Wait, I accept your previous proposal. Qian Meiying conceded. For those spirits can traverse walls, their speed pales in comparison to that of a bullet. At least, in her current state, she was unable to match it. Chapter 62. A reckless live broadcast. Wang Lun was prepared to take her life, yet to his astonishment, she surrendered. Witnessing this, Wang Lun retrieved the Book of Seals and directed its power of confinement towards her form. Qian Meiying dared not resist, as the strength of this young child was entirely disproportionate to his age. Wang Lun accepted her for specific reasons. Firstly, he required a source of information. Secondly, he needed a subordinate to assist him in his endeavors. As Qian Meiying's soul was ensnared within the Book of Seals, Wang Lun also acquired her ghost jade. He now held dominion over her life and death, for should she choose to defy him, shattering the ghost jade would result in her soul's utter dispersion. Wang Lun released Qian Meiying. At that moment, her face was etched with terror. She had not anticipated the fearsome nature of this book. Unless the wielder was vanquished, she would remain under Wang Lun's control for eternity. Death seemed a preferable fate. Please, enlighten me about the state of this world. I noticed that the village was desolate on my way here. There were numerous houses, yet not a soul in sight. Wang Lun was filled with curiosity. I report to you, my master, that this place has been shrouded in a malevolent aura, compelling them to depart. Otherwise, they would be besieged by an unending onslaught of spirits. Qian Meiying could only temporarily conceal herself, presenting a seemingly obedient demeanor. I see. Allow me to pose a question. Can spirits truly engage in intimate relations with humans? Wang Lun was quite intrigued by this question. Qian Meiying was somewhat speechless, pondering which child would pose such an inquiry. Well, I am uncertain about this question as well, but it should be feasible. Wang Lun did not dwell on the matter. Instead, he inquired, where have those who departed gone? They must have ventured to the bustling metropolis, where a multitude of humanity congregates, vibrant with life, and where the malevolent aura of spirits cannot yet permeate significantly, allowing only minor specters to emerge. Conversely, the sparsely populated rural towns are saturated with ghostly energies, many of which have been overtaken by formidable apparitions. Qian Meiying candidly confessed. The red-clad female ghost possessed considerable strength. Thus, this territory could be regarded as Qian Meiying's domain. Wang Lun pondered deeply on how to break the deadlock. Should he venture into the bustling metropolis or remain in the quaint countryside to vanquish the malevolent creatures? In no time, he reached a resolution. The supernatural realm had not erupted as abruptly as the world of the undead. Rather, it afforded humanity considerable leeway. Thus, the social order had yet to collapse. If Wang Lun could eliminate the ghostly emperors and kings, he might very well forge a new cycle of reincarnation. Ultimately, humanity would return to a semblance of normalcy. With this understanding, Wang Lun realized that his primary task was to continuously slay these specters and elevate his strength to a level capable of suppressing all. As for the method of reconstructing the cycle of reincarnation, he would need to consult those versed in Buddhism and Taoism. I am weary. Please create a few paper figures to carry me to the nearby county town, for I am famished and in need of sustenance. Wang Lun issued commands with authority, and Qian Meiying dared not disobey. She promptly prepared the flower sedan and paper figures, leading Wang Lun towards the nearby county town. Not long after Wang Lun and Qian Meiying departed, an elderly man with white hair hurried to Wangjia village. Upon receiving orders, he learned that the village was undergoing a population transfer today due to a female ghost's ghostly marriage. If possible, she must be eliminated. However, upon Zhang Xinren's arrival at the wedding venue, he discovered it had long been abandoned, leaving only remnants of walls and signs of a struggle. Goodness! Who could have slain the ghost in red? This was truly ominous. Zhang Xinren pondered, in these times when true justice is hard to uphold. The spiritual essence of the world is already scarce, and we have entered an era of decline. Coincidentally, encountering such overwhelming resentment further dilutes the existence of spiritual energy. Only through unorthodox means, by harnessing the vitality, fortune, and lifespan of others, can one exert strength. Yet, who among the ordinary would wish for their vitality to diminish, their fortune to falter, or their lifespan to shorten? The Book of Luban once stated that entering such a path leads to a state of widowhood, loneliness, and despair, as it consumes one's own essence. Dark arts are even more potent, directly siphoning the essence of others for personal gain, albeit at the cost of one's own. Thus, even though Zhang Xianren is a legitimate disciple of Longhu Mountain, he finds himself compelled to practice unorthodox methods for self-protection. After surveying the scene, he could discern little, save for the explosive damage, which clearly indicated the involvement of a formidable expert. In a villa on the outskirts of Gaoyang, a group of men and women arrived with cameras, prepared for outdoor filming. At this time, outdoor live streaming was flourishing, allowing many streamers to earn considerable income. Hello everyone. I am the explosive cute girl. Today, I am about to embark on my very first outdoor live stream. At the request of my top supporter, I have chosen a dilapidated villa that once witnessed a murder. If you enjoy this, please feel free to follow and send me some free stars, she exclaimed. Once we hit 50,000 likes, I will enter the villa, so let us rally together, family. Her charmingly soft voice made the viewers eagerly respond with excitement, fervently tapping the screen, eager to see her explore and perhaps scream in fright. In no time, within 5 minutes, the likes soared to 50,000, and the number of viewers reached 1,000. You all are amazing. Then I shall enter, she declared, keeping her promise. Though not exceptionally beautiful, she prided herself on her adventurous spirit and boldness. While other female streamers remained in their rooms, she astutely identified the untapped potential of this ghostly outdoor live stream. However, when she pushed against the villa's front door with all her might, it refused to budge. The door bore a seal, which the explosive cute girl overlooked. Considering the villa had been vacant for over a decade, a sharp-eyed viewer noted the seal and quickly typed a warning about the Taoist talisman, advising against entry. But their message was soon drowned out by the flood of other comments. The explosive cute girl, seeing this, chose to feign indifference. She had come this far, and retreating would surely jeopardize her live stream. Could a ghost truly be that terrifying? The explosive girl signaled to her teammate nearby for assistance in opening the grand door. With a sudden crash from the man, the door to the villa swung open, unleashing a chilling gust of wind that sent a shiver down one's spine. It was so cold, she lamented, feeling quite pitiful. Wouldn't her family offer a mere follow or a small token of appreciation? Despite the temperature being over 20 degrees Celsius, she was clad only in a Pikachu short-sleeve shirt, causing her to tremble slightly. Upon seeing some followers and receiving small gifts, she finally ventured into the villa. An overwhelming sense of desolation enveloped her. The interior was overrun by weeds taller than a person, obscuring the villa's outline, with only the stone path remaining navigable. Faced with the eerie surroundings, fear crept into her heart, worried she might become lost. Yet retreat was not an option. Dear family, the weeds are exceedingly tall here. If one were to wander in alone, they might easily lose their way. Let us follow this stone path into the house and explore, after all. It was once considered a premier villa in Gaoyang, she bravely urged, suppressing her trepidation as she stepped into the thicket, with her companions trailing closely behind. Unbeknownst to them, the villa's grand door had swung shut with a gust of wind, erasing the stone path they had traversed, now replaced by towering weeds. Chapter 63. The Sephora Tree Spirit. As the trio navigated the stone path, their anxiety grew. It felt as though the path stretched on endlessly. Viewers in the live stream noticed the host circling back repeatedly, having wandered for over 10 minutes. Surely they should be nearing the house by now. The explosive girl voiced her concern. Brother Sun, could you lift brotherly and check for the house? We might as well cut through the weeds to reach it. Otherwise, we risk going in circles. Brother Sun nodded, lifting the frail Li Chong, who raised the camera to capture their surroundings. To his dismay, there was no sign of the villa anywhere in sight. The landscape was dominated by endless, towering weeds, devoid of even a hill or a tree. This is bad. There is no villa here, just a sea of weeds, Li Chong exclaimed, feeling utterly lost. The viewers in the live stream were equally perplexed, eager to communicate their thoughts. Suddenly, a notification appeared. The streamer you are following has ended the broadcast. Authorities had taken notice and swiftly intervened to shut down the stream. Even the explosive girl was bewildered. How had her broadcast violated regulations and been forcibly terminated? She barely registered Li Chong's distress. Meanwhile, Sun Chung hurriedly inquired, "What on earth is happening? Brother Sun, look at the photos I took." Li Chong understood that seeing was far more comprehensible than merely hearing. Upon a fleeting glance, Sun Cheng's hands began to tremble involuntarily. In recent months, tales of supernatural beings had proliferated, with numerous individuals claiming to have had personal encounters. However, these accounts were swiftly suppressed by authorities, leading the majority, particularly those in urban areas, to harbor skepticism. The three of them also shared this disbelief, yet the current situation left them with no plausible explanation other than the paranormal. The explosive girl, observing the expressions of her companions, snapped back to reality. "What is the matter? Our live stream has been suspended. Why are you suddenly so frightened?" Sun Ching presented the image that Li Chong had just captured, and the explosive girl's face turned pale with terror. It was evident they were ensnared in this place, with no clear path to escape. As the trio exchanged glances, genuine fear flickered in the explosive girl's eyes. She did not wish to perish here, especially with two men by her side. Should they realize their inability to escape, what actions might they take that she would find difficult to resist? "Brother Sun, brotherly, what should we do? Perhaps we should retrace our steps?" The explosive girl could think of no other solution. The two men nodded in agreement. It appeared they had no other option. However, after walking for 10 minutes, the surroundings remained unchanged, only wild grass surrounded them. And even the stone pathway beneath their feet appeared identical. Despair enveloped them. It seemed there was no hope of departure. The explosive girl, unwilling to let the two men succumb to utter hopelessness, knowing that she would bear the brunt of their misfortune, suggested, "Brother Sun, brotherly, perhaps we have encountered a ghost wall. I've heard villagers say that one can break such a phenomenon with a child's urine. Does anyone here still qualify?" Sun Ching and Li Chong exchanged glances, each letting out a sigh. The explosive girl realized that neither of them fit the description. After all, they were both nearing 30, and it would be unreasonable for them to still be virgins. Should that be the case, only one option remained: wait for dawn, when everything would come to an end. Reassured by the fact that they had not yet suffered any tangible harm. Before the explosive girl could finish her thought, a branch suddenly seized her ankle, dragging her into the thicket. "Help! Save me!" she screamed, a scene that instilled fear in the two men, reminiscent of horrors they had only witnessed on television. "What should we do? That creature let us go," Li Chong exclaimed in terror, not wishing to become the next victim. At that moment, the explosive girl felt the sharp stones beneath her scrape against her back. However, her attention was soon diverted as dozens of skeletal remains appeared, suspended from the trees. The explosive girl was no exception, hanging upside down, ensnared by branches that penetrated various orifices, siphoning her bodily essence. "Oh no. It's one thing for them to enter through my mouth and nose, but why must they invade my eyes and ears as well?" The explosive cute girl cursed vehemently, not wishing to meet her end with blood streaming from her 9 orifices. Yet, in her final moments, she beheld a crimson bridal sedan, bizarrely carried by a paper figure. Could it be that he is the master of the villa? "I do not wish to die. Spare me." The explosive cute girl was uncertain if her plea would bear fruit, but she cried out hastily. Wang Lun passed through this place, initially reluctant to disturb the ghostly general. Aware that his own strength was insufficient, he did not wish to squander his strategic resources by engaging in battle. However, upon witnessing someone in distress, he decided to lend a hand, perhaps to reap unforeseen rewards. A pebble materialized in his hand, and with a surge of internal energy, he launched it to rescue the suspended, explosive maiden. The ancient tree sensed Wang Lun's unfriendly intentions, yet simultaneously recognized the vitality coursing through him, far surpassing that of the woman. Thus, it commanded countless roots to surge toward Wang Lun, intent on ensnaring him and draining his life essence. Wang Lun deftly employed his lightness skill to evade the pursuit of the tree roots, arriving beneath the locust tree. The spirit of the tree was perplexed by the stranger's decision to approach rather than flee. Was he not courting his own demise? Could it be that he sought to rescue the woman? How peculiar humans are, to risk their own lives for the sake of a single female, such folly. Yet, Wang Lun did not cast a single glance at the explosive young girl. Wang Lun approached with intent, and there was a reason for it. In his hand appeared a flamethrower, capable of inflicting 100 points of burning damage to his adversary, lasting for 100 seconds. Entities like the locust tree spirit, possessing a corporeal form, are relatively easy to contend with. Humans can employ thermite or high-explosive projectiles for long-range assaults. The locust tree spirit did not anticipate that this child would conjure a flamethrower from thin air, and not just any ordinary one. As a ghostly general, the locust tree spirit was impervious to both water and fire, making it exceedingly difficult for conventional flames to ignite its form. Yet, to its astonishment, the child's flamethrower ignited its body directly, causing flames to rapidly engulf it. Human, if I perish, you shall not survive either. The locust tree spirit had concealed itself here for many years, stealthily eliminating those who stumbled into its domain, aware that its inability to move was its greatest vulnerability. However, with the malevolent energy now permeating the area, the locust tree spirit sensed an opportunity to escape. Previously, its immobility stemmed from a lack of replenishing the yin energy. Now, with resentment saturating the atmosphere, it could easily absorb it. Thus, the locust tree spirit contemplated fleeing, unaware that what was supposed to be a routine hunt would attract a formidable human opponent. Wang Lun chuckled softly. What is your status that you dare to propose a trade? In the midst of the battle, Qian Meiying seized the opportunity to rescue the adorable girl from the explosion. Wang Lun, with his nimble agility, continuously employed the flamethrower to ignite various parts of the locust tree spirit. The locust tree spirit, shedding all pretense, rose to its full height, with thousands of branches sealing off every avenue of escape for Wang Lun. Wang Lun felt a deep sense of helplessness within. Hoping that the person he had saved would prove to be somewhat useful, he retracted the flamethrower, allowing for a flicker of combustion time, perhaps to substitute with the fuel of this world. Otherwise, when the burning time elapsed, the flamethrower would vanish as well. In Chapter 64, titled The Poverty-Inducing Explosive Loli, this was no ordinary convergence of swords. Wang Lun had even infused it with the power of lightning. Countless sword energies pierced the body of the locust tree spirit, rendering it as fragile as a sieve. With the trunk ignited, the spirit could hardly absorb the resentment to mend itself before being reduced to charred remains. In the distance, Qian Meiying witnessed her once formidable locust tree spirit being vanquished by the 7-year-old Wang Lun, secretly relieved that she had surrendered so early. Otherwise, her demise would have been inevitable. Beside her, the explosive Loli was astounded, wondering if she was filming a television drama. Why was she witnessing such a splendid spectacle? Was he truly just a child and not some concealed, enlightened master? However, the pain behind her momentarily stifled her thoughts. Wang Lun gazed upon the absence of the Sephora tree spirit, which had not been ensnared within the Tome of Seals, feeling a sense of helplessness. To cultivate the ghostly jade, it was imperative for the counterpart to cooperate. Otherwise, one could merely rely on the chance of acquiring soul jades and spiritual jades. In contrast, vanquishing the most rudimentary of solitary spirits and wild ghosts proved to be the most advantageous endeavor, characterized by low risk and high reward. Even the Ghost Emperor could at most equate to a mere few tens of thousands of soul jades, and was far from easy to slay. Wang Lun approached the explosive little girl and softly inquired, "Dear young lady, how do you fare? What brings you to this place? I am older than you. So why do you refer to me as little sister?" Being addressed as sister by a mere 7-year-old is indeed a source of profound embarrassment. It is because I rescued you. You big-breasted yet dim-witted individual. In such a sinister and remote area, what possessed you to venture here at such an hour? Are you seeking your demise? Wang Lun exhibited no courtesy whatsoever, sporting a vibrant and flamboyant afro that rendered him reminiscent of a jester. The adorable girl, taken aback, found herself at a loss for words, for after all, he had rescued her. I had merely come here to engage in outdoor live streaming, never anticipating such an occurrence. I could only lower my head and murmur softly, "Ah." Has the government truly not informed you that the entire world is on the brink of being overrun by malevolent entities? How utterly pitiable you are. Blissfully unaware even in the face of impending doom. Wang Lun scoffed. The explosive, adorable girl was taken aback by this revelation, gazing incredulously at Wang Lun. Could it be true that there were no hidden powerhouses lurking in the shadows? You mean to say you cannot prevent this? He chuckled. Do you believe humanity can halt the advent of an ice age, the shift of the magnetic poles, or the drifting of continents? You must comprehend that this situation is akin to those natural disasters. It is inevitable and beyond our control. We can only endure. Wang Lun's words hold truth. Lingering resentment, if not entirely expended, allows malevolent spirits to roam freely among us like fish in the vast ocean. For the first time, the explosive and adorable girl felt an overwhelming sense of despair, leaving her profoundly disheartened. Wang Lun delivered a resounding knock to her forehead. Do not display such a desperate demeanor. The moment has not yet arrived. What is your status? Do you possess wealth? Your salvation would serve no purpose whatsoever. Wang Lun's words deeply pierced the heart of the adorable girl, to the extent that she no longer cared about the impending arrival of the era of spirits. My name is Chen Xiuli, an ordinary streamer of humble means, with a mere 3,000 in savings. Chen Xiuli murmured softly, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Wang Lun sighed in resignation. Very well. I shall take you back to the county town, and then we shall part ways. You are even poorer than I. At the very least, Wang Lun had discovered a few small yellow croakers in Qian Meiying's residence, which he could exchange for some supplies. Esteemed sir, please allow me the honor of treating you to a meal, as a token of my gratitude for saving my life, Chen Xiuli interjected. Acknowledging her own dire circumstances, yet recognizing the kindness bestowed upon her by another, Wang Lun nonchalantly nodded, and soon, at 2 o'clock in the morning, he arrived in Gaoyang County. Chen Xiuli returned to her rented accommodation, tended to some wounds on her back, and then took Wang Lun down to the barbecue stall. Master, where is that beautiful sister? Chen Xiuli wondered, noticing the absence of Qian Meiying. She is a female ghost. Do you still wish to see her? Wang Lun chuckled mischievously, expressing his disbelief. Chen Xiuli had always sensed an eerie chill surrounding Qian Meiying, yet Wang Lun had not given it much thought. Little did they anticipate the truth that it was indeed an otherworldly presence. Wang Lun unceremoniously ordered dozens of skewers of grilled meat. Feeling famished after not having eaten anything all day, watching Wang Lun order so much, Chen Xiuli felt a pang of concern for her meager wallet. Fearing she might be financially drained, the struggles of a small streamer who truly understands. Yet, had she perhaps forgotten something important? Never mind, it was likely inconsequential. After half an hour, a satiated Wang Lun made himself comfortable in Chen Xiuli's home, planning to depart the following day. Little did Chen Xiuli expect that her bed would be commandeered. Despite his diminutive stature, she could have shared it with him. Instead, she found herself relegated to the sofa. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Xiuli resolved to make a phone call. Hello, daughter, you finally decided to call me. Have you forgiven your father? Hearing her father's voice, Chen Xiuli felt an unexpected warmth wash over her. Dad, I realize my mistakes. I promise I won't associate with unsavory characters again. That's good to hear. Are you in need of financial assistance? Chen Changjong sensed something amiss with his daughter today, wondering if she had been wronged. Yes, I'm planning to come home. Huh. That's a relief. It's not safe out there. I've been trying to reach you, but you wouldn't answer. Dad, I know the world is about to be ruled by sinister beings, Chen Xiuli revealed candidly. Who told you that? Chen Changjong thought it should be a concealed matter. He himself hesitated to inform his daughter, fearing she might spread the word. Chen Xiuli then divulged everything that had transpired that evening. And what of Li Chang and Sun Cheng? Chen Changjong realized a critical oversight. Oh, they wouldn't still be at the villa, would they? Chen Xiuli promptly messaged them for an update, receiving an immediate reply from Li Chang that the weeds had suddenly vanished, and they could not locate Chen Xiuli. So they had returned. It's all right. They have already come back. That is good to know. The one who saved you must be quite skilled. His youthful appearance likely stems from his cultivation method. I once encountered a person who never seemed to age. Qin Changzheng contemplated a possibility. Since he rescued you, let us not slight him. I'll transfer you 100,000. Treat him well. I will come to see you tomorrow. Keep him steady. We urgently need such extraordinary individuals. Qin Xiuli nodded in agreement. Wang Lun was indeed formidable, and the spectacle of him commanding a myriad of swords was truly breathtaking. However, the next day, Qin Xiuli, intending to indulge in a leisurely sleep, was abruptly kicked to the floor by Wang Lun. Get up, you lazy pig. Startled from her slumber, Qin Xiuli initially felt anger rise within her, but upon seeing Wang Lun with his arms crossed, glaring at her, she quickly surrendered. Master, I'll wash up right away. After a good 15 minutes, she was finally ready. Come with me. Today, you'll help me exchange this little yellow fish for cash. You're so poor I'm genuinely afraid of bankrupting you. Qin Xiuli felt a tinge of embarrassment. Her expenditure on last night's barbecue had amounted to 500, which was indeed insufficient. Chapter 65, The Duel of Wits. After converting the small yellow croaker into currency, Qin Xiuli led Wang Lun into a hot pot buffet. It was not that they could not afford Hai Di Lao, but rather that the buffet offered more value for money. Although she had exchanged over 200,000, Qin Xiuli felt it would not last long. Fortunately, she had managed to placate this seemingly youthful yet exceptionally powerful master. Wang Lun had no choice but to eat. Otherwise, how could his body grow? Qin Xiuli observed Wang Lun as he devoured his meal, his cherubic face and bright eyes radiating an undeniable charm. What troubles you? She inquired, noticing his distracted demeanor. Do not fret. Should the sky fall, there will be someone tall to uphold it. You, as a modest streamer, should simply focus on earning your keep. Wang Lun felt that the other person was rather peculiar, as they seemed disinterested in their meal and frequently cast furtive glances in his direction. Could it be that a 7-year-old harbors such cravings? Surely not for the purpose of smelting copper. Suddenly aware of her own gaze upon him, Qin Xiuli recognized that it was rather inappropriate and decided to focus on her food instead. It's nothing, she remarked. I was merely contemplating whether I should stockpile some supplies. Oh, that may not be necessary, he replied, for if the tall one were to fall, you likely wouldn't endure for more than a few days. Wang Lun casually remarked, and Qin Xiuli felt as though a knife had pierced her heart. In no time, Wang Lun had satisfied his hunger and departed from the buffet restaurant, leaving the proprietor in a state of astonishment. Once Wang Lun had exited, the owner meticulously calculated the amount consumed and was astonished to discover that a single child had devoured the equivalent of 5 adult men's portions. His belly showed no signs of swelling. Could it be that a famished spirit had been reincarnated? Very well, you may return home. I must take my leave. Wang Lun prepared to exterminate the restless spirits during the day, their grievances soaring to the heavens, rendering the mere sunlight insufficient for their concealment. However, there remained a slight discomfort. Will you return? Qin Xiuli did not anticipate Wang Lun's swift departure and felt a pang of reluctance. The master was rather endearing, despite occupying her bed for slumber. Of course, it would also be delightful to embrace such a charming child while sleeping. Do you still wish to rest on the sofa? Wang Lun retorted, well, it is not entirely out of the question. Compared to the choice of sleeping on the sofa, having a master by my side feels considerably safer. After all, the sofa is not entirely off limits for rest. It all depends on my mood. Wang Lun did not provide her with a direct response. Instead, he took a taxi to a rural town outside Gaoyang County. Qian Ming had mentioned that a malevolent spirit had taken residence there, gathering numerous restless souls, including those of the white-clad and red-clad specters. Qin Xiuli watched as Wang Lun departed, silently lamenting her failure in the task. She could not even keep track of a child. After more than 10 minutes, Qin Changzhong's call came through. Daughter, we have arrived at your house. Where are you? He inquired, noting the precarious situation of Sanyang City, once thriving due to its coastal environment. The city was now besieged by vengeful spirits rising from the depths of the sea, wreaking havoc upon coastal towns first. Moreover, this malevolence was not as easily contained as air, which could be blocked by mountains. Only a substantial amount of human presence could disperse it. With a population of 5 million, Sanyang City had a considerable amount of human energy, yet the relentless waves of resentment posed questions of endurance. He has left, but I do not know where he has gone. He may return tonight, or he may not, Qin Xiuli replied helplessly. Well, in that case, let us return to the city for now. At least it is safer there, Qin Changzhong suggested, initially hoping to have Wang Lun exorcise the nearby spirits. but he dismissed the idea upon realizing they could not locate him. "Father, I shall wait one more day. He is truly formidable. If he could assist us, his impact would be tremendous," Chinxioli insisted, holding on to the hope that this master might yet return. "Very well, I shall arrange protection for you. If he does not arrive by tomorrow, you must not throw a tantrum and come home with me," he conceded. "All right," Chinxioli nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Wang Lun had alighted from the taxi midway to the town, deterred by the no-entry signs ahead, as the driver was reluctant to proceed further. Wang Lun did not force his companion. Traversing the distance on foot was nearly equivalent to driving. Soon, he arrived at the town, which was now desolate, as the government covertly relocated its populace to prevent widespread panic that might lead to disobedience. However, what surprised Wang Lun was the sight of a confrontation occurring in the town. "Sima Long, as a person of righteousness, how can you consort with malevolent beings?" Zhang Xianren glared fiercely at the middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, who leaned against a utility pole, blood trickling from his left knee, struggling to maintain his balance. Sima Long laughed heartily, disdainfully mocking, "I am merely adapting to the times. The heavenly path has perished, the 6 realms have crumbled, and humanity is but a flickering candle in the wind. Only by embracing the spirit world can one step into the new era. How can you be so oblivious? Insisting on defying the natural order? Humanity has always believed in triumphing over nature. Even in such dire circumstances, what harm is there in dying?" Zhang Xianren, despite his severe injuries, did not waver in his resolve. Time will prove me correct. Words are futile. Since you refuse to join us, you may as well perish." Sima Long produced a steel needle and a straw doll, plunging the needle directly into the doll's heart. Zhang Xianren let out a pained cry, clutching his chest. "How does that feel?" Sima Long laughed, reveling in the irony that the very dark arts he once scorned could now bring suffering to a disciple of Longhu Mountain. With spiritual energy nearly depleted, practitioners struggled to maintain orthodox techniques, rendering them vulnerable to such unconventional assaults. "You've secretly collected my hair? I trusted you as a partner." Zhang Xianren realized that this curse required the target's hair or blood, needing 36 days of preparation to inflict harm from afar. Yet, he had only known Sima Long for less than 10 days. How could he have crafted a doll of him? Curious, isn't it? But no matter. There are only you and I here. I have time to enlighten you. I discovered a method to directly harness resentment, reducing the 36-day preparation to just 5. If you are willing to surrender all of Longhu Mountain's teachings and become my subordinate, I could teach you. In that case, I shall be the new Taoist ancestor. And you, one of the 3 pure ones. What do you say? Sima Long's eyes burned with fervor, confident he could become the master of the new era through this. Zhang Xianren scoffed, finding him laughable. Taoist ancestor and 3 pure ones? Do you truly believe yourself so grand? You think you are the only clever one? Everyone is aware of the prevailing trends. Which sect in Dragon Country is not researching resentment? Humans may adapt for survival, but never will it be through your treachery against the legacy of Longhu Mountain. Zhang Xianren taunted, provoking Sima Long to fury. Very well, if you refuse my hospitality, you shall face the consequences. Do you truly believe the legacy of Longhu Mountain holds any value now? It is merely an outdated notion. When Sima Long was struck at his vulnerable point, he seized a steel needle, intending to pierce the head of the scarecrow. Chapter 66. The Ghostly Man, Li Dai Tao Jiang. Zhang Xianren had long been prepared. He possessed ways to counter such underhanded tactics. He produced a seed from his hand, spitting forth a drop of blood from his tongue. Upon touching the ground, the seed rapidly grew into a small gourd, about the size of a fist, sitting firmly on the ground. As Sima Long's steel needle penetrated the scarecrow, the gourd's head burst open, spilling its juices across the ground. Sima Long was not particularly surprised. If one could truly resolve matters solely through curses, then the esteemed disciples of Longhu Mountain would be rather overrated. Blood arrow technique. Utilizing one's own blood essence as a medium, it conjures an arrow that can be deftly manipulated, capable of piercing through 10 centimeters of steel. Sima Long shot an arrow with his middle finger, causing Zhang Xianren's brows to furrow slightly. The blood arrow technique required a substantial amount of one's own blood. Typically, it would draw 20% of a person's blood, a significant loss that could lead to shock or death. Therefore, those wishing to cultivate this path would generally draw a small amount daily and then replenish their strength. However, Zhang Xianren recalled that Sima Long had not previously practiced the blood arrow technique. Taken by surprise, Zhang Xianren felt the arrow pierce through his right leg. causing him to collapse to the ground as his legs could no longer support him. You look quite astonished. Do you wonder why I bear no sin of blood from the blood arrow technique? The answer is simple. I only just forged this technique today. In my quest for strength, I have transcended humanity and become a ghostly being. Humans struggle to absorb resentment, yet ghosts can effortlessly assimilate it. As long as my body can seal malevolent spirits, I can harness their power, converting resentment into energy. Do you deem me a genius? Worthy of being called a Taoist ancestor? A smug expression adorned Sima Long's face. While many are aware that Zhuge Wuhou excelled in the arts of strategy, few realize that the Sima family is equally adept in this domain. Otherwise, how could we have unified the realm during the Jin dynasty? Zhang Xianren was astonished that Sima Long could achieve such feats. He understood that Longhu Mountain's greatest capability was to forcefully utilize resentment, ultimately leading to a mental and physical collapse, transforming individuals into vengeful spirits that wreak havoc. The human mind simply cannot endure the boundless hatred contained within resentment. Sima Long, given your extraordinary talents, why must you covet the inheritance of Longhu Mountain? You could easily share your discoveries with the world. Humanity would never forget your contributions. Zhang Xianren found it difficult to comprehend. Sima Long scoffed, what do you know? Do you think they are noble individuals? They are a ravenous lot, devouring all without remorse. Moreover, what I desire are the emperors of the world. Why would I divulge my gains to them? A mere metal? After all I've said, do you not understand that I wish for you to join me? The world is vast, and I require capable individuals to help manage it. However, Zhang Xianren shook his head and said, I apologize, but each person has their own aspirations. I know I cannot outlast you, so if you wish to kill me, go ahead. The inheritance is absolutely not something I will relinquish. Truly, it is like being in a latrine, both foul and unyielding. Sima Long cursed vehemently, despite possessing some talent. His strength could not overpower the current governmental forces. The ghost emperor from the underworld would eventually descend, a formidable figure indeed. Ultimately, the Sima family's legacy could not compare in destructive power to Longhushan. The blood arrow technique shot directly towards Zhang Xianren, and with a sound akin to a squelch, his head exploded in an instant. His body collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Upon witnessing this, Sima Long shook his head and turned to leave. He had already sealed the ghost general here. As for the wandering souls, he would leave them be, for killing them would yield no benefit. Wang Lun, observing the grand performance from above, couldn't help but marvel at the ingenuity of the methods employed. They were indeed quite intriguing and, when caught off guard, remarkably difficult to evade. It seemed imperative that he should not allow even a single strand of hair or drop of blood to fall, lest he find himself unaware of a curse leading to his demise. However, it appeared that the capacity for direct confrontation was rather lacking, as matters could evidently be resolved with nothing more than a simple handgun. Wang Lun approached the lifeless form of Zhang Xianren and gently prodded it with his foot. Old man, he has departed. Are you all right? Zhang Xianren, bewildered by the fact that he had managed to deceive Sima Long yet failed to outsmart this young boy, coughed and inquired, whose child are you? Why are you still here? He expressed his concern, for this place was rife with malevolent spirits, and a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Old man, do not underestimate me, Wang Lun retorted. With but one hand, I could easily bring you down. If you doubt my strength, I shall gladly demonstrate it for you. Wang Lun lamenting that his current physique was far too diminutive. Zhang Xianren rose to his feet, retrieving the substitute that had taken the hit on his behalf, intending to mend it for future use. I refuse to believe it. Zhang Xianren asserted with an air of certainty. If I were truly formidable, would you not instruct me on how you deftly evaded the opponent's lethal strike just moments ago? Wang Lun was genuinely intrigued by such sorcery, recognizing it as entirely distinct from martial arts. Very well, Zhang Xianren acquiesced, skeptical of a child's potential strength. Yet, in the next moment, Wang Lun delivered a powerful punch that shattered a wall, leaving Zhang Xianren wide-eyed in astonishment. Am I ensnared in an illusion? How could I witness a child demolishing a wall? Yet the pain beneath his feet confirmed the reality of the situation. Enough of this, old man. I have accomplished it. Now, enlighten me about the spell you just performed. I wish to learn it. Wang Lun lifted his head and remarked, being short is truly troublesome. One must constantly look up at others, and it easily leads to a sore neck. Zhang Xianren, feeling a twinge of headache, regretted having agreed so hastily. Young man, he said, my legs are injured, and my phone has no signal. Could you perhaps call for assistance? Very well, Wang Lun replied. for it would be unacceptable if you were to bleed out and perish. However, old man, this is a matter of life and death for you. You must impart upon me several spells as a token of gratitude." Wang Lun raised his price, and upon witnessing this, Zhang Xianren could not help but perceive him as nothing more than a child. Yet, the reality was that his skeletal age indeed reflected that of a young one. Very well, after all, these are mere unorthodox practices. In this current era, the path to righteousness is fraught with difficulty. No matter how exceptional one's talents may be, one is ultimately born in the wrong time. Zhang Xianren shook his head with a sigh. Well then, it seems Qian Meiying is ready to take action. Wang Lun summoned Qian Meiying directly, instructing her to escort Zhang Xianren away from the town. As Zhang Xianren beheld the crimson-clad specter, an instinctive urge to defend himself surged within him, only to be quelled by the realization that she was conjured by Wang Lun. "Do not fret. She is under my care and poses no threat. Once you reach an area with signal, she will call for assistance. Allow her to accompany you, and I shall seek you out again this evening." Wang Lun harbored no intention of letting so many restless souls slip away, for they represented a wealth of attribute points. But what of you? Zhang Xianren had already discerned that Wang Lun was no mere child. He might possess an innate wisdom or perhaps be a reincarnated deity. "I shall take a stroll around. Do not fret, for I am stronger than you could possibly imagine." Wang Lun, brimming with confidence, observed as Zhang Xianren ceased his attempts to dissuade him. Clearly, the latter possessed his own reasons and abilities to act so boldly. As Zhang Xianren departed, Wang Lun unleashed his abundant vitality. The once frightened wandering spirits, previously deterred by the seal on the ghostly general, were drawn to the enticing aroma of his sanguine essence, converging upon him like hyenas. Chapter 67. The Unlocking of the Sealing Book S Abilities. Wang Lun sat quietly, gathering lightning in his hands. With a significant enhancement to his physique, the Yin-Yang 5 Thunder had reached a minor completion. Martial arts rely on one's inner strength and vital essence, remaining unaffected by spiritual energy. Moreover, lightning possesses a natural restraint against specters, which is why Wang Lun primarily cultivated it as an offensive weapon, while focusing on the golden light spell for defense. Other martial skills were ill-suited for confronting specters, being more effective against humans. The ghosts swiftly approached Wang Lun, but upon realizing he was merely a child, they hesitated to charge at him. Instead, they began to dispute over his possession. "Wang Lao, after you devoured so many children last time, it's only fair that it's my turn now," one ghost declared. "Bah, Zhang Lao-san. This child is worth at least 4 or 5 adults. If you desire him, it is simply unattainable," another retorted. "Why not share him? There's no need to jeopardize our camaraderie," suggested a third. "Absolutely not. With the ghost general absent, I, Li Si, possess the greatest strength. After consuming this child, I will surely ascend to the rank of ghost general and will not neglect you in the future," Li Si proclaimed loudly, but the others regarded him with disdain. A ghost who could only flatter and had risen to this level through the ghost general's favor would hardly command respect. "You may be able to do so, but not you." 3 red-robed vengeful spirits encircled Li Si, reminding him of how he had bullied them when the ghost general was present. "Now that the ghost general is gone, do you still wish to flaunt your power? You cannot defeat me in a one-on-one," Li Si scoffed. "Thus, we have chosen 3 ghosts to confront you alone. As a ghost, your arrogance is truly deserving of punishment." The 3 red-robed spirits launched themselves at Li Si, intending to seize his essence. By doing so, they believed they could collectively consume this robust child and elevate themselves to the rank of ghost general. Wang Lun did not anticipate that the ghost could engage in battle on its own. "Let it fight. I shall wait for the other little ghosts to arrive, and then, with great ease, I shall capture them all at once." Wang Lun, clutching a tuft of dogtail grass, observed the fierce skirmish between the 4 demons, vociferously cheering them on. "Strike him with vigor. He is about to flee. Pursue him swiftly." The other minor demons, witnessing the clash of their formidable counterparts, aimed to seize the opportunity to take a bite out of Wang Lun. In an instant, the crimson-clad specter unleashed a wave of malevolent energy, crushing one of them beneath its force. Faced with this, the remaining minor demons were left with no choice but to await the resolution of the battle, hoping to indulge in the remnants of blood spilled on the ground once the victors had gorged themselves. Half an hour later, Li Si could no longer endure the onslaught. Encircled by 3 of the crimson specters, escape had become an impossibility. "Cease. I concede. I no longer desire this child. Allow me to leave," Li Si pleaded desperately. "Ha! Did you truly believe you could depart? A mere child cannot satiate our hunger, endure a little longer, and serve as our appetizer. The other 3 crimson specters shrieked in unison, savagely tearing at Li Si's form and voraciously consuming fragments of his soul. Wang Lun revealed an expression reminiscent of an elderly specter in the subway, finding the notion of one ghost devouring another rather repulsive. Glancing around, he perceived nearly 1,000 solitary souls and wild spirits, a sufficient number indeed. The lightning in his grasp erupted instantaneously, radiating outward. The solitary spirits, struck by the electric force, emitted crackling sounds before being reduced to mere ashes, which were then carried away by the gentle breeze. Even the 4 red-clad malevolent spirits could not escape this fate. Among them, Li Si, already destined for demise, was instantly obliterated into ashes by the lightning's fury. Upon witnessing the 3 remaining specters clad in red, Wang Lun rose and wielded his flamethrower, directing a fierce torrent of flames towards them. He granted them no opportunity for recovery. Otherwise, it would not be long before they re-emerged, full of vigor and vitality. One of the specters, positioned at a greater distance from Wang Lun, immediately turned and hastened to flee. Bang! 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 3 bullets from his revolver shattered its ethereal form. With this, the majority of the restless souls and malevolent spirits in the town were vanquished. As for those that had not yet appeared, Wang Lun chose not to pursue them further, for seeking out the elusive spirits would be a futile endeavor. Observing the 100 soul gems and 100 spirit gems in his possession, Wang Lun nodded in satisfaction, particularly as the first level of the Book of Seals had activated. Book of Seals restores 1 maximum energy per minute. The next level requires the elimination of 10,000 spectral entities. He utilized the soul and spirit gems, further enhancing his intellect and constitution. Wang Lun felt that his perception had indeed expanded, allowing him to discern the minute particles in the air, such as spiritual energy and resentment. For today, he resolved to seek out that old man to learn a few techniques for self-preservation. Otherwise, he risked falling victim to unseen threats. Wang Lun turned to leave. At the Gaoang People's Hospital, after a series of examinations, Zhang Xianren found his legs bound with bandages. A disciple from Longhu Mountain was attending to him nearby. "Senior brother, you were in grave danger this time. Had it not been for Sima Long's excessive confidence, you would have surely perished," Zhao Enong remarked, a note of fear in his voice. "It is not merely his overconfidence. He knew that my demise was inevitable. With my feet unable to walk and having exhausted my last means of survival, surrounded by vengeful spirits, he merely wished for the ghosts to consume me. After all, the malevolent spirits show little interest in lifeless corpses," Zhang Xianren replied, shaking his head. "Does Sima Long not realize that the sensation of the blood arrow technique piercing is quite unusual? He understands that my death would leave a body behind, which would complicate matters for him. What Sima Long failed to anticipate was that a remarkably capable child was lurking in the shadows, unnoticed by both of them. What shall we do about him? If we provoke Sima's family, the people of Longhu Mountain will not have it easy," Zhao Enong said gravely, his eyes widening as he clenched his fists. "If word gets out that the people of Longhu Mountain have been bullied and can only swallow their pride, then everyone will feel emboldened to trample upon us. We should report Sima Long's identity as a ghost master, one capable of sealing vengeful spirits within himself, to the sect. Let the elders deal with the ensuing troubles," Zhang Xianren concluded. Sima Long's abilities were crucial, serving as a significant means for humanity to combat the supernatural. At the very least, he must not perish before revealing his techniques. "I understand, senior brother. I will report to the sect at once." Zhao Enong quickly departed, leaving Zhang Xianren alone in the room. Gazing at his tightly bandaged feet, Zhang Xianren sighed. Healing from such injuries could take 100 days. Even with his robust constitution, he would require at least 2 weeks before he could walk again. The door to the ward creaked open. An unexpected figure entered the room. "You seem surprised, however." "I am the one truly astonished," Sima Long remarked. He had anticipated Zhang Xianren's demise, considering the area was completely shrouded in resentment, rendering mobile devices entirely inoperative. Zhang Xianren was immobilized, destined to be devoured by the vengeful spirits. "Are you here to silence me? It is too late. Longhu Mountain is already aware of your affairs. Killing me would serve no purpose," Zhang Xianren said flatly, having grown indifferent to life and death. "It matters not if they know. I merely need to lie low for a while, retreating to a place enveloped in resentment. After all, the urgency lies with you. The future belongs to the ghost masters. Your path is fraught with obstacles. I have come out of curiosity," Zhang Xian. How did you manage to escape? Would you indulge my humble request? Sima Long smiled, though the expression was forced and somewhat unsettling. Chapter 68. The mischievous little ghost Zhang Xianren truly did not anticipate Sima Long's audacity. It was akin to a would-be murderer visiting their victim in the hospital after a failed attempt. Nevertheless, he conceded that if he were to perish, he must ensure that the child remained unharmed. Humph, the wise have their own clever stratagems. Observing Zhang Xianren's reluctance to speak further, Sima Long chose not to prolong the conversation and turned to leave, deeming it unnecessary to take the other's life. As Sima Long departed, Zhang Xianren suddenly felt a chill of sweat trickling down his back. After all, it is a rare person who can remain unperturbed in the face of death. Minutes later, the door to the ward was pushed open once more. Zhang Xianren, who had been resting with his eyes closed, immediately opened them, expecting it to be Sima Long returning. Old man, why do you look so frightened? Am I truly that terrifying? Wang Lun expressed his bewilderment, pondering how he could be deemed anything less than charming. Despite his reluctance to embrace such a notion, Zhang Xianren shook his head and replied, certainly not. It is merely that individual who has returned. Though this time they refrained from taking action against me. Wang Lun was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the individual had the audacity to approach him. Yet, why had he spared the old man? Old man, you can only lie in bed now. How can you still teach me? To his astonishment, Zhang Xianren produced a USB drive and handed it to Wang Lun. Take this. It contains some esoteric spells and methods of unraveling secrets. However, they will require a toll of your own vitality and lifespan. If you wish to learn, then learn. But I must forewarn you. Utilizing these will lead to a life of solitude and desolation. Were it not for this current age of decline, the orthodox path of the Tao would prevail. Zhang Xianren shook his head in resignation, lamenting the change of times. Perhaps Sima Long was right. The coexistence of humans and spirits was inevitable, and the spirit realm would become the future's mainstream. Regrettably, Sima Long chose to pursue his own ascendance rather than revealing this truth to help humanity weather the storm. Zhang Xianren harbored no significant resentment. For those who cultivate the Tao, the ultimate goal is enlightenment. Old man, thank you. My name is Wang Lun. Should you encounter difficulties, feel free to seek me out. Here is a spirit jade to help restore your health. Do not depart this world too hastily. Wang Lun, perceiving that he was fighting for humanity, felt a tinge of compassion. The more individuals like him there were, the less he had to worry about the complete extinction of humankind. Qian Meiying followed Wang Lun as he departed, leaving Zhang Xianren alone in the hospital room. Gazing at the peculiar white jade in his hand, Zhang Xianren felt an overwhelming urge to swallow it, yet he resisted, opting instead to gradually absorb its spiritual essence with his limited spiritual energy. Soon, a warm current enveloped his body, and he sensed that he had rejuvenated by several years, as the vitality he had lost through dubious means was significantly restored. What could this be? Its effects are astonishing. Zhang Xianren was utterly astounded. It was far superior to any millennium-old ginseng. While ginseng merely replenished one's vital energy, this remarkable gem could even extend one's lifespan. He pondered how he might repay the kindness shown to him, as the individual who saved his life had also bestowed upon him such a treasure. In the afternoon, Chen Shuli resigned from her position as a broadcaster and returned to her rented apartment, only to find that Wang Lun had not yet returned. A sense of melancholy washed over her as she wondered about the fate of that little rascal. She knew he was exceptionally talented, but his tender age made her worry incessantly. Meanwhile, after leaving the hospital, Wang Lun visited a buffet restaurant, indulging in an extravagant meal. The restaurant owner was astonished. How could someone so diminutive consume such an abundance of food? Yet, upon closer inspection, there was no waste to be found. Little one, why are you alone? Where are your parents? A female university student, captivated by the adorable child, couldn't help but approach him. My parents are no longer here. Wang Lun pondered for a moment, considering that his parents, who had offered him to a female ghost for a ghostly marriage, were as good as deceased. This thought immediately stirred the protective instincts of the female university student. Oh, dear little brother, I hope you don't mind me asking, are you alone? Would you like me to escort you home? Lan Xia inquired kindly. No, thank you, Mississippi. You seem to be plagued by a malevolent spirit. It would be prudent for you to seek the assistance of a powerful master to resolve your troubles. Wang Lun observed that the malevolent aura surrounding the other person was beginning to overshadow the positive energy, indicating that a mischievous spirit was indeed tormenting her. Lan Xia, however, did not react with anger. Instead, She softly inquired, "Little brother, can you see it? It is said that children possess the ability to perceive certain unclean entities. And it appears to be true. Though it is not present at the moment, it likely frequents your vicinity." Wang Lun candidly expressed, "Sister, I understand. But the masters I have encountered are nothing but charlatans. Some even attempted to assist me in deciphering ominous portents, yet they were all frightened away by mischievous spirits." Wang Lun glanced at the other party, a JK girl embodying a collegiate style, undeniably possessing her own allure. "Do not regard me," he remarked. "I am but a mere child. How could I possibly assist you in slaying demons?" Wang Lun spread his hands, lamenting that he still had to learn spells and had no time to deal with a mere ghost, at most a soul jade. Lan Xia observed this with quiet curiosity, pondering why she felt deep down that he possessed the ability to vanquish spirits, despite his youth. Yet, Lan Xia's intuition had always been remarkably accurate. Anyone who deceived her or harbored ill intentions would inevitably trigger her inner warning. This time was no different, as her instincts assured her that he indeed had the capability to resolve her predicament. "Little brother, I know you can assist me. As long as you help me with my troubles, you may have whatever you desire," Lan Xia cooed playfully. However, Wang Lun swiftly broke free from her grasp. "I am merely 7 years old. How dare you covet my body? You are disgraceful." Wang Lun spoke coldly. The others who were dining faintly overheard something and turned to observe the two, adopting a rather curious demeanor. Lan Xia also came to realize that the other party was merely a child. She had actually been playful towards a child and uttered such words, which was utterly embarrassing. Yet, she felt that the other person exhibited a remarkable maturity, devoid of any childishness. "What I meant to convey was that I could procure anything you desire: a gaming tablet, Ultraman figures, Gundam models, or transformation devices. Do you truly think I need these?" Wang Lun retorted, exuding an air of seasoned wisdom. "While these matters may seem overly simplistic for children, they are perfectly suited for university students. Is it unnecessary?" Lan Xia found herself perplexed. Did not children universally delight in toys? "Lead the way, and today you shall discover what it truly means to be a master of demon slaying." Wang Lun felt that his youthful physique had a certain influence on him. Yet what harm is there in occasionally embracing a childlike demeanor? Who among us has not once been a child? What is wrong with attempting to rectify the regrets of one's childhood? Lan Xia gazed at the spirited and exuberant Wang Lun, finding him utterly delightful. She wished that her future offspring might embody such charm. However, it appeared that he was orphaned, and she pondered the possibility of adopting him, thus sparing herself the pains of childbirth while gaining a well-behaved and understanding child. Lan Xia considered herself a genius. Chapter 69. The clever little rascal Wang Lun remained oblivious to Lan Xia's thoughts. Were he to discern them, he would merely utter, "What nonsense are you contemplating?" However, upon departing from the self-service restaurant, Wang Lun stumbled upon an awkward realization. Lan Xia stood at a height of 175 meters. Her skirt notably brief. With the slightest inclination of his gaze, he could catch a glimpse of white. "Little fellow, I am yet unaware of your name. You may simply refer to me as Master henceforth. Having dealt with the little spirit, I wish to avoid further encounters with you." Wang Lun gazed ahead with a cool demeanor. "Humph. You little rascal, when you grow up, you will surely regret it. I, your sister, am the belle of the school. And those who pursue me could line up all the way to France." Lan Xia teased playfully, thinking to herself that this little boy would undoubtedly struggle to find a girlfriend in the future. Haha, with so many admirers, how is it that none can assist you? Must I, a mere 7-year-old, come to your aid? Are they all utterly useless?" Wang Lun retorted, "You, a typical straight man, possessed not a shred of humor." Lan Xia, yearning to lift Wang Lun and deliver a few playful kisses upon his chubby cheeks as a form of retribution, soon realized that her strength was insufficient even to lift a child. "What do you intend to do? I am merely 7 years old, you infatuated woman." Wang Lun was perplexed by Lan Xia's intentions as he firmly pressed his hand against her face, inadvertently striking her head. "Ouch, that hurts. Why are you so strong?" Lan Xia realized that this child could not be treated as an ordinary one. Aware of this, she thought to herself that she should behave more obediently, for she was still merely a child and should refrain from any mischievous actions. Wang Lun cast a glance at the other person. Lan Xia, noticing this, fell silent and became considerably more obedient throughout the journey. Before long, the two arrived at Lan Xia's residence by taxi. "Is this your dormitory?" Wang Lun gazed at the somewhat chaotic room, feeling a twinge of confusion. "Indeed, I am not fond of residing within the confines of the school, which is why I have rented this room. However, Having just moved in a few days ago, I cannot shake the unsettling sensation that someone is secretly watching me. Yet, I have yet to catch a glimpse of anyone or discover any hidden cameras. Thus I refrain from bathing or sleeping too soundly. Lan Xia appeared somewhat shaken. Then why do you not consider moving out? Wang Lun could not comprehend why one would not choose to depart early in the face of such circumstances. However, having already paid a year's rent, the lease stipulated that if one did not reside there, the rental would not be refunded. Financial constraints rendered the prospect of finding new accommodation unfeasible, and her relations with classmates were rather tenuous. Lan Xia candidly confessed that her striking beauty had drawn unwanted attention. After attending a social gathering organized by her roommate, she caught the eye of her roommate's boyfriend, who insisted on pursuing her. After firmly rejecting his advances, she was dismayed to discover that her roommate had uncovered their chat history, leading the boyfriend to falsely accuse her of seducing him. The roommate, failing to discern right from wrong, sided with her boyfriend, leaving Lan Xia exasperated. Ultimately, it seemed to stem from her financial situation, despite her beauty. The absence of a supportive partner raised questions. Could she truly not attract a wealthy and handsome suitor? Wang Lun inquired without any hesitation, "Master, your knowledge is truly extensive." Lan Xia replied with a hint of sarcasm, "Clearly, you are just a child. How is it that you appear more mature than I?" "Whatever you say," she continued. "This room seems to have witnessed death, though it is not inhabited by any formidable spirits." Wang Lun gazed toward a shadowy figure in the corner, which appeared to be a man. He approached directly. The lecherous figure watched with curiosity as Wang Lun drew near, wondering if the other could perceive him. He reached out a hand, intending to touch the man's head, only to have his arm firmly seized. "I ask, you answer. Disobedience will lead to death." Wang Lun wielded the surging tempest of lightning, eliciting a cry of anguish from the lecherous specter. Lan Xia could only discern a blurred figure ensnared by Wang Lun. The sound emitted was hardly human. The specter nodded, refraining from any reckless actions. "How did you meet your demise? Is it too shameful to recount?" The specter hesitated. It hurts. I shall reveal it. I perished from indulgence." Wang Lun inquired with curiosity, "Did one perish upon a woman's belly?" "No," came the reply. "It was by one's own hand." What more could Wang Lun possibly say? He could merely score a single 6. "How long after death did you become a ghost?" This inquiry holds great significance for Wang Lun. "I do not know. Initially, I was in a state of utter confusion until one day. It felt as though I had inhaled fresh air, granting me a semblance of awareness, though much of my memory remained elusive." The lecherous spirit humbly responded, "It appears that resentment has begun to infiltrate the city, giving rise to feeble specters." Wang Lun pondered to himself. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. Although the specters were feeble, they posed a considerable challenge for ordinary individuals. As a lecherous spirit, why did he confine himself to the shadows? With a stunning beauty gracing the room, should he not boldly approach her? Wang Lun was filled with doubt regarding whether the other party was a lecher. "I dare not. She is a goddess, and I am but a humble admirer, unworthy of her grace. She deserves far better." The lecher responded, his tone imbued with an air of self-importance, as if proclaiming a sacred truth. "Indeed, you are lacking in both humanity and spirit," Lan Xia remarked with a smile, hands on her hips. "You truly are a commendable specter." The lecher, taken aback by the goddess's praise, shed tears that were not truly there. "Thank you for your kind words, my goddess. I shall strive to improve. Then might you vacate my abode? I have been unable to sleep well these past few days. Would that be permissible, dear sir?" Lan Xia observed the presence of a devoted admirer and instinctively entered a mode of taming. "Of course. However, I cannot stray too far from the house at present. May I stand guard at the entrance for you? I promise to never enter your room." The lecher declared with fervor, his eyes brimming with longing. For the chance to watch over the goddess as she came and went was a blissful prospect indeed. Wang Lun clenched his fist tightly, inwardly cursing, "You are a lecher, not a sycophant. Of course, I can count on you for my safety from now on." "Handsome," Lan Xia remarked, casting him a flirtatious glance. "Rest assured, I guarantee that no one, be it human or ghost, shall enter the room without your permission." The lecherous fellow scampered out, standing upright against the wall. Wang Lun gazed in astonishment at the peculiar sight of a person and a spirit, one willing to strike and the other willing to endure. What could he possibly say? Very well, he had not anticipated that this little ghost could be so easily commanded by you. It seems you no longer require my assistance. Wang Lun turned to leave. Lan Xia, seeing this, did not hinder him. This little rascal has finally come to appreciate the formidable allure of his elder. Be careful on your way. Do you need me to escort you home? No need. I can return on my own. What about you? Wang Lun did not finish his words before departing. A lingering sense of unease gnawing at him. Yet, it mattered little. After all, he was merely a passerby. If he perished, so be it. The lecher, observing Wang Lun's retreat, finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have survived. Pretending to be infatuated was an arduous task, nearly causing him to retch. Chapter 70. Weeping Blue Xia in the bathroom. Warm water cascaded over her fair skin, traversing peaks and valleys. Blue Xia hummed a gentle tune, her mood exceedingly pleasant. Capturing a ghostly admirer felt far more rewarding than ensnaring a human one. However, the lights in the bathroom flickered ominously, stirring a sense of foreboding within her. The warm water ceased, and in the darkness, Blue Xia reached for a towel to wipe the droplets from her face, intent on exiting the bath. Yet, a shadow loomed outside the bathroom, causing her to instinctively retreat a few steps. What was happening? Hadn't the lecher promised to ensure her safety? How could someone have entered? The bathroom door swung open abruptly. Surprise! The lecher grinned, his mouth stretching from ear to ear. Ah, don't come any closer, Blue Xia exclaimed, clutching the towel to cover her exposed form. At that moment, she deeply regretted not allowing Wang Lun to eliminate the lecher. She had foolishly believed his deceitful words. Do not hide, goddess. Allow me a closer inspection. Your admirer yearns for your comfort, the lecher chuckled. This cannot be. We are of different realms. Blue Xia attempted to reason with him. And what of it? I have bided my time, refraining from taking action, solely to coalesce my spirit. Otherwise, I would be but a wisp of air, unable to penetrate. He shall return shortly, and if you do not leave now, he will not spare you. The only ally she could envision was Wang Lun. Huh, do not flaunt your power. He has already vacated the vicinity. Once I am satisfied, I shall depart, and finding me will be akin to searching for a needle in the ocean. The lecher was growing impatient. He lifted Blue Xia's smooth form, making his way toward the bedroom. Ah, she screamed, attempting to resist, but the lecher's strength was overwhelming, and she found herself utterly powerless to escape. Was she truly destined to lose herself to this being, not even human? Will you release me afterward? Blue Xia queried, unwilling to perish just yet, if need be. She could endure a compromise. After all, this barrier was but an archaic remnant of feudal oppression against women. What do you say? The lecher replied ambiguously, leaving Blue Xia confounded by his intentions. If you yield to him in such a manner, I shall take it as your consent. Wang Lun activated the room's light, and the space was instantly illuminated. Upon hearing this youthful voice, Lan Xia felt a surge of reassurance. Master, please save me. I shall double your reward, she cried out, fearful that the other party might misinterpret her intentions. The lecherous fiend attempted to abduct the hostage, but was swiftly struck against the wall by Wang Lun's lightning. The more I pondered after my departure, the more I felt something was amiss. I could not believe that such an extraordinary sycophant truly existed in this world, let alone one with such lascivious tendencies. Those who have encountered similar can share their thoughts in the comments. Wang Lun, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, exuded a palpable confidence. In that moment, Lan Xia perceived the young man before her as extraordinarily handsome. As anticipated, he was indeed a lecher. Fully aware that he was no match for her, cognizant of the possibility that she might retaliate, yet he chose not to seize the opportunity to flee. Instead, he resolved to fulfill his desires from his previous life. The lecher's expression darkened, pondering his predicament. What could he truly do? Did he not wish to escape? However, he found himself ensnared within this room, finally encountering a beautiful woman from whom he could siphon vitality to solidify his soul. If he did not accomplish his aspirations from life, he would remain trapped here. Words were futile, just end my life. Very well. Wang Lun, with an admirable disposition, recognized that wasting time on a mere specter was unworthy of his efforts. A swift stroke of lightning sliced through the air, obliterating the ghost's essence. For the first time, Lan Xia directly perceived Wang Lun's formidable power. He was not merely a master, but rather akin to a celestial sage descending from the heavens. Unmindful of her scant attire, she instinctively sought to embrace Wang Lun. However, he gently tapped her forehead, causing her to collapse onto the bed in a sprawling position. After donning her clothing, she urged, "Hurry and procure the items for me while the mall remains open." Wang Lun murmured softly, contemplating how it was utterly impossible for anyone to corrupt his innocent heart at such a tender age of 7. a time when one is most virtuous. Lan Xia gazed at Wang Lun with a hint of melancholy, disregarding her unfinished bath as she simply changed into casual attire. Together, they ventured to the shopping mall. After procuring a Gundam and 2 transformation devices from the armored warriors, the pair returned to their room. Observing the Gundam and transformation devices he had once longed for in his youth, Wang Lun could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Should he ever encounter a world of armored warriors again, he vowed to acquire one for himself. By the way, where are the items I bought for you? Lan Xia inquired, noticing Wang Lun's empty hands with curiosity. I grew tired of them and discarded them, he replied nonchalantly. Wang Lun said lightly, actually, it is within my own space. Humph, my poor 500 yuan, just like that, vanished, lamented Lan Xia. Here, take this. It is 10,000 yuan. Consider it my accommodation fee. Wang Lun produced a thick wad of cash. Do you wish to reside with me? Such a sum is unnecessary. A mere kiss upon your cherubic face would suffice. It would indeed be a pity not to embrace one so adorable, exclaimed Lan Xia with delight. Of course. This is a compensation for my taking the bedroom, while you shall sleep on the sofa. I anticipate staying for about 10 days, after which I shall take my leave. Wang Lun resolved to diligently practice the unconventional techniques imparted to him by Zhang Xianren over the course of 10 days, even if he could not master them. He intended to learn how to counter them. Lan Xia was taken aback by Wang Lun's resolute demeanor. After all, her bed was spacious enough to accommodate both herself and a child comfortably. However, considering the monetary compensation, Lan Xia chose to acquiesce, after all. It was merely 10 days on the sofa. This was a sum of 10,000 yuan, after all. By the way, may I borrow your computer for a while? Wang Lun unceremoniously seized the computer and connected the USB drive. Lan Xia stepped aside, eager to explore its contents. However, after a brief examination, she found herself perplexed. All she could discern were strange incantations and spells. Master, surely these cannot be real? Lan Xia felt a sense of absurdity. Of course. Otherwise, why would I bother to examine it? I am not idle, he retorted. Have you not encountered lecherous spirits before? Soon, other spectral entities will appear, and humanity will face a veritable onslaught of phantoms. Wang Lun articulated the terrifying truth in the most unassuming tone. How could it be that there were no lecherous spirits before? Why are we suddenly confronted with a deluge of apparitions? Lan Xia, being a university student, naturally harbored her doubts. The world has indeed changed. A significant migration of rural populations to urban areas has occurred. You may not have noticed, for they have been settled on the fringes of the cities. Presently, many rural towns have transformed into havens for phantoms. Perhaps in a few days, the government will officially announce this unsettling news. Wang Lun casually elucidated, his gaze fixed upon the computer before him, observing Wang Lun's unwavering confidence. Lan Xia felt a surge of panic. What would she do when the time came? Master, I wish to learn. What steps must I take? It is simple, he replied. Venture forth, then enjoy a restful slumber. Do not disturb me while I peruse my texts. Once I have comprehended the material, I shall impart to you a technique for self-preservation. However, prepare yourself, for this will inevitably deplete your vitality and lifespan. Wang Lun paid little heed to such matters, considering them trivial. In comparison, the government would begin disseminating information, empowering ordinary citizens to confront supernatural entities. Sacrificing a modicum of vitality and lifespan to survive was, after all, an acceptable trade-off. Chapter 71. Official announcement. The following day, upon returning to school, Lan Xia was greeted by solemn expressions on the faces of her peers. Confused, she wondered what could have transpired in just one evening that was unbeknownst to her. Promptly, she accessed the class group chat and discovered alarming news regarding the supernatural. A school-wide assembly was scheduled for that day. After the assembly concluded, Lan Xia remained bewildered. The world had indeed transformed overnight. Fortunately, this was the Dragon Kingdom, where the authorities were diligently working to maintain basic order. Anyone attempting to exploit the chaos would face severe repercussions. The school commenced instruction on strategies to confront supernatural beings. Conventional firearms proved ineffective against these entities. However, researchers uncovered that extreme heat and cold inflicted significant damage. Consequently, liquid nitrogen extinguishers and flamethrowers became standard weaponry for the military in combating such foes. It is undeniable that the ingenuity of the working populace is boundless. Given time, solutions invariably outnumber the problems. Concurrently, some gentler, unconventional methods were also taught. ensuring that even in the absence of suitable weaponry, students could escape when confronted by supernatural beings. Upon returning to her classroom, all lessons were temporarily suspended for 3 consecutive days, during which students learned a spell known as blood from the tongue. By concentrating their vital essence and yang energy at the tip of their tongues, they could expel it when facing supernatural entities. A typical wandering spirit could be vanquished by a single application of this spell from an adult male. However, when confronted with more formidable apparitions, it would merely suffice to repel them. Observing her classmates' nonchalance, Lan Xia dared not let her guard down, having encountered a supernatural being firsthand. Its strength was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Meanwhile, not far away, 2 pairs of vengeful eyes watched her intently. "Humph, why do you still look at her?" One sneered. Yuan. It's not that I harbor hatred towards her. It's her fault for enticing me, almost leading me to commit a principled error. Look at her, so foolish. The city is vast. How could we easily encounter a supernatural being? If we do, we'll just report it. Yang, fixated on Lan Xia, was consumed by lewd thoughts. He had heard she had moved out, and if only he could ascertain her new residence, he could easily overpower her when she was alone. That's more like it. When we encounter a supernatural being, you cannot abandon me, Su Yuan cheerfully replied. That morning, after clearing a township of supernatural entities, Wang Lun arrived at a self-service restaurant, only to find it shuttered. Due to a shortage of supplies, many establishments had closed their doors. Wang Lun gazed at the notice posted outside the shop, comprehending that the authorities had undoubtedly completed the transfer of rural populations into urban areas and commenced the regulation of resource distribution. Upon arriving at a shopping mall, he was astounded to discover that prices had surged 3- to 4-fold overnight, accompanied by purchasing restrictions. Faced with this predicament, Wang Lun was compelled to resort to unusual methods. Stealthily, he made his way to the storage room of the mall, where he seized a substantial quantity of food, leaving over 100,000 in cash behind. Had it not been for the purchasing limits, he would not have found himself in such a convoluted situation. In the afternoon, Lan Xia returned to her rented accommodation. The enticing aroma of food wafting through the room instantly ignited her appetite. With numerous restaurants shuttered outside, finding a place to dine had become a formidable challenge. For students, the situation was somewhat mitigated, as the school provided a cafeteria. However, the variety of dishes had diminished significantly. The monotonous offering of plain white rice paired with stir-fried vegetables and meat was indicative of the stringent control over resource allocation. Given that the meals were prepared in large batches, Lan Xia found herself unable to consume more than a few bites. Upon seeing Lan Xia return, Wang Lun placed the final dish on the table and, disregarding her presence, began to feast heartily. "Master, your culinary creations are exquisite. May I partake as well?" Lan Xia, possessing a modicum of etiquette, felt it inappropriate to simply take a bowl and join without an invitation. "Please, do enjoy." Wang Lun initially believed she had consumed enough at school. Upon noticing this, Lan Xia unceremoniously filled a bowl to the brim with rice. Today's instructor mentioned that the simplest way to replenish the body's vital energy and blood is through nourishment. After the meal, Wang Lun proceeded to employ the technique of breaching the side gate. Upon witnessing this, Lan Xia had no choice but to tidy up the dishes herself. Only after completing this task did she approach Wang Lun. "Master, allow me to inform you of the events that will transpire at our school today." Upon hearing this, Wang Lun perceived the intelligence of the officials. Such rhetoric could extend the endurance of the Dragon Kingdom. Even the Ghost Emperor, when confronted with a multitude of high-explosive munitions, would inevitably sustain considerable damage from thermite projectiles. Yet, the injuries would be but trivial, for the world is saturated with resentment. As long as it is not exterminated in a timely manner, it could effortlessly re-emerge before you within a matter of days. Ghostly entities may retreat thousands of times. Yet how long can human resources endure? This is a narrative destined for failure, unless an extraordinary power emerges to reverse the tide. "Master, may I inquire about the art of spells?" Lan Xia ventured cautiously, no longer perceiving Wang Lun as a mere child. One who could effortlessly eliminate ghostly beings is undoubtedly formidable, especially given her fortuitous encounter with him. Occasionally, I may oblige, depending on my mood. However, for the same inquiry, I shall only respond once. I have a strong aversion to fools. Wang Lun spoke plainly, while Lan Xia felt a surge of joy, understanding that the other party was willing to assist her out of consideration for their shared residence. "Master, I have a question regarding the blood on the tongue. 10 days swiftly passed, and Wang Lun continued to cleanse thousands of wandering souls daily, steadily enhancing his abilities. He had no intention of contacting the authorities, as he likely would not require their assistance. In fact, Wang Lun had grown considerably more acquainted with Zhang Xianren. At Gaoang People's Hospital, Zhang Xianren's legs had fully recovered, and he had even experienced an increase in strength. Xiaoyu, I sincerely thank you for visiting this old man. Thanks to your treasure, I might have lain here for much longer otherwise. Zhang Xianren expressed his heartfelt gratitude. It was but a trivial matter. You have also shared valuable information with me, so I owe you nothing. I came today to pose an important question. As the two exited the hospital, a somber expression crossed Wang Lun's face. Please, Xiaoyu, speak freely. Anything I know, I shall not withhold. It is quite simple. You must be aware that the 6 paths of reincarnation have come to a standstill. Do you know how to restore it? Wang Lun sought to uncover whether Longhu Mountain possessed any means to address the predicament. Alas, he was met with disappointment. Regrettably, we too remain oblivious. Perhaps the ancestral spirits of the underworld might hold the answer, yet the nether realm is now entirely dominated by several ghost emperors, rendering access to it utterly impossible. Most critically, in this age of decline, there are no longer any celestial masters capable of competing with the ghost emperors. Zhang Xianren, feeling somewhat despondent, remarked that the more one learns, the deeper the despair. Ordinary individuals might suggest, can nuclear weapons not resolve these spectral beings? Indeed, they can. The majority of ghostly entities would succumb instantly to the intense heat of a nuclear explosion. However, formidable spirits, such as the ghost emperors, would merely sustain severe injuries. Surviving implies the potential for resurgence. Furthermore, the wandering souls and restless spirits are mere expendables, arising daily from the accumulated grievances. Additionally, nuclear silos are situated in remote areas, far removed from urban centers, making it exceedingly challenging to secure them. Currently, the operational nuclear arsenal has dwindled to less than a third of its original capacity. Chapter 72. The Ghost General surrounds the city. The shrill ring of Zhang Xianren's phone broke the tense atmosphere. Hello, brother. We are in grave trouble. A ghost general has appeared near Gaoyang County, currently rallying a multitude of spectral entities, preparing to assault the county. Zhao Enong, aware of Zhang Xianren's presence in the hospital, felt compelled to call for assistance. I understand. I shall rush over immediately. Zhang Xianren's visage was etched with fatigue. The ghost general was forcing the townsfolk to evacuate, and with the apparition's emergence, Gaoyang County was in dire straits. In former times, when righteousness flourished, a ghost general would have been of little consequence. Yet now, as humanity wanes and the realm of spirits thrives, it is exceedingly arduous to vanquish a ghost general empowered by accumulated grievances, along with its legion of spectral minions. Wang Lun chuckled. How fortuitous this is. Old Zhang, take me along. I am eager to witness what makes this ghostly handsome so extraordinary. Are you capable? You have only recently begun to practice esoteric arts. Zhang Xianren clearly doubted Wang Lun's combat prowess. With a light huff, golden light enveloped Wang Lun, and electricity surged through his hands. Do you perceive me as weak? Zhang Xianren gazed at Wang Lun in disbelief. Could this be the golden light spell and thunder technique? The familiar sensation could not be mistaken, albeit distinct from that of Long Hushan. The source of this spell's power stemmed not from spiritual energy, but from the vitality and unique strength inherent in humanity. Young friend, might you be a celestial being descended from the heavens? Even the current Tianshi of Long Hushan would struggle to sustain the golden light spell. Zhang Xianren felt he had stumbled upon a treasure. This golden light spell differs from that of Long Hushan. It is a martial manifestation rather than a Taoist incantation. And while its potency against spectral entities may be somewhat diminished, it remains formidable. Wang Lun elucidated. My young friend, I have faith in your abilities. Come with me. Zhang Xianren, intrigued by Wang Lun's prowess, sensed a formidable spirit residing within this youthful form. Thus, he refrained from probing further into Wang Lun's true identity. In Gaoyang County, Zhang Xianren was evidently a notable figure, and soon a vehicle arrived to transport the two. The driver, observing the young Wang Lun, pondered why such a perilous undertaking would involve a child. Yet, being an ordinary man, he could only suppress his curiosities. With the advent of strict oil regulations, a plethora of vehicles found themselves devoid of fuel, resulting in a significant reduction of traffic on the roads. The duo swiftly approached the location of the Ghost Commander's incursion. Beneath the sun, a distant cloud of dark smoke loomed ominously. The chilling sounds of anguished howls echoed. Distinct from the spectral entities born of human demise, these were creatures birthed from resentment, devoid of reason, solely fixated on the living, humans and animals alike. With perhaps only insects and bacteria spared, the Ghost Commander remained inactive, for the sun and the presence of humanity as vitality deterred the ghostly beings from drawing near. Since the advent of modernity, city walls had been dismantled, leaving many urban areas exposed. Consequently, despite Gaoyang County amassing an army of 30,000, repelling the advance of these entities proved exceedingly challenging. Within the frontline command center, Gaoyang County's governor, Chai Xian, wore a troubled expression at merely 40 years of age. Half of his hair had turned gray. As the bastion against the spectral threat, his admission of fear was unvarnished. The only solace he found lay in the knowledge that his wife and children had been relocated to the heart of Sanyang City, rendering even his potential demise here somewhat worthwhile. A knock echoed. "Report, Master Zhang has arrived." The urgency in the tone sparked a flicker of hope within Chai Xian. Such extraordinary talents were scarce in Gaoyang, and among them, Zhang Xianren, a disciple of Longhu Mountain, stood out as exceptional. Perhaps he held the key to overcoming this dire predicament. Zhao Anong also felt reassured, for Zhang Xianren was not merely a disciple, but also of the esteemed Zhang lineage. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Longhu Mountain was synonymous with the Zhang family legacy. "Thank you for your patience, my apologies for the delay." Zhang Xianren greeted as he entered the room, clasping his hands in respect. The assembly nodded in acknowledgement. Though curiosity lingered regarding his decision to bring a child to such a perilous locale, directly confronting the threat of specters. However, none dared to voice their inquiries. Observing the silence, Chai Xian finally ventured, "Master Zhang, who is this?" "This is Master Wang. Do not be deceived by his youth. His prowess rivals my own. Perhaps even surpasses it." Zhang candidly admitted that he had indeed underestimated Wang Lun's prowess. However, this statement left others somewhat incredulous. After all, he was barely 10 years old. Even if one were to begin cultivating from the womb, how much genuine skill could one possibly possess? Wang Lun, perceiving the skepticism in their eyes, felt no need for further words. Only overwhelming strength could earn their belief. With a surge of power, he unleashed a bolt of lightning that effortlessly pierced through a wall 5 centimeters thick. "Now, I ask you, how many among you dare to contend with me?" Wang Lun leaped onto the table, his hands tucked into his pockets as he surveyed the crowd. Expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of those present. This was indeed the prowess of a child, rather than that of an ancient being rejuvenated. Chai Xian's eyes sparkled with hope. For this unexpected master might possess the capability to alleviate the crisis brought forth by the Ghost Commander. "Master Wang, your arrival is most timely," Chai Xian exclaimed as he promptly grasped Wang Lun's small hand, contemplating the necessity of winning him over, first to address the imminent peril, then to consider other matters. "Appearance is inconsequential. True skill is the ultimate truth. Haha. Vanquishing the Ghost Commander is a simple task. The real challenge lies in how many of the wandering souls can you withstand as they surge towards the county?" Wang Lun confidently asserted that his intellect and physical prowess had surpassed 2,000, more than sufficient to confront the Ghost Commander. "Master, can you truly vanquish the Ghost Commander?" Chai Xian exclaimed with excitement. "We can handle the lonely souls and wild spirits, but we fear the Ghost Commander's overwhelming strength might breach our defenses." The others remained skeptical. Although the recent display of power was formidable, the opponent was nearly on par with the Ghost Commander. If he could not be slain, he would merely regenerate through his resentment. However, human sorcery possesses its limits and cannot be compared to that of spectral entities. This is only natural, otherwise, why would I be here? Wang Lun retorted, not merely wishing to observe humanity's means of resisting specters, but also eager to witness the number of extraordinary individuals present. "Very well. I am uncertain of what the master requires, yet anything that is available in Gaoyang will certainly be provided to you." With a grand gesture, Chai Xian proclaimed that as long as it could resolve the Spectre Commander issue, anything was negotiable. What does Wang Lun require? Strictly speaking, he needs nothing. However, since the other party has made a request, it would be impolite not to ask for something. "I would like provisions sufficient for 10 individuals for a month." Wang Lun's provisions were nearly depleted, and the small yellow fish had become ineffective. Resources were under stringent control. Even though sustenance could be derived from the Lingyu, it would deprive one of the exquisite culinary experiences. Chai Xian could not comprehend why the other party proposed such a simple condition. He chose to regard it as the master's selfless assistance. If Gaoyang were to fall, Retaining an abundance of supplies would be futile. Chapter 73. The Slaying of the Ghost Commander. What do you require us to do? Chai Xian inquired, harboring doubts about Wang Lun's ability to plunge into the ghost tide alone and vanquish the Ghost King single-handedly. You merely need to restrain the other malevolent spirits for me. Wang Lun spoke in a deep voice, indicating that there was a ghost commander in this particular direction, while the other directions were occupied by ghost generals, all of which required human intervention to address. Naturally, no one else would refuse, as everyone was relying on their previous resources, such as talismans and precious artifacts, to vanquish the malevolent spirits. However, excessive use without replenishment and maintenance would ultimately lead to depletion and obsolescence. Wang Lun possesses considerable strength. Perhaps he could be tasked with gauging the prowess of the Ghost Commander. Very well, let Master Zhao and Master Zhang assist you from the sidelines, while the others proceed to different battlefields to fend off the ghostly entities. Chai Xian proposed, knowing that the three were acquainted and could trust one another. Wang Lun nodded, signifying his agreement. It was precisely 12 o'clock noon. Once the battle plan was established, the command room was instantly vacated. Everyone hurried to their designated posts. Zhang Xianren trailed behind Wang Lun, hesitating to speak. Wang Lun observed the situation and decided to go along with it, expressing his thoughts freely or choosing to remain silent as he pleased. Meanwhile, the Ghost Commander was hosting a lavish banquet in the courtyard of a wealthy household in the small town. Bound by ropes at the four corners of the table, a naked man was helplessly crying out in distress. Surrounding him were ravenous spirits, drooling with anticipation, yet they dared not act, for the Ghost Commander had yet to touch his meal. Seated at the head of the table, the Ghost Commander produced a barrel filled with aromatic pepper and salt, minced garlic, steaming rapeseed oil, and vinegar, all of which he poured into a bowl. After a brief stir, he lifted the bowl, the essence of souls, and poured it over the man. Scalded, he screamed in agony, twisting his body in a desperate attempt to escape. Gentlemen, let us feast. This is merely an appetizer. Tonight, we shall indulge to our heart's content. The Ghost Commander bellowed, extending his hands toward the man, poised to disembowel him. The other spirits eagerly awaited their turn, knowing that once the Ghost Commander took his first bite, they could begin. It seemed I had arrived at an inopportune moment, disturbing the elegance of your dining experience. Wang Lun stood atop the wall, calling out loudly. The other spirits, astonished to discover the presence of a human among them, had failed to notice his arrival. Save me. My father is the wealthiest man in Sanyang. If you rescue me, I can offer you beauty and riches. The man cried, his body seared by hot oil, causing him great pain. The ghostly commander turned to Wang Lun, sensing the robust vitality emanating from him. If he could consume this individual, he believed it would elevate him to the rank of Ghost King. No, your arrival is most opportune. My stomach is empty, he declared, his form inflating from that of an ordinary man to a towering height of over 10 meters. With a gaping maw, he devoured Wang Lun's frail body in one swift motion. Burp. How delightful, the Ghost Commander exclaimed with satisfaction. The man had anticipated salvation, only to find his rescuer lacking. Ah no, he cried. The other malevolent spirits, witnessing this, could no longer restrain themselves and proceeded to eviscerate the man, mingling his essence with their own and consuming his flesh. Yet, the Ghost Commander suddenly felt an unsettling sensation in his belly, a twinge of pain. Had he perhaps ingested something foul? It seemed as if the child within him was stirring. Inside the ghost's belly, Wang Lun beheld the tormented souls of humans, trapped and enduring endless suffering within the confines of the Ghost Commander's form. Not far away, Zhao Anong and Zhang Xianren watched in despair as Wang Lun was effortlessly consumed. They had believed he could vanquish the Ghost Commander, yet here he was, swiftly defeated. Brother, what shall we do? Zhao Anong was at a loss, knowing they were ill-equipped to confront the Ghost Commander. I believe he will not perish so easily. Let us strike together. Zhang Xianren expressed his unwavering faith in Wang Lun, convinced that the enhanced golden light charm and thunder technique were not mere trifles. Encouraged by his brother's words, Zhao Anong hesitated no longer, drawing a peachwood sword and charging at the Ghost Commander. Huh, what a feast of offerings today. I shall indulge, the Ghost Commander exclaimed, extending his massive hands to seize the two. As they sensed his formidable power, their faces paled. Could they truly defeat such an adversary? The ghost's hands disregarded their peachwood swords and spells, capturing them tightly, preparing to shove them into his maw. Meanwhile, within the Ghost Commander's belly, Wang Lun was enveloped in golden light, channeling the 5 young thunder. In an instant, it erupted forth. A thunderous clap echoed. The courtyard, previously shrouded in darkness, was suddenly illuminated by a brilliant burst of sunlight. The Ghost Commander's body shattered into countless fragments, his head rolling to the ground, still attempting to absorb resentment to mend his form. However, a small foot descended, crushing him into dust, leaving nothing but smoke in its wake. Wang Lun did not cease his efforts. A multitude of spectral entities were annihilated, reduced to ash, yet a significant number managed to evade destruction. With unparalleled agility, he unleashed bolts of lightning as if they were without cost, dispersing them in every direction. Each strike of lightning was capable of vanquishing one, or even 2 or 3 restless souls. On the ground, Zhao Anong and Zhang Xianren gazed in astonishment at the formidable prowess displayed by Wang Lun, their minds reeling. Could it be that the King of Thunder had descended upon them? Was this not akin to the legendary celestial master of yore? Wang Lun effortlessly dealt with the Spectre Commander, yet the situation elsewhere was far from optimistic. A peculiar individual, guarded by their own corporeal form, had their head soar forth, viciously tearing a minor spectre into fragments. Observing the smooth incision upon their necks, a sense of dread instinctively arose within the onlookers. A ghost general, upon sighting the airborne head, was instantly intrigued. The spectral energy transformed into a colossal hammer, relentlessly pursuing the disembodied head to deliver a crushing blow. The head, realizing the malevolent Spectre General was in hot pursuit, hastily turned to flee. It was one thing to bully minor specters, but this general was not a foe to be trifled with. You shall not escape, the general bellowed. Your head brims with vitality and energy. Allow me to consume it. With determined strides, the ghost general lunged forward, grasping the flying head in a single hand, intent on devouring it whole. Witnessing this, the others swiftly employed laser weaponry, aiming at the ghost general. In an instant, the general's arm was shattered, allowing the head to hastily retreat towards its body. Fearful of being captured again, it dared not glance back. Enraged at the sight of its meal escaping, the ghost general commanded the remaining specters to charge at the human forces. The soldiers, witnessing this, promptly fortified their positions. The front line raised liquid nitrogen extinguishers, and as the specters approached within 10 meters, they unleashed the extinguishers. The liquefied nitrogen, upon vaporization, rapidly absorbed the immense heat from the ghostly forms. Unable to withstand such low temperatures, the specters' ethereal bodies solidified in the air, plummeting to the ground as ashes. Once the first row of liquid nitrogen extinguishers was exhausted, the front line retreated to replenish their ammunition while those behind continued to hold the line. The ghost general, taken aback by the humans' actions, soon dismissed it with a mocking laugh. Your human formations are not as impenetrable as you believe. Even if only a fraction of the specters infiltrate the city, it will lead to catastrophic losses. Chapter 74. The specters enter the city. Wang Lun had successfully eliminated a significant portion of the spectral entities in the domain of the Phantom Commander, causing Chai Xian, who was present in the command center, to leap with joy at the sight. However, his elation was short-lived. Commander, we face a grave situation, he reported. The other positions have been breached by the enemy generals, and some of the spectral beings have infiltrated the city. The news from the battlefield left Chai Xian momentarily unsteady. Ordinary citizens were ill-equipped to confront such spectral assaults. Quickly, drive to retrieve Master Wang and his team. They must address the enemy generals while our soldiers engage in expelling the spectral entities that have entered the city. At the same time, broadcast this message to the city to encourage citizens to gather. Their collective strength may help to subdue the spectral forces. Additionally, mobilize the extraordinary individuals within the city. Those who vanquish the spectral beings will be rewarded by the authorities. Lastly, I request assistance from Sanyang City, hoping that this time, the casualties among ordinary people will be minimized. Chai Xian issued his commands with a calm demeanor, fervently hoping that the populace could endure until reinforcements arrived. Wang Lun had not anticipated the dire circumstances that would unfold, hastening towards other locations in the vehicle. In the city, following the broadcast announcement, panic ensued among the populace. Just moments ago, they had been practicing esoteric spells, but now, without warning, the broadcast declared that malevolent spirits had invaded the city. How could such a revelation be accepted? In a desperate bid for survival, the citizens hastened towards the city center, hoping that their numbers would be sufficient to repel the vengeful apparitions. The schools, located at the periphery, bore the brunt of the assault from these entities. Upon hearing the broadcast, Lan Xia resolved to return home, staying close to Wang Lun. However, numerous restless spirits manifested within the school. Hanged ghosts, water spirits, and starving phantoms, drawn by the vitality of the students, drifted into the premises, yet they hesitated to strike. The collective life force of over 5,000 students instilled fear in them, compelling them to wait for additional spirits to gather before launching an attack. In response, the individuals within the school quickly congregated, too fearful to disperse. Lan Xia was unwilling to await her demise in this place. If the number of spirits continued to swell, they would undoubtedly succumb to their hunger for chaos. At that point, the thousands present would be nothing more than fodder for the apparitions. Lan Xia's uncharacteristic departure prompted her classmates to voice their concerns. Xia, where are you going? There are so many spirits outside. Do you wish to perish? Be careful not to be devoured. Su Yuan, still harboring resentment towards Lan Xia, issued a direct warning, secretly hoping that her words would provoke Xia into leaving. Where I go is of no concern to you. If you wish to remain here, then stay. Lan Xia was reluctant to squander her time on them. Grabbing her bag, she left the classroom without hesitation. The others, witnessing her resolve, ceased their attempts at persuasion. After all, if she wished to leave, so be it. Little did they know that the malevolent spirits surrounding the school were relatively few at that moment, and with a bit of evasion, one could safely exit. However, it seemed that fortune was not on Lan Xia's side. Just as she vaulted over the school wall, a long-tongued ghost fixated on her. Its tongue, initially a mere few centimeters, instantaneously elongated to several meters, aiming to ensnare her and consume her whole. From her pocket, Lan Xia produced a cowbone and spat a drop of blood onto it, driving the long tongue of the ghost into the ground. The long-tongued ghost was taken aback. This human dared to resist. It extended its arms toward her, yet Lan Xia remained unfazed. From her bag, she retrieved a cleaver, anointed it with black dog's blood, and struck decisively at the ghost's head. The long-tongued ghost was cleaved in two, disintegrating into ash. Seeing this, Lan Xia gently patted her heaving chest, despite her fluid movements. They were the result of relentless training. In this era of spirits, one could rely solely on their own strength. After she returned the cleaver to her bag, she hurried towards her rented accommodation. However, upon her return, she discovered that Wang Lun was nowhere to be found. This was dire. Without the master, what was she to do? After a brief moment of disorientation, Lan Xia resolved to head towards the city center, the last stronghold of the spirits. Perhaps she might encounter her master there. As for leaving Gaoyang County, aside from the privileged few, ordinary people were virtually trapped. The spirits on the roads would shred them to pieces. To Lan Xia's surprise, she found numerous others sharing her intent. A throng of ordinary folk appeared along the road to the city center, banding together for warmth. To the east of Gaoyang County, a burning ghost was overpowering three extraordinary individuals. The spells they cast could only momentarily suppress the ghost. They were utterly incapable of vanquishing it. Haha. Is this all you humans can muster? It doesn't even hurt. The burning ghost cackled, raising a hand to unleash a torrent of flames upon the three. They could only dodge in desperation. This ghost is bolstered by resentment. It's nearly impossible to kill. If it were before, I would have slain it a dozen times over. Zhuge Cheng lamented, yet he had no choice but to defend himself. Earth River Cart. The burning ghost laughed heartily. You sorcerers, bereft of the support of heaven and earth, how can you possibly contend with me now? How long can the magic within you hold out? While I possess boundless power. So what? Your ghost commander has already been slain. As long as we can endure, your demise shall follow. Zhuge Yang cast a spell to disrupt the actions of the burning ghost. Yet, the burning ghost completely disregarded their spells, absorbing their attacks without flinching. It's futile. Utterly futile. No matter how many times you try, it's of no use. The formidable power of the ghost commander is beyond your imagination. Do not attempt to deceive me. The fiery ghost bellowed, wildly swinging the great blade in his grasp, intent on slaying the three individuals before him. As descendants of the Zhuge family, well versed in the arcane arts, they were unable to vanquish the fiery ghost, but could nonetheless conjure a formation to ensnare him. Yet, how long could their accumulated magical energy endure? Like a rootless weed, they were destined to be engulfed by the raging sea. Do you truly believe we would deceive you? Consider this. If you were capable of breaching the defensive line, why has the ghostly army led by the commander yet to invade the city? You can sense it, can't you? The aura of the ghost commander has long since dissipated. Zhuge Cheng incessantly reminded, hoping to diminish the fiery ghost's fighting spirit, suggesting that retreat would be prudent. This would allow them to better support the city, Otherwise, they could not fathom how many lives might be lost to the ghostly entities. The fiery ghost fell silent, acutely aware of the ghost commander's might. It was evident that this small town could not withstand him. But why had the commander not yet breached the city? If so, then withdraw your formation and allow me to leave. The fiery ghost had no desire to linger here. Though they were frenzied and craved flesh, they too feared death. The three exchanged glances and resolved to let him depart, for they could not ensure that Wang Lun would be the first to provide assistance. "Oh, you wish to leave? Alas, it is too late." Upon hearing this youthful voice, the three felt a surge of certainty. Chapter 75. The heart of the ghost is poisonous. The fiery ghost regarded the approaching child and two elders, directing his gaze towards Zhang Xianren, who appeared to possess the greatest strength. How could one of your caliber possibly hope to slay the ghost commander? The fiery ghost found it hard to believe that Zhang Xianren's power could rival his own. He sensed that their abilities were, at best, comparable. Wang Lun let out a helpless sigh, realizing that his short stature often led others to overlook him. However, this did not concern him much, as he had no desire to be the center of attention. Yang Wulei, Wang Lun swiftly employed his lightness skill, rapidly arriving behind the burning ghost, and struck him with the lightning in his hand. Instantly, the burning ghost convulsed violently, and his still burning body was extinguished in an instant. His head turned 180 degrees to gaze at Wang Lun. "You are stronger than I, yet you resort to ambush," exclaimed the burning ghost. No sooner had he uttered these words than his body shattered like glass upon impact with the ground, transforming into a cloud of dust. Wang Lun clapped his hands and addressed the group. Next destination. He paid no heed to the words of the burned ghost, for he could swiftly resolve battles. Was he to engage in combat for an entire day? Moreover, you are merely a minor adversary. The Zhuge brothers experienced a profound realization of Wang Lun's formidable power for the first time, their gazes unable to meet his. They thought to themselves, could he possibly be the reincarnation of the ancestral master of Longhu Mountain? Otherwise, how could his mastery of thunderous magic be so formidable? Especially the protective golden light, which was undeniably a hallmark of Longhu Mountain. Zhang Xianren met the trio's eyes and discerned their thoughts. Quickly, tell me, is he your ancestral master? He inquired. I too would wish that were the case, but alas, he is not. Observing Zhang Xianren shaking his head in silence, the Zhuge brothers found it hard to believe. Yet they did not linger on the matter. What was paramount was to hasten their support to the city. Otherwise, the death of numerous innocent civilians would be a grave misfortune. With the ghostly commanders and generals from the east and north dispatched, only the ghostly generals from the west and south remained. Wang Lun returned to the vehicle, and the driver immediately sped towards the next location. Meanwhile, a multitude of malevolent spirits had gathered at the school entrance, yet reinforcements were nowhere in sight. The students, gazing at the predatory apparitions, could not deny the fear that gripped their hearts. Xiao Xiao, are you not the son of the army's commander? Hurry and have your father dispatch troops to rescue us, pleaded Du Mei, one of the school's three esteemed beauties, as she nestled in Xiao Shang's embrace. He gently stroked her head, shaking his head in response. A significant portion of the military has already been deployed to combat the spirits. There are no extra forces available to assist the school. If only we had chosen to leave Gaoyang for Sanyang City earlier. I'm sorry, Xiao Xiao. It's my fault. Had I not insisted on staying here, you wouldn't be in peril, Du Mei lamented, her heart heavy with regret. However, leaving would mean her parents would be left behind, unable to escape. The current situation was unbearable for her. Du Mei, before we meet our end, could you grant me a small wish? Xiao Shang asked, fully aware that the number of malevolent spirits would only increase, and hope for reinforcements was dwindling. Xiao Xiao, speak your desire. I shall do whatever is within my power. Truly, I wish for you to experience bliss before our demise, Xiao Shang replied with a bittersweet smile. Very well, I promise you, she affirmed. In the astonished gaze of those around them, the two shared a passionate kiss. Consequently, many couples began their final revelry, as those who had previously hesitated to confess their feelings now found the courage to express their hearts. Others, driven by desire, forcefully joined in the fervor. 2 hours later, Wang Lun vanquished the remaining 3 ghost generals. The onslaught of spirits was momentarily subdued. However, the malevolent entities roaming the city remained unvanquished. Wang Lun suddenly recalled that he had a friend at school, and he wondered how she was faring. Having taught her so many magical arts, she surely should be able to survive. If she were to perish, it would only indicate that she met her end justly. Upon arriving at the school, Wang Lun found the military engaged in the eradication of malevolent spirits. Wang Lun unleashed a torrent of electric nets upon a multitude of spectral entities. And with the crackling sound of thunder, the apparitions were utterly vanquished. However, upon entering the school, he was astounded to discover that many had not perished at the hands of these phantoms. Instead, they had fallen victim to their own kind. In the classroom, lifeless bodies lay strewn about, blood pooling on the floor, while some individuals cowered in the corners, trembling in fear. Relying on their learned incantations to fend off the malevolent spirits and preserve their own lives, Wang Lun shook his head, pondering how, even in his final moments, he was still governed by his lower desires. Rather than contemplating survival, he was preoccupied with such pursuits. It was no wonder he met his demise at the hands of malevolent spirits. One might argue that indulging in such pleasures before death carries some worth. But if that is your perspective, then there is little I can do to change it. Wang Lun was unaware of Lan Xia's classroom. After all, the university was vast, with numerous classrooms. He took out his phone and noticed that the signal had been restored. He promptly made a call. At that moment, Lan Xia was not hiding behind any men. The city center had gathered at least 30,000 people. It was exceedingly crowded, and any sudden event could easily lead to a stampede, making escape nearly impossible. What left Lan Xia feeling helpless was not being killed by a supernatural entity, but rather being targeted by humans. As she observed 4 or 5 men wielding knives in front of her, Lan Xia tightened her grip on the cleaver she held. "Little girl, we truly mean you no harm. Please lower the weapon," one of them implored. "If you have no ill intentions, why block my path?" Lan Xia understood their intentions all too well. They were nothing but a group of lecherous men drawn to her beauty. "Brother, do you think 5 of us can overpower one girl?" One man approached, skeptical that a young girl would dare wield a knife. With supernatural beings invading the city, they knew they stood no chance against them. Since death was inevitable, why not indulge beforehand? Such exquisite beauty was a rare opportunity in their lives. Seeing their intentions, Lan Xia refrained from screaming and instead scanned her surroundings. Being merely a woman, she could not match their strength and knew she must avoid a direct confrontation. As the men assumed her silence indicated fear, they reached out to seize her. In that moment of carelessness, Lan Xia swiftly slashed her cleaver towards one man's throat. The sharp blade slicing through with ease, blood gushing forth. Without hesitation, she leapt out of the window, grateful that she had not chosen a higher building, lest she be trapped. The others immediately rushed to assess their injured companion, while 2 continued to pursue Lan Xia. "Second brother, you want to survive this. I'm sorry," one of them said, shaking his head in disbelief at her ruthlessness. With only 2 pursuing her, Lan Xia felt a wave of relief. At least she could manage to confront 2 at once. The school had only taught them to fend off supernatural beings with verbal incantations, but she had learned some techniques from Wang Lun that were specifically effective against humans. Chapter 76. The inspiration from the demonic beings. As Lan Xia prepared to ambush one man, their heads suddenly exploded, blood splattering everywhere. "Your magical talent is impressive. Would you care to join me and become one of the demonic beings?" A calm male voice resonated from behind her. Turning to look, she saw a middle-aged man dressed in a black Zhongshan suit smiling at her, accompanied by a dozen young men and women. However, they appeared eerily sinister, their aura reminiscent of the supernatural entities. "Who are you? What do you mean by demonic beings?" Lan Xia harbored a certain skepticism towards those who appeared abruptly, particularly when they bore the aura of spectral entities. Sima Long smiled and stated, "We are the harbingers of a new era. The ghostly beings represent the evolutionary trajectory of humanity's future, possessing power akin to that of these spirits, yet retaining one's rationality, is a testament to their readiness to embrace this new age." Observing the others, who demonstrated their prowess by manipulating flames and streams of water, Lan Xia felt a pang of envy. Most importantly, they could continuously draw upon the resentment of the heavens and the earth for sustenance, unlike herself, who found replenishing her vitality a cumbersome endeavor after its use. After a moment of contemplation, Lan Xia felt a stirring within her. Relying on others was not a sustainable path, and the only means of ensuring her survival lay in her own formidable strength. Just as she prepared to acquiesce, her phone rang with a sharp chime from her pocket. "Master, I am still alive. In the city center, the spectral entities are about to be dealt with?" "Very well." She ended the call, relieved to hear from Wang Lun that the specters outside had been repelled, and the military was now securing the city center to eradicate any remaining threats. A sense of calm washed over her. Turning to the enigmatic man, she expressed her apologies. I am sorry, but I do not intend to become one of the ghostly beings. Sima Long was taken aback by Lan Xia's rejection. Having witnessed the ease with which spectral entities could annihilate humans, he assumed that most would prefer to escape death by embracing the formidable power of the ghostly form. Others, feeling disgruntled by her stance, were poised to teach her a lesson about the strength of ghostly beings. However, Sima Long raised a hand to halt them. It is of no consequence. Everyone has their own aspirations. I hope you do not come to regret today's decision. Today, Sima Long seized the opportunity presented by the invasion of malevolent spirits into the city, amassing a significant number of humans and resources in preparation to establish his own stronghold. Observing their departure, Lan Xia felt a twinge of uncertainty. However, she was acutely aware that humanity possesses an intrinsic strength, not limited to those transformed into specters. Soon, with the intervention of military forces and extraordinary individuals, the majority of the invading spirits were eradicated. Only a scant few managed to conceal themselves, resembling solitary vessels ensnared in a mire devoid of human presence. Within a mere 7 to 8 days, they would inevitably weaken due to the absence of resentment to sustain their power, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. The recent incursion of spirits into the city unveiled myriad issues for the authorities. Notably, the general populace remained largely oblivious to the true horror of these entities and lacked the necessary mental preparation. Many individuals sought to indulge in revelry at the last moment rather than engage in a desperate struggle for survival. The Dragon Kingdom had, after all, been devoid of warfare for far too long, leading to a collective amnesia regarding the valor of their ancestors, who preferred to fight to the last breath rather than surrender. Nevertheless, Wang Lun held faith that the experiences endured would catalyze a transformation in the populace's mindset. Meanwhile, the officials of Gaoyang found themselves in a state of disarray. While they defended against external threats, their homeland had been plundered. A clandestine organization of specters had absconded with 1/10 of their resources and nearly 1/5 of their population, taking with them at least 30 to 40,000 able-bodied young men. In response to the criminal actions of certain individuals, they debated whether to impose severe or lenient penalties. However, they soon received directives from higher authorities. Regardless of the number of offenders, swift trials and harsh punishments were mandated, intended to set a precedent for others. Although these sentences would not be capital, the culprits would be stationed on the front lines against the spirits, destined to expend their final energies in defense. Upon hearing this news, Wang Lun felt that the Dragon Country truly deserves its 5,000 years of history. In times of turmoil, strict measures are essential. When crimes go unpunished, they will not be quelled. Wang Lun swiftly located Lan Xia, for he would certainly check on the well-being of a mere kitten, let alone that of a human being. To his astonishment, however, he discovered that Lan Xia had managed to vanquish 3 formidable men. You are quite impressive. It appears you have been diligently honing your skills these past few days, Wang Lun remarked. Upon seeing him, Lan Xia finally relaxed her guard. With a joyful smile gracing her face in response to his commendation, she replied, "Of course, master. Just moments ago, I declined the invitation of a specter for your sake. Do you possess any methods to enhance human strength?" Specter? Wang Lun contemplated the notion of sealing a spirit within oneself, coexisting with it. A rather ingenious method, indeed. However, with the continuous utilization of the spirit's power, humanity would inevitably begin to undergo a transformation into malevolent beings. The resentment would permeate through the human form, subtly influencing both body and mind, destined to metamorphose humanity into vengeful spirits. Although this transformation is feasible, it is a process that demands considerable time. In truth, becoming a spirit human is the swiftest means of acquiring power that I have encountered. By merely sealing a spirit within oneself, one can harness its strength. Yet, there are drawbacks. An ordinary individual can only accommodate minor spirits, and to enhance one's power, it is imperative not only to elevate the spirit's rank, but also to fortify one's own capabilities. In essence, spirits can merely be regarded as a source of energy, compensating for the deficiencies in the magical prowess of contemporary practitioners. Following Wang Lun's elucidation, Lan Xia comprehended that true strength lies in one's own abilities. Master, will you possess the capability to seal spirits, akin to the spirit-human organization? Lan Xia mused, sensing that Wang Lun might indeed possess such an ability. I shall return and endeavor to test this theory. Wang Lun, upon receiving a reminder, found himself intrigued. After observing the extraordinary abilities of the remarkable individuals in this world, he realized that although they possessed numerous techniques, they were ultimately futile against spectral entities unless they could inflict severe harm or slay them. The notion of harnessing the power of spirits is indeed a promising concept, as it allows human and spectral warriors to commence on equal footing. The sole concern lies in the potential calamity that would ensue should a human warrior succumb to the malevolent transformation into a vengeful spirit, a disaster that would undoubtedly rival the threat posed by the spectral beings themselves. By nightfall, the officials of Gaoyang County had finally quelled the disturbances instigated by the spectral entities. Meanwhile, Wang Lun took out a piece of ghostly jade, beginning to manipulate it. Through experimentation, he discovered that the malevolent spirits within the jade were entirely under his control. Most crucially, he realized that he could utilize the jade to transform the spirit's resentment into other forms of energy, such as spiritual essence. Although this transformation incurred a 30% loss of energy, it was merely a minor inconvenience. What mattered was that Wang Lun finally grasped how to alleviate the seemingly endless resentment permeating the world. By vanquishing spectral entities, crafting ghostly jade, and transmuting resentment, he was confident that one day, the vast sea of resentment would ultimately be exhausted. Just as the world was once filled with spiritual essence before the onset of the Age of Decline. Chapter 77. The Assignment in Sanyang City Lanxia. Come here and give it a try. Wang Lun wished to ascertain whether others could harness the energy emanating from the ghostly jade. Without a moment's hesitation, Lanxia accepted the jade and immediately felt a gentle energy radiating from it, invigorating her body immensely. Master, what is this? It feels so delightful to touch. This is ghostly jade, capable of transforming resentment into spiritual energy, enabling you to cultivate the righteous path. Even those on the fringe can utilize it to substitute for the consumption of vitality. At this point, Wang Lun reflected on his own lack of proficiency in the true arts of this world. In essence, as long as he held on to this piece of ghostly jade, he could continuously absorb spiritual energy to unleash spells. This was far superior to the ghostly beings, as it would prevent him from becoming something neither human nor ghost. Lanxia appeared quite elated, reaffirming her decision to decline the other party's invitation. Indeed, but I too lack mastery of the orthodox spells of the Xian men, so I cannot teach you for the time being. I must seek out Zhang Xianren. Just as Wang Lun contemplated visiting Zhang Xianren, a call from him arrived. Young friend, are you free this evening? The governor is hosting a banquet for everyone, and we hope you can attend. Of course, I would like to inquire about a few matters with you, Elder Zhang. Wang Lun, of course, encountered no difficulties. Shortly thereafter, an Audi gracefully entered the residential complex. The onlookers were utterly perplexed, pondering whether there existed some influential figure within the community. It is worth noting that gasoline has now become a strategic commodity, and without substantial means, one cannot procure it. In this era, where supernatural entities roam freely and the oceans have become particularly afflicted, the oil trade has long ceased to function. Relying solely on the existing oil reserves of Long Country, one could hardly sustain themselves for more than a few months. Wang Lun did not bring Lanxia with him, deeming it inappropriate. He allowed her to ponder the incantations of the ghost jade at her own pace. In less than 20 minutes, Wang Lun arrived at a splendidly opulent tavern. However, apart from the area in use, most of the establishment was shrouded in darkness. In the grand hall, others had already gathered, yet the banquet had not commenced. They were instead awaiting Wang Lun's arrival. Had it not been for his intervention today, Gaoyang County would undoubtedly have succumbed to the onslaught of the ghostly tide. The three Zhuge brothers sat beside Zhang Xianren, probing for news about Wang Lun. Old Zhang, is it true that Master Wang is not a reincarnation of your ancestor? That golden light spell and thunder technique are indeed the signature skills of your Longhu Mountain. Zhuge Cheng looked skeptical. Zhang Xianren sighed. It is truly not the case. If it were, I would have already enshrined him. Nearby, Zhao Anong listened intently, feeling somewhat disappointed upon hearing the same familiar answer. Others were equally curious about Wang Lun's background. At just 7 years of age, he effortlessly vanquished a ghost general, while they themselves were likely still engaged in childish games at that age. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense as everyone sensed an approach from outside. Yet, when the grand doors swung open, they were taken aback. It was not Master Wang. Director Chai, the dinner tonight is quite commendable. It appears the ghostly entities did not inflict too much loss upon you. Zhu Yan entered the hall, flanked by a dozen armed soldiers. Chai Xian rose, his gaze somewhat hostile. What brings you here? We have sought assistance for so long, yet there has been no support from your city. Now that we have dealt with the ghostly threats, what do you want? Chai Xian would not grant them any courtesy. As the city of Sanyang had faced no real danger, yet remained unwilling to lend aid. Calm down. I am here under orders to requisition Master Wang to guard Sanyang City. It would be a great disservice to keep him here, Zhu Yin replied with a smile, though her eyes betrayed her disdain. Requisition? You seem to think he is a member of our military, that you can simply take him away with a piece of paper. I must inform you that he is not even affiliated with the Extraordinary Persons Association. When he arrives, I suggest you show him the respect he deserves. Chai Xian retorted coldly. The audacity of Sanyang's officials not only to withhold support, but to attempt to take him away was infuriating. He resolved to lodge a complaint upon returning, regardless of whether he remained as director. Haha, Director Chai, do not be so upset. A wise bird chooses its perch. I trust he will make a decision that befits him, Zhu Yin said confidently. Sanyang County is so small. What is there to miss? Hey, you're blocking my way. A youthful voice piped up from behind. Zhu Yin turned to find a 7-year-old child before her. Little brat, this is not a place for you. Hurry home. Or else I shall give you a good spanking. Zhu Yin looked down condescendingly. Oh, it seems you do not recognize me. Ignorance is no sin. I shall overlook your offense this time. Wang Lun felt perplexed. Was this Chai Xian's invitation merely intended to vex him? The others in the hall remained silent, initially believing that Zhu Yin had adequately prepared his intelligence before arriving. Little did they know that he was unaware that Master Wang was merely 7 years of age. Now, having provoked him, they anticipated the consequences. Ha! You little brat, who do you think you are? Ignorance does not excuse your transgressions. Even if I were to trample you into the ground, what of it? Zhu Yin, as the offspring of a powerful official, had ascended to a significant position with his father's assistance. Given his inherently arrogant disposition, how could he possibly show deference to a mere child? With a disdainful huff, he aimed to kick the child before him out of his way. Wang Lun comprehended that the other party seemingly did not recognize him. Otherwise, how could Chai Xian and the others have failed to intervene? A resounding crash echoed through the air. The onlookers averted their gaze. For Zhu Yin was grotesquely embedded in the wall, her fate uncertain. Observing this grim scene, Zhu Yan's guards directed their weapons at Wang Lun, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Those who sought to intervene found themselves too late. Yet, Wang Lun merely scoffed as arcs of lightning surged from his hands, incapacitating the assailants in an instant. Not to mention his own defenses rendered conventional firearms futile. The protection afforded by the golden light spell was also beyond their capacity to breach. Zhang Xianren promptly rose and approached Wang Lun, explaining, Master Wang, they are individuals dispatched from Sanyang City and bear no connection to the people of Guiyang County. It matters not. However, you may find yourself in trouble later, while I remain unconcerned about any repercussions. Wang Lun remained indifferent to the matter. Haha. They brought this upon themselves by daring to fire upon you. I too would not have shown them mercy. Zhang Xianren spoke sternly. For the extraordinary society and the authorities had never truly been united. It was only in the face of malevolent spirits that they were compelled to fight alongside one another. Since the adversary had chosen to strike, they must inevitably bear the consequences, especially for having resorted to gunfire. Master Zhang's words resonate. Zhang Yan's arrogance has provoked Master Wang, and he is deserving of such fate. Everyone, take your seats. Today we shall indulge in a splendid feast. Chai Xian instructed others to remove the bodies of Zhang Yin and his companions, continuing with the banquet as if entirely unconcerned about the repercussions from Sanyang City. Observing this, Wang Lun remained unfazed. Should they seek revenge, they would soon learn the true might of the celestial master. Wang Lun would never compromise himself for the sake of a task. His freedom and leisure are of paramount importance. On this joyous New Year's Eve, I extend my heartfelt wishes to all my readers for good health and abundant fortune in the coming year. May wealth flow in and prosperity be yours overnight. Chapter 78. The army encased by spirits. The celebratory feast did not lose its vibrancy due to the appearance of Zhu Yin. Rather, it became even more boisterous. Fortunately, Wang Lun, being a child, was not required to drink, or else he would surely have succumbed to inebriation. Zhu Yan's affairs soon reached the ears of Sanyang City. The city governor, upon learning that Zhu Yin had failed to bring back Master Wang and had instead provoked him, resulting in the deaths of over a dozen soldiers, could only lament the misfortune. Truly, a case of achieving nothing and causing harm instead. The present circumstances differ greatly from the past. The realm of the mystical has diminished due to the scarcity of spiritual energy, entering an age of decline, yet it remains a force not to be trifled with, especially since most of their strength is directed towards combating spirits. Zhu Yan's actions could easily foster prejudice against the governance of Sanyang City among the practitioners of the mystical arts. Zhu Hai, the minister of the armed forces in Sanyang City and Zhu Yan's father, was consumed by rage upon receiving the news of his only son's demise. He had believed this encounter would merely introduce his son to a powerful and extraordinary figure, never anticipating such a tragic outcome, a white-haired man mourning a black-haired one. Humph. I refuse to believe that a mere extraordinary figure can withstand the torrent of steel. Since the establishment of the nation, the mystical realm has closed its gates, as the bodies of extraordinary individuals cannot withstand the bombardment of cannons. Nonetheless, the authorities have refrained from provoking them, for the myriad of strange techniques possessed by these figures could lead to one's demise before one even realizes it. No one wishes for a destructive confrontation, especially since the government has always aimed to unify all possible forces. Thus, the relationship between the mystical realm and the authorities has remained amicable, marked by a tacit understanding. However, Zhu Hai, in his current state of fury over his son's death, cared little for such matters. He proceeded to the military camp, summoning the army directly. He issued a false command, claiming that a formidable individual who fed on ordinary people had emerged in Gaoyang County and that assistance from Sanyang City was urgently needed. The instructors of the armed forces were puzzled, as they had received no such orders. As they attempted to voice their objections, Zhu Hai swiftly incapacitated one with a single blow in the command room. Soon enough, a force of 50,000 assembled, setting forth towards Gaoyang County. Wang Lun was unaware that someone would falsely convey military orders. After the banquet concluded, he and Zhang Xianren returned to their residence. Wang Xiaoyu, there were too many people just now, and I hesitated to inquire. It seems you have something to express. Zhang Xianren discerned that Wang Lun appeared to seek something from him. Indeed, I wish to obtain the legacy of Longhu Mountain. Wang Lun spoke candidly. Zhang Xianren was taken aback and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, given that inheritance has become obsolete, why does the young friend seek it? Moreover, your own legacy is already formidable, surpassing even that of Long Hushan. Wang Lun shook his head and replied, I do not necessarily seek to learn. I merely wish to draw inspiration. In the realm of martial arts, Wang Lun had already mastered the 10,000 aspects divine skill. Yet this did not preclude him from observing how others wielded spiritual energy. Martial arts is an inward excavation, while the path of immortality is an outward exploration. The two pursuits are not in conflict. Zhang Xianren hesitated, as it was a matter concerning ancestral heritage, and he felt he could not make a decision lightly. Noticing Zhang Xianren's reluctance, Wang Lun produced a ghostly jade. I can offer this ghostly jade as a form of exchange. Let us see. I trust you will find it worthwhile. Wang Lun produced the ghost jade, and Zhang Xianren was filled with curiosity about this object that imbued Wang Lun with such confidence. However, upon making contact with the ghost jade, his eyes widened in astonishment. He could actually sense a profound aura of spiritual energy emanating from it. How is it possible, Wang Xiaoyu, that your ghost jade possesses such remarkable efficacy? Zhang Xianren's heart raced with excitement. If he could acquire a sufficient quantity of this ghost jade, he would undoubtedly be able to elevate his cultivation to a new level. The effects of the ghost jade, however, were not merely superficial. In essence, it transformed the resentment of the heavens and earth into spiritual energy. As long as resentment existed, spiritual energy would continuously be generated, albeit with a cap on the amount produced each time. Wang Lun spoke once more. Zhang Xianren tightened his grip on the ghost jade, sensing that this gem contained just a shade less malevolence than that of a ghost general. Wang Xiaoyu, the matter at hand is of utmost significance. I cannot acquiesce directly. He stated solemnly, I shall seek counsel from Longhu Mountain tomorrow. In his heart, Zhang Xianren was already inclined to agree. Yet he pondered how many pieces of ghost jade he might procure in return. After all, a solitary piece of ghost jade would hardly wield decisive influence. Wang Lun nodded, understanding that the situation was far from simple. He departed first. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Hai led an army of 50,000 from Sanyang City to Gaoyang County. An hour later, the instructor awoke to discover that the troops had mysteriously vanished, with the remaining personnel reporting that the minister had received orders to head to Gaoyang County to address a remarkable individual. Alarmed, he realized that Zhu Hai had fabricated orders to mobilize the army. Ma Sheng exclaimed. Otherwise, why would he have rendered himself unconscious? Clearly, he seeks to exploit the army for his own desires. This cannot be overlooked. I must report this, or I too shall face consequences. Before long, Zhu Hai's actions reached the ears of the city governor and the provincial military command. Amidst criticism, Ma Sheng was urgently tasked with leading the remaining thousands to intercept Zhu Hai, preventing him from committing irrevocable acts. However, the troops, having marched for an hour, had yet to arrive in Gaoyang County and were instead lost in the darkness. They resembled fireflies in the night, a massive contingent of 50,000, glaringly conspicuous to the lurking spirits. Had their numbers not been so vast, they would have been attacked long ago. Yet, as time passed, an increasing number of spirits began to converge upon their position. Zhu Hai felt the ominous presence of numerous spirits lurking in the shadows, his heart racing with anxiety. He chided himself for his impulsiveness. Marching under the cover of darkness was a grave error. Regrettably, there was no opportunity for remorse. An hour elapsed, and the spirits had completely surrounded the army. Their blood-red eyes fixated on the troops, saliva dripping from their mouths, awaiting the command of the approaching ghostly general to devour them whole. At this moment, the soldiers sensed something amiss. Nighttime maneuvers were inherently perilous, yet the soldiers' duty was to obey orders. They possessed no authority to question the command, even if it meant walking to their demise. Zhu Hai had no choice but to issue the order, accelerate the march and prepare for battle. The vehicles surged forward at breakneck speed toward Gaoyang County. For only upon entering could they find a glimmer of hope. However, they were still several dozen kilometers away, making swift arrival improbable. The ghost general, observing the assembled spirits, waved his hand and bellowed, "Little ones, the midnight feast is served. Let us commence." The gluttonous specter opened its cavernous mouth, its tongue curling as it engulfed the truck hole. The soldiers inside hastily brandished their flamethrowers, desperate to carve a path for their escape from the abyss of the demon's belly. However, upon entering the creature's maw, they were swiftly enveloped by a suffocating miasma of ghostly energy, extinguishing their inner fire with a mere breath. In an instant, the soldiers found themselves bereft of strength, succumbing to the relentless churn of the monster's digestive tract, which began to consume them piece by piece. Chapter 79. A despicable bargain. Witnessing this grim scene, Zhu Hai realized that there was no hope for his men to escape unscathed. As he watched his soldiers perish one by one, an immense sorrow filled his heart. He was both a father and a general. The pain of losing his son ignited a fierce rage within him, yet the death of his comrades, with whom he had shared countless moments, brought him to a sobering clarity. Consumed by guilt for leading these valiant souls to their demise, Zhu Hai retrieved a specially modified satellite phone, glancing at the numerous calls from his commanding officer. Suppressing his anguish, he dialed back. "Damn it, Zhu Hai! Your actions will land you in military court. Where's your unit? Bring them back immediately," bellowed the officer, Ma Sheng, his fury palpable. As an instructor, he bore the weight of responsibility, and the thought of conflict breaking out only exacerbated his anxiety. What infuriated Ma even more was the impending revelation from Zhu Hai. "Instructor Ma, our unit is besieged by a tide of apparitions. 50,000 soldiers are on the verge of annihilation. We request immediate assistance." Upon uttering these words, Zhu Hai felt utterly drained, realizing he had led them into the abyss. "Damn you! You deserve to die for leading so many to their demise for your own selfish desires. I wish I could end you with a single bullet." With that, Ma Sheng hung up the phone, hastily reaching out to other possible sources of support, particularly the Association of Extraordinary Individuals. Only they possessed the capability to rescue these soldiers from the onslaught of the spectral horde. Zhu Hai, staring at the disconnected call, understood that Ma Sheng would not abandon them to their fate. However, the timing of any potential aid was beyond their control. Wang Lun was abruptly awakened from his slumber by a phone call that shattered his peaceful dreams. "Hello, Master Wang. The military has 5,000 troops ensnared in a frenzy of specters. Do you have the time to assist?" Wang Lun was perplexed. How could the military personnel find themselves engulfed in a frenzy of apparitions during the night? Should they not have been stationed near the city? Wang Lun would never bear the consequences of another's mistakes. It is exceedingly foolish to permit the army to travel at night. Zhang Xianren remarked awkwardly. "In fact, this matter is also related to you." Wang Lun, upon hearing Zhang Xianren's explanation, was momentarily rendered speechless. "You expect me to rescue those who intend to kill me? Is this a manifestation of twisted humanity or a decline in moral integrity? Shouldn't I be the one to strike first?" Master Wang continued, in truth, the only one harboring animosity against you is Minister Zhu Hai. The others are unaware of his deceitful orders and are innocent. They may perish, but their death should not be devoid of meaning. Zhang Xianren implored, only you possess the strength to repel the ghostly general in the darkness and save them. Wang Lun retorted, what does this have to do with me? One must inevitably pay for their own folly. If you desire my assistance, then offer the legacy of Longhu Mountain in exchange. Wang Lun is not one to idly engage in thankless endeavors. Zhang Xianren fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. I shall acquiesce to your request. If the legacy of Longhushan could be exchanged for the lives of 50,000 soldiers, Zhang Xianren deemed it an exceedingly worthwhile trade. Agreed. Let it be so. Wang Lun instantly felt invigorated. Indeed, when one is weary, a pillow is a welcome relief. To speak candidly, Wang Lun was uncertain how much ghost jade Longhu Mountain sought in exchange for its legacy. He possessed little of it himself, as its acquisition was largely a matter of fortune. Unless one could persuade the spectral entities to willingly enter the Book of Sealing, such a feat was far from straightforward. Particularly with formidable spirits. Aware that their entrapment would lead to their inevitable slaughter, they would undoubtedly choose to self-destruct their essence. Zhang Xianren let out a profound sigh. He had hoped to leverage the ghost jade to restore Longhu Mountain to its former glory. Having missed this opportunity, acquiring ghost jade in the future would prove to be a formidable challenge. Wang Lun possesses formidable strength. He is not a person to be easily oppressed. His approach to affairs reveals a distinct lack of altruism. Only through gentle negotiations can one avoid pushing him towards opposition. Wang Lun chose not to travel by car this time, opting instead to utilize his lightness skill to soar forward. Today, he had vanquished at least 4,000 or 5,000 fiendish creatures. His intelligence and physique had surged to over 3,000. Although his speed had not yet reached the velocity of sound, he traversed the 50 kilometers in under 20 minutes. Zhu Hai anxiously awaited reinforcements, while soldiers emerged from the trucks, weapons poised against the specters. For the moment, ordinary apparitions could not approach. Yet, the ghost generals and malevolent spirits had breached their defenses, capable of swallowing a soldier whole with a mere gesture. The air was filled with anguished cries. The deaths of comrades stirred the soldiers' resolve, yet they bore the psychological strain. When a companion fell, they willingly filled the gap, continuing to fend off the malevolent entities, fully aware that stepping forward could lead to their own demise. Nevertheless, they pressed on with unwavering determination. Witnessing this, Zhu Hai felt a profound anguish. Had it not been for him, these soldiers would be peacefully slumbering, awaiting the dawn's light. Suddenly, he noticed a plume of dust rising in the distance, a wave of uncertainty washing over him. What entity was approaching? Could it be an even more formidable adversary? A weight settled in his heart. Was fate conspiring against him? Wang Lun arrived at the scene and was pleasantly surprised to find that the soldiers had yet to succumb to chaos, indicating the remarkable strength of their resolve. Their behavior was far superior to that of the numerous students he had encountered in schools today. They fought valiantly, refusing to retreat until death itself. With the liquid nitrogen fire extinguishers depleted, they resorted to channeling their own vitality and lifespan to unleash spells, forcefully driving back and vanquishing the malevolent spirits. As Wang Lun came to a halt, both humans and spirits turned their gaze towards him. A 7-year-old human child? The hungry ghost, upon noticing Wang Lun's presence, was immediately drawn to the abundant life force radiating from him, unceremoniously pushing aside the spirits blocking its path. It opened its gaping maw, intent on devouring the child before it. However, when it bit down, it found its belly devoid of any sensation of having consumed anything. Wang Lun harbored no desire to once again enter the belly of a specter. His intent in plunging into the gut of the ghost commander was to deliver a decisive blow. However, the ghost general did not warrant such a sacrifice. He soared through the skies, positioning himself above the famished specter, and with a single palm strike aimed at its crown. In an instant, thunder roared and lightning surged, vaporizing not only the famished specter but also the nearby apparitions. Zhu Hai stood in stunned silence. Had the celestial master truly emerged from seclusion? With a mere wave of his hand, the ghost general had been vanquished. A flicker of hope ignited within the hearts of the soldiers. Witnessing this spectacle, the other apparitions were gripped by fear, yet soon charged recklessly towards Wang Lun. They doubted his ability to eradicate all the specters before his energy was depleted. They were coming just at the right moment. Upon encountering the approaching specters, Wang Lun exhibited no trace of trepidation. The dozens of ghostly jade talismans nestled within his embrace bestowed upon him an abundance of spiritual energy. I could wage my battle from dusk till dawn. In that moment, the resounding thunder reverberated across the heavens, illuminating the nocturnal sky. Even from several dozen kilometers away in Gaoyang County, one could witness the tumultuous lightning at the horizon. An hour later, as Wang Lun surveyed the vicinity, finding no specters charging within a 20-kilometer radius, he felt a twinge of unfulfilled anticipation. His gaze then shifted to Zhu Hai amidst the crowd, noting a resemblance to Zhu Yan. Initially, he contemplated extinguishing Zhu Hai's life. However, a thought seemed to cross his mind, prompting him to lower his hand. It would be too regrettable to end his life so swiftly. Only through judgment could the sins he committed be addressed, for death would be the simplest of resolutions. Chapter 80. Military Tribunal. Wang Lun escorted the remaining 30,000 individuals to Gaoyang County. Upon finally returning to the county town, the soldiers felt a profound sense of relief. However, what awaited them was not a warm meal, but the cold, unyielding barrels of guns. Lay down your weapons and raise your hands. Chai Xian, leading his troops, surrounded Zhu Hai's forces and bellowed. The soldiers, who had just narrowly escaped the clutches of monstrous entities, were instantly ignited with fury and shouted back at Chai Xian. Where were you when we were besieged by those fiends? Now that we've returned safely, what do you intend to do, you scoundrel? Chai Xian, undeterred by their rage, produced an arrest warrant. Minister of the Armed Forces of Sanyang City, you have forged military orders and led your troops under the cover of night, resulting in catastrophic losses. You are hereby arrested, and the rest are temporarily detained. Do you now comprehend your predicament? If you do not lay down your arms, are you perhaps an accomplice of Zhu Hai? Chai Xian's voice thundered as he surveyed the crowd. The soldiers, filled with confusion, turned to Zhu Hai for answers. Realizing there was no escape, Zhu Hai admitted, indeed, it was my selfish desire that led me to falsely issue military orders, causing their demise without their knowledge. I alone must bear the consequences. If you wish to execute me, then let it be. His pallid complexion reflected a lifetime of military service ultimately marred by a single misstep. His indulgence of his son had fostered a disregard for talent, leading to this dire outcome. The soldiers gazed at Zhu Hai in disbelief, questioning why their minister would act in such a manner. Your execution is inevitable. But prior to that, you shall face trial, and your crimes will be made public, Chai Xian remarked coldly. Witnessing this, the other soldiers ceased their resistance and surrendered their weapons. Their respect for Zhu Hai transformed into hatred, if not for his selfishness. How could over 10,000 brothers have perished so senselessly? They might not even receive the titles of martyrs or compensation. Soon, dawn broke. Personnel from the military court arrived to address Zhu Hai's case, as its implications were far too severe. Should he not be punished rigorously, it would set a dangerous precedent for others to follow, undermining central authority. Thus, Zhu Hai's sentence was swiftly determined. He was stripped of all positions and honors, deprived of all power, and condemned to immediate execution. Meanwhile, Wang Lun, as the catalyst of these events, received accolades and invitations from the higher authorities. It would indeed be a tremendous loss if such a formidable individual could not assist humanity in resisting the monstrous entities. Wang Lun outright declined the proposal, for they offered him nothing of value. Honor and position held no significance for Wang Lun. Wang Lun arrived solely to fulfill his mission and acquire new abilities, not to seek dominion or establish a legacy. Meanwhile, an invitation from Longhu Mountain has also arrived. Early in the morning, Zhang Xianren brought the teachings of Longhu Mountain. Young friend, this is the essence of our Longhu Mountain's Taoist heritage, which includes the supreme laws of the Longhu Mountain headquarters, the Tiangang Orthodox methods, the Five Thunder Palm, the Golden Light Incantation, alchemical practices, and more. Wang Lun gazed at the stack of thick photocopied volumes, exclaiming that Zhang, evidently, was not one to engage in pretense. Indeed, Zhang was a man of genuine substance. Wang Lun smiled, preparing to review these legacies. Young friend, I wonder if you have some time. The Tianshi of Longhu Mountain wishes to meet with you. Of course, it will not be in person, but rather through a video call. Zhang Xianren felt a sense of unease, uncertain whether Wang Lun would acquiesce, yet the significance of the ghost jade was undeniable. It could nearly salvage the waning fortunes of the orthodox sect of the Xianmen. Wang Lun nodded in agreement, since the other party had wisely entrusted the legacy to him. He deemed it appropriate to reciprocate this gesture. Is it the right time now? Zhang Xianren inquired, his tone tinged with urgency. Indeed, it is. With Wang Lun's affirmation, Zhang Xianren promptly produced a specially designed satellite phone and initiated a video call. An amiable elder, distinguished by his flowing white hair and long beard, appeared on the screen. I presume you are the valiant hero destined to save Gaoyang County. I am Zhang Daoyuan, the master of Longhushan. Greetings, Master Zhang. Please, speak plainly. I am eager to discover the intricacies of your legacy. Wang Lun, without indulging in idle chatter, promptly seized the initiative, for he had already acquired what he desired. He truly held little regard for the other treasures of Longhu Mountain. Haha, my young friend, you speak with such candor. I am quite curious to know the origin of the ghost jade, as its existence grants us the fortitude to endure the era of spectral beings. Zhang Daoyuan spoke in a deep tone, clearly placing great importance on the ghost jade. It is crafted from spectral entities. Approximately 20 such entities can coalesce into a single piece of ghost jade, with variations depending on the strength of the spectral beings involved. Wang Lun had no intention of concealing his strength, for he had long ceased to fear this world. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Daoyuan inquired, "Might I ask how many ghost jades you possess and what you seek? At Longhu Mountain, we can exchange for anything we have. There is nothing left at Longhu Mountain that I desire." Wang Lun flatly refused, as this was a matter of fact. "However, I am open to collaboration. I shall lease the ghost jade to you, and in return, you will assist me in gathering a substantial number of spirits. Nonetheless, once the spirits have been sufficiently eradicated, I will reclaim all the ghost jade." Wang Lun would naturally not relinquish the ownership of the ghost jade entirely to them. With the book of sealing in his possession, he could reclaim all of the ghost jade with but a thought. Zhang Daoyuan had mentally prepared himself for rejection, yet upon hearing Wang Lun's words, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. He could not fathom why Wang Lun required such a multitude of ghostly entities. Was it to manufacture ghost jade? Perhaps there were other, unknown purposes for the ghost jade. Very well, as the adept at capturing spirits, I, from Longhu Mountain, shall simply seal them within the altar of law when the time comes. Zhang Daoyuan immediately acquiesced. Wang Lun is acutely aware that attempting to eradicate half of the world's grievances single-handedly is an arduous task. The world is excessively oppressive, a state that Wang Lun finds distasteful. Moreover, by having them seal the malevolent entities and subsequently handing them over to him, Wang Lun's attributes would experience a significant enhancement. No matter how formidable Wang Lun may be, he can vanquish no more than several tens of thousands of specters in a single day, and that is under the condition that these specters do not flee. However, the total number of specters worldwide exceeds the staggering figure of 1 trillion. Master Zhang, you may also convey this information to the other orthodox sects of the Xianmen. Under the same conditions, each sect may exchange its own legacy for a permanent ghost jade. Wang Lun has directly raised the price, stating that the inheritance can only be exchanged for a permanent ghost jade. This is indeed a bold demand, and it remains uncertain whether those from the orthodox sects will acquiesce. I will certainly convey your words, but their willingness is beyond my knowledge. Nonetheless, it matters not. For inheritance is the lifeblood of any sect, their refusal would not be of great consequence. Wang Lun was indifferent to the Tao, finding contentment in the inheritance from Longhu Mountain. By the way, my young friend, we also desire a permanent ghost jade. Although we lack the inheritance, we can acknowledge you as the reincarnation of the Longhu Mountain Patriarch. Before any other sects attempt to confront you, we, Longhu Mountain, shall certainly stand in your defense. Zhang Daoyuan remained silent for a while before devising a plan to exchange for a piece of permanent ghost jade from Wang Lun. It was clear that if Wang Lun dared to part with the ghost jade, he undoubtedly possessed the means to reclaim it. Chapter 81. Recognizing Ancestry. Wang Lun was utterly astonished. Zhang Daoyuan possessed remarkable courage. Beside him, Zhang Xianren stood in a daze, at a loss for words. The transformation of a youthful companion into a venerable ancestor was an inconceivable disparity. Acknowledging someone as a master was a profound act of defiance. However, Zhang Daoyuan contemplated the long-term implications. Wang Lun's extraordinary origins and his formidable prowess at the tender age of 7 could indeed be likened to a celestial being descending to Earth. Furthermore, his astonishing abilities surpassed the sealing techniques employed by the ghostly organization, devoid of the risks of becoming a malevolent spirit. This approach was also more aligned with the authentic practices of the Xianmen. As for whether the other ancestors would reproach him, Zhang Daoyuan was confident they would comprehend his rationale. After all, should the spectral entities dominate the world, the legacy of their sect would inevitably fade into oblivion. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lun gently nodded. He was indifferent to the animosity of others. Yet he found the incessant buzzing of a swarm of flies before him rather irksome. With the esteemed title of the Celestial Master of Longhu Mountain, he could easily disregard the entanglements of many petty spirits. Very well, I shall observe your actions to ascertain whether they align with my intentions. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to take decisive measures. Wang Lun spoke plainly, and Zhang Daoyuan naturally understood his meaning. Merely speaking without action would lead to a rupture in their relationship. Zhang Daoyuan paid his respects to the master. At the venerable age of 70, Zhang Daoyuan bowed deeply and clasped his hands in salute, which pleased Wang Lun immensely. Indeed, as the leader of a sect, his ability to adapt was commendable. Observing this, Zhang Xianren no longer hesitated. If the master could perform such a courtesy, he too must follow suit. Zhang Xianren, a disciple of Mount Longhu, paid his respects to the master. Enough of the empty formalities. I shall first fulfill the request for the ghost jade from Mount Longhu, and thereafter, how you proceed will be up to you. Wang Lun did not intend to intervene excessively, since he had younger disciples, albeit adopted. He decided to let them take on the responsibilities. He still needed to observe the strength of the authentic methods of the Xianmen sect. Hoping to gain some inspiration for himself, Zhang Xianren, filled with excitement, took away more than 40 ghostly jade pieces, glancing around nervously, fearful of being robbed. Fortunately, he returned safely to the residence at Longhu Mountain in Gaoyang, where Zhang Daoyuan planned to come personally to ensure the secure transport of the ghostly jades back to Longhu Mountain. Soon, Longhu Mountain released a message to the broader Xianmen community, announcing that in order to save humanity, the patriarch of Longhu Mountain had reincarnated. Simultaneously, they invited the righteous practitioners of Xianmen to discuss significant matters concerning the resistance against ghostly entities. Meanwhile, at Maoshan, engaged in discussions with the ghostly organization regarding the sealing of ghostly entities within human bodies, the news of the patriarch's reincarnation from Longhu Mountain was met with great astonishment. The underworld had long been cleared by several ghost emperors, and many ancestors from Maoshan, who had served in the underworld, were unreachable. How could it be that Longhu Mountain had a patriarch reincarnated? However, upon receiving a private message from Zhang Daoyuan, young Fusher's eyes widened in disbelief as he read the message repeatedly. After a long while, he regained his composure, letting out a sigh. In this era, Longhu Mountain was destined to rise. Yet, the conditions set forth were truly difficult to accept, as Longhu Mountain's actions could offend numerous authentic practitioners of Xianmen. After all, how could one's own lineage be shared with others, even if they were all part of the same sect? At this time, Sima Long remained unaware of the happenings at Longhu Mountain, believing he could exchange the techniques crafted by ghostly beings for the other party's inheritance, especially the arts of ghost taming, corpse nurturing, and corpse driving, as well as talismanic practices. He was confident that by substituting resentment for spiritual energy, employing these techniques would elevate his strength to unprecedented heights. Originally, young Fusher had considered a compromise, willing to exchange part of the inheritance. Even if it meant becoming neither human nor ghost, if it could save the world, what of it? This was the innate mission of Taoism in prosperous times. One remains behind closed doors. In chaotic times, one descends from the mountain. Apologies, fellow Taoist Sima, after much contemplation. I have no intention of trading any part of the inheritance at this time. Young Fusher directly rejected Sima Long's request. Observing the disconnection of the video call, Sima Long was left in confusion, acutely aware that the current authentic practitioners of Xianmen were merely putting on a brave front. What gave them the audacity to refuse him? Humph, ungrateful fools, cling to your inheritance and perish. Sima Long exclaimed vehemently, pondering whether other orthodox sects would refuse his overtures. Fortunately, the Buddhist sect had consented to barter a portion of their lineage with Sima Long, rendering his efforts not entirely fruitless. Meanwhile, young Fusher had arrived at a resolution. He would not entertain the notion of permanence, yet he was amenable to a temporary acquisition of the ghost jade. He would assess the efficacy of the ghost jade before deliberating on the exchange of lineage for a permanent version. Young Fusher was inclined towards the exchange, as the orthodox sects shared a familial bond. After all, the patriarch of Longhu Mountain was akin to their own forebear. 3 days hence, the gathering of the orthodox sects convened at Longhu Mountain. Although the Buddhist sect had been invited, They were unaware of the existence of the ghost jade and did not wish to attend merely due to the reincarnation of the Longhu Mountain Patriarch. It was not as though it was a revered Arhut reincarnation, which held little significance for them. Moreover, they were preoccupied with their experiments to create ghostly beings. Should they succeed, the Buddhist sect might very well rise anew amidst the chaos of the world. Zhang Daoyuan observed as the representatives from Laoshan, Maoshan, Wudong, and other orthodox sects assembled. He produced the ghost jade to distribute among the respective leaders. Esteemed colleagues, this is the ghost jade crafted by our Longhu Mountain Patriarch, possessing the formidable ability to transmute resentment into spiritual energy. The varying grades of ghost jade yield differing levels of spiritual energy, Zhang Daoyuan elucidated with a smile. The other leaders grasped the ghost jade, meticulously attuning themselves to the pure spiritual energy, thus confirming Zhang Daoyuan's assertions. In comparison to the ghostly beings, this creation by the unknown patriarch was indeed superior. However, the Maoshan leader, Yang Fushi, set down the ghost jade and inquired, Master Zhang, may I ask which patriarch has descended in reincarnation? Yang Fushi was eager to learn why Longhu Mountain had not preserved this lineage in the past, if such a method existed. Zhang Daoyuan anticipated Yang Fushi's query and had already prepared his response. His lineage could be traced back to the inception of Longhu Mountain, where the patriarch and the founding master were brethren, yet their names remained obscure as they sought tranquility and simplicity, even eschewing the retention of a Taoist title after ascension. It was only after awakening to their innate wisdom through reincarnation that they began to engage with Longhu Mountain, adopting the title of Xuan Miaozhenren. Zhang Daoyuan clarified, though skepticism lingered among the others. However, as Longhu Mountain recognized him as their patriarch, his status was not dissimilar to that of the first-generation patriarch, leaving them with little room for rebuttal. At the very least, they possessed a semblance of credibility, and as for the truth of the matter, they were not particularly invested. Ah, I see. Since it is indeed a reincarnation of our patriarch, may we inquire as to their whereabouts? We, the younger generation, wish to pay our respects. Yang Fushi continued to press, eager for private contact with this patriarch, hoping to negotiate a direct exchange of lineage. After all, he would not allow Longhu Mountain to gain the upper hand by merely obtaining a copy of the lineage. In this manner, Yang Fushi stood a considerable chance of persuading the elders within his own sect. Haha, the patriarch is currently on the front lines, fending off malevolent spirits in Gaoyang. Should you wish to pay your respects, feel free to visit and seek counsel, Zhang Daoyuan responded. Zhang Daoyuan harbored no intention of exploiting Wang Lun's identity to oppress his fellow practitioners. His current focus lay in repelling the malevolent spirits rather than engaging in disputes over the Dao lineage. Grateful for Zhang Tianchu's guidance, we shall pay our respects to the ancestors after this meeting. Yang Fushi was taken aback by Zhang Daoyuan's amiable demeanor, as the two had clandestinely clashed on numerous occasions, each seeking to gain the upper hand. It seems he had been rather narrow-minded. Chapter 82. The situation grows increasingly dire following the conclusion of the Xianmen Conference. Every participant procured a substantial amount of ghostly jade. However, none of the sects proposed a trade for permanent ghostly jade. They preferred not to engage in dealings with Wang Lun through Longhu Mountain, opting instead to approach Wang Lun directly. Thus, on the following day, while Wang Lun was engaged in his studies of Taoist principles, he noticed a group of over a dozen elderly gentlemen arriving at his doorstep. Without knocking, they awaited his emergence for a meal, at which point they clasped their hands in greeting. Junior disciple Yang Fushi of Maoshan pays respects to the master. Junior disciple Zhou Mingxin of Laoshan pays respects to the master. The onlookers, astonished to witness these venerable elders bowing to a mere 7-year-old, were taken aback, pondering the disruption of generational hierarchy. However, upon recognizing Wang Lun, they comprehended the gravity of the situation. He was indeed the most formidable figure in Gaoyang County, one who must not be offended. Wang Lun had long since vacated the rental apartment of Lanxia, taking up residence in a facility provided by the government of Gaoyang for exceptional individuals. Wang Lun had already conferred with Zhang Daoyuan, affirming his origins and Dao title. Thus, he calmly accepted their respectful greetings. Rise, for it is precisely the time for lunch. Let us converse as we dine. Wang Lun understood their purpose for coming here. It was, of course, to engage in a transaction with him. Both parties were acutely aware of this unspoken agreement. Adhering to the teachings of their ancestral master, Yang Fushi was the first to speak, eager to enhance his favorable standing in Wang Lun's eyes. Upon learning that a dozen or so leaders of the Shinmin sect had arrived, Chai Xian promptly arranged a dedicated conference room for Wang Lun. Wang Lun savored his meal slowly, while the others, noticing his silence, could only direct their gazes towards the food infused with yang energy. Once he had finished his repast, he finally spoke. I am well aware of your intentions, my esteemed guests. I shall not retain the legacies you hold dear. After my ascension, I will reclaim the majority of the ghostly jade. It is predestined that we enter an era of decline. In this great calamity that befalls the world, humanity can only strive to endure. Leaving behind a single piece of ghostly jade as a means to safeguard our traditions is already the utmost I can do. Wang Lun harbored no desire for this world to once again enter an era rich in spiritual energy. Human hearts are capricious, and the ghost jade possesses the ability to transform resentment into spiritual energy. It is entirely possible that those from the mystical sects would wish to perpetuate the age of ghosts, relying on resentment for their cultivation, nurturing the spirits to their advantage. If the overwhelming resentment were to intensify rather than dissipate, the completion of Wang Lun's mission would be jeopardized. Therefore, granting them a piece of ghost jade was merely a gesture of goodwill, acknowledging their labor in assisting him to gather spirits. Upon hearing this, those who initially intended to haggle found themselves at a loss for words. The age of decline is the prevailing trend of the universe. If a spark of cultivation could be preserved, it would be deemed acceptable. Master, we understand. They sincerely addressed Wang Lun as their master, regardless of his origins. His actions were solely aimed at ensuring the continuation of humanity. After the crowd departed, Wang Lun acquired a wealth of Taoist teachings, a means to elevate his strength beyond the capabilities of the system. While he immersed himself in the study of Taoist practices, the number of spirits near Gaoyang County continued to increase. With less than 3 months remaining until the Zhongyuan festival, a slight crack appeared in the gates of the underworld. An influx of resentment invaded the world, causing the spirits' powers to rise dramatically, with many wandering souls ascending to become wild ghosts. Consequently, humanity's defenses were once again compelled to retreat. The inhabitants of various counties began migrating toward the cities to secure sufficient yang energy to withstand the encroaching resentment, and Gaoyang County was no exception. However, with Wang Lun present, the relocation proceeded without unforeseen incidents. Yet, the mass influx of people into the cities brought numerous challenges, especially concerning basic necessities such as food, clothing, and shelter, which the authorities could not overlook. Particularly now, with humanity having lost their arable lands, they were merely subsisting on dwindling resources. Wang Lun believed that if the ghostly threat remained unresolved within a year, the very fabric of humanity would begin to unravel. Master, I am finally able to see you again. The spirited Chen Xiuli, once known for her voluminous hair, had arrived at the headquarters of the Qi Ren in Sanyang City to visit Wang Lun, her hair now cut short and dyed black. Ah, you are still alive. How delightful. What do you mean delightful? My father is the city governor. I waited an entire day for you, only to find you had no intention of returning to check on us. Chen Xiuli cast a somewhat melancholic glance at Wang Lun, though she dared not show her true feelings. She had come this time with a purpose. Do you have something to discuss? Wang Lun's demeanor was somewhat aloof, showing little inclination to engage with the other party. Their acquaintance was merely superficial and held no significance for him. Observing Wang Lun's indifference, Chen Xiuli refrained from further attempts at camaraderie. Master, the authorities are quite eager to negotiate for the ghost jade. They seek to harness the energy generated by it to combat the specters. With the current energy crisis, their resources are dwindling fast. Chen Xiuli's visit was also intended to gauge Wang Lun's stance. The scarcity of ghost jade made it impossible to meet the government's demands at this time. Wang Lun shook his head, stating that this was indeed the truth, and that the role of ghost jade was even more significant among the practitioners of the mystical sect. However, Chen Xiuli also discerned that an abundance of ghost jade could be supplied to the authorities. Thank you, Master. Chen Xiuli was aware that the practitioners of the mystical sect were currently engaged in extensive collection and sealing of ghostly entities since acquiring ghost jade. Perhaps in the near future, there would be a surplus of ghost jade to assist the authorities in overcoming their difficulties. Yet, the present situation for the authorities was exceedingly dire. With the vast expanse and populous nature of Long Country, the daily consumption of resources was astronomical. Particularly, the major thermal power plants had ceased operations, and hydroelectric stations had also been abandoned. If the energy from ghost jade could be converted into electricity, It would significantly alleviate the pressure on the authorities. Shortly after Chen Xiuli's departure, Wang Lun received the first batch of ghostly entities sent by the mystical sect. In total, there were 100,000 ghostly entities, allowing Wang Lun's intellect and physique to finally surpass the 10,000 mark. However, the yield of ghost jade was meager, only slightly over 1,000, predominantly consisting of wild and ordinary vengeful spirits. There were no jades from ghost generals. The lower-grade ghost jade held little value, as the spiritual power it provided was only sufficient to contend with wild and ordinary vengeful spirits. Yet, for ordinary individuals, it was a treasured resource, enabling them to confront common ghostly entities without sacrificing their vitality or lifespan. Master, is there anything else you wish to command? Zhang Daoyuan inquired softly. Numerous leaders of the mystical sect personally came to deliver the ghostly entities, not only to ensure their safe transfer to Wang Lun, but also to prevent the ghost jade from being seized. Those lacking sufficient strength were reluctant to approach. Indeed, there are but 10,000 registered individuals within the mystical sect. Relying solely on them to fend off ghostly entities is impractical. You must collaborate with the military and incorporate lay disciples, at least to enable them to withstand ordinary ghostly threats. With the loss of industrial capabilities, the authorities' capacity for resource replenishment has diminished significantly, and weaponry is dwindling rapidly. Wang Lun was unwilling to see the official support falter before the gates of the underworld opened, as it would jeopardize his primary mission. We would need to establish contact with the officials. Zhang Daoyuan comprehended Wang Lun's intentions. The minor creatures could be dispatched by ordinary citizens, but the formidable ghost generals and ghost commanders should be dealt with by the practitioners of the Xianmen. Just as Wang Lun was allocating the ghost jade, dire news emerged from neighboring countries. The island nation of Sakura had been completely annihilated by an unending tide of spirits led by the Ghost King. This instilled fear in other coastal nations, prompting them to retreat inland, anxious to avoid sharing the same fate as Sakura. Chapter 83. Underlying currents in the Municipal Council Chamber of Sanyang City, the city governor, Chen Changzhong, wore a troubled expression. With nearly 5 million inhabitants relying on him for their sustenance, particularly in a situation where resources were being depleted without the means to produce food, the burden was indeed overwhelming. At times, Chen Changzhong contemplated forsaking a portion of the population. Dad, I inquired. The master is currently supplying ghost jade primarily to the practitioners of Xianmen, and we must wait a while longer for our share, Chen Xiuli sighed. It's no matter. At least the Haven Tea outright refused, he replied. However, I've heard that those in high places are attempting to coerce the master into revealing the methods of producing ghost jade. I fear this may lead to civil strife among humans. The master is now the founder of Xianmen. If that happens, Xianmen could truly sever ties with the upper echelons. Chen Xiuli expressed her concerns. Haha, you worry too much. Those individuals are merely making suggestions. Such a scenario is unlikely to transpire, as they cannot afford to offend Xianmen. Chen Changzhong dismissed her worries. After all, Xianmen was currently the main force resisting advanced spirits. How could the upper echelons oppose them? He had heard that the Buddhist sect and the Ghost organization, along with the Western Church, were drawing closer together. He wondered what they were scheming. That is not certain. I've noticed members of the Ghost organization infiltrating the military. While we cannot rely on ghost jade, the more straightforward approach of utilizing ordinary people to resist the spirits may prove effective. Chen Xiuli, having recently joined the municipal hall, had gleaned much information. Indeed, the authorities had recognized the Ghost organization as a legitimate entity. As long as individuals were willing to join, they could adapt to the spirits, and those who survived would gain their powers. Chen Changzhong was not significantly opposed to this. Success would bolster human combat capabilities, and failure would merely reduce the number of mouths to feed. By the way, with the demise of Sakura, it stands to reason that the Ghost King will turn his attention to our neighboring nations. Do you think the upper echelons will dispatch support? Otherwise, we would be left vulnerable, with no buffer between us and the Ghost King, Chen Xiuli pondered, recalling Wang Lun. If it were he, could he slay the Ghost King? Chen Changzhong shook his head with a sigh. We need not concern ourselves. We are distanced from that turmoil, at least for now. As for what the upper echelons will decide, I cannot fathom. Although the Dragon Kingdom possesses a history of assisting other nations, when confronted with the onslaught of malevolent spirits, the higher echelons may hesitate to intervene, as the transportation of troops poses significant risks. Learning from the unfortunate precedent set by Zhu Hai, The authorities have come to realize that once the military departs from a city, devoid of the abundant human vitality, they are easily susceptible to being overwhelmed by the tide of malevolent entities. Meanwhile, Wang Lun is acutely aware of the presence of a demon king in Sakura country, and his heart swells with excitement. The enhancement of his attributes has enabled Wang Lun's myriad manifestations of divine prowess to reach a stage of great accomplishment. With just a little more time to transform his vital essence into internal energy, he is poised to ascend once again to the realm of terrestrial immortality. Wang Lun found it opportune to test his skills against the Ghost King. When he shared his intentions with Zhang Daoyuan and the others, they all advised him against it, saying, "Master, the Ghost King possesses formidable strength. Might it be too perilous for you to venture alone?" Wang Lun confidently replied, "No. It is precisely the right moment for me to go alone. I have now mastered the art of flight. Soaring through the skies at speeds reaching 10 times the speed of sound, none shall hinder my passage." Before Wang Lun could traverse the skies, his desire for swift movement was hindered by obstacles. The faster he ran, the more difficult it became to navigate turns, preventing him from fully realizing his speed. Now, soaring through the heavens, he can fly in a straight line, leaving no one able to catch up with him. Witnessing Wang Lun's resolute departure, others ceased their attempts to dissuade him. They extended their congratulations to the master upon his triumphant return. "Fear not, even if I cannot vanquish the Ghost King. He is powerless against me. With a stroke of fortune, I might even acquire a ghostly gem of the Ghost King's caliber." Wang Lun spoke in a calm manner, and the faces of those present revealed a glimmer of desire. With a ghostly gem of the king level, they, being masters of their sect, could unleash the might of a Ghost King. "By the way, Master, I have heard that the Buddhist sect, the ghostly organization, the Western Holy See, and the Dark Council all harbor considerable interest in the ghostly gems. We must be wary of their potential covert actions." Zhang Daoyuan recalled the intelligence he had received in recent days. There has been an ongoing doctrinal conflict between the Buddhist sect and the Xianmen. As such, it is inconceivable that the Buddhist sect would bow before the ancestor of the Xianmen. Furthermore, the Western Holy See and the Dark Council have been at odds with the Xianmen since modern times, engaged in relentless struggles both overtly and covertly. Consequently, Zhang Daoyuan and his companions were deeply concerned that these forces might target Wang Lun. After all, how much power could the 7-year-old reincarnation of the ancestor possess? "I understand now. In fact, I would welcome their intervention, for it would be preferable to remain hidden in the shadows, watching and waiting." Wang Lun remained indifferent to the matter. Should they dare to reach out, he would not hesitate to sever their hands. In the nation of cherry blossoms, it had become a realm of malevolent spirits. Yet, the inhabitants had not all perished. Evidently, the apparitions preferred to torment their prey slowly, savoring the essence of human fear. What a mistake it was to have sought refuge here. Who could have anticipated that this land would be so vulnerable? Those practitioners of yin and yang could not even contend with a single demon lord. Ding Chun, a resident from the Dragon Kingdom now hiding in a corner, lamented. However, even if he wished to return to the Dragon Kingdom, the opportunity had long since vanished, as flights and vessels had ceased operations. Just then, he seemed to perceive a sonic boom resonating from the heavens. Someone was soaring above, scanning the surroundings as if in search of something. It appeared to be a person from the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, Ding Chun immediately shouted towards the sky, "I am from the Dragon Kingdom. Please, save me." Wang Lun surveyed the surroundings, yet he could not discern the hiding place of the Ghost King. However, he did hear someone below calling for help. Wang Lunfei landed in Ding Chun's position, just as he had a question to pose to him. Ding Chun was taken aback upon realizing that the newcomer was merely a child. "Child, could you possibly transport me back to the Dragon Kingdom? I can offer you a substantial amount of money." Wang Lun furrowed his brow slightly, rising into the air to gaze down upon his opponent. What brings a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom to the land of cherry blossoms? Ding Chun observed the elder's demeanor, which appeared far from gullible. "I have come to pursue my studies, but unexpectedly, the outbreak of the ghoul frenzy has left me stranded here." A sharp crack echoed as a red mark appeared on Ding Chun's face. For someone in their 30s, nearing 40, to claim they are here for education is truly a fabrication devoid of any pretense. Wang Lun struck him with a resounding slap. Presuming that he could be easily deceived based on appearances, Ding Chun, stung by the blow, felt a surge of anger rise within him and, without a moment's hesitation, retaliated against Wang Lun. However, Wang Lun responded with yet another slap, sending him sprawling to the ground. "I shall grant you a chance to survive. Sing the national anthem." Wang Lun chuckled coldly. Upon witnessing the murderous glint in Wang Lun's eyes, Ding Chun immediately faltered, realizing that his adversary possessed the capability to end his life. Reluctantly, Ding Chun began to sing, but Wang Lun had already lost his patience. He couldn't even muster the national anthem. It seemed he had succumbed to the allure of a Shiba Inu from the land of cherry blossoms. Very well. Allow me to pose a question. Have you seen where the Ghost King ultimately went? Ding Chun, believing himself to be saved, replied without a moment's hesitation. I saw the Ghost King enter the Imperial Palace. Now, can you escort me away? Chapter 84. The Cherry Blossom Ghost King. Indeed. I shall personally see you on your way. Wang Lun spoke softly. Upon witnessing this, Ding Chun felt an overwhelming sense of triumph, thinking how easily children could be deceived. Yet, why did I behold the sight of my own headless corpse? Wang Lun granted Ding Chun a swift resolution, serving as a reward for revealing the whereabouts of the Ghost King. Within the Sakura Palace, the Ghost King indulged in exquisite wine, relishing the attentive service of numerous enchanting maidens. Humans not only provide delightful sustenance, but also excel in serving the spirits, as long as you dutifully attend to this king. He shall not treat you poorly. Born of lust, the Ghost King explored the embrace of the beautiful women, eliciting soft sighs of pleasure. The national goddess of Sakura humbly proclaimed, "It is our fortune to serve the Ghost King. Please do not show us mercy, for we shall dedicate ourselves to your service." "Haha, your sweet words delight me. Allow me to savor them," the Ghost King exclaimed, pulling the national goddess into his arms to indulge in her fragrant essence. The other goddess-level beauties, not to be outdone, eagerly caressed the Ghost King with their delicate arms. The Ghost King, Murakami Aikuru, thoroughly enjoyed the attentions of these lovely maidens. Once a mere reclusive glutton, he never imagined he would taste the affections of so many beauties. Unexpectedly, after his sudden demise, he garnered the favor of the Ghost Emperor in the underworld, ascending to the role of Ghost King. Now, under the Emperor's command, he had conquered the Sakura nation. Soon, he would be its sovereign. What thrilling prospects lay ahead? Just as the Ghost King reveled in his solitary worship, the palace doors were forcefully kicked open. Irritated, Murakami Aikuru turned to see a small figure intruding upon his leisure. Yet, the intruder appeared robust, a rare delicacy indeed. He pushed aside the beauties clinging to him and rose to confront Wang Lun. "You possess remarkable audacity, young one, to venture here alone. Do you not know who I am?" The Ghost King's eyes narrowed slightly, oblivious to the reason behind the intruder's boldness. "You are the Ghost King who has breached the Sakura nation. You are precisely whom I seek." Wang Lun approached the Ghost King at a leisurely pace. Observing the child who exhibited no fear, the Ghost King felt a surge of interest. "What brings you to me? Do you seek to ally with me?" The Ghost King plucked a bunch of grapes and tossed them into his mouth, regarding Wang Lun with a curious gaze, eager to discern the child's intentions. "Certainly not. I have come to save your life. Save my life. In this world, who could possibly kill me? Even the mightiest of Onmiji are no match for me. What if they wield the Amano Tajikareo sword, the Yada no Kagami, or the Yasakani no Magatama? They still cannot bring me down." The Ghost King proclaimed with self-satisfaction. "I can kill you." Wang Lun moved with extraordinary speed, and in the next instant, he surged beside the Ghost King, delivering a punch that penetrated the very essence of his soul. With lightning crackling in his grasp, the Ghost King's form convulsed violently. Yet, the Ghost King did not succumb to helplessness. A bronze mirror materialized in his hand, directing its gaze towards Wang Lun. A formidable beam of energy erupted from the mirror, striking Wang Lun's protective aura with a resounding thrum. The Ghost King was taken aback, realizing that this 8-span mirror failed to inflict any harm upon the youthful figure before him. It is worth noting that a yin-yang master wielding this artifact had previously left several gaping wounds upon the Ghost King. Nevertheless, the Ghost King was not deterred in his resistance. Another katana manifested in his hand, a celestial blade capable of cleaving even the tin-fist sword of Amaterasu. A sense of forewarning arose within Wang Lun. This blade posed a slight threat to him. Nevertheless, the issue was not significant. In Wang Lun's hand appeared the long-unseen Xianyuan sword, which clashed head-on with the Tiansong Yunjian. The resounding clang of metal striking metal echoed through the air. Sparks flew as the two blades collided. However, the Xianyuan sword ultimately proved superior, leaving a notch in the blade of the Tiansong Yunjian. The Ghost King, overwhelmed by the force of the impact, could no longer maintain his grip on the Tiansong Yunjian and was sent flying, embedding himself into the wall. What kind of divine weapon is this, that even the Tiansong Yunjian cannot withstand it? The Ghost King exclaimed in astonishment. During his assault on the imperial palace, he had suffered greatly at the hands of the Tiansong Yunjian. Had it not been for those old fools whose magic could not endure, he might not have been able to conquer this place. This is the Xianyuan sword of the human emperor, the very sword destined to slay you. Wang Lun, wielding the Xianyuan sword, prepared to strike with devastating force. However, the King of Ghosts produced a hook-shaped jade, which effortlessly deflected Wang Lun's blow, causing the jade's luster to dim instantaneously. At this moment, the King of Ghosts comprehended the grim reality. He was unequivocally no match for his adversary. Even with the divine artifact in his possession, he found himself powerless against the might of his opponent. Bereft of the artifact, how could he possibly hope to vanquish such a formidable foe relying solely on his innate abilities? Wang Lun, upon perceiving the Ghost King, felt an urge to flee. He swiftly unleashed a soul-binding technique, momentarily halting the Ghost King's movements. No, I have endured so much to attain the status of Ghost King. I cannot perish here. Instantly, the Ghost King transformed into an unparalleled beauty, her fair and smooth skin barely concealed by a gossamer veil. Handsome, do you find me beautiful? Wang Lun's expression darkened considerably. Although it is not uncommon for one to utilize seduction techniques, especially for those with such inclinations, I am merely a 7-year-old child. Huh. If this is the extent of your abilities, I implore you to take your leave and spare me your repugnant presence. Wang Lun was acutely aware of his reputation as a lecherous man. The Demon King, witnessing the utter ineffectiveness of his seductive techniques, felt a chilling disappointment wash over him. Unable to outmatch his opponent in demonic prowess and finding his abilities rendered futile against him, despair took root in his heart. Wang Lun wielded the Xianyuan sword, imbuing it with the power of thunder and lightning. In an instant, he surged forth with blinding speed. The Ghost King barely perceived a fierce gale before the Xianyuan sword had pierced his very being. No, I do not wish to perish. I beseech you, grant me mercy. Wang Lun's lips curled into a slight smile. Fear of death, after all, is a prerequisite for subduing him. Do you wish to avoid death? It is quite simple. Voluntarily enter this tome, and as long as I do not permit it, no one shall be able to take your life. Is that truly the case? Inquired Ilong from Ghost King Village, a flicker of trepidation regarding this sealed book passing through his mind. Indeed, once you enter, you may attain immortality. Even the Ghost Emperor is bound by the constraints of mortality, Wang Lun urged, though the Ghost King harbored some skepticism. However, in the current predicament, he found himself at the mercy of others, akin to fish on a chopping board. If he were unafraid of death, he could simply self-destruct. Unfortunately, the Ghost King's subordinate, Ilong, did not wish for demise. As long as he drew breath, there remained a glimmer of hope for escape. He doubted that this little ghost could vanquish the Ghost Emperor. If given just a few more months, the Ghost Emperor would surely emerge from the underworld. Very well. I shall proceed. A momentary setback need not invoke fear. It is only in death that one loses everything. Observing the Ghost King enter the Book of Seals, Wang Lun smiled with delight. The Book of Seals restores 1 maximum energy per minute, inflicts an additional 50 damage to non-human entities, enhances the probability of acquiring special gemstones by 10. Unlocking the next layer requires the defeat of 1 million ghostly beings. After vanquishing a multitude of these spirits, the Book of Seals also unveiled further capabilities. Whether in augmenting damage or enhancing the likelihood of gemstone acquisition, the benefits were indeed commendable. Wang Lun, holding the ghostly jade of the Ghost King level in his hand, pondered whom to bestow it upon. However, he swiftly reached a resolution, deciding that as the leader of Longhu Mountain, he must first set an example for his followers. Chapter 85, The Dark Curse After Vanquishing the Ghost King. Wang Lun did not immediately return to Longhua. Instead, he commenced the eradication of spectral entities surrounding Dongjin. These were points of attribute, after all. It was not until nightfall that he soared into the heavens, still yearning for more. Meanwhile, the surviving humans below cried out to him, "Do not leave, save us." They had witnessed Wang Lun, akin to a celestial being, effortlessly obliterating the ghostly creatures. Yet, Wang Lun did not cast a glance in their direction. Vanishing into the night sky. Why? Why do you possess the power yet choose not to save us? Do you not understand that with greater power comes greater responsibility? The anguished voices below directed their resentment towards the path of Wang Lun's departure, but their words could not reach his ears. Even if Wang Lun were to hear them, his response would merely be, "With great power comes greater authority and diminished responsibility." As the survivors watched the night envelop them, They realized that despite Wang Lun having eradicated at least 100,000 spectral beings, numerous others still filled the void. Begone, you vile spirits! Who will come to our aid? I truly wish to live. Yet, their pleas only served to invigorate the malevolent entities further. Upon returning to Sanyang City, Wang Lun promptly informed Zhang Daoyuan. As the leader of the Shuangguan, it was imperative for him to possess formidable strength. Zhang Daoyuan, however, did not rush to return to Longhu Mountain with the ghostly jade. He had faith in Wang Lun's capabilities, especially after witnessing him ascend into the sky and vanish in an instant. It became clear to him that Wang Lun's strength had at least recovered to a level comparable to that of a ghost king, and perhaps even surpassed it. Salutations to the master, Zhang Daoyuan bowed respectfully. You are indeed perceptive, waiting for me. Fortune smiles upon you. This ghost king is a coward at heart. Wang Lun presented the ghostly jade of the ghost king rank to Zhang Daoyuan. With this, one must exercise caution regarding the other factions' movements against the Xianmen. Those individuals may appear meek externally, yet they strike with great force internally. In accordance with the master's instructions, Zhang Daoyuan respectfully accepted the ghost jade, feeling the immense spiritual energy radiating from it, which filled him with excitement. At the very least, he could harness the power of a ghost king without the hindrance of insufficient magical energy. Just as Zhang Daoyuan joyfully made his way back to Longhu Mountain, he received word that the disciples of Longhu Mountain had been attacked. Fortunately, no one had perished, but the ghost jade had been stolen. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Daoyuan immediately surmised that it must have been the work of another faction. However, he was uncertain of the specific perpetrator or if multiple factions were involved. At the headquarters of the ghost organization, Sima Long gazed at the ghost jade in his hand, which emanated a rich spiritual energy, and could not help but exclaim how marvelously it transformed resentment into spiritual energy. If only there were more ghost jades. Perhaps they could recreate the era of spiritual energy from ancient times. Yet, the risks associated with the ghostly beings were immense. Even he was not immune to the corrosive influence of resentment. The ghost organization had taken the significant risk of offending the Xianmen to acquire the ghost jade. And given its remarkable properties, perhaps they could unite with other factions to compel the Xianmen master to reveal the method of crafting the ghost jade. Even the authorities might be amenable to collaboration. After all, with a continuous supply of spiritual energy, one could cultivate for centuries, if not attain immortality. As for a fallout with the Xianmen leading to rampant ghostly entities and the plight of ordinary citizens, what did that matter? However, just as Sima Long contemplated reaching out to other factions to discuss how to pressure the Xianmen master, the ghost jade in his hand suddenly vanished. What was happening? How could the ghost jade simply disappear? Sima Long exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be the Xianmen master at work? He immediately scanned his surroundings warily, fearing a figure might leap from the shadows. Yet, after an extensive search, he found no trace of outsiders. Thus, only one possibility remained. It was unexpected that the Xianmen master could effortlessly retrieve the ghost jade from a distance. This could pose a significant problem. Sima Long realized that the ghost jade was virtually tethered to the Xianmen master, meaning that anyone wishing to utilize the jade would require his approval. Nevertheless, Sima Long was not one to concede easily, for this represented a path to immortality. Upon receiving news from Zhang Daoyuan, Wang Lun immediately reclaimed the ghost jade. He understood that his initial concerns had indeed materialized, yet Wang Lun bore no regret. He would confront whatever challenges arose. This matter required thorough investigation. And regardless of which faction was involved, Wang Lun was determined to set an example, prioritizing justice above all. It appeared he needed to leave additional mechanisms within the ghost jade, ensuring that only disciples of the Xianmen and those authorized could wield its power. For others, it would merely be an ordinary stone, and any attempt to activate it would trigger a retrieval mechanism. Wang Lun sighed gently. However, the most crucial matter is to remain vigilant against the actions of other factions. I fear not the direct confrontation, yet I am apprehensive of their peculiar spells and insidious tactics. Meanwhile, Zhang Daoyuan instructed the other disciples of the Xianmen to investigate the faction responsible for the attack. Unfortunately, no leads could be uncovered. The injured disciple, upon regaining consciousness, could not recall who had rendered him unconscious. He had merely intended to dine, only to be ambushed from behind along a secluded path. Furthermore, with the power supply being unreliable, the surveillance cameras were rendered inoperative, with no other eyewitnesses present. The case became a mystery. Zhang Daoyuan could only advise the other Xianmen disciples to refrain from acting alone for the time being. insisting that no fewer than 3 individuals should travel together, just in case. Over the following days, no similar incidents occurred within the Xianmen. Just when everyone believed the matter had settled, Wang Lun felt an unsettling anxiety, as if someone were targeting him. Yet, no strange individuals or occurrences manifested around him. At the headquarters of the Spectres, representatives from various extraordinary factions convened. The Buddhist sect, the Church of Light, the Dark Council, eccentric noble families, and even officials. Today marked the 3rd day since I employed the artifact's curse against the adversary. Should he remain oblivious, he will eventually be at our mercy, proclaimed the chairman of the Dark Council with satisfaction. Yet, he harbored a tinge of regret. Had he known the task would be so easily accomplished, he would not have collaborated with these individuals, thus unnecessarily sharing the ghostly jade. However, the others remained silent. As long as success was not absolutely secured, their apprehension lingered. If the Dark Council's artifact were truly so powerful, why had it consistently been suppressed by the Church of Light? Werewolves and vampires could only conceal themselves in the shadows, unable to openly declare their identities as humans do. One could only hope for such a reality. Sima Long, encountering the Dark Council for the first time, was uncertain of the extent of their power. The chairman of the Dark Council, observing this, did not take offense. The Church of Light possessed specific artifacts designed to counteract dark artifacts, capable of disregarding their curses. However, for others, resistance proved challenging, as dark artifacts were indeed bestowed by Satan. Chapter 86, Taking the Initiative, Cleansing the Spectre Headquarters. In the dead of night, Wang Lun sensed a force attempting to exert control over him, yet he could not discern its origin. Wang Lun dared not gamble on the other party's ability to restrain himself. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. In his hand appeared a swift gaming strategy guide, speedrun strategy, transcend directly to the following day. Wang Lun's form abruptly vanished from the spot, plunging directly into the time tunnel. The curse of the dark artifact, unable to pinpoint a target, became ineffective. When Wang Lun reemerged at the original location, it was already the deep hours of the following night. His inaugural use of this strategy card yielded commendable results, granting him an extended period of invincibility, albeit perhaps excessively prolonged. Wang Lun could not help but utter a sarcastic remark. Meanwhile, the dark speaker was taken aback by the unexpected failure of his dark artifact. Feeling a twinge of frustration, it is essential to note that the dark artifact requires merely the opponent's name to cast a long-range curse, albeit at the cost of a cooldown period spanning several years. It seems that someone has spoken too soon. The Pope of Light, seated nearby, sneered. The dark speaker's expression darkened, yet he could not contest the validity of the words spoken. He could only muster a retort. You are impressive. If you have the capability, confront him directly. After all, he has journeyed to the land of cherry blossoms to slay the Demon King and returned unscathed. Even with the artifact in my possession, I may not stand a chance against the Demon King, as long as I cannot deliver a fatal blow. Its regenerative abilities are formidable, and its magical power is nearly limitless. It could exhaust me to death. However, Sima Long interjected, yet he is but a human, not the Demon King. Perhaps his explosive power could fell the Demon King, but he cannot evade death as effortlessly as the Demon King does. His magical energy is ultimately finite. The others remained silent, for they were the leaders of various factions, acutely aware that once they took action, there would be no turning back. Should they fail, they would face the full wrath of the Xianmen. With the support of the Ghost Jade, the Xianmen held the upper hand. To defeat their adversary, they must decisively vanquish Wang Lun. Otherwise, the toll in lives lost was incalculable. Sima Long observed their hesitance with disdain, scornful of their indecisive nature. It was then that a member of the extraordinary lineage proposed, in truth, we could sow discord among the members of the Xianmen, as they are merely the disciples of Longhushan. Other sects may not lend their full support. If our focus is solely on Longhushan, I believe our chances of victory remain substantial. The others nodded in agreement. Yet they were unaware that Wang Lun would not grant them such an opportunity. After all, a thief may evade capture for 1,000 days, but a guard cannot remain ever vigilant for the same duration. Wang Lun promptly instructed Zhang Daoyuan to identify the suspicious forces, emphasizing that it was better to err on the side of caution than to let any potential threat slip away. He remained indifferent to the possible repercussions of such actions. Soon, Zhang Daoyuan uncovered several clues. Master, in recent days, extraordinary individuals from other nations have surfaced in the cities of Longhua, likely affiliated with the Holy See and the Dark Council. Moreover, Our previous investigations indicated that the ghostly organization was the most probable instigator. Zhang Daoyuan recounted all he knew, harboring some concern that Wang Lun might act impulsively. The Xianmin was already under scrutiny from various factions, with even the Ghost Emperor of the Underworld showing considerable interest in the Ghost Jade within the Xianmin. Should Wang Lun resort to drastic measures at this juncture, he would surely become the target of collective ire. Very well, then I shall first strike against the ghostly organization. Wang Lun spoke in a low voice, suggesting that one should select the right persimmons to squeeze, for the ghostly organization lacked substantial depth. Zhang Daoyuan, upon hearing this, did not intend to dissuade Wang Lun. Recognizing that the Xianmin had to demonstrate its own strength, it was essential for others to understand that times change. Although the Xianmin had declined during the end of the Dharma era, it was not something that could be trampled upon by anyone. At the headquarters of the ghostly organization, located in the central region of the Dragon Kingdom, Sima Long observed the departing leaders of other factions and was suddenly seized by an unexplainable urge to sound the alarm. What was happening? Why was this the case? Sima Long pondered who might be targeting him. Aside from the Xianmin, he could think of no other adversaries. Could it be that the Xianmin was about to take action against him? Initially indifferent to the Xianmin, Sima Long believed that the ghostly organization held a natural advantage, as their extraordinary beings could outlast any Xianmin practitioners of the same realm in a war of attrition. As long as the Xianmin could not eliminate the ghosts in a short time, victory would inevitably belong to the ghostly organization. However, with the emergence of the ghostly Jade, the Xianmin had regained their formidable strength. Even the official authorities were no longer wholly obedient. It must be acknowledged that, during the end of the Dharma era, the official faction was the most powerful force. While conventional weapons were notably effective against extraordinary beings, they were less so against ghostly entities. Upon realizing this critical insight, Sima Long felt compelled to leave the ghostly organization's headquarters without informing the others, fearing that they might strike at the heart of his domain. He still aspired to reign supreme in the new world and had no desire to meet an untimely demise. Thus, he departed swiftly from the headquarters. Not long after Sima Long's departure, a figure appeared, soaring through the air on a sword, heading straight for the ghostly organization's headquarters. With a decisive motion of his arm, he unleashed countless sword energies aimed at the headquarters. The ghosts present within the headquarters, unable to escape the onslaught, were powerless against the formidable sword chi. The air was filled with anguished cries, bearing witness to their suffering in life. From a distance, Sima Long witnessed the Xianmin patriarch executing a technique of countless swords returning to their origin, and his heart sank considerably. The coverage area of 10 kilometers could indeed be likened to that of a humanoid nuclear bomb, particularly as the assailant appeared to execute the move with ease, showing no signs of diminished capacity afterward. Sima Long cast a glance before swiftly turning away, aware that a powerful individual's perception abilities were keen. If he continued to observe, he would surely be detected. Meanwhile, in the sky, Wang Lun also noted that the ghostly leader Sima Long was absent from the headquarters. How fortunate for him! To arrive so swiftly and not catch him off guard. Was the headquarters merely a superficial facade established by the adversary? Wang Lun lacked the art of tracking individuals, so he could only temporarily depart, allowing the members of the Xianmin to pursue this person. Upon discovery, they were to report immediately. Wang Lun would dash over at the swiftest pace. After his departure, other factions obtained a video recording. In this footage, the Grand Master of Longhu Mountain displayed formidable prowess, directly annihilating the headquarters of the Ghost Clan, leaving no one alive. This instilled a profound apprehension among the other factions, as Wang Lun's strength surpassed their wildest imaginings. Should they provoke him, the Ghost Clan would surely be their fate. In the imperial city of Zhonghai, the few individuals wielding ultimate power in the Dragon Kingdom observed the video of Wang Lun's eradication of the Ghost Clan in somber silence. Let us hear your thoughts. One elder began, his expression inscrutable. The Xianmin asserts that the Ghost Clan has acted against their disciples. This is merely a customary act of retaliation. They do not oppose the transformation into ghosts. Coughing lightly, he continued, my opinion is to observe from a distance, consolidating remnants of the Ghost Clan to ascertain whether we can acquire the complete techniques of ghost creation. The supply of Ghost Jade is evidently insufficient to fend off a multitude of ghostly beings. The mass transformation of soldiers into ghosts would be the true path forward. The only drawback is that the probability of transformation is merely 50%, which is rather unacceptable. Another elder expressed his viewpoint. So, do you choose to overlook the actions of the Xianmin? The Ghost Clan has already been recognized by us as the official organization to resist the ghostly entities. Does the Xuanmen's reckless behavior imply they hold us in low regard? A relatively younger middle-aged man countered the notion of passive observation. Do you possess a method to sanction them? Bear in mind, those within the Xianmen who wield Ghost Jade are no longer the same individuals who required decapitation tactics to threaten our retreat. They can defend or attack at will, presenting a far greater challenge than the ghostly beings themselves, especially their reincarnated Grandmaster, who flies at 10 times the speed of sound. Can your missiles catch up to him? With a single strike, he could obliterate the Ghost Clan's headquarters. Do you have a way to prevent that? Another officer retorted with indignation. Yet, would this not diminish our credibility? What if dissent arises in various regions? Let us seek common ground while reserving our differences. The paramount concern now is to weather the tempest of ghostly entities. Each generation must address its own challenges. Is this not how we have persevered? As long as the Xianmen does not sever ties with us, we should refrain from turning them into adversaries, the leading elder concluded decisively. The others, seeing no alternative, acquiesced. For if the Xianmen were to oppose them, only the ghostly beings would stand to gain. In stark contrast to the official stance of caution, the Buddhist sect and other factions reacted with much more fervor, demanding an explanation from the Xianmen. Wang Lun did not act immediately against those forces. Instead, he allowed the situation to unfold for a while. He sought to ascertain how many individuals were eager to reveal themselves, ensuring that when the time came, he could strike with precision. Additionally, he intended to investigate whether there were any traitors within the Xianmen sect, for he could not find peace without addressing such corruption. Wang Lun found himself in a state of comfort, yet Zhang Daoyuan was burdened with great concern. Faced with the relentless criticism from various powerful factions, he could only attribute the initial aggression to the ghostly organization. Whether others chose to believe him was of little consequence. Those who were dissatisfied could directly seek out the Grandmaster for clarification. At Longhu Mountain, the other leaders of the mystical sect had gathered, all of whom had endured considerable distress in recent days. Wherever they ventured, they encountered disdainful glares, while some with ulterior motives posed probing inquiries regarding the indiscriminate slaughter of even the ordinary members of the ghostly organization. Could they not spare the innocent? Zhang Tianshi, what does the Grandmaster truly mean? Would you enlighten us? Yang Fushi remained unfazed by the external discourse. After all, history is penned by the victors. Particularly in this current world, where public access to the internet had long been severed, only the military and governing bodies retained connectivity. The Grandmaster's intent was unequivocal, to suppress all demons and malevolent spirits. Zhang Daoyuan's words brimmed with lethal intent. As for who constituted the demons and malevolent spirits, the mystical sect would dictate that. We understood. Yang Fushi comprehended that the Grandmaster was preparing for a grand purge. However, with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, could the Grandmaster truly subdue the Ghost Emperor? Otherwise, both the Buddhist sect and the realm of extraordinary beings, along with the Western Church and Parliament, possessed artifacts and treasures capable of restraining the Ghost Emperor. Should they be dealt with prematurely, the pressure on the mystical sect would become overwhelming. To be under the guidance of such a fearsome Grandmaster was indeed a source of anxiety. Nevertheless, the formidable strength of Wang Lun instilled in them significant confidence. For 10 days, the mystical sect maintained a silence that only served to exacerbate the agitation of those powerful factions, who even demanded that the mystical sect disclose the method for creating the Ghost Jade to rectify their perceived transgressions. Wang Lun, firmly seated at the fishing platform, observed the opposition forces gathered by Zhang Daoyuan, already devising his strategy. To eradicate them entirely would only provoke further dissent from others. Thus, it would be prudent to root out those who vociferously opposed him. But under what pretext should this be executed? Wang Lun pondered for an entire day before conjuring a brilliant rationale. They had all transformed into malevolent spirits. Once they succumbed to their ghastly forms, it became imperative to eliminate them. As for those who remained untainted, it was evident that they were not vanquished by the Xianmen, but rather by the very specters themselves. We arrived too late to rescue the survivors. Those who fell under Wang Lun's preemptive blade were naturally the factions of the Buddhist sect most at odds with the Xianmen. However, not all Buddhist sects voiced their opinions. The most vociferous among them was undoubtedly the renowned real estate magnate, the Great Buddha Temple, which thrived in prosperous times through land acquisition and profited from chaos during turbulent eras. Only a scant few Buddhist sects continued to uphold their rigorous ascetic practices. On this fateful day, the abbot of the Great Buddha Temple observed the restless demeanor of Sima Long beside him and inquired with curiosity, "Sima, could it be that the tea is excessively hot, rendering you unable to steady your hands?" Sima Long, once more, felt the ominous warning deep within his soul, a warning that had saved him on numerous occasions. This signified that the great Buddha temple was destined to face calamity today. "Ah, it seems I have recalled pressing matters at home," he chuckled. "I shall acquiesce to your proposal, and upon my return, I will draft a comprehensive agreement." Initially, Sima Long had been engaged in discussions regarding the transfer of ghostly techniques, but the terms presented to him were woefully inadequate. He had desired to negotiate for greater benefits. Yet when confronted with the specter of mortality, he resolved to depart, contemplating that if the great Buddha temple were to endure today, he would acquiesce to the transfer without hesitation. The rotund abbot, observing Sima Long's hasty retreat, was taken aback by the latter's unexpectedly agreeable disposition. Could it be that he had been intimidated by the Xuanmen's ancestors? "Ah, the youth is indeed impetuous," he chuckled to himself, "but this is fortuitous for me." After leaving the great Buddha temple, Sima Long fled with fervor, anxious to avoid entanglements that could lead to his downfall. It was only when he sensed the absence of any further psychic warnings that he finally halted. Shortly thereafter, a thunderous sound reverberated through the sky. A figure soared upon a sword, riding the winds to vanquish evil in the world. Under the cover of a moonless, tempestuous night, amidst chaos and destruction, golden sword auras encircled the newcomer, reminiscent of a divine swordsman descending from the heavens. Today, the great Buddha temple had been overtaken by malevolent entities, and I, the mystical true man, cannot abide the arrogance of such spirits. I shall strike today to eradicate the specters and avenge those who perished for the sake of the Buddhist faith." Wang Lun, wielding his formidable powers, bellowed loudly, his voice resonating across a vast expanse of several dozen miles. Immediately, the sword energy surrounding him cascaded down like the Milky Way descending from the heavens. The people of the great Buddha temple were jolted upright. When did our temple become besieged by malevolent spirits? No, what is falling from the sky? Is it a meteor? No, it is the lethal sword energy capable of effortlessly taking lives. The abbot surveyed the devastated surroundings and looked skyward. The master of the Xianmen. How could it be him? No, I cannot perish here. I still possess the golden body of the Arhat. The abbot swiftly evaded the sword energy and, with a single punch, shattered the gilded Buddha statue. A golden human skeleton was revealed. The abbot immediately bit his tongue, letting blood drip onto the golden bones. Astonishingly, the golden skeleton rose to its feet and